I already told him to wear protection. What more do you want from me? I didn't want that to happen either. You know I get confused when I drink too much. I thought he was you. When I realized something was wrong, I had no strength left to rest assured I was thinking of you the whole time. So I didn't betray you. Baby, you have to believe me. I promise I will never go out drinking with my girlfriends again. I really love. I only made a mistake that any normal woman would make. Just forgive me this once. Besides, setting aside my issues, aren't you at fault too? Explosive news. Friends who often eat gossip know that gossip can appear randomly anywhere. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lin Bei, carrying takeout, heard a very outrageous statement. He stepped out and saw two people standing at the door of Unit 501, a man and a woman. The woman looked like she had just woken up, her hair slightly messy, and the smudged makeup that hadn't been washed off her face sufficiently showed the craziness of the previous night. Although the statement was outrageous, it must be said that she was still quite pretty. Wait. Just then, in Lin Bai's field of vision, a very strange information list appeared beside the woman. Name: Lu Qiuling. Appearance score 80. Comprehensive score 90. Bond: innate cheating. Body 1. After the bond is activated, you and the collection members increase the probability of being cheated on 150, 375, 100. Innate lying. Body 1. After the bond is activated, you and the collection members increase the probability of being deceived 1 into 53, 100. Unclean intercourse 1. After the bond is activated, you and the collection members increase the probability of contracting diseases during intercourse 1 to 50, 2, 100. Read countless men. 1. Has had relations with at least 10 men. After the bond is activated, you will receive a high-quality and fashionable green hat. What? What is this? Lin Bei was stunned. Master, this is the function of this system. As long as you add her to the collection, you and she will together possess these bond abilities. Of course, you can control which one she has, and you can choose whichever you want. To enhance bond abilities, you only need to include women who possess the same bond to reach the required number. This should be easy for you to understand since you often play chess and shovel games. I understand, but what are you? No, wait, I have a system. Master, you were probably too absorbed in eating the gossip just now. Let me speak again. There are 5 hours until the apocalypse begins. Due to your profession, the mortality rate during the initial outbreak is extremely high. You have been awakened early, and the novice gift pack has been distributed in advance. Please arrange these 5 hours wisely. Novice gift pack: Classic Desert Eagle Infinite Ammo Silenced Body Enhancement Potion. When taken, body instantly enhanced to the limit of ordinary human system space, 1 cubic meter. No longer in the mood for gossip, Lin Bai's entire attention was focused on the word apocalypse. At that second, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and his body trembled slightly with the apocalypse is coming. The cheat is here. Doesn't that mean daydreams have a chance to come true? He was already tired of this miserable life of running around every day, but he had to grit his teeth and endure for the sake of living. But from now on, everything would change in 5 hours. How do you add someone to the collection? Let the other person willingly be eaten by you. You know what I mean. Oh, very evil, I like it. What kind of apocalypse? Lin Bei asked in his mind. As a veteran reader of apocalyptic novels, he knew there were many types: extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, zombies, fog, sweet home, etc. Each required different preparations. Zombies. Classic. What kind of zombies? The Walking Dead, or Train to Busan? Or the American kind that can fly and teleport? Master, I am not authorized to answer these questions. You need to explore them yourself. Instead of wasting time asking questions that will be answered in 5 hours, it's better to prepare supplies and find a safe place to wait for the apocalypse. True. 5 hours, neither short nor long. His consciousness returned to the outside world. Lin Bei looked at the takeout in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He walked a few steps to the couple still talking. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Yang? This is the Dan of breaking the infant. Oh, I mean the morning after pill you ordered. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of both the man and the woman changed. The woman glared at him fiercely. She had finally managed to soothe her boyfriend, and now he had to do this, wasting all her tears and saliva. Bad review. She must make Zhang Yang give him a bad review. The man couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you asked him to wear protection? Then why did he buy you this? Baby, listen to me. Lin Bei wasn't interested in the rest of the conversation. He put down the Dan of breaking the infant, turned around, and entered the elevator. To live a good life. He had been delivering takeout for almost a year. He had seen this kind of situation many times. The most common was when a boyfriend in a long-distance relationship ordered flowers for his girlfriend, and the door was opened by a man in a bathrobe. Inside the elevator, Lin Bei thought about the apocalypse in 5 hours, whether he should notify close people to prepare. But who made him the innate protagonist? Body. College classmates. No. A year after graduation, no contact, distant. Her. Yes. Her. Of course, his girlfriend. Come on. Who hasn't been in love? Don't tell me that after graduation there are still people without a girlfriend. But they were currently separated. He made a phone call, chatted briefly, and learned she was at home, so he hung up. The reason for the separation was old-fashioned. Her family looked down on a commoner with no background or future. They even offered him money to leave, but he was too proud to take it. But before they separated, she secretly stayed with him for 3 days and 3 nights, giving him everything she had to give. Before parting, she said this wasn't a breakup, but a temporary separation for a better reunion. When she became completely independent, she would come back to him. He didn't say anything, but he knew that long-distance relationships were the beginning of the end. But now it was the apocalypse. Stock up. Stock up. First step of stockpiling. Open the app. Place orders. Save time and effort. Rice 10 kilograms, first 100 bags. Damn, the rice on the delivery app is really expensive. The cheapest 10-kilo bag is over 50 yuan. GD over 5,000 gone. Drinking water 5 liters per barrel, 10 yuan a barrel, first get a few hundred barrels. To be honest, that's too much. Bro, I have a cheat, so I'm not afraid to go out and find supplies. But for now I'll stock up as much as I can. He ordered dozens of portions of various takeout dishes he usually couldn't afford to eat. When he ran out of money, he borrowed from various platforms. He never thought he would touch this kind of thing, but now he had used up all his credit lines. Tongzi. 1 cubic meter of system space is a bit too abstract. Can you expand it? I don't need much, just 1,000,000 cubic meters. In tomato novels, people's system spaces are hundreds of millions of cubic meters, and they still think it's too small. Didn't acknowledge him. The system's silence was deafening. It's okay, small is also cute. Lin Bei ordered rice and water from different merchants. Since there are many shops on the platform, he ordered a bunch of meat from a butcher shop, then went home and stuffed lots of vegetables into the refrigerator's freezer. Looking at the refrigerator, Lin Bei smiled. When he first chose to rent this apartment, you fell in love with this large double-door refrigerator. She said she liked to stock up and fill the fridge to the brim so that if the apocalypse ever came they wouldn't starve. It was a prophetic statement. The power would definitely go out. But it shouldn't be that fast. In the first few days of the apocalypse, he could still eat fresh vegetables. At the same time, the rice and drinking water he ordered began to arrive one after another. To be honest, they had actually been in a relationship for a long time. When couples move in together, usually 1 bedroom is enough, but she rented this 3-bedroom apartment just for that big refrigerator. The other 2 rooms were empty, and now they were perfect for storing supplies. A rich girl. She didn't care about the money, as she paid 3 years rent up front. But they were forced to part right after graduation, so he had to live alone, never renting out the other rooms. After all, they were memories. Delivery drivers came upstairs one after another. A few hours later, the 2 empty rooms were packed full. Looking at all these abundant supplies, he felt immensely satisfied. With the last delivery arrived, the time was about 3:50 p.m. There was still a little over an hour before the apocalypse broke out. Enough time to go downstairs to a restaurant for a nice meal. He still had some money left. It felt uncomfortable not to spend it all. The bustling streets. They would soon cease to exist. After eating and drinking his fill, he rested for a while, packed a few of his favorite dishes to take home. He couldn't stay outside anymore. Only 20 minutes until the apocalypse broke out. Wait. Wait. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a very pleasant woman's voice called out. The kind-hearted Lin Bei pressed the button to hold the door. There was still time. A few seconds wouldn't matter. To be honest, this person is really lucky, coming home at this hour. But when the owner of the voice came into view, he was stunned. So beautiful. She wore a standard flight attendant uniform, pulling a suitcase, clearly just off the plane, without even changing clothes. The standard uniform accentuated her figure perfectly, a flawless golden ratio. One could only say that a flight attendant's figure could defeat 99 of girls worldwide. Her long legs were also eye-catching. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned and delicate. Such a face, even among flight attendants, would be absolutely top tier. Her skin was luminously white. She exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. She leaned against the elevator wall, breathing heavily. That wasn't the main point. The key point was that her rapid breathing indicated she was very anxious to get home. Could it be that she also knew the apocalypse was coming soon? Thank you, thank you. The woman politely thanked him first, then continued her phone call. Alright, stop rushing me. I'm almost home. I'm already in the elevator. I'll log on and play immediately. You've been rushing me since I got off the plane. When did your gaming addiction get so intense? The woman was on the phone. Never mind. Lin Bei sized up her bond. Name Zhang Xiyu. Identity flight attendant. Appearance score 96. Overall score 99. Aptitude space SSS unawakened. Note: after becoming a member of the collection, the master will share their talent. Bond top tier flight attendant 1. After bond is activated, the master and collection members' temperament and appearance increase by 100. Innate silk stocking Saint 1. After bond is activated, the collection member wearing stockings doubles the original effect. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sec, and so on. Gourmand 1. After bond is activated, you and the collection member will get double the effect from eating a certain food or drink. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple, and so on. Fitness enthusiast 1. After bond is activated, you and the collection member gain double strength. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple, and so on. Inexperienced 1. After bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift. Each additional member adds 1 more gift. Lin Bei's breathing quickened. Space ability. Classic. As everyone knows, time is supreme, space is king. In the past 5 hours he had seen many people, but this was the first with such splendid bonds. What surprised him even more was that this woman lived right across the hall from him. No other reason. Because when she got on the elevator, she only glanced at the buttons and didn't press any, and only the 13th floor was lit. In this era, even if you live across the hall, it's normal not to meet once a year. And such a beautiful woman, still inexperienced, was extremely rare in this day and age. Okay, I'm at my doorstep now. I've opened the door. He'll log on right away. Honestly, you rushed me so much I didn't even have time to eat after landing. Lin Bei smiled as he entered his own home. High-quality women like this usually pay close attention to their diet, eating fresh and small portions. That meant she wouldn't have much stock at home. When she couldn't bear the hunger, she would naturally come. Then, that's how it's written in novels. Damn, I'm so evil. Lin Bei was already looking forward to life in the apocalypse. To prevent boredom, he had downloaded a huge amount of TV shows and movies from various countries. It would take years to watch them. Perfect. Everything is ready. View status. Owner Lin Bei, level human limit. System space 1 cubic meter. Speed 10. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Physique 10. Refers to muscle, bone, internal organs, etc. Strength, recovery, endurance, etc. Strength evaluation: possesses good psychological quality and judgment. As long as he doesn't get reckless with the unlimited ammunition Desert Eagle, he is enough to survive in this chaotic world. Collection members collected none. Bond benefits none. 45959. 500. Lin Bei stood on the balcony looking down at the streets below. Everything was as usual except there was a subtle change in the air. 501. Lin Bei saw a man collapse to the ground without warning. Then countless people fell one after another. Companions rushed to check on them, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Are you crazy? Why are you biting me? Do you have rabies? Someone's dead. Honey, what's wrong? Zombies. Is it zombies? In this era, various zombie movies and novels are widely spread with countless classics. Now, seeing symptoms identical to those in the movies, it's easy to make the connection. Screech. Bang. Beep. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of the way. Sounds of screeching brakes. Sounds of crashes. Sounds of honking. Sounds of insults. Sounds of urging. The street that was peaceful and orderly just a second ago became completely chaotic. People of all kinds ran wildly, and a thick smell of blood instantly spread. Order at this moment ceased to exist. Get away. Don't come near. Honey, run, don't worry about me. Some people pushed others towards the zombies to save themselves. Some threw themselves at the zombies to save their loved ones. Some picked up a terrified child who had collapsed on the road. Some turned a blind eye. Some helped the elderly. Some dragged beautiful young women into dark alleys for nefarious deeds. The truest beauty and evil of human nature were displayed in full. At this moment, they no longer have to bear any consequences for their actions because nothing will restrain them anymore. If anything, only their inner bottom line remains. What's going on? Next door, Jiang Xiu, who had just ordered takeout and was playing games with friends, also heard the commotion outside. She quickly went to the window to look and was stunned by the chaotic scene. What's happening? At the same time, she also noticed Lin Bei on the next balcony. Handsome, what's going on down there? I don't know, it should be a zombie apocalypse. Zombie apocalypse. Even if she hadn't watched this type of movie or novel, she had at least heard of zombies. The bloody scene below made Jiang Xiu's legs go weak. She lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Screams were not only below, but also above, from all directions. The zombie apocalypse had broken out in full force. How could this happen? Why has it suddenly turned into such a terrible state? Jiang Xiu collapsed weakly onto the balcony floor, her gaze downward, filled with terror, helplessness, and confusion. The 13th floor was neither too low nor too high. With normal eyesight, she could clearly see the nauseating details below. Both of them saw it. A large man was tackled by a group of zombies who frantically tore at his belly, pulling out intestines and organs and eating them with relish. The sight made their stomachs churn. Jiang Xiu dry heaved on the spot. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten for a long time. Her takeout hadn't arrived yet, so nothing came up. But she didn't know if that was good or bad because there was almost no food in her apartment. Lin Bei forced himself to keep watching despite the nausea. No other reason. Because this would be the new normal from now on. He had to adapt whether he liked it or not. He dragged a chair onto the balcony, even got some snacks to eat while watching. As for Jiang Xiu next door, she had already left. To be fair, an ordinary person caught off guard like this would be scared out of their wits, not thinking about adapting as quickly as possible. Next door. Yu, what's it like over there? Everyone on my street has gone crazy. The neighbor next door says it's a zombie apocalypse. Is that real? Jiang Xiu, even though she was safe at home, couldn't stop trembling while on the phone. The scene outside had shattered her worldview. She could also clearly hear the commotion from upstairs. Wife, are you crazy? Why are you biting me? That's our child. Have you lost your... No. Wife, no. Even so, she still refused to believe the zombie apocalypse had come. She clung to hope. Maybe it was just some unknown virus infecting people in her area. If she just waited at home for rescue, everything would be fine. She urgently needed her best friend's answer. Xiao, as hard as this is to believe, I have to tell you. The zombie crisis might really have broken out. People here have gone crazy too, biting everyone. Police bullets don't even affect them. It's exactly like the zombies in the movies. The sky was falling. Jiang Xiu curled up on the sofa in despair. Her best friend lived thousands of kilometers away, and if it was happening there too, then the apocalypse was truly upon them. The woman on the other end of the phone knew Jiang Xiu was panicked and lost. She quickly said, Xiao, listen to me, don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. The apocalypse just started. The water supply isn't contaminated yet, or even if it is, it hasn't reached your place. Fill every container you can with water, and to be safe, boil it before drinking. Oh, all right. Jiang Xiu followed her instructions. Pots, bowls, anything that could hold water. She filled them all to the brim. Xiao, do you have any food at home? Even with water, you won't last long. Jiang Xiu rummaged through everything edible in the house, placed it on the coffee table, and reported to her best friend 2 packs of hawthorn sticks and some digestive pills. That's it. That's all. You with this, how long can I survive? Jiang Xiu asked weakly. Personally, I think you'd last longer if you didn't eat those. Seriously, even if you only come home a few times a month, how can you have so? Jiang Xiu grimaced, I can't control myself. If there's any food in the house, I'll eat it all. So I just stopped buying anything. Oh, I just ordered takeout. Maybe the delivery guy is already in the elevator. When she said that, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Girl, not to be mean, but the world is ending and you're still expecting your takeout to arrive on time. What if the delivery guy is? Jiang Xiu clung to a sliver of hope. Sister, listen to me, don't get your hopes up. Even if your delivery arrives, don't go out to get it unless the delivery person is a woman. If it's a man, for heaven's sake, don't open the door. Just now I saw outside, many men were dragging women into alleys. You're too pretty, opening the door would just be a wasted sacrifice. Remember, in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the zombies, but human hearts. One more thing, in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is human hearts. You, how do you know so much? And you don't seem scared. Both were women of the same age, but their psychological resilience was vastly different. I feel it's okay, actually. Maybe it's because I've watched a lot of zombie movies over the years. Jiang Xiu suddenly understood. Everyone has different hobbies. She had never watched these heavy movies before. She sighed deeply. If the world really ends up ruled by zombies, I think I'll choose to jump off the building. Don't be so pessimistic. I just saw on a forum that some people have awakened special abilities. Maybe you have one too. Xiao, I have another call coming in. They'll talk to you later. Remember, don't be pessimistic. If your delivery arrives, and it's a man, absolutely do not open the door no matter what he says. Even if he leaves it at the door, don't go out to get it. He might rush in when you open the door. Got it. Jiang Xiu hung up the phone. After hearing her best friend's words, she became interested. She started browsing forums and videos. Some people had awakened abilities. Such an absurd thing had happened. But then again, with a zombie crisis, anything was possible. For now, this was her only way to understand the outside world. She watched several videos. The same everywhere across the country. Zombies everywhere. In the streets, shops, malls, total chaos. 99% of people were fleeing in terror, but 1% were picking up weapons and fighting back. She saw a muscular man holding a baseball bat taking down a zombie with one blow to the head. Honestly, she admired these people who could face such monsters head-on. If it were her, she would have collapsed and been unable to move. Next video. The way to overcome fear is to face it. Fellow netizens, zombies are really nothing to be afraid of. They have less brain than a dog. A new era is dawning. Woohoo. 10 kills. Folks, I think I have a serious violent streak. I just blew a zombie's head off, and not only am I not scared, I'm a little excited. How dare these people? Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your delivery is here. Is anyone home? Hello, your delivery is here. Is anyone home? The knocking made Jiang Xiu, who was curled up on the sofa scrolling through videos, look up. After talking to her best friend, her fear had eased a bit and hunger was returning. The delivery had arrived. The delivery was here. She couldn't help but swallow. There was nothing to eat at home, and this meal might let her hold on for a few. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the delivery number. Without a second thought, she answered. Delivery. I'm at the office, not home. Just leave it on the floor by the door. She felt her words were perfectly reasonable. All right. The call ended. Soon on the app, she received a photo of her meal placed just behind the door, reachable with a single step. Gazing at the food, her hunger intensified. Barefoot, she crept cautiously to the door. Peering through the peephole for over a minute, she saw no one. The delivery driver must have left. She gently grasped the door handle. A flash of her best friend's warning crossed her mind. But since she had said she wasn't home, surely the driver wouldn't still. Yes, he should be gone. She reassured herself silently. With that thought, she abruptly pressed down the handle, then quickly released it, opening and closing the door in a mere instant. She then pressed her eye to the peephole again. Better safe than sorry. What if the driver was still out there? She had no intention of being toyed with. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply as a figure stood up, startling her into a backward stumble. Oh my God! He was hiding right under the peephole. Thank goodness she tested it. Otherwise, as a beautiful, high-quality woman living alone, she would have been in grave danger. Miss Jiang, I know you're home. Please just open the door and let me hide inside. It's too dangerous out here. Monsters are everywhere, devouring people. The delivery man outside began frantically knocking and begging. He knew Jiang Shiyu was home. As a frequent delivery driver, he knew many people claimed not to be home when they actually were asking him to leave the food outside. And given the widespread chaos outside, her insistence on leaving it at the door only confirmed she was inside. Miss Jiang, I'm begging you, please open up. There are too many monsters out there. Just let me hide for a while, and I'll leave as soon as it's safe. Please. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Jiang Shiyu didn't reply. Under normal circumstances, she might have helped, but this was the apocalypse. She couldn't put herself in danger. Sorry, but you're on your own. Her silence was deafening. Jiang Shiyu, can't you hear me? Open the door. Damn it. Open the fucking door. How can you be so heartless? The delivery man grew frantic, kicking the door with all his might. Terrified Jiang Shiyu stumbled backward, scanning for a weapon. A thought struck her, and she dashed to the kitchen, grabbing a fruit knife. Clutching it tightly, she watched the trembling door and swallowed hard. She had watched some self-defense videos for women. Even with the knife in hand, she was terrified, doing nothing. Her breathing grew rapid. She feared her skills might only provoke him further. Open the fucking door. If I get in there, I'll fucking kill you. The kicks grew more violent. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Just as she was utterly panicked and at a loss, the kicking abruptly stopped and voices drifted in. Are you an idiot? Making all that noise, you'll attract the zombies from the fire escape. That voice. She had heard it before. It was the neighbor across the hall. Bro, I didn't want to do this. It's just too terrifying outside. The lady here won't let me in. I'll give you her food if you let me. What? Can anyone believe this? Come on in. What? Seriously? You're not refusing. My food. Through the peephole, Jiang Shiyu saw the delivery man carrying her meal to the neighbor's door. The danger was over, but so was her dinner. Hungry. So hungry. Baby wants to eat. She could already imagine the two men across the hall devouring the steak and broccoli she had ordered. Whimper. So hungry. Across the hall, Lin Bei stared at the delivery man who had entered his home, a flicker of pity and cruelty in his eyes. Kindness. No. Training. Yes. In this apocalypse, one must not only adapt to gruesome sights, thick smells of blood and stench, but also to facing zombies. Suddenly, he noticed a deep bite mark on the delivery man's arm and smiled with relief. Saved him the trouble. Good. You've been bitten. The delivery man, upon hearing this, panicked, hiding the bitten arm behind his back. Just a crazy person bit me. It shouldn't spread that virus. Is that so? Lin Bei watched him with keen interest. At this moment, his physical attributes had already peaked at the human limit, not to mention his Desert Eagle with infinite ammo. Was there any need to fear a single zombie? He was waiting for him to change. Seeing that Lin Bei had no intention of kicking him out, the delivery man sighed in relief, then shook his head. A bit dizzy. Must be from running too. The delivery man tried to reassure himself, but his shaking grew more frequent. His vision darkened, consciousness fading until everything went black. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor. Lin Bei smiled. Perfect. Meanwhile, across the hall, Jiang Shiyu pressed her ear to the door. This wasn't a high-end complex. The doors were barely 10 meters apart, and she could clearly hear the conversation. She naturally heard about the bite. She was deeply concerned for her neighbor's safety, knowing she would inevitably need to ask for his help. Apart from water, she had absolutely no food. Hawthorn strips. Come on. Those only made her hungrier. They were for her diet. Hiya. Soon. She heard a low, guttural growl. She knew it was the delivery man turning into a zombie. Across the hall, Lin Bei watched the rising delivery man. His face was ashen, veins, bulging eyes clouded like late-stage cataracts. With jaws wide open, he lunged at Lin Bei like a wild beast. Lin Bei kicked him away. The immense force sent him flying. He distinctly felt several ribs break, but the delivery man felt nothing, scrambling up to charge again. Another kick. This repeated several times. Like a bot, Lin Bei pulled out a prepared fruit knife and drove it into his temple, deep into the brain. Easy. No pressure. To ensure safety, he drew his gun and fired several shots into its head before hoisting the corpse and tossing it out the window. No feeling. After finishing, Lin Bei felt a sense of lingering thrill. He knew it was a shift in mindset. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Not to mention his physical prowess. With that infinite ammo Desert Eagle, this zombie was destined to be nothing but a bot before him. What's happening? Was he bitten or not? Jiang Shiyu, with her ear pressed to the door, was extremely tense. Suddenly, there was silence. No more zombie growls or sounds of struggle. She thought she heard a few strange noises, but didn't pay much attention. All she cared about was whether her neighbor would forget it or just throw it away. Lin Bei glanced at the takeout the delivery guy had brought in, thought for a moment, and tossed it out the window. Who knew if it had been contaminated, given this was the apocalypse now? Then he checked the corridor through the peephole. Good. The commotion from the delivery guy's kicking hadn't attracted any zombies. The hallway was safe. Jiang Shiyu from across the hall would only come to him when she was at her wit's end. Lin Bei lay on the sofa scrolling through videos. Suddenly someone DM'd him. It was the owner's group for Building 30. Owner Unit 1302, Building 30. Owner Unit 1301, Building 30. Handsome, I heard some scuffling from your place just now. Are you okay? Lin Bei, I'm fine. It's handled. Jiang Shiyu, impressive. Jiang Shiyu handsome about that the delivery guy brought my food into your place just now. If it's convenient, could you give it back to me? Lin Bei, why didn't you say so earlier? I was afraid it might be contaminated, so I just tossed it out the window. Here'll transfer $100 to you as an apology. Politeness above all. Lin Bei directly sent a red envelope to Jiang Shiyu in the group. While the internet still worked, he sought a bit of amusement. Jiang Shiyu's face darkened instantly. Wow, this guy was so disgusting. What use was money at a time like this? For crying out loud. Owner Unit 1201. MC bro, it's the apocalypse, and you threw away food. Aren't you afraid of starving? Owner Unit 1001. Anyone have extra food and water at home? They'll buy it at a high price as much as you have. Owner Unit 202. I'm paying top dollar too. Jiang Shiyu, I'll pay top dollar too. Owner Unit 1201. I just went to the supermarket today. Besides 2 bags of rice, I have plenty of vegetables and meat. I live alone and can spare food for one more person. Anyone interested can come to my place, but women only. Add me as a friend and send a selfie first. Owner Unit 1601. Damn, how can there be someone so disgusting in our building? We should unite and wait for rescue. Acting like this, aren't you afraid of being held accountable later? Owner Unit 1201. Lady, are you kidding me? Wait for rescue. You don't think this zombie crisis is limited to just our area, do you? This is nationwide. I have friends studying abroad, and it's broken out there too. Still waiting for rescue. Take your time. They'll say it again. Anyone interested, add me and send a selfie. Only one spot available. Lin Bei chuckled. He hadn't expected everyone to realize the importance of food so quickly. Normal households usually had some stock, except for those who only came home a few times a month, those used to ordering takeout, or those who had just run out and hadn't replenished yet. Hunger could break a person. He had experienced it before. Skipping a day was fine, but the second day your body would send signals craving carbs and protein intensely. By the third day, that craving would become overwhelming, driving you to search everywhere for food, willing to do almost anything for a single bite. Owner Unit 1201. Image. To prove his wealth, he posted several photos showing all kinds of supplies. Besides regular food, there were plenty of vegetarian options, several boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, whole boxes of Snickers bars, and meat floss cakes. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. This guy was a bit foolish. Didn't he know the rule of not flaunting your wealth? In the apocalypse, food was wealth. Either he was naive, or he had the means to show off without fearing anyone in the building. Either way, it was none of his business, because his eyes were only on Jiang Shiyu across the hall. As for Jiang Shiyu, at that moment, after drinking a bit of plain water, she was lying peacefully on the bed, listening to music. She was learning the art of stillness from a turtle to reduce her bodis energy consumption. The less she moved, the longer she could survive. Day 2 of the apocalypse. Early morning. As the July breeze blew and sunlight filled the window panes, Lin Bei woke from his slumber. After a rare long phone call with his girlfriend, he hung up and got out of bed. A beautiful day. He fried 2 eggs, brewed a cup of black coffee, pan-seared a steak, made a chicken burger, and boiled a pack of instant noodles. He brought it all to the balcony and savored it while watching the zombies below. Adaptation began with the little things in daily life. After the darkest, most chaotic day yesterday, there were no more screams today. Instead, there was silence, an eerie silence. The zombies below wandered aimlessly without making a sound, while the air was thick with the stench of blood and a nauseating odor. Master-only action leads to a story. Don't you want to unlock bonds and gain power? It's the second day of the apocalypse, and you still haven't gone to charm the beauty across the hall. Lin Bei leisurely cut a piece of steak and brought it to his mouth. System. You know, the year I spent delivering takeout taught me one thing: a simp ends up with nothing in the end. I, Lin Bei, will never be a simp. I won't make the first move. But this morning you were the one who called Bei in you first and gave her all kinds of advice. Attention. It's mutual between us. We only parted temporarily out of necessity. Besides, wasn't it she who called me last night saying she was scared and needed to hear my voice to fall asleep? Master Bei Inu was your girlfriend before the system awakened. Even though you've had over 20 centimeters of negative contact with her, and even though she's only ever been with you, she still can't activate the collection. You want kill zombies and you want pick up new girls. Aren't you in any rush to improve your strength? Take my advice. While the internet still works, learn from the owner of Unit 1201. Post your supplies in the group and plenty of women will definitely message you privately. Lin Bei shook his head. Quality over quantity, buddy. I don't fancy just any ordinary woman. So picky. It's not about being picky. Truly high-quality women won't easily stoop to begging for a bite to eat. When they've exhausted their supplies and reached their physical limit, they'd choose to end their own lives. Next door. Jiang Shiyu also woke from her dreams. After letting out a few groans, she habitually ordered breakfast, then went to the balcony to enjoy the morning sun. Of course, she had to savor her vacation. Last night, she had a nightmare. She dreamed it was the apocalypse. Ridiculous, right? Wait. The apocalypse. It wasn't a dream. She sat up abruptly and looked down. Dense figures were wandering endlessly. Upon closer inspection, they were all horrifying zombies. Gurgle at the same time. Her stomach growled. An extreme hunger pulled her back to reality. She calculated that she hadn't eaten for nearly 20 hours. For an ordinary person it might be bearable, but she usually only ate until she was 30 to 50% full, so now she was suffering terribly from hunger. Her gaze drifted to the neighbor's balcony. For crying out loud. Eating so much this early. Steak, fried eggs, instant noodles, a burger. Jiang Shiyu swallowed hard, utterly unable to control herself. She rarely ate instant noodles, even once a year, too unhealthy. But now even if she could only have the broth, she'd lick the bowl clean. She sniffed the air wildly as if she could already smell the tempting aroma of the noodles. Seriously, who eats a breakfast like this during the apocalypse? What kind of conditions did he have? To be honest, yesterday, she didn't believe Lin Bei when he said he threw her takeout away. But after seeing this breakfast, she believed him. Lin Bei looked about her age and was quite handsome. He couldn't be so foolish as to not plan for future consumption. It could only mean one thing: his food reserves were incredibly abundant. Or, this was his final indulgence. No, she couldn't look. Jiang Shiyu quickly closed her eyes and chanted in her mind, "He's eating crap, he's eating crap, That was the only way to achieve mental balance. But, even if it was crap, she desperately wanted to eat it. Jiang Shiyu. I'm so hungry. Noon. Lin Bai's lunch consisted of braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, blackfish soup, and a stir-fried cabbage. After his body had been strengthened, he craved meat with an insatiable hunger, devouring 2 full bowls of rice. Satisfied and full, he lay down on the balcony for a nap. Next door, Jiang Shiyu, who was basking in the sun in a tortoise-like posture, heard her stomach growl repeatedly. Though her eyes were closed, she secretly cracked one open, fixated on the leftover food on Lin Bai's small table. Wow, how could this man be so wasteful? Why didn't he clean the meat off the ribs? What is he going to do? Hey, there's still meat on them. He's not going to throw them out the window, is he? Leave them for me to suck on. Hey, those bones could still make some soup with water. How can this man be so wasteful? Does he even know how to live? Whoa, why? We're both human. Why can someone eat until they're stuffed while she has to imitate a turtle just to survive a little longer? This was only the second day of the apocalypse. She already felt she couldn't hold on much longer. Though she had water to drink, it could never replace the satisfaction of food. Her entire body was sending signals, urging her to find sustenance to replenish her energy. Strictly speaking, it was the first day of the apocalypse since it had erupted at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Not even 24 hours had passed. She pulled out her phone to call her best friend. She couldn't hold on any longer. There was a message in the group chat. Owner 1201 image. JPG image. JPG image. JPG. I made braised pork today. Any beautiful lady want to come over for a taste? Just be my girlfriend for an hour. Pretty good deal, right? 1502 disgusting. Where's the group admin? Kick this guy out. He's a disgrace to our building. Owner 1201, I like your tough talk. Hope you won't be the first to come begging in a few days. Anyway, I'm off to enjoy my lunch. Staring at the pictures that person had posted. Jiang Shiyu swallowed hard, licking her lips greedily. Those fatty braised pork pieces, she would have never glanced at them before, now seemed so tender. If only she could have them with a mouthful of rice drenched in the rich sauce. Such pure calorie. The meat is rotten. The rice is stale. Jiang Shiyu's tears of frustration streamed down as she called her best friend. Yu, I'm so hungry. I can barely stand it. It's so hard. I want to jump off the building. Her voice carried a hint of despair. This hunger was different. In the past, when she managed her figure, she had endured hunger, but food was always within reach. Now she would remain hungry indefinitely, and on top of that, she had to worry about zombies breaking in. Xiaoyu, if it's really that bad, why not ask your neighbor for some food? Jiang Shiyu's voice trembled with fear. Didn't you say that in the apocalypse men are the most dangerous? My neighbor is a guy around my age. He looks handsome, but who knows if he might lose control and pounce on me. Just thinking about it scares me. Xiaoyu, it's wise to be cautious of men, but you have to survive first. You've always been alone. But sometimes having someone to rely on isn't a bad thing. Since you say he's handsome, your neighbor must be good looking. Have you thought about becoming his woman? His woman? Jiang Shiyu was stunned. She never expected her best friend to suggest such a thing. But then she thought, if she became his woman, she could sit beside him and enjoy that food. She swore she would gnaw those ribs clean and then boil the bones into soup. But I only know he's handsome. I don't know his personality, whether he's violent, cold-hearted, or a player. What if he's not a good person? What if he's a womanizer? Her best friend fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke softly. Sis, you're going there to survive, not to be a princess. This is the apocalypse now. He's not just your boyfriend, he's your meal ticket and your shield. To be precise, he's your lifeline. That's true. And honestly, I'd rather he be a bad guy. In times like these, only villains live long. As long as he doesn't trade you away, you can stay by his side. But there's a catch: you need to make sure he can provide food and safety and confirm whether he has the ability to survive long-term in this apocalypse. Feelings can grow over time. Living is better than dying, isn't it? You're so young, so beautiful. There's so much in this world you haven't seen, so many things you haven't tried, so many places you haven't been. Would you really be willing to die like this? Thank you, Yu. You really care about me. You're such a good friend. If it weren't for you, I might have actually chosen to jump in a few more days. Of course, you're the one I've chosen as my best sister. I hope we both live long enough to meet again. She hung up. Jiang Xiyu now had a goal and motivation to keep living. She tilted her head, slightly peeking through the crack at the man next door. Sunlight bathed him, accentuating his handsomeness. To be honest, his looks perfectly matched her aesthetic, and his build and height were also to her liking. Moreover, since he had taken down zombies alone, he clearly had the ability to survive in this apocalypse. She just didn't know what kind of person he was. She thought it over again. Maybe she could hold out a little longer. Perhaps the authorities would send help to rescue them. Deep down, she still clung to a sliver of hope. Time passed. It was now the third day at 5 in the afternoon. 48 hours had passed since the apocalypse erupted. Not counting water, she hadn't had any carbs or protein for over 50 hours. She felt her body was nearing its limit. Outside, as usual, zombies filled the streets and the neighborhood. Occasionally, a few agonizing screams echoed through I never thought I'd end up like this. Jiang Xiyu laughed bitterly. She had always believed herself to be independent and strong, yet after the apocalypse, she was so fragile. For a bite of food, she was forced to give herself away. Pathetic. Pitiful. Miserable. She went to the bathroom, applied a light layer of makeup. Her features and skin were so beautiful that even a touch of cosmetics made her stunning. She then took a fruit knife from the kitchen and hid it in her clothes. If the man was too disgusting, too impatient, if he tried to touch her right away, wanted her body from the start, and sought to claim everything she had, she would have no choice but to take another path. Go. Jiang Xiyu, you can definitely do it. Jiang Xiyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror with great satisfaction. Her white short-sleeved shirt and celadon jeans made her appear incredibly pure and adorable. Go. She approached the door. First, she peered through the peephole to ensure the corridor was free of zombies. Then she carefully opened the door, making as little noise as possible. Stepping outside, she closed and locked the fire escape door. Her main fear wasn't anything else. It was the possibility of zombies emerging from the fire escape while she knocked. Over the past tens of hours, she had mentally prepared herself for various scenarios and refused to let a minor oversight lead to a bite. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, Lin Bei, can you hear me? It's Jiang Xiyu, your neighbor across the hall. Jiang Xiyu gently knocked on Lin Bei's door while keeping an eye on the fire escape entrance. With a creak, the door opened. Lin Bei looked at the captivating Jiang Xiyu at his doorstep with slight surprise. He was a man of immense patience and had prepared for a prolonged siege, fully intending to wait until she came begging. But he never expected her to arrive just 3 days into the apocalypse. Was her stockpile so meager? As the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted out. Jiang Xiyu greedily inhaled the air, the scent of fish of meat. Every cell in her body reveled in these fragrances. Is there something you need? Jiang Xiyu shyly lowered her head, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear while I have no food left at home. I've been starving for days. Would it be convenient? Would it be possible for me to have a meal? Come in first. Once inside, Jiang Xiyu surveyed his living room. It was clean and minimalist with nothing superfluous. Such a tidy space suggested he was a decent person. A few days ago, I heard the delivery guy who entered your apartment turned into a zombie. Where's his body? I threw it out the window, Lin Bei said as he carried a freshly stewed pot of spare rib soup from the kitchen to the small dining table on the balcony. As he passed Jiang Xiyu, her eyes widened and tears of longing uncontrollably streamed from the corners of her mouth. Spare rib and corn soup. My absolute favorite. Meat. So much meat. Not those scrawny little ribs, but huge ones laden with flesh, even sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Next came a sweet and sour fish. Then braised pork belly. Stir-fried chives with eggs. Finally, a cold cucumber salad was served. The rice in the bowl was packed solid. Oh my goodness. 3 dishes, 1 soup, plus a cold appetizer. Was this really the kind of meal one should have in the apocalypse? His refrigerator. How many supplies did he have? Jiang Xiyu stood still waiting for Lin Bei's invitation because she noticed there were 2 bowls of rice. She was thrilled. With just one word from Lin Bei, she would dash to the table. In her imagination, they would gradually get along, sparks would fly, and naturally, they would be together where she would give him everything. That was the normal course of interaction. After preparing dinner, Lin Bei stretched and looked at Jiang Xiyu. Today her outfit lacked seduction but was overflowing with youthful vitality like an innocent college girl. He even thought of a title, Pure Long-Legged College Girl's Night at a Delivery Guy's Home. MP4. Want something to eat? Lin Bei asked, sitting on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, leaning back slightly with a languid air. Jiang Xiyu stood obediently before the coffee table, head bowed. Have you thought about what you'll use to trade? Lin Bei's flat voice shattered her beautiful illusions. I can do housework. I can cook for you. I can trade my labor. Jiang Xiyu replied with a slightly grim expression but forced a smile. She knew exactly what Lin Bei truly wanted. She had known all along. But she hadn't expected him to be so blunt that it pained her greatly. She was after all an inexperienced girl. Though she had prepared herself before coming, she truly didn't want her first time to be a transaction. I can do all that myself. Your presence holds no value, it would only waste my food reserves. They'll only eat a little, just a tiny bit. Just one meal, that's all. You have so much food, this won't make a difference. Come on, we're neighbors, hee. Jiang Shiyu gestured with her fingers, smiling ingratiatingly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's true that this little bit won't matter to me, but why should I give it to you for nothing? We are neighbors, yes, but we've never had any interaction. There's no goodwill between us. Fair exchange. If you want to eat, bring something of equal value. Hearing Lin Bai's emotionless words, the last shred of Jiang Shiyu's hopeful fantasy shattered. She removed a delicate necklace from her fair neck, forcing a smile. This was a birthday gift from my best friend. It cost tens of thousands back then. Surely it's worth. Lin Bei laughed a mocking laugh. Miss Jiang, before the apocalypse it might have been valuable. But now, do you think it's worth even a pack of instant noodles? Jiang Shiyu's expression soured. She glanced at the boxes of instant food by the living room wall. Then I'll trade it for a pack of noodles and a sausage. How about that? That's nothing to you. Lin Bai's smile widened. Miss Jiang, that was just an example. Don't take it literally. Do you think if you took that necklace to the owner of apartment 1201, what could you get in return? Then what do you want? Don't you already know what I want? When you decided to knock on a man's door begging for food, weren't you already Your haggling now is just an attempt to preserve your last shred of dignity. You didn't want to give up your most precious thing for a meal, but the pangs of hunger still drove you to this decision. You fantasized that I would be easy to deal with, or maybe that I'd be a simp. You thought with a pitiful act and a smile I'd let you eat, didn't you? At these words, Jiang Shiyu's face grew even darker. Lin Bai's words perfectly echoed her innermost thoughts. Before the apocalypse, with her stunning looks and figure, countless people had wanted to treat her to meals. Many wealthy men and heirs had been rejected by her. She knew their true intentions were merely to sleep with her. But those men had maintained a semblance of restraint. Lin Bei, however, was brutally direct, so direct that she wanted to turn and leave immediately. It wounded what little pride and self-respect she had left. She wished he would just pounce on her like a beast so she could stab him without any guilt. Why the silence? Lin Bei stood up and walked toward her step by step. Are you thinking him too blunt? Do you find me Don't come near me. As he approached, Jiang Shiyu backed away in fear until her back hit the door. She looked pitiful and helpless, her frightened eyes and expression stirring excitement. One hand slipped behind her, gripping the knife hidden at her waist. Come closer. Come closer. Inwardly, she desperately wanted this disgusting man to lunge at her. Only at close range could she strike a fatal blow. She was acutely aware of the strength disparity between men and women. He stopped when he was just half a meter away from Jiang Shiyu. He was actually quite tempted to experience what it felt like to be a beast, but the requirement for the compendium's collection was her voluntary consent. There were many forms of consent. He knew that if he invited her to share a few meals, spending intimate time together in this post-apocalyptic environment, coupled with his own appearance, it would only take a few days before she willingly shed her garments. But why should he do that? Besides, it was too slow. He had patience for fishing, but once the fish was hooked, he had no patience to keep it. Right now, he urgently needed to improve himself. He had another path to choose to shatter her pride and self-respect, making her understand that the only way to continue surviving was to become his woman. Then by offering a little kindness at the right moment, she would naturally become very obedient. At that time, she would believe that everything she had was given by him, not something she deserved. She would do whatever he asked. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Pushing too hard would only backfire. Looking at Jiang Shiyu, who had one hand behind her back, he smiled and said, "What's still carrying a knife? Are you thinking that if I, driven by lust, pounce on you, you could kill me without any psychological burden? Then inherit my food and scrape by in this apocalypse?" Jiang Shiyu was stunned. She had never imagined that this man could see she was carrying a knife. Her grip on the knife tightened and loosened. She felt completely exposed before him, as if he knew every thought in her mind. Her expression was extremely grim. He knew she had a knife. Could she still kill him? Do you think that even if you kill me, you can truly survive in this apocalypse? Jiang Shiyu was stunned again. Could she? She didn't know. Do you think relying solely on yourself you have the mental fortitude to overcome the fear of zombies, eh? Or would you rather live in disgrace than die in honor, never stepping out the door until your food runs out? Jiang Shiyu remained silent. With your looks and figure, there are definitely people in this building who have their eyes on you. Do you think you can fend them off alone? Have you ever thought about waking up in the middle of the night to find a strange man standing beside you staring at you, eh? Her fists involuntarily clenched. When a group of men break down your door and charge at you with lecherous grins, do you think you'll have the courage to face them with a knife? At that point, do you think you'll have the courage to turn the blade on yourself? Even if you have the courage, you won't die instantly. Before death, you'll still clearly feel what's happening to your body. With every word he spoke, her expression grew uglier by the minute. Enough. Stop it. Jiang Shiyu almost screamed, suddenly pulling a fruit knife from her waist and holding it between herself and Lin Bei. Tears streamed down her face. Every word Lin Bei said was something she feared. I just want to survive. Is that so hard? Why has the world turned into this damned state? If you hadn't thrown away my takeout, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Do you have any idea how painful it is to starve? Do you know what it's like to be woken up by hunger in the middle of the night, and have to force yourself back to sleep. Do you know what it's like to have nothing to eat and have to fill your stomach with water? You have so much food. Would it kill you to share a little? Do I have to strip naked and beg on my knees? So you brought a knife to my place? I didn't want to butt him a woman. Don't I need to protect myself? I don't know if you're underestimating men or overestimating yourself. Let's not even talk about your physical condition after starving for days. Don't you think that even if I were driven by lust I wouldn't check? You can't be naive enough to think that with a knife you could successfully turn the tables and kill me, can you? As he spoke, Lin Bei reached out and snatched the fruit knife from her hand, which shattered what little composure Jiang Shiyu had left. Even her only means of self-defense was gone. Sobbing uncontrollably, the hunger and fear she had endured for days, the suppressed emotions she had held back for so long, finally broke through her defenses. She crouched on the ground and wept. She was in despair. Come on, trample her. Men were all disgusting creatures. After they were done with her, she would jump from the building. She was truly fed up with this life without a shred of hope. When she lifted her head again, she saw 2 packs of steak, a head of broccoli, and 2 eggs placed before her. Lin Bei, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, stopped and said, "You said you came to my place because I threw away your takeout. Now I'm giving you double in return. If you think you can survive on this, take it and leave. I won't stop you." Jiang Shiyu was stunned. Really? She was overjoyed. He was actually kind. She had never expected to get all this without giving anything in return. With this she could hold out for a few more days. But what about a few days later? The thought struck her. She didn't want to endure that feeling again. Her gaze returned to Lin Bei. Call him disgusting. He wasn't really that disgusting. At least he hadn't forcibly taken her when she was defenseless. They had no prior connection. Helping was a favor, not helping was understandable. And what he said wasn't just scaremongering, it was the reality she had to face. He was just being pragmatic. Every time she went home, she could feel the burning gazes of the male neighbors from the same building in the elevator. These days she had to endure not only the fear of zombies breaking into her home, but also the threat of ill-intentioned people trying to pick her lock while she slept. This was the apocalypse. There were no rules. People could do whatever they wanted. At the same time, she remembered her best friend's advice on what to look for in a man. The Lin Bei before her fit the description: perfectly pragmatic, intelligent, strong, and most importantly, very handsome. She had once seen the owner of apartment 1201, a typical shuden otaku. She stared at the food before her, lost in thought. After her outburst, the emotions she had suppressed for days had eased. The immediate food crisis was solved, but now she was thinking about the future. Her gaze drifted to the dining table on the balcony. She wanted to eat that. But she was afraid. Afraid that if she spoke, Lin Bei would shatter what little pride she had left. It would be no different from him pressing her to the ground and humiliating her. She couldn't accept that. She would rather die. Jumping from the 13th floor, landing head first. No pain, just release. After hesitating for a long time, she stared at the dining table on the balcony and spoke. I want to eat that. After she spoke, her heart was filled with trepidation. Her 2 pale, clenched fists tightened. Lin Bei put down his phone, walked to the dining table on the balcony, and sat down. Put those in the fridge, then come over and eat. Okay. Jiang Shiyu was overjoyed. He didn't mention it. He didn't bring it up. When she made that request, she had implicitly agreed to exchange everything she had. She had already cast aside all her pride and most of her self-respect. She knew that Lin Bei understood this as well. This was his way of preserving her last shred of dignity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excitedly, she put the food in front of her into the fridge. When she opened the fridge door, she was completely stunned. No wonder he ate so well every meal. His stockpile was incredibly massive. She swallowed hard. Carefully, she walked over and sat down beside him. Turning her head, she saw the lounge chair where she had once enjoyed the sun and slept. Finally, she had made it here and sat down. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks. This was a very ordinary meal, but at this moment, every cell in her body was singing with excitement. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. I'm going to eat now. Go ahead. With his confirmation, Jiang Shiyu's trembling hand picked up a piece of corn. She placed it on the rice and took a deep, savoring suck. The sweet and savory juice flowed down her throat into her stomach, and she felt as though she had been reborn. Uncontrollable tears fell. She had finally eaten something. Mom, Dad, your daughter has made it. With a piece of corn in hand, she voraciously devoured 2 large mouthfuls of rice. As the carbohydrates settled in her stomach, her entire body trembled slightly with sheer satisfaction. Utter, overwhelming satisfaction. Meat. She craved meat. Her gaze locked onto a rib bone laden with succulent flesh. Just as her chopsticks were about to seize it, she paused, casting a cautious glance at Lin Bei, fearing that taking this piece might provoke his anger. Having rice to eat was already a luxury. Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased. This was precisely the effect he desired. Smiling, he said, "Go ahead, eat as much as you like. Eat your fill." Without further hesitation, Jiang Shiyu scooped it into her bowl. With the first bite, the tender, savory flavor melted on her tongue, and in that instant she felt as though she had ascended to paradise. A soft moan of contentment escaped her throat. Bliss. Pure bliss. She had never imagined a single meal could bring such ecstasy. Truly, she had never realized she could be this ravenous. After finishing one bowl, she asked Lin Bei if she could have more. Receiving his affirmation, she filled another bowl to the brim, her mind now consumed by nothing but the act of eating. Figure management. Huh. She was starving. Eating had never felt so satisfying, so utterly fulfilling. Finally, she downed a large bowl of rib soup, reluctantly concluding the dinner. Setting aside her gnawing hunger, Lin Bei's culinary skills were simply extraordinary. Every bite was a delight. Her once flat belly was now round and full. "I'll wash the dishes." Jiang Xiu volunteered eagerly as she saw Lin Bei finishing his meal. She felt alive again. This meal had been pure bliss. She had almost single-handedly devoured an entire plate of ribs, stealing glances at Lin Bei's expression with each piece she took. Yet seeing no trace of displeasure on his face, she was deeply moved. Such precious meat, and he let her eat freely. Before coming, she had braced herself for the worst, losing her dignity, surviving on his leftovers. But instead she was allowed to eat her fill until she was stuffed, until she could eat no more. "Just finished eating, let's rest a while first." "No rush," Lin Bei said, lying down and half closing his eyes. As a man blessed with a system, he knew the value of restraint. He understood that if he pounced on her now, Jiang Xiu would not refuse. But he was clear on the difference between a single feast and endless meals. He didn't want to spend his nights restless. Excessive pressure would only breed rebellion. Moderation would make her increasingly compliant. With a soft hum, Jiang Xiu mimicked him and lay down. Her stomach full of food filled her with joy. She even wondered if she should nestle into his arms and let him caress her for comfort. Though she had been starved for days, she hadn't lost much weight. Her touch would surely be pleasant. She was still untouched by worldly matters. Yet she knew that men enjoyed touching women. This was the only value she could offer him. The more she looked at him, now the more satisfied she felt. As for what was about to happen to her, beyond nervousness and fear, there was a growing sense of anticipation. If this treatment were to be daily, she would eagerly get the formalities over with now. She asked for nothing more than not to be abandoned or traded away. "System, I have a question. If I recruit her, and she dies, will the bond one awakened disappear?" Lin Bei asked. "Reply to Master: once both the dependency and affection levels reach 90%, it will be permanently unlocked." 90%, huh? That's manageable. Like an exam, scoring 100 is tough, but 90 is easily attainable. They rested for a full hour. Lin Bei got up and went to the sofa to turn on the TV, determined to enjoy the electricity and internet while they lasted. Seeing him rise, Jiang Xiu followed his instructions and washed the dishes with water from. After finishing, she returned to the living room. After a moment of hesitation, she plopped down beside Lin Bei, pressing her shapely thigh tightly against her shoulder, brushing his. Watching a zombie movie on the screen, she murmured softly, "I have no experience. I don't know what to do. Before coming, I just took a shower." Her fair face flushed crimson with shyness. Now that she was full, it was time to let him have his fill. He had preserved her last shred of dignity. She couldn't be ungrateful. What needed to be given must be given. It was a mutual exchange. "Sit in front of me." With a soft sound of assent, Lin Bei shifted back, spreading his legs apart. The posture resembled riding an electric scooter from behind. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder as they watched the show. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Her body was stiff at first, but soon relaxed. Recruitment successful. Successfully recruited a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90. Received a small exquisite gift return: Force Pill X10 first grade for those below second stage, restores all expended energy, stamina, and LV1 ability power. System storage space expanded to 10 cubic meters. Activated the innocent bond. Received a small exquisite gift: 10 portions of steak meticulously prepared by an SS level chef. Activated the premium flight attendant bond: your aura and appearance are doubled. Activated the gourmet bond: any food or drink consumed by you and Jiang Xiu will be returned twofold. Activated the fitness enthusiast bond: your and Jiang Xiu's strength are doubled. Detected that Jiang Xiu possesses spatial ability. This ability has been copied to the master. The big prize has arrived. These 3 days of waiting were entirely worth it. Attributes: Master Lin Bei, level human limit. System space 10 cubic meters. Ability space SS grade LV1 passive skill spatial backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10. Strength 10 200. Spirit 10. Physique 10. Items return: Force Pill X10 ESS grade steak X10. Strength assessment: possesses excellent psychological resilience and judgment. As long as he doesn't lose his head, armed with the Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition, he can lead Jiang Xiu through this chaotic world without worry. Gallery members added: Jiang Xiu space, not yet awakened. Bond benefits: Aura 2, Strength 2, double return of consumed resources. Bonds activated. Premium flight attendant 1, aura and appearance doubled. Innate silk stocking Saint 1, double effect of members' stocking wear. Gourmet 1, double return of consumed resources. Fitness enthusiast 1, strength doubled. Innocence 1, strength doubling. How exhilarating. This boost was the most exaggerated, akin to freeloading a low-level strength ability. In the future, he could find more people with the fitness enthusiast bond. 10, 20, 100. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying his strength would become. Lin Bei carried her to bed. Then he began to study this spatial ability alone. Unlike Jiang Xiyu, his ability had already awakened, and just the passive spatial backpack alone was 100 times larger than the system space. 1,000 cubic meters sounded enormous. But in reality, it was merely adequate. 101010. Yet this was enough to store all his supplies with plenty of room to spare. The spatial backpack's time was frozen, and a cup of boiling water placed inside would still be boiling hot when taken out a year later, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. Take it all. Lin Bei ate a ham sausage. Consumed one corn ham sausage, returned to soaring, taking off to the skies. From this moment on, he would never have to worry about food again. His only concern was whether the variety of food was sufficient. System, I've been meaning to ask, what are the criteria for identifying someone as a gourmet or a fitness enthusiast? He was genuinely curious about this. Fitness enthusiast engages in long-term fitness, possesses a very graceful and toned figure and physique. Gourmet has tasted the local specialties of at least 10 cities, requiring them to be prepared by locals. Innate silk stockings, saint physique appearance must be above 90A, body proportions, extremely coordinated legs, slender yet curvaceous. Top-tier flight attendant, her various metrics placed her at the pinnacle of the flight attendant profession. Several wealthy men had offered millions for a dinner date, all of which she refused. She was the cream of the crop, the finest of the elite. So according to you, top-tier flight attendant is tied to her profession. Does that mean there are also top-tier bonds for nurses, doctors, teachers, and so on? Correct. However, based on the population of this world, the probability of encountering a top-tier bond is 1 in 10,000. Consider yourself incredibly lucky to find even one. Honestly, don't even think about getting high-level cards for free. Don't you understand the luck of a protagonist? Lin Bei continued experimenting with his spatial ability. Perhaps due to his low level, it had no other function besides storing and retrieving items. With a flick of his hand, a pellet resembling an appeared. This was the rejuvenation pill just rewarded by the system. He wondered if eating it would double the return. He placed it in his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, it transformed into a rolling wave of warmth surging through his limbs and bones. The energy he had expended in his earlier battle with Jiang Xiyu was replenished, as if that fight had never occurred. A truly marvelous item. Consumed one rejuvenation pill, first grade, returned 2. Lin Bei laughed. He laughed heartily and without restraint. To be honest, even if the system were to vanish right now, his current abilities alone would be enough for him to do whatever he pleased in this apocalypse. It was simply too overpowered. Day 1 of having superpowers, cautious hero. Day 7 of having superpowers, joyful hero. After becoming invincible with superpowers, I don't eat beef. Returning to the bedroom, he placed a rejuvenation pill into Jiang Shiyu's mouth. As the old saying goes, without a certain something, where would the spark of love come from? Besides making her feel perpetually inferior before him, he also wanted her to be completely captivated by his strength. The next day, day 5 of the apocalypse. Noon. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. He gently stroked her smooth, delicate back and opened his eyes. Yesterday, he and Jiang Xiyu had duplicated a large number of rejuvenation pills, increasing their count from 10 to 200. Time to get down to business. Kill zombies. No, that was just a side task. The urgent priority was to find top-tier bond partners. Coincidentally, someone in the group had organized an item exchange on the rooftop. Some lacked water, others lacked rice. They would trade for equivalent value. There were quite a lot of people. Owner 1601, brothers and sisters of building 30, my brother and I have cleared the zombies from the fire escape. The main entrance downstairs is also locked. Everyone can safely come to the rooftop to exchange the food you need. Owners who see this message, please reply received in the group. Those who do not reply will be considered unoccupied by default, and their supplies will be scavenged. X99, he scrolled up through the messages. 5 days into the apocalypse, some who had already overcome their fear were beginning to emerge and make their mark. Jiang Xiyu, lying on his chest, opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing the content on his phone, she said lazily, "Honey, we don't lack food or water. There's no need for us to go to this kind of trade. We'll take a look. Maybe there's something I want. Come back early. Message me if anything happens. I won't go with you. I'm afraid it'll cause you trouble." Jiang Xiyu nuzzled her delicate little face against his chest muscles. In just over a day of contact, she found herself becoming infatuated with him. She never imagined it could feel so good. It felt so good that she even forgot it was the apocalypse. Most importantly, these 2 nights were the most peaceful sleep she had ever had. She didn't have to worry about food, nor about someone trying to break down the door in the middle of the night. It was incredibly reassuring. And for some reason, she suddenly felt he was even more handsome and charismatic. Was this the filter that came with being in love? She felt she could no longer bear to be without him. After lunch, Lin Bei went out. Jiang Xiyu stayed home alone. After he left, she began to list his strengths. 1. Spatial ability. 2. The miraculous medicine that could instantly restore stamina. 3. Virtually unlimited access to water and food. 4. A strong mental fortitude and a calm mind. First point, Lin Bei had once produced a bottle of water from thin air in front of her. When she asked, he said he had awakened a spatial ability and possessed a spatial backpack. Second point, the past 2 days had been incredibly intense. She had been exhausted and weak many times, but Lin Bei gave her a small pill, and she would instantly regain all her strength. Miraculous, overpowered. Third point, this was the apocalypse. For every meal they had at least 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, plus a pot of soup. Fish soup, chicken soup, or pork rib soup. They finished everything cleanly without any restraint. She had once suggested using the leftover pork bones from the meat to make broth, but he just smiled and shook his head. This clearly showed that his food reserves were extremely abundant. Fourth point, no need to elaborate. She didn't think about much else. It was pointless. She only knew one thing: Lin Bei could not only survive long-term in this apocalypse, but he could also live a very comfortable life. In comparison, she was nothing more than a pretty face with a good figure, a vase, and a very timid, frightened one at that, who had even entertained thoughts of suicide. To be fair, she considered herself very beautiful. She had an excellent figure. But across the entire country, she was just one of many beautiful women. Someone like Lin Bei would have countless pretty girls throwing themselves at him. If he were ugly, others might hesitate. But the key was he was very handsome. She didn't want to be abandoned. Or rather, she was afraid of being abandoned. She didn't want to go back to living in constant terror. She had to work hard. She had to prove her worth. It has been detected that Jiang Shiyu's dependency and affection for you have both reached over 90%. The bond unlocked due to her is now permanently unlocked. It's permanently unlocked already. Lin Bei, munching on an Orlin-style chicken leg while climbing the stairs, was stunned. He had never expected it to happen so quickly. To be honest, speaking in a somewhat heartless and realistic manner, Jiang Shiyu no longer held any critical value for him. But, after all, he wasn't a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse. He was a novice too, just a novice with cheats. Jiang Shiyu's innate spatial ability was incredibly powerful, and in the future, when power and internet were cut off, prolonged solitude would drive one insane. Keeping her around was fine. She was very smart. She was also sensible. He quite liked her. Consumed 1 Orlin-style chicken leg, returned 2. So annoying. Can't finish them, absolutely can't finish them. Lin Bei pulled out another one and ate it. Delicious, loved eating it, why not eat? It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. The 16th floor was the top floor. Lin Bei felt something was off. Having delivered food for a year, he had more or less delivered to this building. He vaguely remembered that the residents on the 16th floor were a mother and daughter. How had it become 2 men? He shouldn't be mistaken. There must be a story behind this, but it wasn't his concern. He had only come here to see if there was anyone with an exceptional bond. Hello, please register first. Arriving at the rooftop, a man holding a baseball bat, somewhat tall and sturdy, stopped him. Lin Bei wrote down his information in the notebook. What a pity. He couldn't see the man's talent or level. In this day and age, there were too many people pretending to be weak. Owner of 1301, Lin Bei. Glancing around, there were quite a few people. After registering, he entered the rooftop trading circle. There were many small stalls resembling street vendors, though a rough count showed over a dozen each, with clear exchange information written on signs. 1 bucket of purified water, 1.5 LO exchange for 1 gene of rice. 1 bucket of purified water, 1.5 LO exchange for 1 gene of flour. 1 steak exchange for rice. 1 steak exchange for vegetables and fruits. 1 piece of chicken breast exchange for rice and purified water. 1 cucumber exchange for rice. 10 pieces of silky smooth chocolate exchange for rice flour, instant noodles, and any vegetarian food. 1 vacuum-packed chicken leg exchange for rice flour and instant noodles. All very common food items. It was visible. Everyone's face was haggard, their eyes revealing deep exhaustion. 1,000 grams of gold exchange for any food. Gold in chaotic times. But not gold in the apocalypse. Almost every stall had people stopping to talk except the one offering gold for food. What use was gold in the apocalypse? Ultimate contrast, favorable, level 1. Damn, a goddess. He never expected such a presence in this building. The items displayed before her were also quite intriguing. Many men paused for a moment, and even Lin Bei couldn't help but take a few more glances. White knee-high socks. White cotton socks. Stockings in various colors. Various styles, seductive, sexy, pure, and cute panties. All these items without exception showed clear signs of wear. Looking at her face, she was fairly attractive. To be fair, the standard of female beauty these days was quite high, with a dazzling array of skincare products. As the saying goes, fair skin covers a multitude of flaws. As long as one was fair enough, even slightly normal facial features looked good. Handsome, want 1 pack of instant noodles, and you can pick any 3 of these. I guarantee they're all mine. Name: Chin. Pre-apocalypse identity: human body hardware softening engineer. Appearance rating: 88. Comprehensive rating: 79. Bond ultimate contrast favorable level 1. After bond activation, the potential contrasting personalities of you and the illustrated member increase by 100%. Goddess 1. After bond activation, when you and the illustrated member face requests from others, the rejection rate decreases and the probability of sharing increases 1 to 50 to 100. Foodie 1 after bond activation when you and the illustrated member consume a certain food or drink it will be returned double. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. Innate cuckold Saint 1 after bond activation increases the probability of being cuckolded 1 to 53 to 75, 100. Innate lying Saint 1 after bond activation increases the probability of being deceived 1 to 10 to 53, 100. Unclean intercourse 1 after bond activation increases the probability of contracting diseases during sexual intercourse 1 to 50 to 100. Numerous encounters 1 has had sexual relations with at least 10 or more men after bond activation will receive a high quality and fashionable green hat. 6. 66. 666. System see that. This is the protagonist's luck. Just casually strolling around, and I run into an ultimate bondholder. If you have the guts, collect her into the illustrated guide. You wouldn't understand. The goddess belongs to everyone, not to me personally. I am not worthy of such fortune. Just as he was about to leave, the goddess' soft voice came. Handsome, if it's you after the exchange you can leave an address. Jia will come to your place later and can do anything for you. As she spoke she playfully winked at him. Absolutely not necessary. Lin Bei quickly left. After taking a few more steps, he stopped, his gaze fixed intently on a stall owner, unable to look away. System, your assessment. This is unscientific. Let alone the same residential area, even within the same district, having two individuals with exceptional positive bonds is extremely rare. Two in the same building. This probability is lower than you winning the lottery. It shouldn't happen. Something's wrong. Strange, definitely something is off. You wouldn't understand. Since ancient times in web novels, anyone who awakens a system is the protagonist. The protagonist's luck is not something ordinary people can match. 1 bag of sour, spicy, and boneless lemon chicken feet exchange for rice flour and any high-calorie carbohydrate food. Name Hiyun. Pre-apocalypse identity. Appearance rating 93. Comprehensive rating 91. Level human limit. Ability strength S awakened LV 1 double. Bond ultimate pure female college student 1 after bond activation, the illustrated member's pure style is doubled. Innate stocking Saint 1 after bond activation when the illustrated member wears stockings, their original effect is doubled. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Foodie 1 after bond activation when you and the illustrated member consume a certain food or drink it will be returned double. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Fitness enthusiast 1 after bond activation you and the illustrated member gain double strength 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple. And so on. Untouched 1 after bond activation will receive 1 random small gift. For each additional member, 1 more small gift. Damn. An athlete. A female athlete. This girl, she's got some brains, Lin Bei muttered, staring at her face for a few seconds, genuinely impressed by her skill. Makeup could turn an ugly woman into a beauty, but it could also make a beauty look ugly. Knowing how to conceal herself. Clever. Lin Bei crouched down, pulled a pack of instant noodles from his backpack, and said, "Trade this pack of noodles for your boneless chicken feet." Hiyun was taken aback. She never imagined someone would actually trade food for her snacks. She had only come to the rooftop to soak up some sun, get some vitamin D, and try her luck. It seemed this handsome guy wasn't short on food. Handsome, my boneless chicken feet are a big pack. 1 pack of noodles seems a bit. She wasn't good at haggling, had never even bargained before, but given the circumstances, she had to try for more food. No other reason. Since the evolution began, her need for carbs and protein had grown immensely, and her home's food supplies wouldn't last more than a few days. Is this enough? Lin Bei took out another pack of noodles and a corn-flavored sausage from his backpack. Hiyun's eyes widened. A corn-flavored sausage, her favorite. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Handsome, my spicy and sour boneless chicken with lemon. Miss, if you keep this up it won't be polite. Hiyun's face flushed. She was indeed being too greedy. 2 packs of noodles and a sausage were more than enough for her chicken feet. Deal. Hiyun handed him the chicken feet, while reaching out her dark little hand for the noodles and sausage. Lin Bei completed. This scene made the nearby Bodhisattva woman green with envy. She had been so direct, offering 3 pairs of her underwear and herself for just 1 pack of noodles, yet he refused. Instead, he traded 2 packs of noodles and an extra sausage for a bag of chicken feet. Was chicken feet more appealing than her? Wait. Could he be straight? Didn't he catch my hint? Possible. Jia walked over and crouched beside him. Handsome, what's so great about chicken feet? How about something even better? As she spoke, she tugged at her collar, convinced that this handsome guy would understand now. There was no way he could remain indifferent to her looks. Lin Bei turned his head. The first thing he saw was the bottomless Mariana Trench, then he glanced at her suggestive eyes. Sorry, I can't handle that. I wouldn't dare. I admit I'm a coward. Miss, you better find someone else. I'm not interested in women. What? Are you impotent? Just 1 pack of noodles for a night with me. Such a great deal won't come again. Lin Bei. Calling me impotent. I fought for 24 hours straight yesterday. How could I be impotent? But after scanning her bond, he said, "Miss, I really have no interest in women." "Are you even a man?" Lin Bei sighed. "Provocation. Useless. I don't dare. Really don't dare. Damn, such a handsome guy, but he's impotent." Chen Jia walked away cursing. If he didn't react to such stimulation, he must be impotent or into men. Many had overheard their conversation. A chubby little guy scurried over to Chen Jia. "Miss, is it true that 1 pack of noodles gets me a night with you? Can I get the whole night for 2 packs? Chen Jia glanced at him. "Handsome for the whole night, it'll be 20 packs. Then he'll just go for 1 round. Your place or mine?" The chubby guy quickly gave up on the whole night idea. 20 packs of noodles could last him nearly a month if he rationed. "Okay, what? Wasn't it 1 pack? Now it's 5. The chubby guy's mouth dropped open. "If you were as handsome as him, half a pack would do, but..." The chubby guy fumed at this, glaring at Lin Bei. He wasn't that handsome. Just a bit taller, a better build, a more striking face, vaguely reminiscent of Yan Zhu or Yu Yan. Nothing special. "Miss, how many packs would I need?" The man in charge of registration at the rooftop door walked up to her and asked. Chen Jia's eyes, a faint seductive smile spread across her face. "Big brother, for you it's free." This was a big shot. She had to latch on. "Haha, grab your stuff and follow me," the man laughed gruffly. Yes. In the apocalypse, being a woman with just food wasn't enough. She needed a strong backer to ensure a steady supply, or one day the food would run out. Lin Bei glanced over and looked away. He sat down beside he and opened the newly acquired spicy and sour boneless chicken feet and started eating. Delicious, tangy and spicy. Great, he had permanently unlocked another food item. Due to the time crunch earlier, he had only bought foods he could think of, missing out on many favorites. Gulp. Watching him eat so happily, He-Yun couldn't help but swallow. These were her favorite snacks. She wouldn't have traded them if not for survival. She also realized this guy definitely had plenty of food, otherwise he wouldn't be so carefree, finishing a whole bag of chicken feet in minutes. "Handsome, I have some chocolate bars here. Could I trade them for a pack of noodles?" He-Yun pulled a small box of snacks from her bag. Lin Bei glanced at it and looked away. "I don't really like these." "Alright, let's trade." He changed his mind mid-sentence. No other reason. He suddenly remembered that his Yu loved these things, always munching on them while watching dramas. He-Yun happily stashed the noodles carefully into her backpack. She hadn't expected to earn 3 packs of noodles from this trip. She didn't think the handsome guy was foolish or had too much food. His generosity only meant he had an abundance of noodles. It definitely wasn't because he found her pretty. Before leaving, she had deliberately put on makeup, turning her naturally fair skin dark and adding freckles and moles, making herself look like a standard ugly girl. Too bad. Those were her only snacks. The rest had been devoured before the apocalypse. She had planned to stock up at the supermarket that evening, but the outbreak happened at 5, leaving her with very little food. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to try her luck. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me?" "Robbery. Is no one going to stop this?" "You motherfucker, you have no food, so you steal mine." At that moment, the commotion nearby drew everyone's attention. Lin Bei saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall snatching a backpack from a chubby guy. As they struggled, several packs of noodles and bread fell out. The chubby guy tried to pick them up, but the young man kicked him away. No one stepped in to help. Please. In the apocalypse, not joining in the looting was already commendable. Many eyes were fixed on the food on the ground, but no one dared to grab it because the man held a cleaver. The chubby guy initially wanted to fight back, but upon seeing the cleaver, he sat down obediently. Food was important, but life was more so. The young man aimed the cleaver at the chubby guy while crouching to pick up the scattered bread, tearing open the wrappers and devouring them. After eating 4 or 5, he took a big gulp of the chubby guy's water, let out a satisfied sigh, and cracked his neck. "God, I finally feel alive." Then, cleaver in hand, he swept his gaze over everyone present. He picked up the chubby kid's backpack containing food, gripped the cleaver, and approached a middle-aged man. "Put your things in here." "Young man, don't be like this. My wife and I." Before he could finish, the youth brandished the cleaver. To save his life, the middle-aged man reluctantly handed over his food. The reason no one fled was that another cleaver-wielding man stood at the rooftop entrance. Everyone on the roof became lambs to the slaughter. If they all rushed forward together, these two couldn't have stopped them, but no one dared to be the first, uncertain if the others would follow. Most importantly, no one wanted to be the sacrificial lamb. One by one they were robbed. "Bro, my wife hasn't eaten in days. She's dying. I traded water for this. Please show mercy and give my wife a chance to live. Give it here. Bro, this is my wife's lifeline. You can't take it." The man snatched the instant noodles from his hands. Seeing his resistance, he kicked him hard. "What do I care about your wife's life? She's not my wife and I haven't slept with her." "Damn, how disgusting." He muttered under her breath, tightening her backpack. Those 3 packs of noodles were her emergency stash, and she refused to let them be taken. But if she resisted, she couldn't be sure she wouldn't get hurt by the cleaver. She had no weapon, hadn't thought of that when she left, only focused on making herself ugly so no one would target her. Still not cautious enough. Was there anything she could use? He looked around for something handy, unwilling to let her food be stolen. But when she turned around, she was stunned. Lin Bei beside her was casually munching on sunflower seeds, watching the scene unfold. "Want some?" He even offered her some when he noticed her gaze. Oh my god, this guy's brain. Wait, she understood. He squinted. As a school athlete who often competed, she had seen many formidable people. This calm demeanor in such a situation could only mean he didn't see the man as a threat. Can you take him down? He whispered. No. He was taken aback. Then you're not afraid? Why should I be? Lin Bei asked curiously. Why aren't you? Fear is pointless. He wants food. They'll just give it to him. My bag has— What? Damn. So you've already eaten everything. No wonder you're so calm. She was speechless. She had thought he was a hidden powerhouse, but he was just a slacker. Damn. Soon the man stood before Hee-yun. Faced with the cleaver, she had no choice but to hand over her newly acquired 3 packs of noodles and a sausage. You. The man aimed the cleaver at Lin Bei. Empty C. Lin Bei showed him his bag. The man squinted. Get up. Take me to your place. Lin Bei chuckled. Why go to my place? 3 packs of noodles and a sausage for those snacks. You ate them on the spot. That means you have plenty of food at home. If you don't want to die, take me there now. The man brandished his freshly sharpened cleaver. There's no food at my place. Besides, you've robbed enough here to last you days. Shut up and stop wasting my time. The man stepped forward, swinging the cleaver in intimidation. The next second, Lin Bei moved like lightning, grabbing the man's wrist with precision. He twisted it and pulled hard. With a wet sound, the sharp blade sliced through his throat like tofu, and warm liquid gushed out. Why insist on going to my place? The man staggered back in disbelief. The cleaver clattered to the ground. He clutched his bleeding neck with both hands, staring at Lin Bei in shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Brother Long. Brother Long. At the rooftop entrance, his companion rushed over. Seeing his comrade's state, he shouted desperately, Is anyone here who knows first aid? Any doctors? Nurses? The crowd watched coldly. They had just been robbed by these men, and now they begged for help. Wasn't that ironic? Lin Bei pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped the blood from his face. He watched the man convulsing on the ground, a cold smirk curling his lips. Even he with his cheats stayed low-key. Yet this waste, who hadn't even reached peak human limits, dared to be so arrogant, bullying ordinary people instead of facing zombies. Did he really think no hidden expert lurked in the crowd? Pathetic. Gradually the man went still. You killed my brother. His companion charged with the cleaver. Lin Bei sidestepped and kicked him in the chest. The crisp crack of bones was audible. The force sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Scumbag. Wow. So strong. Hee-yun was stunned. She had thought he was just slacking off, but he was a true powerhouse. A kick that sent someone flying that far. His strength was almost on par with hers. Her strength was doubled after all. Not only was he fierce, but his moves were so cool. Hee-yun longed to fight him to see who was stronger. Huh. The dead man rose as a zombie, roaring and charging at the nearest person, Lin Bei. He spun around, a long blade appearing in his hand, as if from nowhere. With a swift slash, the sharp edge severed its head like slicing vegetables. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Such a sharp sword. What a fine blade. Hee-yun's eyes lit up. As a sports student, she loved cold weapons. And more importantly, where did this handsome guy pull that sword from? Space. He had a spatial backpack. She had become a sports student because her academic grades were poor. In middle school, she was obsessed with novels. She had read many and understood the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse, which was why she disguised herself as ugly. To be honest, she was surprised when she learned his bag was empty. How could someone so generous carry only 3 packs of noodles and a sausage? His bag was just a decoy. This man was a true powerhouse. Lin Bei took out a wet wipe and cleaned the blood from the blade. This sword was a collection piece from Yu, who had loved such things since childhood. She had bought 3 at great expense, but didn't take them when she left. He had only discovered them a few days ago. The blade had been sharpened at some point. Lin Bei inspected it against the sunlight. Perfect, not a single mark. A rich woman doesn't slow me down, as she even gives me a fine sword. Most people here are men. A young girl coming to the rooftop to trade means your family isn't around or can't make it. How about moving in with me? Lin Bei invited Hee-yun. Really? Hee-yun asked, flattered. She knew her current appearance was ugly, yet he still invited her. She didn't know why, but she felt incredibly lucky. This man was a powerhouse, a super powerhouse. If he wanted, countless beautiful women would throw themselves at him. Why? She was puzzled. As a low-key powerhouse, he had no reason to bring home an ugly girl who could do nothing but waste food. She had to know why, lest she end up as emergency rations and still thank him. Not to mention a girl, but an ordinary person encountering that situation would usually tremble in fear. Yet you weren't afraid, and even chatted with me. You endured repeatedly and searched for items around you. If not for your fear of the knife in his hand and the lack of a suitable weapon, I doubt you'd have surrendered the food so easily. I suspect you've already reached the pinnacle of human physical limits. Hee-yun was stunned. She hadn't expected him to notice all her subtle movements and accurately guess her current level. She accepted this reasoning. You? Don't mind that I'm ugly. Is appearance important? Lin Bei tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly Lin Bei frowned deeply. What's wrong? I said earlier 8 out of 10 people who go to the rooftop are men. That means the building's main force is up there. If the door is locked now, the people inside have almost no resistance. Those two were robbing, and the organizer of this deal hasn't shown up. That already says enough. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked toward the rooftop door. He hadn't considered this when he came. He had imagined a group of people threatening them. He also realized something was wrong. She still had plenty of food at home. If it got stolen, that would be trouble. Glancing at the backpack on the ground, she picked up her 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, then followed. Suddenly, a few zombies surged out from the rooftop gate. There were only 5, led by a female zombie completely naked. From her face, one could barely recognize her as the owner of room 1601. There was indeed a story. The female zombies behind her were similar, some around her age, others still in the developmental stage of, zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, the crowd on the rooftop began screaming, retreating frantically, as if they had seen ghosts. Cold light flashed. The heads of the 5 zombies flew off. They didn't delay him for half a second. He, and following behind, was dumbfounded. When the 5 zombies emerged together, she panicked and thought about creating distance to take them down one by one. But he hadn't stopped. Arriving at the rooftop entrance, he saw a moderately sturdy, middle-aged man about to close the door. The man was startled by his arrival, his eyes filled with shock. Hadn't he just sent up a few zombies? Where were they? Just as he was about to speak, he eerily saw his own neck. Miscalculated. I didn't think of that. Lin Bei went down the fire escape to the 13th floor and unlocked the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw Jiang Shiyu in the living room doing push-ups. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Their eyes met. Jiang Shiyu's face visibly reddened as she quickly got up from the floor. You? Weren't you supposed to be back later? Are you exercising? He had assumed Jiang Shiyu would be lying in bed scrolling through videos while alone, not doing push-ups. I don't want to hold you back. Jiang Shiyu said quietly, her face flushed with shame. A vase that only drags others down is often the first to be abandoned. Such things were all too common. Lin Bei smiled. So she was afraid of being abandoned. You're injured? Seeing blood on him, Jiang Shiyu hurried over to check on him with concern. It's fine, it's not mine. That's a relief, you scared me. Jiang Shiyu sighed in relief, then noticed the woman behind Lin Bei. And this young lady is her name is He-Yun. We just met. She'll be staying with us from now on. Come in, there are 2 empty rooms. Pick one yourself. By the way, you're alone, right? Lin Bei stepped aside as he spoke. Yeah, just me. My parents are traveling abroad. They probably won't make it back. My condolences. He-Yun rolled her eyes. Condolences for what? My parents are alive and well. When the apocalypse broke out, they were having dinner at a friend's house. That guy is a farmer surrounded by very few people and tons of food. 5 days into the apocalypse, they haven't lost weight. They've even gained some. I'm so jealous. I'm eating less and less. Lin Bei chuckled. So that was it. Lucky them. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyu heard the words staying with us and couldn't suppress a smile. What did this mean? It meant Lin Bei considered her one of his own. Now it was up to her to put in the effort. Hello, I'm Jiang Shiyu. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful and elegant with such a great figure. No wonder he was so serious up there. He has such a gorgeous girlfriend at home. Flattery never fails. Since He-Yun was going to live here, she naturally had to get along with the lady of the house. Appearance isn't important. Jiang Shiyu was about to say she was beautiful too, but after a closer look at her face, well, it didn't even come close to beautiful. Saying that would be too fake. Wait. He-Yun headed to the bathroom. She carefully washed off the ugly makeup from her face, presenting herself anew before them. Sorry about that. A girl has to protect herself when out and about, so I put on a little makeup. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. So beautiful. Delicate features, smooth, fair skin. And youthful. Very youthful. Even more youthful than her. She was already 24. But the other woman looked barely 20. She had thought an ugly girl posed no threat, but now the situation was completely different. Damn it, why are all the people from the rooftop running down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lure the zombies up there? Did he not close the door, or did something go wrong? I don't know. If something really went wrong, those running down should have been bitten. Maybe. Someone took care of the zombies. I didn't expect anyone in this building would dare to fight zombies. Forget it, let's just search house by house. I thought we'd lure the main force to the rooftop and let the zombies handle it for safety, but we'll have to do it ourselves. Just then the conversation outside the door caught their attention. The 3 of them instinctively looked toward the door. The voices were right outside, and as the conversation ended, a strange sound came from the door. It sounded like picking a lock. What do we do? Jiang Shiyu panicked, instantly stepping back involuntarily, as her gaze unconsciously turned to Lin Bei. From the voices there were at least 3 to 5 people. Well, stealing right at his own doorstep. It saved him the trouble of finding them. A face-to-face confrontation was better than them sneaking over in the dead of night. Brother Lin, can I borrow your blade? He, in her face freshly washed, flashed a cute smile. Sure. With a flick of his hand, the Tang horizontal sword appeared in his hand, and he handed it to her. He-Yun's eyes sparkled. So this was spatial ability, conjuring objects from thin air. She took it from such a satisfying weight. Such a cool design. Since he invited her to stay, she would inevitably consume his food. She couldn't let him handle everything. Women could stand on their own too. In the apocalypse, stealing someone's food, how was that different from taking their life? If Lin Bei hadn't gone to the rooftop today, she would have become food for those zombies. Even if she managed to kill them through attrition, she'd be locked up there, and her food would be stolen. These people deserve to die. She wasn't afraid of zombies, let alone humans. With a creak, the door opened. 5 men of varying shapes and sizes stood at the door, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin. But without exception, each held a long steel pipe in their hands. Hee-Yun's murderous little face instantly fell. These people had no martial ethics, actually carrying steel pipes on them. She was confident against bare hands, but not against a pipe each. Holy crap, a beauty. 2 of them. I've seen that knife-wielding woman before. She was on the rooftop earlier. Thought she was an ugly one, turns out it was just makeup. Her real face is so young. Bro, the one behind is the real deal. Her aura is incredible, way better than that married woman we played with before. Never thought this building would hide 2 such exquisite women. They're countless times more beautiful than that Shinjia. The 5 men's gazes roamed freely over Hee-Yun and Jiang Xiu, their greedy eyes filled with lust. They dismissed the knife in Hee-Yun's hand. What could a woman with a knife do against 5 of them? Moreover, one among them had already surpassed the limits of the human body, officially stepping into the ranks of evolvers. Though insignificant in the outside world, within this building, he was the absolute king. Little sister, take big brother's advice and put down the knife. Blunt weapons have no eyes. If you get hurt, you'll break bones, and big brother will feel sorry for you. The tallest of the 5 stepped forward with a smile. The steel pipe in his hand was even longer than the tang saber Hee-Yun held. Hee-Yun narrowed her eyes. Big brother blades have no eyes either. If I accidentally cut you, it could be fatal. Take little sister's advice and don't court death. The man laughed, laughing arrogantly. Little sister, you sure talk big. Let's see if your strength matches your mouth. With that, he stepped forward, spinning 360 degrees as he swung his pipe, delivering a heavy blow. Hee-Yun dared not be careless, gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands and slashing with all her might. With a sharp clang, Hee-Yun's pupils contracted sharply. Her body staggered back uncontrollably. Though she didn't drop her sword, her hands went numb from the shock. Such immense strength. She couldn't believe it. At the peak of human limits, with the boost of her ability, her strength was twice that of a normal person's maximum. Yet this man's strength was at least double hers. How could he be so strong? Ha ha ha. The man laughed loudly. Little sister, you're not weak either, but you're still too green before me. So wanna go again? Big brother likes this way you flirt. As he spoke, the man and his 4 companions behind him grew even more brazen in their stares. Lin Bei, standing to the side, was completely ignored. Seriously, who looks at a man when there are beauties around? Behind them, Jiang Xiu's face was filled with terror. This was exactly the scene she had dreaded most. His strength is immense, at least double mine. Do you have a chance? He, in her small hands trembling slightly, came to Lin Bai's side and asked. From what she had seen on the rooftop, his strength was probably on par with hers, but he had spatial abilities. Oh, the man looked at Lin Bei in surprise. He had assumed Lin Bei was a coward hiding behind a woman, but it seemed he had pity. One needed to kill enough zombies to formally become an evolver. The zombies in this building were already dealt with by them. Even if this man evolved, had at most reached the peak of human limits. And all 5 of them were already at that level. Before Lin Bei could respond, a short man behind the leader spoke. If I remember right, you're Lin Bei, the delivery driver. We're neighbors. Take my advice, you can't protect these 2 women. Join us instead. In the apocalypse, women are the least scarce. Join us, and you can have them every day, plus enjoy all kinds of different beauties. It'll be way better than your current life. Lin Bei smiled. He knew some had evolved early by killing zombies. The reason he hadn't was to secure Jiang Xiu without fail. He wasn't afraid of falling behind, because no matter how formidable they became, they could never match the power of firearms. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the pipe-wielding leader smiled too, thinking Lin Bei recognized the gap and was about to make the right choice. But the next second, his pupils contracted sharply. His gaze met the dark muzzle. A gun. No way. Bro. Pew. The next second, he looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest, blood gushing out. You shot me. For real. Why didn't you say you had a gun earlier? Lin Bei smiled faintly. Pewed. The man staggered back a step, warm blood trickling from his mouth as he mumbled, Bro, give me a CH. Pew. The 3rd bullet shattered his kneecap, and he dropped to one knee. Then a 4th pierced his other kneecap, leaving him kneeling helplessly. He tried to speak, but the gushing blood silenced him. His eyes pleaded desperately with Lin Bei. He deeply regretted it. Having become an evolver and awakened a strength ability, he should have been one of the kings of this new world. To fall here was truly unbearable. That sound. That very sound. Jiang Xiu behind Lin Bei suddenly remembered. On the first day of the apocalypse, she had heard this sound. She hadn't known what it was and had dismissed it. She never imagined it was the sound of a silenced pistol. Oh my god, he actually has a gun. It wasn't just Jiang Xiu who was stunned. Hee-Yun was also in shock. She had just worried whether Lin Bei would sacrifice them. In the early apocalypse, even with spatial abilities, he needed time to grow. But she never expected him to pull out an American-style quick draw. At the door, the remaining 4 were paralyzed. They wanted to flee, but the dark muzzle aimed at them sapped their strength. This was far more terrifying than facing zombies. So this was true. Under extreme fear, one really becomes powerless. With a thud, the man who had urged Lin Bei to join them knelt. Lin Bei, I was coerced by them. Please, as neighbors. Pew, pew, pew. After a series of shots, all 5 had their kneecaps shattered. 7 steps away, a gun is fast. Within 7 steps, it's both fast and accurate. Lin Bei watched his neighbor, whose chest was pierced and blood streamed from his mouth, and smirked. Sir, times have changed. And do you really know how comfortable? Where did you get the gun? After the 5 were completely incapacitated, He-Yun asked in shock. This wasn't abroad. Privately owning such a thing meant prison. Does it matter where? Well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. He-Yun suddenly realized. This was the apocalypse now. No matter how he got it, having it vastly improved their safety. Following him was definitely the right choice. Soon the boat's protective mechanism faded and pain set in. The 5 wounded men wailed in agony. Trying to rob me. Enjoy it slowly. Death isn't scary. What's terrifying is the wait for it. Regret, resentment, rage, frustration, despair. Ha. After a while, the 5 turned into zombies. With their shattered kneecaps and shoulder blades, they could only crawl on the ground like maggots. Lin Bei handed the knife from He-Yun to Jiang Shiyu. Zombies weren't truly terrifying. What was terrifying was the fear of them. Her spatial ability needed to awaken. I understand. Jiang Shiyu accepted the blade. The hefty Tang sword was quite heavy for her, who had yet to undergo evolution. Lin Bei had not yet activated the benefits of her fitness bond. Although these 5 zombies had lost all mobility, their terrifying visage still sent a chill down Jiang Shiyu's spine. She dreaded that at any moment they might spring up and tear into her. She knew this was her own fear, but fear was not so easily conquered. She glanced at Lin Bei. She absolutely could not let him down. He had already placed the meal before her. If she still couldn't manage it, she might as well find a block of tofu and bash her head against. She then glanced at He-Yun. The situation earlier. She was clearly a woman and younger than her at that, yet she hadn't been afraid. Instead, she had actively asked for a weapon and faced the threat. Compared to her, Jiang Shiyu felt like the worst of the worst. Truly, she even despised herself, let alone how Lin Bei might see her. Now that the apocalypse had come, she had to overcome her fear of zombies today. Gripping the blade, she approached the 5 zombies step by step, forcing herself to meet their gaze. As the zombies sensed the food drawing near, they writhed with even greater excitement, causing Jiang Shiyu to instinctively recoil. But she suppressed the urge with sheer willpower. She couldn't retreat. If she did, she would forever be retreating. Taking a deep breath, she raised the blade and struck down heavily. Her strength was insufficient to cleave through a zombie's skull, but it was enough to overcome her fear. One strike after another, the scene was nauseating and repulsive, yet she persevered. Suddenly, the once heavy long blade felt lighter in her hands. Jiang Shiyu was overjoyed, realizing that she too had reached what people online called the human limit tier. Attributes, she murmured inwardly. In this apocalypse, everyone possessed their own unique status panel, allowing them to see their abilities clearly and intuitively. Jiang Shiyu. Age, 24. Tier, human limit. Ability space SSS-LV1 passive spatial backpack capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Physique 10.0. So that was it. She had an ability too. And it was the same as Lin Bei's. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't wait to share the joy with him. Lin Bei, I've awakened the same ability as you, space. It seems to be triple's rank, and my spatial backpack has a capacity of 1000 cubic meters. She was useful. She wasn't just a decoration. Holy crap, space. He-Yun, who wasn't particularly educated, was stunned. Having devoured countless web novels over the years, she knew exactly how absurdly powerful a space ability could be. Triple's rank. In the later stages, it would be the ultimate powerhouse among powerhouses. This only strengthened her resolve to stay. Her own power was merely a common strength. She had no idea how many times it could be amplified later. No matter how much, it would be nothing but a toy compared to space. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with Jiang Shiyu's performance. She had informed him of the change immediately. Activate the benefits of her fitness bond. Yes, he murmured inwardly. In that instant, Jiang Shiyu felt a new transformation in her body. The long blade in her hand became even lighter, and her strength seemed to having. Take another look at your panel, Lin Bei's voice came. Jiang Shiyu was taken aback. Attributes. Jiang Shiyu. Age, 24. Tier, human limit. Speed 10. Strength 10-2. Endurance 10. Physique 10. Her strength had doubled. Oh my god. In disbelief, she looked at Lin Bei, dropped the long blade, and flung herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, you're so good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From that moment on, her life had undergone a earth-shattering change. What now? He-Yun was utterly baffled. What had happened to her panel that made her throw herself into Lin Bei's arms? Were they whispering secrets? Treating her like an outsider? Well, she was an outsider. But she desperately wanted to know. Bei, let's go out and kill zombies. There are more and more evolvers out there, we need to keep up with their pace. We can't rely solely on your gun when danger strikes. Bullets are ultimately limited. After her recent experience, Jiang Shiyu understood that in this apocalypse, only strength was the true currency. A gun could sustain them for a while, but not for Lin Bei agreed. He had two exceptional women now, it was time to enhance his foundational strength. There was no rush to win over Hiyun. Soon enough, she would willingly offer herself to him. Could I eat something before we go kill? Hiyun pulled out her instant noodles and sausages. It won't take long, just enough time to boil a pack. She had long wanted to go out and kill zombies, but first, she lacked a proper weapon, and second, she didn't have enough food. Killing zombies was physically demanding, and after reaching the human limit, her need for sustenance had grown. She feared depleting her supplies before finding new ones. Go ahead. Hiyun didn't waste a moment, dashing straight to the kitchen. After some hesitation, she decided to cook 3 packs at once. The aroma of instant noodles soon filled the air, overpowering the scent of blood in the room. Today, I'll indulge a little. Lin Bei's definitely providing room and board. Hiyun thought, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the noodles in the pot. While waiting, she munched on a corn sausage. Only with a full stomach could one fight effectively. Pack up what you need to take. We'll stay at your place from now on. Lin Bei glanced at the bodies on the floor and spoke to Jiang Shiyu. Cleaning up would be time-consuming and laborious. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, any clean house could be home. Okay, there wasn't much to pack anyway. Cups, clothes, furniture. Never mind. Her spatial backpack had plenty of room. She'd take everything she could, and if it got full later, she'd just discard the useless items. So fragrant. Would you like some? Hiyun emerged with a small pot, but her enthusiastic expression instantly fell. The two on the sofa were savoring a bucket of fried chicken, their crispy golden drumsticks, and spicy chicken thighs glistening, accompanied by icy cola. Suddenly, Hiyun's instant noodles didn't seem so appealing. She had known Lin Bei's supplies might be plentiful, but she never imagined they were this abundant. It stinks. It all stinks. The chicken legs and wings are rancid. She choked down her 3 packs of noodles, her stomach full, but far from satisfied. It had been ages since she'd had an ice-cold soda. On a July afternoon, a sip of that. Well, those in the know understood. After eating their fill, they geared up. Lin Bei produced 3 blades, one for each of them. He paused briefly, then shook his head, thinking he must be imagining things. This residential complex boasted an occupancy rate of 99. When the apocalypse struck at 5 in the afternoon, the streets were bustling. He chose not to go outside, but instead headed for the underground parking lot. Playing it safe was the way. There was no need to make things harder for himself. Besides, arrows were easy to dodge, but hard to guard against. Over the past few days, had seen many clips of people who, unable to thrive themselves, resented those who could, hiding indoors using compound bows to target those killing zombies outside. What if someone in this complex was like that? What if someone aimed at them? As he was now, he couldn't intercept an incoming arrow. The 3 of them made their way through the fire escape to the underground parking garage. As soon as they stepped out, they saw the garage teeming with zombies, at least 100 at a rough glance. Without any sound or target to draw them, the creatures wandered aimlessly. So scared, Lin Bei asked the 2 women beside him. Why would I be scared of zombies? If it weren't for the worry about running out of food, I'd have come down to take them out long ago. Hiyun's eyes gleamed with excitement, already eager to charge in. Lin Bei turned to Jiang Shiyu. Not scared. Not scared. Jiang Shiyu shook her head, her expression brimming with anticipation. After all you've done for me, if I were still afraid, I'd be less than human. Remember, never let the zombies surround you. If things go wrong, run toward me. Go. The 3 split up. Each stealthily crept up behind a zombie. With a swift chop, relying on the sharp blades, they effortlessly sliced off the... Strange. Hiyun frowned. She didn't know Lin Bei's exact evolutionary level, but Jiang Shiyu had only just reached the pinnacle of human limits. Even with a sharp blade, her strength shouldn't have allowed her to match their efficiency. Could it be? Impossible. A bold guess formed in her mind. Could Lin Bei have enhanced her strength? That would explain Jiang Shiyu's excitement back in the living room. But it was utterly impossible unless he was cheating. Thud. The sound of heads hitting the ground and bodies collapsing echoed sharply through the silent garage, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Their eyes fixed on the trio like starving wolves. The next moment, the nearest zombies charged. This is the real show. Lin Bei's eyes blazed with excitement, utterly unafraid of the oncoming horde. For those who had reached the peak of human limits, these zombies moved like elderly folk. As long as they kept their composure, there was no risk of being caught or bitten. I can't be afraid. Power. I need power. As several zombies charged together, Jiang Shiyu's instinct screamed panic, but she suppressed her fear and stayed calm. Glancing at the headless corpses on the ground, she led them into a chase. She took a light step and leaped. But the zombies cared only for food, and every one of them tripped over the bodies. With ease, Jiang Shiyu claimed their heads one by one. Repeating the tactic, her kill count rose steadily: 3, 5, 10, 20, 30. The more she killed, the more refined her blade work became. Suddenly, all 3 felt a change in their bodies. They became faster, stronger, and the zombies' movements appeared slower. From that moment on, they officially entered the ranks of evolvers. Compared to the others in this building, they were among the best, but on a national scale they were merely beginners. Given the vast population, it was inevitable. I can't go on. Let's rest. I'm exhausted. After a full half-hour of slaughter, Hee-Yun was the first to give out. She slumped against the wall and sat on the ground caring nothing for appearances. Though the underground garage was cool, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Her white t-shirt clung to her skin. While her figure wasn't as grand as Jiang Shiyu's, it was still impressive. Let's take a break. Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu's clothes were nearly soaked through as well, but neither showed any sign of fatigue. Hey, aren't you too tired? After all that running and killing, you're not even out of breath. Hee-Yun couldn't help but ask. They were all on the same level, so why was she the only one gasping for air? Lin Bei said to Jiang Shiyu, give her a few pills. Killing zombies is dangerous, she needs to stay in top condition. Sure. Jiang Shiyu took 5 rejuvenation pills from her spatial backpack. These are my Bai's exclusive pills. Just one will restore all your energy instantly. Really? Hee-Yun was skeptical. Are you sure it's not laced with stimulants? Even stimulants can't restore all your strength in an instant. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. She accepted the pills with doubt, then took one with a hint of suspicion. The moment it entered her stomach, her pupils dilated. She stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Her strength had returned completely in an instant. He must be cheating. This is impossible. Bei, I'm thirsty. I want an iced milk tea. Jiang Shiyu ignored Hee-Yun's reaction and clung to Lin Bai's arm, acting coy. Her two ample assets were pressed out of shape. A little flirtation now and then could strengthen their bond. Here. Lin Bei handed her a cup and took one for himself. Nothing beat a cold drink after a workout. The silky sweetness of the bubble tea brought happy smiles to both their faces. Consume 2 cups of iced milk tea. Return quadruple. Bliss. Bei, having you is wonderful. Jiang Shiyu leaned her head on his shoulder, sipping her tea. She had never dreamed she would one day be slaughtering zombies like a maniac and then enjoy a cup of milk tea afterward. If not for Lin Bei, her fate would have been either to slowly waste away in stillness or to jump out of the window from hunger. She owed it all to her best friend's advice. Without her, she would never have mustered the courage to knock on his door. What level are you? First rank, 1 star. And you? Same. At that moment, the two of them were like a young couple in a park whispering sweet nothings. He was handsome, she was beautiful, anyone would envy them. But beside them, Hee-Yun's face was sour. Ahem. Ahem, 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 ahem. Lin Bei suppressed a grin. What's wrong? Sore throat. Want a lozenge? With that, he took a huge gulp of his milk tea. Ah, so good. Deliberate. He was definitely doing it on purpose. He clearly wanted her to beg. But who was she? She was one of the most promising athletes in the university, showered with milk tea by countless boys every day. She was sick of the stuff. A single cup of milk tea. Make her bow her head. Ridiculous. Want a cup? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Hee-Yun blurted out, afraid he might take it back. Her eyes pleaded with him, full of longing, like a college girl waiting for a reward. Here. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you. You're so kind. Taking the iced milk tea, Hee-Yun was so moved, she nearly cried. Her breathing quickened as she carefully inserted the straw, as if holding a treasure. She took a gentle sip. A moan of pure pleasure escaped her lips. The chewy pearls, the smooth tea. She truly envied Jiang Shiyu. Being with him was pure bliss. In the apocalypse, having a bucket of fried chicken and iced cola was already absurd, but here, she was drinking iced milk tea with them, while others struggled for clean water. She wondered if she was dreaming. After resting enough, it was time to get back to work. Today's goal: first rank, 2 stars. After finishing her tea, Hee-Yun's eyes burned with determination. Hitching her wagon to a star meant even the apocalypse could be comfortable. Go. Lin Bei kicked a nearby car, and the alarm blared through the garage. Zombies from other areas raised their heads in unison, turning toward the sound. Instinct told them where there was noise, there was food. By 7 in the evening, the trio had completely cleared the garage of zombies. Countless bodies littered the ground as they stood atop a pile of corpses, chests puffed out, exuding the commanding aura of generals fresh from a triumphant battle. The gains far exceeded expectations. Their strength had skyrocketed, a qualitative leap. First rank, 3 stars. Satisfied. Time to head home. Attributes. Host Lin Bei. Level First Order, 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability space, SS level LV1 space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed 40. Strength 42. Spirit 40. Physique 40. Items: recovery pills, 2nd grade, 860, ASS level stake 30. Strength evaluation: you have surpassed 99 of the global population, possessing rich experience in battling zombies. Members added to the archive: Jiang Shiyu space, LV1 First Order, 3 stars. Bond rewards: charisma 2, strength 2, double return on consumed supplies. The trio first returned to Lin Bai's home. After 5 or 6 hours of battle, their clothes were drenched in sweat and stained with zombie blood. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei directly stripped off his t-shirt and pants. Jiang Shiyu was unfazed. Hiyun, being a young girl who had never had much physical contact with him, covered her eyes with her hands, but out of curiosity, peeked through a gap to observe his physique. Holy cow! Born with a naturally sculpted body. So handsome. Lin Bei entered the bathroom to wash with bottled water. He dared not use tap water, knowing the air was filled with the virus, but uncertain if ingesting the water would be safe. After all, during a shower some water inevitably enters the mouth. Water was sufficient for his needs. He still had 200 or 300 buckets in his space backpack. Once Hiyun's archive was unlocked, their return multiplier on consumed supplies would reach 3. If each person drank 1 bucket of water a day, 9 buckets would be returned, netting 6 free buckets. Using 3 of those for bathing, they would still have 3 extra buckets daily. Water would only increase. You two bathe together, ITLL, save some water. He'll prepare dinner. After changing clothes, Lin Bei, by the way, what should we have for dinner tonight? Lin Bei asked Jiang Shiyu, struggling with indecision. What to eat? Jiang Shiyu was also at a loss. Meat. Eat meat. Chicken. Pork. Duck. Fish. Beef. Hiyun screamed inwardly. She hadn't eaten meat for days. If the meat in instant noodles counted, then she had. How about we have some instant noodles for a change? Jiang Shiyu glanced at Hiyun beside her. No, sister, you please, no instant noodles, I beg you, no instant noodles. Hiyun shook her head, frantically tugging at her arm, her small face pitiful. She had been eating instant noodles for days. Really? About to throw up. I'm just teasing you. Jiang Shiyu looked at Lin Bei. Just make whatever you like. They'll help you after my shower. Okay. The two women entered the bathroom together. They whispered to each other. Wow, sister, you, yours are so big, so fragrant, so soft, so fair. Sister, you, what are we having for dinner tonight? Just a simple dinner. Is there meat? Probably. Jiang Shiyu shook her head with a smile. Like her, before she craved meat after going so long without it. By the way, sister, you, what other abilities did you awaken besides spatial powers? None. That's strange. I awakened a strength ability, currently doubling my power. Logically, my strength should be twice yours, but we're the same. That doesn't add up. Could it be that Brother Lin doubled your strength too? Jiang Shiyu was taken aback. She hadn't expected little Yun to deduce this. Seeing her reaction, Hiyun confirmed her suspicions. From the moment he gave you those miraculous pills, I knew he wasn't ordinary. Haven't you wondered? Jiang Shiyu tapped her on the head. Little Yun, let me ask you just one thing. Do you want to stay with us? Yes. Some things don't need to be dug into. If not for him, you'd still be holed up at home wondering whether to save half your instant noodles for tomorrow. If not for him, you'd still be at peak human level, never reaching first order 3 stars. If not for him, those men might have broken through your door by noon. You know what that would have meant. Do you think he doesn't know how miraculous those pills are? Do you think he doesn't know what wild guesses you're making? Do you think he doesn't realize how extravagant he is? Does he have to give you just 1 pack of noodles and 1 sausage per meal and only 1 bottle of water a day for you to think he's normal and be satisfied? Hiyun was silent. True. No one was foolish these days. Jiang Shiyu patted her head. So don't overthink things. They're meaningless. Just remember one thing, meeting him is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to us. True. On reflection, her thoughts were indeed pointless. Even if she learned everything, what then? I understand. So is there meat for dinner? Hiyun changed the subject, asking eagerly. This meal was her first formal one since joining. With Lin Bai's power, it surely wouldn't be too shabby. Jiang Shiyu smiled. You haven't had meat in days. Hiyun nodded vigorously. I love meat. I can't go a meal without it. I'm a hardcore carnivore. But when the apocalypse hit, I had no stock at home. Just my luck. There will be. After a while, the two women walked out chatting and laughing, drying their damp hair. After blow-drying, Jiang Shiyu went to help in the kitchen. Hiyun trotted along ostensibly to help, but more to see what was for dinner. Entering the kitchen, she was dumbfounded. Oh my god, is this really what apocalypse meals look like? Braised spare ribs. Sweet and sour carp. Shredded pork with green peppers. Tomato and eggs. Garlic smashed cucumber. Radish stewed with meat. Braised chicken with potatoes. A large pot of corn and spare rib soup was simmering on the stove, scattered with scallions, making the already tempting broth even more aromatic. She had imagined the meals might be good, but never this good. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Truly choosing to go to the rooftop today and meeting him was absolutely, without a doubt, the luckiest thing in her life. She even wondered if she had saved the world in a past life. Really, even if Lin Bei asked her to call him dad, she would blurt it out without hesitation. Tears of longing spilled from the corners of her mouth. The rich aromas made her ravenous. Sister, you, do you always have such lavish dinners? Hiyun's voice trembled uncontrollably. It's not that the dinner tonight is indeed quite lavish, perhaps because of your presence, Jiang Shiyu said with high emotional intelligence, the underlying reason being their increasing demand for food. The 3 of them had reached the first tier 3 stars. Their physical stats were 4 times the limits of ordinary people, and their demand for food was much greater than they had imagined. The big eaters before the apocalypse were nothing compared to them. They arrived at Jiang Shiyu's home for dinner, and the sight of a table overflowing with dishes made Hiyun's mouth water. Before picking up his chopsticks, he asked, Dad, may I eat freely? Lin Bei was taken aback. No, I called it wrong. Lin Gij, may I eat freely? He-yun blinked, displaying a pitiful expression. Go ahead and eat as you like. He then I won't be polite. He-yun entered a frenzy of eating. A piece of saucy braised pork ribs melted in her mouth, delicious enough to make her tremble. She took a bite of rice followed by a piece of smashed cucumber and washed it down with a sip of chilled beer. Truly, she had never eaten this well before the apocalypse. Jiang Xiu cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. When she first arrived, he hadn't treated her this way. Then she thought Lin Bei had asked her to make choices so many times. Didn't that mean he was interested in her? Yet he showed no interest in the seemingly more delicate He-yun, indicating he thought she was prettier. Dada Lin Gij, can I video call my dad? I want to show off my food. Go ahead, cherish the opportunity to video call. Who knows when the power or internet might be cut off. Lin Bei was just about to video call Inu, but thought better of it. He was still figuring out what to say to her two female friends, so he decided to wait until he was alone with them. It wasn't that he didn't want to find her. It was simply too far away. They had been in contact every night, and knowing her sister had awakened her magnetic powers, he was not worried about her safety at all. Once he gained sufficient strength, he would cross thousands of kilometers to find her. Bei, do you think we should prepare in advance? I feel that it won't be long before the city's nights will be plunged into darkness. Jiang Xiu said after taking a sip of soup. Lin Bei nodded. Life without electricity was very boring. He couldn't just keep killing zombies, he needed some entertainment. Solar power generation. It is quite popular in today's age. There's a martial arts gym next to my school, and they have solar panels on the roof. We can improve our skills a bit more, and then go there. Although it's quite popular, he couldn't recall where else there were solar panels. He only remembered this place. And yes, knife was bought at that store. Back in school, they had attended martial arts classes there for a while, and he wondered how their martial arts teacher was doing, hoping she hadn't turned into a zombie. Is your school far from here? Not far, very close, just the XX school on the next street. XX school. He-yun, who was in a frenzy of eating, looked up. I'm also from that school. Is that martial arts gym the one that's only 2 or 3 kilometers away? The teacher's last name is Jiang. You've been there too? Not just been there, He-yun nodded. I worked part-time there for 2 months during my freshman summer vacation, and I was planning to go back this summer, thinking I would play for a week before starting work. Who knew the apocalypse would break out? Oh, what about teacher Jiang? She's fine, and she awakened her powers early on. She told me that after awakening, the demand for food increases greatly, which is why I haven't dared to go to the garage to deal with zombies these days. I'm just afraid of not having enough food afterward. It was somewhat surprising, yet not surprising. She was indeed very formidable. At first he had looked down on Inu when he accompanied her to classes, thinking that no matter how good a girl practiced, she couldn't compare to boys. There was too much of a gap in innate ability. He challenged her only to be unilaterally beaten. Truly, he had no ability to fight back at all. It wasn't that she was so strong, but that her reflexes and body coordination were exceptional. In that moment, he realized the vast difference between a serious practitioner and a dilettante. What ability did she awaken? Class physique. This morning when I chatted with her, she told me her physique level reached LV3, a 4-fold enhancement. Class. As expected. A physique. A good thing. Lin Bei squinted. A strong enhancement in strength might not necessarily be a good thing. If the physique can't keep up, the body bones and organs wouldn't be able to withstand a real explosive impact. It's decided. We'll go there. Strength He-yun. Physique teacher Jiang. So full. So satisfied. After eating her fill, He-yun lay back on the chair, contentedly rubbing her little belly. Don't fight me for anything. I'll wash these dishes later. You two should rest. He-yun took the initiative to take on the chores. If she didn't do something, it would really seem like she was too inconsiderate. It was time to rest. After a while, Lin Bei followed Jiang Xiu to her bedroom, which was very clean and smelled faintly fragrant. Bei, you close your eyes first. Oh, I need to change my clothes, Xiu suddenly said bashfully. Okay. Lin Bei closed his eyes, looking forward to it. All done. After a while, Xiu's voice came through. When he opened his eyes, he saw she wasn't wearing the enticing outfit he imagined, but rather a pure academic style. He was taken aback. A black long-sleeved knitted top. A white fluffy long skirt. Little white shoes. Little white socks. In this era, the JK style was everywhere. This outfit made him reminisce about his college days, the feeling of purity hitting him hard. No. It was overwhelming. Does it look good, Oi? Xiu tucked her long hair behind her ear, asking shyly. This was the outfit she wore in school before. Although Lin Bei didn't answer. She already knew the answer through his reaction, feeling joyful in her heart. She had just graduated a year ago, and she was still very youthful. Coming to the bed, she took off her shoes and lay down somewhat shyly with her 2 little white-socked feet tangled together, slowly closing her eyes in embarrassment, resembling a girl going to a hotel for the first time with her boyfriend. Lin Bei smiled. All right. Buffs were stacking up, and he wasn't sleepy at all. So refreshing. In the living room. Looking at the leftover dishes on the plate, He-yun let out a satisfied moan as she finished a bowl of rice. Just as she was about to wash the dishes, she froze at the faint sounds coming from the master bedroom. Immediately her fair cheeks turned crimson. As she was no longer a child, how could she not know what those sounds represented? Really, she hadn't even returned to her room yet. Wash the dishes. Wash up. Go to bed. Play on her phone. Sleep. In the middle of the night. Unable to sleep. Counting sheep. Hee-Yun had been counting sheep for an unknown amount of time when she suddenly opened her eyes filled with deep resentment and helplessness, as well as. In the dead of night, everything around was quiet, and those faint sounds had become somewhat grating. She glanced at the time. She had washed the dishes at 7. Now it was already midnight. 5 hours had passed. 5 whole hours. Was she not going to let the— Really? Could it go on like this? 5 hours still going. Absurd. Unbelievably absurd. The more sheep she counted, the hotter it felt. Even though the air conditioning was on, she still felt very hot. It wasn't external heat, but internal heat inside. Continuing to count sheep was futile. Unable to sleep any longer, she slowly reached her hand under the blanket, resigning herself to using a special method to help her sleep. The next day at 2 in the afternoon. After a full 10 hours of sleep, Lin Bei slowly awoke from his dreams, a smile curling at his lips as he felt the warmth in his arms. This sleep had been rather satisfying. Bei find a chance to devour little Yun. You're too formidable. I truly can't handle you alone, Shiyu murmured, lying on his chest like a kitten as she noticed his eyes open. Had this been before the apocalypse, such words would never have escaped her lips. But now in this post-apocalyptic world, a man as terrifyingly powerful as Lin Bei could never belong to just one woman. Rather than letting him find someone else, it was better to take the initiative and help him, thereby elevating her standing in his heart. Hee-Yun. Lin Bei felt a twinge of distress. It wasn't that he didn't want to claim her immediately, but forcing the matter would yield no rewards. People had different temperaments. That day Shiyu had been driven by extreme hunger and fear of zombies, her instincts compelling her to stay. If he had used the same tactic on Hee-Yun yesterday, she would likely have left on the spot. A forced melon might quench thirst, but he didn't need mere thirst relief. He craved sweetness. Though Hee-Yun was younger than Shiyu, she was far bolder and possessed a certain ability to fend for herself in the apocalypse. Using food as a threat or temptation would be the worst strategy. His plan was to take things slowly. Want me to help you? Oh, Lin Bai's interest was piqued. Do you have a good idea? Shiyu pouted. Men are indeed all pigs trotters, craving what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. I was just saying that, and you took it seriously? You fickle-hearted radish. Lin Bei, wasn't it you who brought it up first? Just kidding. If she becomes your woman, can you also enhance her strength? If so, I can use that as bait to lure her. She was a school athlete before, so she should be competitive. With me setting the trap, I doubt she can resist such temptation. You're so wicked. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed into a smile. You like it, don't you? Shiyu smiled back at his expression. Hee-Yun is so beautiful as sooner or later someone will covet her. Rather than have her nestle in another's arms, it's better she becomes my sister and helps share the burden. Besides, only when she truly becomes one of us can we feel at ease with her, right? That's true. So you haven't told me yet, if you devour her, can you boost her strength too? I can. This was actually nothing. If questioned, he could claim she had awakened another ability. After all, everyone's constitution differed. It was perfectly reasonable for him to be lucky enough to awaken multiple abilities, wasn't it? As his words fell, Shiyu was about to speak when faint voices from outside the door caught her ears. She strained to listen. Room 1302, this is the place, bro. Are you sure that flight attendant lives here alone? Don't open the door to find a few burly men inside. I'm sure. I live in the building right across, and I watch her every day. How could I not know? Even though she's had her curtains drawn lately, I'm certain she's the only one in that apartment. Besides, even if there were men, so what? I'm a first-order 2-star. Outside I might not be top, but in this neighborhood I can swagger around without a care. I've never had a flight attendant before. That's why I brought you to try, bro. Let me tell you, I've seen many flight attendants, but the one living here is absolutely top tier, flawless in both face and figure. I tried to chat her up before, but she ignored me. Now though, things are different. Yeah, the apocalypse is awesome. And there's a little girl living downstairs, also quite pretty. Today we'll take them both. This time let's be smart. Don't go overboard, say some sweet words afterward to comfort them, or else they might jump again. Got it, bro. Inside the room, Lin Bai's eyes narrowed. He teased the Shiyu in his arms. Oh, my little Yu has such charm that she's lured people from across the building. Jiang Shiyu rolled her eyes. Annoying, they're interrupting our flirting. She got up to dress. The me now is not the me of yesterday. Since they came all this way from across the street for me, I should give them a proper welcome, don't you think, Bei? Do you need me? A first-order 2-star. No need for you to step in. You've already helped me so much. If I rely on you for this, ID seem too incompetent. Don't see me as a coward anymore. Jiang Shiyu dressed and went to the living room alone. Lin Bei had fed her, enabling her evolution and awakening her ability, doubling her strength. He had helped her overcome her fear of zombies, allowing her to break through to first-order 3-star. Her stats now reached 4 times that of an ordinary person, and with the double boost, her strength was 8 times the human limit. In this apocalypse, she had become a rare powerhouse. She wanted to prove herself. She had been cowardly before, but she was no longer weak. Lin Bei got up, deciding to keep an eye on things just in case. In the apocalypse, one feared nothing except the unexpected. In the living room, Jiang Xiyu was wrapped up tightly in a white round-neck t-shirt and blue jeans, sitting on the sofa, with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely sipping. She had been eating too well these days. A cup of black coffee in the morning, a day of self-discipline. The doorknob turned, and the cup hanging on it fell and shattered. This was a precaution against nighttime intruders. Hearing the noise, the two men outside realized someone was on guard and immediately burst in. As they entered, their gazes clutching baseball bats locked onto Jiang Xiyu on the sofa. Though she was well covered and plainly dressed, her beauty was so striking that their eyes filled with greed. "Beautiful, remember me?" The taller of the two spoke first. "No, I don't." Jiang Xiyu glanced at him briefly before looking away. "This is my home. Isn't this trespassing? Could you please leave?" "Leave?" The thinner man behind the tall one laughed, unable to contain himself. "Beautiful, what do you mean your home? From now on, this place is our home." The tall man smiled and closed the door. He pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. "Beautiful, I've been watching you for days. You've got no food in your house. You must be starving. Want a taste?" As he spoke, he waved the half-eaten Snickers in front of her. Jiang Xiyu laughed, amused by his foolishness. A Snickers bar? To make her bow her head? How ridiculous. Even if she were starving, she would never compromise with someone like him, let alone now, when she lacked nothing. Seeing her laugh, the man grinned, thinking she wanted the food. "Beautiful, just call me good big brother, and if you make me happy, you'll reward you with a pack. How about that?" As he spoke, he moved to sit on the sofa. The next moment, his half-lowered bottom froze in midair, for in his sight, Jiang Xiyu's smile had turned icy cold. A long blade materialized in her hand, its edge gleaming with a sharp, chilling light. As she stood up, the man quickly retreated to create distance, his smile replaced by a solemn expression. He stared at her warily. "Where did that sword come?" Jiang Xiyu couldn't be bothered to speak. She slowly advanced toward them. Her only thought was to drive them outside the door to settle things. She didn't want to splatter her home with blood that would need cleaning. "Beauty, do you think your blade is faster or my iron club is fiercer?" The tall man swung his baseball bat as Jiang Xiyu approached, producing a whooshing sound. Jiang Xiyu sneered, continuing her advance. A baseball bat? How crude. It was far better to follow her Bei, whose starting gear was an exquisite Tang Heng Dao. Yesterday she had slain over 100 zombies, and the blade remained unscathed, a testament to its quality. The tall man's expression grew increasingly grim. He couldn't tell if this woman was bluffing or truly skilled. If she were wielding any other weapon, it might be different, but a sharp, long blade. He didn't want to be cut or stabbed. Humans are creatures that always seek to emerge unscathed. He stepped back, then back again. Swiftly, the two retreated to the doorway. The scrawny man shouted, "Bro, she's definitely faking it. If she had real skill, she'd have charged by now. Don't let her bluff you. Remember, you're a first stage 2-star. Let's gang up and knock that blade out of her hand." Right? What was he afraid of as a first stage 2-star? Damn it, had almost forgotten that. The grimness on the man's face twisted into a sneer. "Beauty, even if you have a blade, what of it? Absolute power can't be compensated by mere weapons. I've smashed nearly 100 zombie skulls to reach first stage 2-star. If you don't want to get hurt, put the blade down. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing you." As he spoke, he stepped forward, swinging his baseball bat. He had observed on the way here. There weren't many slain zombies. The fire escape had some corpses, but they totaled only a dozen or so, barely enough to reach first stage 1-star, let alone 2-star. In terms of raw strength, he was superior to this woman. Jiang Xiyu acted as if she hadn't heard. "What the hell are you pretending for?" Seeing her still advancing, the tall man swung his baseball bat with force. He wanted to tear through her facade, and then tear through her clothes, to make her understand the cost of pointing a blade at them. Clang! Jiang Xiyu turned the blade. She struck with the blunt edge. Impossible. The moment the weapons clashed, the man's pupils contracted sharply. The terrifying recoil made it impossible for him to hold on. As his bat hit the ground, he didn't think twice. He turned open the door. What the hell? How was this woman's strength so terrifying? He was a first stage 2-star with strength 3 times the human limit, yet before her, he felt like an infant. He even suspected the bones in his hand might have shattered. After a brief numbness, excruciating pain set in. The scrawny man beside him was about to act, but seeing his elder brother flee, he didn't dare linger. He followed suit, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. They had thought she was bluffing. Little did they know she truly had skill. Moments ago they sought to invade, now they only wanted to escape. Jiang Xiyu smiled. Those two idiots had finally left her home. Now she could act without restraint. These past days she had devoured apocalyptic novels and movies, learning one lesson: never let a grudge go and never play the saint. They had come to do her harm. How could she let them leave alive? Outside the door, the two men, having fled in panic, caught their breath. "Bro, what's the deal? Is that woman's strength really that terrifying?" the scrawny man asked, unwilling to accept it. The tall man's eyes were filled with deep fear. "Not just terrifying. This hand of mine is probably ruined. Where the hell did she kill so many zombies to level up?" As they spoke, they dashed toward the fire escape. But Jiang Xiu followed closely. Out of the corner of his eye the tall man was about to beg for mercy when in the next second he bizarrely saw his own neck. Holy shit. The other man witnessing this was so terrified his legs gave way. He scrambled toward the fire escape feeling a chill at his neck, yet he still managed to make it through. But, why can't I feel my body? Wait, where's my body? A head rolled down the stairs. Two morons. You've ruined my good mood this morning. Jiang Xiu cast a cold glance, then withdrew her gaze, and turned back into the house. The bloody scene churned her stomach, an instinctive reaction, but nothing more. Yesterday the scene in the underground garage had been hundreds of times more grotesque. Back inside Lin Bei and He-Yun were already in the living room. Sister Xiu, what happened? He-Yun asked, rubbing her dark circles, looking half asleep. Nothing, just two clowns who didn't know their place. Wash your face and get ready for breakfast. From the look of you, you stayed up late on your phone, didn't you? At that He-Yun's gaze turned profoundly resentful. Her small eyes darted between her and Lin Bei. She opened her mouth, but thought better of it. Sister Xiu had already kept her voice down, but her hearing was just too sharp now. She went into the bathroom to wash her face. Jiang Xiu squinted. Interesting. After washing up, He-Yun perked up and bounded over, hugging her arm. Her big sparkling eyes were full of anticipation. Sister Xiu, what's for breakfast? They had eaten a lot last night, but after a whole night hunger had set in. Protein, protein, protein. Just as Jiang Xiu was about to say they'd have a light meal, she heard strange roars from downstairs through the window. With their evolved bodies, hearing and vision had naturally improved. The three went to the window to look. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Is it still a zombie? He-Yun gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide. It's a bit exaggerated. Jiang Xiu was also stunned. This must be an evolved strength-type mutant zombie. Those muscles look familiar, like something I've seen in some TV series. Lin Bei couldn't help but squint. He had seen strange zombies online these past days, but he hadn't expected one in this neighborhood. From the 13th floor, it stood a full 2 heads taller than the zombies around it, wearing only a pair of gym shorts, its exposed limbs bursting with explosive muscles. The internet users had classified them. Zombies fell into several types: common zombies, ordinary ones on the streets, also evolving like humans. Elite zombies, evolved with special abilities. Mutant zombies, evolved with exceptionally strong abilities. The one they saw now likely belonged to the third category, as physique was truly over the top. Soon the zombie disappeared from their sight. He-Yun couldn't help but sigh. I thought being a first stage 3-star was already mediocre, but to think there's a monster like this in the neighborhood. Our strength is still too weak. In this world fraught with danger, only formidable personal power could bring a sense of security. Exactly, Jiang Xiu nodded. Even in just our area such a monster has appeared. Who knows what's out there? Even with my Bei's help I still feel my strength is too lacking. He-Yun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Bei discreetly. She wondered if his ability could double her strength as well. If so, her power would skyrocket. Currently her strength was 8 times the human limit. Doubling it would yield a staggering 16 times. Just thinking about it made her giddy with excitement. And her strength ability was only at LV1. Leveling it up would bring another massive boost. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became. She had to ask Sister Xiu about it later. What's wrong, Bei? Is there something the matter? Seeing Lin Bei standing motionless by the window, Xiu approached with concern, following his gaze, but seeing nothing outside. Lin Bei made a shu gesture. Did you hear any strange sounds? Strange sounds. The two women frowned, perked their ears, and faintly seemed to hear protein, 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 as they listened intently. The expressions of the three changed instantly. They exchanged glances. This is bad. The faint sound grew louder, and coupled with the strong smell of blood in the air, they simultaneously looked towards the door. That guy, he wouldn't have followed the smell of blood here, would he? Jiang Xiu's face turned grim. It seems that's indeed the case. He-Yun quickly ran back to the room to retrieve a knife, standing at the ready as he gazed at the doorway. The sound was now almost right at their doorstep, a low growl, heavy footsteps, all indicating something was right outside. I'm sorry, Bei. I didn't know the smell of blood would attract such monsters. I truly didn't know. Jiang Xiu apologized, her face somewhat pale. She had intended to show off, but never expected to attract such a monster. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. He didn't know either. He understood that zombies were sensitive to the smell of blood, but he never imagined this zombie could smell the blood from the 13th floor below. Outrageous. Unbelievably outrageous. However, this might not be such a bad thing. Killing such a zombie would yield energy far beyond that of ordinary zombies. If they wanted to leave, they could take the two women and escape. There was still time. With each zombie killed, he felt a faint stream of energy surge into his body akin to experience points. It was as if the world had transformed into a game, and this muscular zombie was merely a mini-boss. I'm sorry. Xiu continued to blame herself. It's fine, it's just a mutated zombie. Don't think of your man as too weak. Lin Bei comforted her, rubbing her head as he gazed at the door with anticipation. Protein. So much protein. The sound of chewing came through. Although separated by a door, the three understood what was happening outside. and held their breath. Not enough. Not enough protein. Before long the muscular creature's growl could be heard, and they could tell he was wildly sniffing the air. Protein! Outside the muscular creature's dark eyes locked onto the door. He smelled it, fresh protein inside. He approached with wild steps, each step causing the floor to shake. Bang! The security door before him felt like paper easily smashed open with a casual swipe. Upon seeing the three people inside, he revealed a sinister, cruel, and greedy protein. So much protein. Up close, the muscular creature's physique was even more terrifying than they had imagined. His head nearly touching the ceiling, and his massive body and thick muscles made it hard to fathom the strength contained within. A sense of helplessness rose in the hearts of the two women. They could only grip their long knives tighter. Even with three of them, they might not be able to escape unscathed from him. Ian felt quite unwilling. If she could double her current strength, she would have the confidence to fight this monster, but his muscles were simply too intimidating. She didn't want to die. There were so many things she hadn't experienced yet. No, she couldn't think like that. To be timid before a battle was a great taboo. The three of them were all first-tier 3 stars, and they could definitely handle this zombie. Protein. Without the barrier of the door, the muscular creature could smell their fresh scent even clearer, and the terrifying smile on his face grew even more sinister. In the next moment his smile froze. The knives in the hands of the two women could be ignored, but the dark muzzle of the gun in the man's hand triggered a fear from deep within his memories, causing him to instinctively take a step back. The smile transfer technique. The smile on the muscular creature's face shifted to Lin Bei's face. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns were nearly invincible. Seeing the muscular creature retreat, Lin Bei's smile grew wider. Experience points delivered right to my door. Swish, swish, swish. He frantically pulled the trigger. In a single second, he fired 10 bullets. The terrifying recoil meant nothing to him. To cover it up, he switched the magazine after firing 10 rounds, all within less than 10 seconds. Swish, swish, swish. Then came another 10 consecutive shots. All 20 bullets hit the muscular creature's head, without exception. Within 7 steps his aim was fast and accurate. With a head size twice that of a normal person, anyone could hit it. Swish, swish, swish. Following that, 30 more shots. The semi-automatic pistol, thanks to his hand speed, felt as if it was fully automatic. The Desert Eagle's power was not something an ordinary handgun could compare to. With a physique like an elephant, he could easily be killed at a distance of a few meters. 30 bullets. He felt he could take down even a second-tier zombie. Bang! Accompanied by the emptying of the third magazine, the muscular creature's massive body crashed to the ground. As for his head, have you seen a watermelon? It was just like a watermelon falling to the ground. Huh. He-Yun and Zhang Shiyu's mouths dropped wide open. They had thought it would be a fierce battle. They had thought it would lead to death. He entered the scene. He was killed in an instant. This muscular creature had barely been on the scene for 5 seconds before. He was just killed by Lin Bei. Knowledge changes lives. Technology changes destiny. Damn. He-Yun slapped her forehead. I forgot Lin Bei has a gun. No matter how monstrous the zombies are, they can't compare to a handgun. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Bei's body. Haha. Lin Bei couldn't contain his laughter. After killing this muscular creature, it actually raised his level by a whole star. Master Lin Bei level, first tier, 4 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability space, SSS level LV1 space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed 50. Strength, 52. Spirit 50. Physique 50. Items return power pill second year, 900 SSS level stake, 333. Registered members, Jiang Shiyu space, LV1 first year, 3 stars. Bond benefits charm 2, strength 2, double return of food supplies. You are amazing. I've broken through. Lin Bei excitedly hugged Shiyu. In the apocalypse, nothing was more exhilarating than enhancing one's strength. However, he took this action to dispel Shiyu's guilt. She had been taking the fact that she attracted a mutated zombie too much to heart. Really? That's great. Shiyu's anxious heart finally relaxed. She was afraid Lin Bei would resent her for acting thoughtless. Regardless, the danger had finally been averted. He-Yun let out a breath, casting a slightly envious glance at the two who were in each other's arms. She had never been embraced by a man, and her friend with a boyfriend said it felt very nice, as she couldn't help but wonder what it was like. Shaking her head. Power. Power is still not enough. Today she must ask Sister Yu how Lin Bei managed to double her strength. After the meal, the three set out. Though the distance to Master Jiang's martial arts hall was only a few kilometers, crossing it on foot was no easy feat. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, they decided to develop their strength a bit further first. Arriving downstairs. Nearly a week since the apocalypse erupted, the three left the residential block for the first time in ages, savoring the sensation of sunlight bathing their skin. Roar, roar. The three made no effort to conceal their presence. Surrounding zombies surged toward them like sharks catching the scent of blood. At the onset of the apocalypse, these zombies moved at the pace of a jogging human, but now they were already as swift as a person sprinting at full speed. Survival of the fittest. Those who stand still are doomed to perish. Today's small goal: clear the zombies within the neighborhood. Any objections? Lin Bei cast a cursory glance. The number of zombies charging toward them was in the hundreds. This neighborhood had 60 buildings. Each building had 2 units and 16 floors. Each unit had 2 households. That meant the neighborhood housed 3,840 families. Calculating based on 3 people per household, that exceeded 10,000. The apocalypse erupted at 5 in the afternoon. It was easy to imagine how many zombies were roaming outside. No objections. Jiang Shiyu replied with absolute confidence. Easy peasy. Tian also appeared quite nonchalant. Without those miraculous pills, this would have been an impossible task, but at present these zombies were nothing more than walking experience points. Swish. 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 Lin Bei drew his pistol and aimed at the leading zombie, pulling the trigger. The front row of zombies fell, creating a chain reaction. Their mobility had improved, but their brains still left much, though to be fair, even normal people could encounter such situations. Let's go. Blossoming in the midst of slaughter, like flowers blooming at dawn. Wherever the 3 passed, only headless zombies remained. Every strike was a full-powered blow with no fear. Weak and feeble. Pop a pill to regain strength. Max out the stats. Hack and slash at full power. Sisters, quickly get up. The big shots in the neighborhood are making their move. Come see. Those 3 are insanely awesome. Zombies are like toys before them. Damn, are they even human? Handsome, need a wife. They'll throw myself at you. Big shot, my sister's still a virgin, and she's gorgeous. Come to my place and be my brother-in-law. Traitorous little brother. Handsome, take me with you. I can warm your bed. Word spread. From 1 to 10. From 10 to 100. Survivors in the neighborhood flocked to their windows, shouting excitedly to catch their attention. Great. With these 3 big shots around, our danger level has dropped significantly. Exactly. They're so fierce they don't seem human. Jiang Shiyu glanced around casually. I never expected so many people were still alive. Lin Bei recalled something and teased. You think everyone's like you with no food at home. Shiyu blushed. Who knew the apocalypse would suddenly descend? But I was really lucky. You live right across from me. It's all thanks to my bestie. If she hadn't urgently called me to game, I might not have made it back before the outbreak. You really are fortunate. He still remembered. Jiang Shiyu had returned home just 20 minutes before the apocalypse erupted. If she had been delayed, even slightly on the way, she would have either turned into a zombie or ended up as. Light a stick of incense for your bestie. Bei, I've leveled up. Suddenly, Hiyun beside him also grew excited. I've leveled up too. We all leveled up. Huh. Brother Lin's sister, my ability has advanced to level 2. My strength is now tripled, truly. If not for fear that sister you would mind, she would have liked to pounce on Brother Lin and plant a big kiss on him. The reason her ability leveled up so quickly was because she used her power relentlessly, and frequent use naturally led to advancement. And the prerequisite for frequent use was Brother Lin's secret little pills. Swish. Hiyun mustered all her strength and slashed out with her blade. A single terrifying strike instantly severed the heads of 10 zombies. So satisfying. Hiyun was ecstatic, trembling with excitement. Such power. Terrifying beyond belief. With the 3 leveling up together, the pace of clearing zombies accelerated further. The unit count of zombies slain by the trio shifted from tens to hundreds, and then to thousands. Thrilling. Hours passed. The vast neighborhood was littered with corpses resembling a hell on earth, leaving only the 3 standing atop the pile of bodies. Owner Lin Bei, level 1st order 6-star system space, 10 cubic meters ability space SS rank LV1 space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed 70, strength 72, spirit 70, physique 70. Item strength recovery pill grade 2, 1314 SS rank stake, 520 recorded members, Jiang Shiyu space, LV1 first order 5 stars. Bond benefits charm 2, strength 2, double return on consumables, awesome. He was at 6 stars. Hiyun and Shiyu were both at 5 stars. The combat power of the 3-person team was now terrifyingly formidable. They walked to the wall and leaned against it. With a flick of his hand, a piece of steak was sent into his mouth. After hours of clearing zombies, they were famished. Though the strength recovery pill could restore stamina, it couldn't alleviate hunger. Bei hungry want food. Shiyu bumped into him with her chest, tilting her head up and parting her cherry-like lips slightly. Here. Lin Bei brought the steak to her lips for a bite. After one mouthful, she was filled with satisfaction. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. One more bite, yummy. Hiyun beside them swallowed hard, frantically winking and making faces. The 2 completely ignored her, feeding each other bite by bite, savoring every moment. This is driving me crazy. Cough, 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 cough. Still the 2 showed no reaction at all. Seriously, they're doing this on purpose. Definitely on purpose. Only when Hiyun's throat was about to cough itself raw did Lin Bei arm around Shiyu, unhurriedly look at her. A piece of steak appeared in his hand, and he waved it before her eyes. Call me good big brother, and he'll give you one. Hiyun laughed. A sneering laugh. What did he take her for? 1 piece. Ridiculous. Taking a deep breath. Good. 100. With her powerful lung capacity, she shouted it 100 times in one breath. 100 pieces. The 2 were left dumbfounded. Hiyun raised her little head. With a proud expression she extended her small hand. Brother Lin, you said if I called you good big brother, you'd give me one. You have to keep your word. I called you 100 times, so you owe me 100 pieces. I don't have a space backpack, so give me 10 first. And if I go back on my word? Oh good big brother, just give me a few pieces, okay? I'm starving to death here, and you're still messing with me. Hiyun's face crumpled as she tugged at his arm, pleading. Eat up. Lin Bei took out 5 pieces and handed them to her. Little Hiyun. Quite amusing actually. Hee thanks good big brother. Hiyun didn't mind the grease on the steak, she grabbed it and devoured it. One bite and she was stunned. How could this steak be so delicious? Oh my god, it's ridiculously good. After finishing 5 palm-sized steaks, she was still craving more. This time she hugged his arm and begged, good big brother, give me a few more please. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. So soft. The next second his gaze sharpened. He abruptly shook off Hiyun and grabbed a long arrow hurtling toward his head. Hiyun's expression shifted repeatedly. She initially thought Lin Bei disliked her touch, and disappointment filled her heart. But when she saw the arrow in his hand, she was overjoyed, which quickly turned into burning fury. She followed the arrow diagonally across. 15th floor. A young man stood by the window holding a compound bow in his hand. Lin Bei sneered coldly. The worrying scenario had indeed come to pass. Someone had taken a disliking to him and launched a covert attack. Damn it, seeking death. Shiyu, cradled in his arms, let out a rare curse at the sight of the arrow. Let's go. Moved. Lin Bei strode toward the building, the 2 women following closely behind. In this post-apocalyptic world, if others could shoot arrows without restraint, he too could retaliate without hesitation. The man by the window, evidently astonished that Lin Bei had caught the arrow, paled as they approached. Without a second thought, he drew his bow, aimed, and fired a second arrow. The aim was precise. The shot was accurate. But, without caution, it had failed to strike. With vigilance, it stood no chance. Every arrow was intercepted with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it. Can't even kill you. The man's expression twisted with fury. The trio entered the building. 15th floor. Charge. With their current physical prowess, ascending from the 1st to the 15th floor took less than 10 seconds. With a thunderous kick, the security door burst open. Inside, a man was frantically stuffing items into a bag. He froze at their arrival, forcing a smile more wretched than tears. Bro, what if I said I was shooting zombies just now? Would you believe me? What do you think? I think you do. The man edged backward as he spoke. Bro, we're from the same neighborhood. Please let me off. I was just momentarily possessed to attack you. Give me a chance. As the words faded, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Die. A sharp whistle cut the air. Lin Bei raised his hand. He caught a sewing needle mid-flight, with steady fingers, his gaze mocking. Not a bad ability, but you've lost your chance to rise. Impossible. The man's pupils contracted sharply. This time sheer terror painted his face. Originally, he had planned to distract Lin Bei with conversation while silently killing him with his magnetic ability. Who would notice a sewing needle, especially at high speed? He had thought victory was assured. But this man not only detected it, but caught it. The next second, the dark muzzle of a gun reflected in his pupils. Cold sweat drenched his back as he tasted death. Without a thought, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Bro, don't shoot. I was wrong, truly wrong. Give me a chance, I beg you. Your ability should be magnetism. You can control the bullet's tip. If you can block, it'll give you that chance. No. Before the man could speak, a bullet tore from the muzzle. The moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man unleashed his ability with all his might. But his power was too weak. A mere crade magnetic ability, utterly incapable of stopping a bullet. With a soft thud, the bullet lodged into his thigh. Ordinarily, a desert eagle's force would have blown a hole through his leg, yet it only penetrated the flesh. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, a testament to his ability's effect. Not bad, you blocked it. The man instinctively smiled. So will you give me a chance? I swear Did I say that? What the hell? 4 shots rang out in rapid succession. Each bullet pierced his menisci and shoulder blades. Just messing with you. I'm a man of my word. I gave you a chance. If you survive, you're lucky. The man's eyes bulged. This was a chance. What a joke. With that, Lin Bei turned and left. Jiang Shiyu gave a light snort and followed. Serves you right. Hiyun shot him a cold glare. Why court death when life was so precious? The Desert Eagle's power was no joke. The man's knees and shoulder joints were shattered, bones reduced to fragments held by mere strips of skin, blood gushing relentlessly. If he survived this, he was destined to live. Outside, Hiyun asked, Dear brother, why not kill him outright? You're not really giving him a chance, are you? What if he lives? The more Lin Bei thought about it, the angrier he grew. Damn it. If he hadn't acquired Jiang Shiyu's ability and grasped the rudiments of spatial perception, that bastard would have succeeded. Killing him outright. Don't you think that's too merciful? Let him linger between life and death, feeling his bodous pain, and magnetism is a fine ability, even at a low level. Developed, it could rule. But now, thanks to his rash impulse, he's lost everything and must wait to die. Regret and resentment will torment him until his last breath. Makes sense. Hiyun agreed, but added, what if he doesn't die? If he survives, he'll surely seek revenge by any means. Lin Bei smiled and ruffled her hair. I never said we're leaving now. Aren't you hungry? Let's find an empty place to eat first, then come back to check on him. He stuck out her tongue. I overthought it. Who knew you'd be so savvy understanding the importance of finishing the job? Not really, I've just read too many novels. They found an empty apartment. With a wave of his hand, 3 bowls heaped with rice appeared, each as large as a soup bowl, bigger than a face. Their appetites had grown too immense, small bowls would be too tedious. Let's keep lunch simple. Simple. Hee-Yun felt a pang of disappointment. Then simple. This was simple. Sweet and sour ribs. Tomato and egg. Sour cabbage fish. Garlic sauteed pork shreds. Braised lamb. Blackfish soup. 5 dishes and a soup. This was simple. I love simple meals. Jiang Shiyu consumed 1 bowl of rice, returned 2 bowls of the same size. You consumed 1 bowl of rice, returned 2 bowls of the same size. Jiang Shiyu, and you shared the braised lamb, returned 2 bowls of the same size. System, you're awesome. Can't finish it. Absolutely can't. Bei, it seems the power's out. After the meal, Shiyu wanted to check the refrigerator. Finding it cold, she tried the lights. Nothing. So soon. Lin Bei frowned slightly. Actually, it wasn't that fast. Power failing nearly a week after the apocalypse broke out was quite slow. Glancing at the time, 6 in the evening. Summer days were long, but it was too late to head to Teacher John's place. Lin Bei looked at Hee-Yun. Let's stay at your place tonight. We'll set off tomorrow and gather your things. She replied, gnawing on a rib. After their meal, the trio returned to the 15th floor. Damn it. Crippling me. They'll have my revenge. They'll break your limbs too and make you watch your woman being toyed with. At the doorway, they heard the venomous muttering. Lin Bei paused. This guy was tenacious. Too bad. Entering the room, they saw the limbless man sprawled on the sofa. The wounds were seared shut like cooked meat, no longer bleeding. A few spatulas lay quietly on the floor. He understood. The magnetic ability had been used to turn on the gas stove, heating the spatulas red hot, to cauterize the blood vessels. The agony the man endured was unimaginable. His will to live was admirable. Son of a bitch. If I don't avenge this, I'm not human. The man kept muttering, blood loss clouding his senses, oblivious to the trio's entrance. No, I need something to replenish blood. So dizzy. He turned his head and froze at the sight of the 3, standing silently at the door. A burst of maniacal laughter erupted from him. His eyes bloodshot. Damn it all. After enduring so much to barely survive, these people had never left. A single bullet struck his forehead. Satisfying. Lin Bei left contentedly with the 2 women. He never sought trouble, but he never forgave those who provoked him. At the entrance of Hee-Yun's home, Hee-Yun pulled out her keys to unlock the door. The first thing she did upon returning was check if her house had electricity. She let out a sigh. Turning to Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu, she said, my place has no power either. It seems the electricity is truly cut off. The 2 of them surveyed her home. The overall decoration style was quite similar, though her home had many belongings, yet it remained tidy. When their gaze swept across the living room coffee table, they were drawn to a small trinket placed on it, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily lifted. That's rather interesting. Jiang Shiyu noticed it too. Hee-Yun followed their gaze, her fair face instantly flushing crimson. She rushed forward, grabbed it, opened the window, and without a second thought tossed it out. A seamless, fluid motion. Damn, someone must have been in my place last night. There's something here I've never seen before. I need to check thoroughly. Someone must be hiding. Hee-Yun put on a pretense, but her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her. Is that so? Shiyu helped her search, casually asking, now that you've thrown it away, what will you do if you need it later? It's fine, I have a new one in my drawer. Hee-Yun's mind was a muddled mess from embarrassment, and she answered instinctively. The moment she spoke, her already scarlet cheeks deepened even further. She bit her lower lip. Glancing at her with a shy glare, she said, Sister, you. Oh no. I've been exposed. Oh, don't be so shy. We're all adults here. Having things like this is perfectly normal. I've bought those little gadgets myself before. Really? Don't ask, the answer is yes. Alright, no one's laughing at you. We set off tomorrow, so pack up what you need. We'll leave as soon as we wake up. Okay. Shiyu helped her gather her belongings, which were mostly just clothes and such. Sister, can I ask you something? Ask away. They were leaving tomorrow. Hee-Yun was currently at 1-star 5th rank with a 3-fold boost to her ability, making her strength 18 times that of an ordinary person's limit. That sounded formidable, but who knew what monstrous creatures lurked outside? What if they encountered something a pistol couldn't handle? Her strength was still insufficient. Sister, brother Lin doubled your power. Could he double mine too? After hesitating for a long while, Hee-Yun finally spoke. She had wanted to ask this all day. Shiyu was taken aback. She had originally planned to use this as bait to lure Hee-Yun, but never expected her to bring it up voluntarily. Jiang Shiyu put on a troubled expression. It's possible, but his ability can only what? Only be used on his women. Huh. Hee-Yun had thought there would be some harsh condition. Is that all? She blurted out almost without thinking. That's simple. Can't I just become his woman? Jiang Shiyu. Hee-Yun regretted it the moment she said it. That damn impulsiveness of hers. Exposed again. Ahem, I mean becoming his woman isn't quite right after all. After all, I'm not that familiar with him yet, and you're his girlfriend. I don't want to ruin things between you. I don't mind. Really? That's great. I mean, no, that doesn't sound right. Hee-Yun was so flustered she couldn't speak coherently. Not only could she become a woman in the truest sense, but she'd be with the boy she liked and gain power too. A win-win. Seriously, Lin Bei was incredibly handsome, wasn't he? From their first meeting, she found him both handsome and charismatic. Not only had he provided her with so much food, but he had also helped her grow rapidly. Without Lin Bei, she might still be holed up at home gnawing on instant noodles and hesitating whether to venture out, or perhaps she would have long been locked on the rooftop zombie fodder. A young maiden. Her heart stirred. She had only held back because of Sister Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu frowned slightly. Things were progressing far more smoothly than she had anticipated. Even without her involvement, it wouldn't be long before little Yun willingly gave herself up. What could she do? It was all because her Bei was just too handsome. Perfect. Finally someone to share the burden. Little Yun, do you yearn for power? Do you want to seize the future? Strike while the iron is hot. Tonight become his woman. After tonight your strength will go from 18 times the human limit to 36 times. 36 times. Can you even imagine that? Shiyu whispered into her ear, tempting her. Tonight. Hee-Yun bit her lip, murmuring shyly, This is too fast. I am not ready yet. Talking big was easy, but faced with reality she faltered. Shiyu came up behind her. She placed her hands on her shoulders. Little Yun, this is the apocalypse now. The outside world is chaotic. Any day we might encounter dangers we can't withstand. By then it won't matter if you're ready or not. We're setting off tomorrow. The stronger you become, the better our chances of reaching our destination, right? What if something goes wrong tomorrow and Lin Bei and I fall before your eyes? Would you regret being shy at this moment? Or do you prefer to keep drifting alone in this apocalypse? Some things and some people must be seized now. Once something happens, regret will be too late, Little Yun. Hee-Yun's face was full of hesitation. She whispered shyly, I don't know how to face him. I'm too embarrassed about this kind. Got it. So that's it. Shiyu understood. It's not that you don't want to, you're just shy, right? That's easy. I have a plan. Listen to me. After hearing it out, Hee-Yun's eyes widened. Will that work? Why wouldn't it? Sister Yu, I'm still a bit scared. I really truly don't have the mental preparation for this. Isn't it a little too fast? I'm really not ready yet. Maybe. Relax. It'll be fine. Alright then. Got her. After packing up, they went to the living room. As dusk fell, Shiyu saw Lin Bei preparing to shower first, and took the initiative. Bei were feeling pretty grimy. Let us go first, okay? Sure. While they were showering, Lin Bei video called his first wife Yu. Yu, did the power go out over there? It's out too. I figure the backup generator at the signal station won't last long. Just make your home a base. He'll come find you once I'm strong enough. Yeah, I miss you like crazy. Don't worry, I'm not the type to be fickle. You know me. Even if a beauty threw herself at me, I wouldn't give her a second glance. My heart only belongs to you. Really relax. After hanging up, Lin Bei grinned. He wondered what Shiyu had planned for tonight. Office uniform. White stockings. Black stockings. He was a little eager. Soon the two women emerged together, their slightly damp hair and clinging clothes accentuating their figures perfectly. Once he had Hee-Yun sorted out, he'd have one on each side. Time for a shower. Bei'll sleep in this room tonight, and Hee-Yun in that one. Shiyu pointed as she headed to the bathroom. Okay. After going in, Shiyu took Hee-Yun's hand and led her to her room, whispering, It's already dark. Just lie inside the bed with your back to him. Trust me, he's interested in you too. Once he finds out it's you, he'll go with the flow. All you need to do is this and that. Sister Yu, how about tomorrow night? I'm a little scared. Hee-Yun stood up to leave, but Shiyu grabbed her firmly. Damn it. Leave? Once you're here, you're not going anywhere. Hee. Become my sister and help me out. Little Yun, have you forgotten everything I told you? What if danger strikes tomorrow and you suffer misfortune because your power wasn't enhanced? Are you sure you won't regret it? Brainwashing. Relentlessly. Pua. Little Yun, think about how well Bei has treated you. He makes sure you eat your fill every meal and doesn't limit the special pills. You owe your current strength to him. He's given you so much. Even if you don't think for yourself, don't you want to repay him? Besides this, what else can you offer? That was true. Hee-Yun sat down quietly. Lin Bei had been incredibly kind to her. She had no way to repay him, except by giving herself to him. Shiyu unleashed her ultimate move. Once you're his woman, you can eat as much meat as you want. You could have meat as your main dish every day, and he'd be willing to provide it. Don't you love ribs? Tomorrow you can have 2 plates. No 5, no 10, no 100 plates. Really? Shiyu agreed, swiftly caring little about whether it was true. She just needed to keep her steady. After tonight, there'd be no escaping. Hee. Who? Refreshed and invigorated. You? Shoo. He entered the living room and saw Shiryu sitting quietly on the sofa. Just as he was about to ask why she had not gone into her room, she made a shushing gesture and then winked toward her bedroom, casting him a knowing look. Lin Bei was taken aback. What does this mean? Look at your phone. Lin Bei read Shiryu's lips. Xiao Yunyun, I have everything arranged. Go in and eat. Treat her as if she were me. She's shy, don't expose her at first. Lin Bei, that question mark doesn't mean in the weird one, it means you're the one who has questions. How did you persuade her? Sure, you don't boss me around. Listen, I promised one condition on your behalf. From now on, whenever she wants meat, she can have as much as she wants. Lin Bei. 6. Lin Bei, I love you. Sure, you 3. Sure, you really helped a great deal. Eating Hiyun. Her strength can rise by several tiers instantly. She wants meat. Let her eat her fill. If she cannot finish 10 plates in a day, she does not get to sleep. Mua. He first kissed Shiryu gently on the forehead, then slowly entered the room. He could not afford to neglect anything. After his careful earlier management, he was extremely pleased with the Shiryu before him. Sister Yun, you're in for it now. Shiryu laughed softly as she returned to Hiyun's room. After several restless days, she could finally fall asleep lucidly and slowly. Lin Bei entered the room. It was dark. Very dark. He could only make out a figure lying toward the inner side of the bed. Lin Bei lifted the covers, slipped in, and held her. He could clearly feel the stiffness of her body. You am here. Collection successful. Successfully collected a beauty whose comprehensive score reached over 90, rewarded with a delicate gift returning force pill grade 1. System storage space increased to 100 cubic meters. Unfettered by experience bond 1, rewarded with a delicate gift 10 global premium honeyed sausages. Innate stocking Saint body bond 1, the effect of stockings on index members is tripled. Activated superior pure maiden bond index members pure style increased twofold. Gourmet bond 1, food and beverages consumed by you and index members will be returned threefold. Fitness enthusiast bond 1, your and index members' strength is tripled. Detected that Hiyun possesses a strength ability, this ability has been copied to the owner. Takeoff. Big takeoff. Attributes. Owner Lin Bei. Level 1st rank 6 stars. System storage 100 cubic meters. Abilities space SSS-LV1 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters, strength S-LV1 double. Speed 70. Strength 73, 2. Spirit 70. Constitution 70. Items returning force pill 1333, SS grade steak 550, premium honeyed sausage 10. Recorded index members Jiang Shiryu first rank 5 stars space LV1, Hiyun first rank 5 stars, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits elegance 2, strength 3, triple return on consumed supplies. Bonds activated. Superior flight attendant 1, all members elegance image increased twofold. Superior maiden 1 index members pure style increased twofold. Innate stocking Saint body 2 members stocking wearing effect tripled. Gourmet 2 food returns tripled. Fitness enthusiast 2 strength increased threefold. Unfettered by experience. Originally his strength equaled 14 times the human limit. Now it is 42 times the human limit tripled. He himself did not yet comprehend how terrifying his power had become. The only pity is that the delicate gift is the same as last time. Thanks to the gourmet bond, he only needed a single pill to farm it infinitely. Oh whoa. What the? There are wolves in the city. Surely not werewolves. Jiang Shiryu sleeping alone never expected to hear wolf howls from the city. Along with the howls came cries for help. Help sister, you save the child. Sister you. Sister you all. Shiryu put on her headphones. She cut off the noise. She sent a quick video to her best friend. The power had gone out, no one knew when the internet would be restored. And I'm already first rank 5 stars. Pretty impressive, right? What? You're second rank. No way sister, did you unlock something? The next day 2 in the afternoon. So good. Jiang Shiryu woke laughing at the memory of last night. Even with headphones on she had heard Xiao Yunyun's cries for help. She rose to get ready. Getting ready to depart. In another room. He insulted top Lin Bai's chest. You bad man, I'm a novice. Can't you restrain yourself a little? I don't care. We agreed last night today I will eat 100 plates of ribs. Lin Bei propped his head on a pillow with one hand and stroked her back with the other, smiling. You love meat that much. Little glutton, first I'll reward you with a sausage. Hiyun. So early in the morning, don't. Really a sausage? Hiyun froze. What did you expect? Her face flushed. She grabbed the skewer, pulled the sausage from her mouth and sniffed. The rich aroma excited her appetite. This was also one of her favorites. Seeing Lin Bei watching her, Hiyun stared back, opened her mouth, and bit down hard, lifting her little head as she chewed. This little girl. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. So adorable. Check your status panel. What do you mean? Hiyun paused mid-bite, then realized and erupted with joy. Attributes. Hiyun. Level 1st rank 5 stars. Ability strength S-LV2 triple. Speed 60. Strength 63, 3. Spirit 60. Constitution 60. Point 0. What a... You gave me an extra triple. Triple. Oh my heavens. Hiyun was ecstatic. A double amplification was already incredible. A triple, threefold, was beyond belief. 3 times 3 is 9. 6 9 54. 54 times the human limit. But that was not the key point. The crucial thing was that her strength ability still had huge room for growth. It would only become more extreme with time. This additional triple boost raised her ceiling considerably. Good brother, you really are my good brother. Yun loves you to death. Hyun hugged his neck and showered him with frantic kisses. Glub. Hyun stuck out her tongue. Good brother, my belly is about to starve. Although you raised my strength, you must not renge on the promise of 100 plates of ribs, okay? Fine. Lin Bei got fired up as she liked to tease. If you cannot finish 100 plates tonight you will truly be in trouble. Humph. Hyun lifted her chin and sneered disdainfully. As long as you can provide them, I can eat them. A mere 100 plates of ribs. Barely enough to nibble, just to whet the appetite. Lin Bei laughed. All right. His notion of a plate was not the small plates of a dozen or so pieces. He specifically chose large round platters, nearly 10 jin each. They could not help it. Their appetites were enormous. Using large platters made things easier. No need to worry about dishes. The system was generous, returning tableware along with food. Count one platter as 10 jin. 10 platters is 100 jin. 100 platters is 1,000 jin. Even with bones, that is hundreds of jin of meat. Come. Begin. Wow, seeing Lin Bei take out a large plate of ribs, Hyun's eyes lit up. She leaned against him and began gnawing on them blissfully. Awesome. Burp. After a while. She finished off about 10 jin of ribs all by herself, let out a satisfied burp, and stared at him with contentment. See. This plate, I handled it with ease. Hyun consumed 1 plate of ribs, 3 plates returned. Lin Bei smiled. With a flick of his hand, he produced another plate of ribs. Hyun's eyes lit up again, but this time the brightness had dimmed significantly, from 100% intensity to a mere 10%. She was full. Truly full. Damn. How many ribs did he have stored? She was just joking. Judging by his demeanor, he wasn't actually going to make her eat 100 plates, was he? She'd be stuffed to death. Good brother, it's the apocalypse now. We need to conserve food, think of the future, not just the present. So I've decided, for the sake of our wonderful days ahead, I don't want the remaining 99 plates. How about that? Aren't I considerate? Considerate? You're the most considerate. Considerate to the point of being stuffed, aren't you? Lin Bei pinched her nose. Time to get up. They had to set out today. He'll send teacher Zhang a message saying we're going to her place today. Hyun lay on the bed dangling her fair little feet full and in no rush to get up. In the living room, Lin Bei and Zhang Xiu had breakfast together. Remembering something Lin Bei said, Xiao Yu, the reason Hyun's ability level increased is because she used it frequently. We need to find a way to level up our abilities too. Xiu took a sip of century egg and lean pork congee, constantly storing and retrieving items to use the ability frequently. If you don't mind me saying, last night before bed, I chatted with my best friend on the phone for hours repeating the same thing, and there wasn't the slightest hint of leveling up. That approach must be wrong. Lin Bei thought for a moment and continued, the enhancement of spatial abilities should require us to develop spatial powers. For instance, I've been practicing my perception recently. That arrow yesterday was detected by my perception once it entered a certain range. Actually, if you calm your mind, you can sense space itself. Is that so? Xiu put down her bowl and gave it a try. She closed her eyes, cast aside distracting thoughts, quieted her mind. Soon everything around her unfolded in her mind without reservation. Lin Bei in front of her, the dishes on the table, Hyun in the room. Though all was colorless, it was remarkably three-dimensional. Spatial abilities. Though she rarely read novels, she had watched plenty of sci-fi movies. She attempted to slap Hyun's bottom. Who? Hyun, lying on the bed, looked terrified. Just moments ago someone had slapped her bottom. The eerie thing was she was alone in the room. Could it be a ghost? An invisible person? She quickly ran to sit beside Lin Bei and Zhang Xiu, her big eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Good brother, sister Yu, I think my house really is haunted. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He stared at Zhang Xiu across from him. He had just seen it. Her hand had eerily vanished halfway, only to reappear in the room and slap Hyun. She must have opened a short-range spatial wormhole. That was unscientific. Of course he had tried such a skill before, but it was extremely difficult. Why could Xiu use it on her very first attempt? System care to explain. Is it a copied or pirated version? Puff Master, she is a naturally born 3-rank spatial ability user with an innate affinity for space. You acquired it later and still need to adapt, so naturally you'll fall short compared to her. I see. That made sense. Xiu opened her eyes, suppressing a smile, and asked, Union, what's wrong? What happened? It's happening again. Before Hyun could finish her sentence, someone tickled her waist. The terrifying sensation sent goosebumps all over her body, and she leaped into Lin Bai's arms. Hee. Seeing her like that, Xiu couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Who would have thought that Hyun, who feared neither zombies nor villains, would be scared by this? Alright, there's nothing unclean here. It was me who slapped your bottom just now, and I tickled you too. Don't be scared. You, look, Xiu demonstrated the ability she had just figured out in front of them. Damn, that's insane. I'm so jealous, so jealous. Though Hyun said that she was genuinely happy, sister Yu, this skill is invincible. Combined with something else, it would be incredibly powerful. Xiu nodded, It's formidable at higher levels, but right now, because my spatial ability level is too low, I can't maintain it for long or use it over long distances. Still, that's pretty awesome. Hee-Yun waved her little fist. Who would dare mess with you now? If I tried to punch you, you could just open a spatial wormhole between my fist and the back of my head. I'd end up killing myself, and you wouldn't even have to lift a finger. So cool. That's true. Shiyu ate while familiarizing herself with the ability as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the three got dressed and set out. They arrived downstairs. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, and they could see several human figures lurking furtively. The trio headed straight for the north gate of the residential complex. The south gate opened onto a main street where the sheer number of zombies outside was hair-raising. Their goal today was to travel, not level up, so they naturally chose the easier path. Sister Jiang still hasn't replied to my message. Could something have happened to her? On the way, Hee-Yun held a knife in one hand and her phone in the other, a look of concern on her face. Relax. Shiyu opened a spatial wormhole and swung her blade, decapitating several zombies over 10 meters away. Little Union, not everyone is like us, free from worries about food. Didn't you say your sister Jiang has many students at her dojo? As the head instructor, she's under a lot of pressure. She's probably out looking for food and doesn't have time to reply. Maybe. Hee-Yun was still a bit worried. This situation had occurred a few days ago. Just as sister, you said. Sister Jiang had gone out to find food and hadn't had time to check her phone. She was very capable indeed, but this was the apocalypse. No one could say for sure whether an accident might happen. The straight line distance was 5 kilometers. They chose a route from the navigation app that required a 5-kilometer walk. At their current speed, they could reach it in a few minutes, but the zombies outside were overwhelming. Everywhere they looked, there were countless of them, enough to make one's scalp tingle. They had no choice but to clear a path. Damn. Too many. Lin Bei popped a rejuvenation pill into his mouth. The zombies seemed endless. Just after clearing 100, another 200 or 300 would surge in. They weren't a threat, but they were incredibly annoying. For grinding monsters, you really needed a mage. But finding a top-tier elemental ability user wasn't easy. Having stumbled upon Jiang Shiyu and Hee-Yun was already a blessing from heaven. Here it comes. Shiyu, who had been frequently using spatial wormholes beside him, suddenly felt a sensation. With a thought, that single stroke decapitated all the zombies surging from 10 meters away. Another swing, and another dozen or so zombies lost their heads. I've got it. Lin Bei was thrilled. Great, Bei, you've got it too. Shiyu beamed. Working together, no matter how many zombies, 10 or 100, none could get within 10. Hee-Yun spread her hands. Fine. Bullying me for not having a ranged attack, huh? She had nothing to do. All she had to do was follow along. It was comfortable enough, but she wasn't killing any zombies. Over time, she would definitely fall. Strength ability. What good was it? Little Union, just swing your blade forward. It'll open spatial wormholes for you. Seeing her a bit down, Shiyu could roughly guess what she was thinking. That's great. Love you to death, sister you. 5 kilometers. An ordinary person could cover 5 kilometers in about half an hour, yet the three of them took a full 3 hours. The good news was that Teacher Jiang's martial arts hall lay just ahead. The bad news was that after 3 hours, Teacher Jiang still hadn't replied to Hee-Yun's messages. As they reached this street, the number of zombies plummeted. The road was strewn with corpses. Clearly, Jiang Yu had already cleared this area, albeit in a different manner. Each zombie had its head pierced through. The first floor of the martial arts hall had its main door tightly shut. It was a 3-story building merging 3 storefronts. Lin Bei opened a spatial rift and stepped directly from outside into. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? If you dare lay a finger on me, aren't you afraid Teacher Jiang will come back and break your legs? Ha, Jiang, you won't make it back. She went to the school supermarket where my classmates had already injected sedatives into the water bottles with syringes. Do you think Teacher Jiang Yu and the others, after fighting zombies all the way to the school, will get thirsty and drink from those unopened bottles? You beast. No wonder you suggested going to the school supermarket at noon, saying it was close. So this was your scheme all along. Do you have any conscience? If it weren't for Teacher Jiang, you'd have been bitten by zombies long ago. Damn it, what's conscience worth? My dorm mates are all having fun in the girls' dorm, while I'm stuck here every day just watching you all holding back. Why should I? Just because Jiang Yu is a woman and won't let us touch you. If we hadn't gone out scavenging for supplies every day, you'd have starved to death by now. It's the apocalypse. Why can't we have our way with you? You're truly a beast. Teacher Jiang helped you become evolvers, helped you overcome your fear of zombies, provided you with food and shelter, and you conspire against her. You're despicable. I am a beast, so what? Go ahead, curse me. The more you do, the more it excites me. Here I come, baby. As they stepped inside, the three of them heard voices of a man and a woman from within. Lin Bei frowned. Were they too late? Hee-Yun rushed into the changing room, kicked open the door, and flung the man inside out. Xiao Yun, why are you here? Holy crap. Hee-Yun's face burned with fury. Wang Chong, you're utterly despicable. How dare you scheme against Teacher Jiang? If she didn't consider you her junior, do you think she'd have stayed to work for you? You only work 2 or 3 hours a day and get $100. Do you really think it's because of your skills? Are you even human? Wang Chong sprawled on the floor was filled with terror. Seeing He-Yun approaching, he scrambled backward with his hands. He tried to stand but the fall had broken his neck, and he was a one-star third-level evolver. That spoke volumes about He-Yun's current strength. Xiao Yun, let me explain. It was the guests upstairs who forced me. I had no choice. Don't come closer, please. No choice. He-Yun sneered. I heard everything. Go wait downstairs. Those upstairs will join you soon. With that she snapped his neck with a single kick. The school. After dealing with him, He-Yun couldn't care less about the situation upstairs. Sister Jiang had always been kind to her, and knowing she was in danger made her frantic. Brother Lin, sister, you wait for me here. I'm going to the school. Lin Bei grabbed her arm. Let's take care of the people upstairs first. They'll go to the school afterward. I need to pick something up anyway, but it won't take a few minutes. With that, Lin Bei headed upstairs with practiced ease. He-Yun hesitated for a moment, then followed. On the second floor. What are you doing? Are you insane? No. Stay away. You beasts. Teacher Jiang will come back safely, and then you'll pay. In the training ground, 6 men cornered 3 women. The men's faces were twisted with greed and excitement, while the women's were etched with fear. The men stripped off their clothes, the women clutched theirs tightly. I've been going crazy these past days. Everyone outside is dead, and I have to play monk with you. It's all Jiang Ye's fault. If only she were a man. Since ancient times, when has a woman ever ruled over men? If she weren't so strong, would have revolted long ago. No need for all this trouble. Wang Chong's dorm mates are lucky. I heard Jiang Yu has never even dated. No matter. We told Wang Chong to make sure his roommates don't kill Jiang Yu. We'll have our turn later. You beasts. Sister, you treated us so well, and you scheme against her without a shred of guilt. Come on, it's the apocalypse now. Every man wants to rule and have women at his side. From today on, this martial arts hall is ours. You can resist. The more you do, the more excited I get. Creak. The training ground door swung open. No way, Wang Chong, you got to enjoy one all to yourself, and you're already done. Several men spoke without turning around. Xiao Yun, run. These men are going to. And they've set a trap for Teacher Jiang. The 3 women huddled in the corner facing the door recognized He-Yun as a student of the hall. Xiao Yun. The 6 men spun around in unison. Surprise. Confusion. Excitement. Desire. A cascade of emotions flickered across their faces. They never expected He-Yun to show up, and Shed brought an incredibly stunning female companion. A cold expression. A fiery figure. An aloof demeanor. Yet a hint of purity. Just one glance ignited their conquest. As for the man, they ignored him entirely. The leader of the 6 began to speak, but then they saw the man they dismissed pull out a gun, its dark muzzle aimed straight at them. Lin Bei squinted, tilting his head with a smile. Fellas, I'm in a hurry, so we'll skip your pleas for mercy. Swish, swish, swish. 6 bullets struck their heads with deadly precision. Lin Bei's marksmanship had become quite reliable, deadly accurate within 20 meters, and beyond that it was up to chance. Not that it mattered, he had unlimited ammo. Ladies, aside from these guys, and that Wang Chong, are there any other threats in this building? Lin Bei asked the 3 women, and he glanced at their bonds. Ordinary people. None possessed any abilities. They were pretty enough, all scoring close to 90. In this day and age with so many skincare products, girls were generally fair, and fairness alone kept them from being ugly unless their facial features were truly off. Too bad he was picky. He didn't settle for anything less than exceptional. Why keep so many ornaments? To worship? No. No more. The rest of the men went to the school with Sister Yu. A woman answered, dazed and terrified. Okay. Lin Bei holstered his gun. Done. You stay here with Xiao Yun. I'm heading to the school. I'm coming with you. He-Yun blurted out, deeply worried about Teacher Jiang. Lin Bei patted her head. They'll be faster alone. Don't worry. Teacher Jiang is a good person. You have to believe that good people are rewarded. Good people rewarded. Really? Lin Bei himself didn't buy it. Then, be careful. Message us if anything happens. Yu Jie and I will come to back you up, He-Yun said. Worried. A little but not much. Simply put, Lin Bei's strength was terrifying. He-Yun knew her limits. She wasn't weak, but following him would only hold him back. Alright. Perfect timing. Head retrieve that thing too. Really, he didn't need to pick something up from school. He and Inu had buried it together years ago, promising to dig it up in a decade to reminisce about their youth. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, it was better to unearth it early. They might not even stay in this city anymore. Lin Bei opened the second-floor window, leaped down, and sprinted toward the school. I won't be too late, will I? Probably not. My luck has always been good. System, you don't believe me. Teacher Jiang is definitely an extreme bond possessor too. Impossible. Extreme bond possessors are truly 1 in 10,000. Look at those women just now. None of them even had abilities. Your luck is decent, but it can't be this good finding an extreme bond possessor in just anyone. What, system, you don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. I'll wager a bread maker. No 10 billion cubic meters of space. If she is one, you increase my system space capacity. If not, then it's not. I've seen shameless people, but never an owner this shameless. I despise you. Enough chit-chat. Your owner needs to develop his abilities now. Lin Bei cleared zombies while hurrying, using spatial wormholes and his long blade. Spatial wormhole. If he closed the wormhole after inserting his hand, would it become spatial cutting? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Bei reached out. Damn. He almost made a fool of himself. Lin Bei severed a zombie's arm, opened a spatial wormhole, placed the arm inside, then closed the wormhole. He felt resistance, but managed to close it with effort, perfectly severing the arm. It worked, though it was strenuous mainly due to his low ability level. Good. He had developed another new trick. A wolf. Lin Bei, hurrying along, abruptly turned his head. He had heard the wolf howl last night too, but now the sound was very close, as if it came from the very next street. A big boss. Forget it. He needed to keep moving. He didn't know Jiang Ye's exact situation, nor if he could arrive in time. 7 stars. After eliminating another group of zombies blocking his path, he felt a surge of power within, and his speed increased significantly. Status. Owner Lin Bei, level 1st order 7 stars, system space, 100 cubic meters, ability space SSS, LV1 passive space backpack, capacity 1000 cubic meters, strength S, LV1 double, speed 80, strength 83, spirit 80, physique 80, items return, force pill 1333, SS grade steak 550, top tier honey glazed sausage 22. Illustrated handbook members collected: Jiang Shiyu, 1st order 5 stars, space, LV1, He Yun, 1st order 5 stars, strength LV2, triple boost. Bond benefits, charisma 2, strength 3, consumables, triple return. His strength was terrifying, but he didn't dare unleash his full power. He knew his bones couldn't withstand such terrifying force. That was why he valued Jiang Yu so much. Only with her could he use his strength freely, unobstructed. He soon arrived at the school. Moving alone was much easier. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse broke out. The basic zombies ran fast, but in his eyes they were still as slow as snails, posing no threat. Campus supermarket. Where was it? There. It was July 10th. The apocalypse had started on July 3rd. Although it was summer break, there were still quite a few students on campus. Typical for a university. There were very few zombies on campus. Only about a dozen were visible. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. Arriving at the campus supermarket, he found it empty. The shelves held little food, clearly looted. He picked up an unopened water bottle, examined it under the light, and spotted a tiny pinhole. TSK. Classic. He wouldn't have noticed without prior knowledge. Where were they? Forget it. Head search one place at a time. South cafeteria, nothing. North cafeteria, nothing. Teaching building, nothing. Men's dormitory, several buildings, nothing. Women's dormitory, sorry folks, keep at it. These buildings had nothing either. Administrative building. Bingo. He went to the 2nd floor. There were 5 people sitting in front of an office door, 4 men and 1 woman. One slightly handsome guy eating instant noodles called inside. Sister Xiaoyu, give up resisting. He'll be gentle with you. Follow me, and you'll eat well, and live comfortably, never worrying about food, or having to scavenge. Do you know how many women dream of this life? Sister Xiaoyu, if you agree, you'll be my first wife from now on. Lin Bai's expression turned odd. Gao Jian. An acquaintance. A junior, 2 years his junior. He had been the one to welcome him at enrollment. In college, Lin Bei was an active club member. He remembered this kid as a decent person. True enough, the apocalypse unleashed humanity's darkness. With a thought, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole inside the office. He saw a woman in a black tracksuit gripping a long spear, staring intently at the door. The tight clothes perfectly accentuated her fiery figure. A perky derriere. Long shapely legs. A slender waist. Heaving bosom. TSK. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Perhaps due to battle, a few strands of hair fell across her delicate pale face, lending her a particularly poignant beauty. Name: Jiang Yu. Occupation: martial arts. Gym owner. Appearance: score 97, comprehensive score 91. Level 1st order 9 stars. Ability: physique S, awakened LV3 quadruple. Bonds: extreme martial artist 1. Upon bond activation, you and handbook members gain double martial talent, innate, silkstocking saint 1. Gourmet 1, fitness enthusiast 1, teacher 1. Upon bond activation, you and handbook members gain improved learning ability. 1 double. 2 triple. Untouched 1. Upon bond activation, receive 1 random small gift. Each additional member adds 1 more small gift. Extreme. Speak system. Speak, hurry up, I'm very anxious. Meow, she really is an extreme bond possessor. How? Is this the luck of a cheater? Huh. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. Sister, you forget about us. While you still have strength, jump out the window and run. A woman lying on the table said weakly. Oh. Lin Bei then noticed 2 other women beside her. He glanced at their status. 1st order 4 stars, no ability. 1st order 5 stars, grade strength ability. A pity. Unremarkable. Don't talk nonsense. Once the drug's effect wears off, he'll go out and kill those beasts outside. I brought you out, and he'll take you back safely. As she spoke, Jiang Yu fiercely pinched the soft flesh of her arm. Once wasn't enough, twice, 3 times, until the pain overcame the drowsiness. She couldn't fall. If she did, their lives would be over. Sigh. It hurt just to watch. Lin Bei shook his head. He took out his phone. Using the spatial wormhole, he took a photo and sent it to Little Union. Don't worry, your sister Jiang is safe. It's getting dark outside. Oh, we won't be coming back tonight. He could act now, rescue her, and make it back in time. But he didn't want to show up just yet. Only when Jiang Yu was in utter despair with no hope left would he appear on a rainbow cloud. Then wouldn't teacher Jiang fall for him? That's how it was written in novels. Reading so many had its uses after all. I'm so bad. I love it. And great, thank you good brother. It's unsafe to come back tonight, so stay at school. Tomorrow Yin will wear black stockings and little white socks for you. Lin Bei. Alright. So that's how you send messages. So that's how you dress. Consuming 1 honey glazed sausage, 3 in return. Consuming 1 honey glazed sausage, 3 in return. Consuming 1 honey glazed sausage, 3 in return. No doubt about it. Truly delicious. Lin Bei traversed through a spatial rift into the office adjacent to Jiang Yes reclining on a chair as he devoured one after another. With each bite an overwhelming satisfaction washed over him, succulent and bursting with flavor. Too much to finish, utterly inexhaustible. Time trickled by and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Bei was patient, and those outside Jiang Yes' door were equally so. Peeking through his observation, he saw them sitting on the ground nibbling on snacks. Sticking with Brother Jian is the best. Every meal comes with instant noodles and an extra sausage. The woman deliberately exclaimed loudly, slurping noisily as she ate. So fragrant, so satisfying, incredibly delicious. He'll finish it all. Instant noodles with a sausage. Was that something to boast about? Suppose it was. Not everyone could have supplies returned like he could. With a sigh he mused, I envy those people outside enjoying noodles with an extra sausage. Unlike me, stuck with big meat sausages and steaks day in and day out. I'm almost tired of them. Next door. So sleepy. Jiang Yu stood leaning on her spear, refusing to sit down for fear that the overwhelming drowsiness would engulf her. The growl, ravenously hungry, profoundly exhausted, intensely pained. She had led the team out to scavenge supplies, naturally not bringing much food. Though she had packed some, it was a mere drop in the bucket for her current physical condition. She stood now solely by the strength of her formidable willpower. She feared. She dreaded waking up to find herself stripped of every garment, opening her eyes to see 7 or 8 men lying beside her, or a horde of them lunging at her. Why? Why did they scheme against her? She was baffled. Had she treated them poorly? What should she do? She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Fatigue sapped her strength, hunger drained her vitality. Even if her level surpassed theirs, they outnumbered her. If they all rushed in now, she wasn't certain she could take them all down. Moreover, they weren't foolish. They waited outside the door, biding their time. They were waiting for her condition to deteriorate further. She knew this was a slow death, but what other recourse was there? Who could come to her rescue? She glanced at the 2 women beside her. Due to their weak strength, they had succumbed to the drug's effects and fallen unconscious. They were her neighbor's childhood friends. Could she abandon them and flee alone through the window? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no shortage of firewood. Seek vengeance later. Reason told her this was the only way out, but she couldn't bear the thought of those beasts defiling them. Perhaps there's another path. Die together. A glimmer of despair flickered in Jiang Yes' eyes. That path was to kill them both, and then take her own life. Even if those outside were brutes, surely they wouldn't lay hands on a corpse, would they? Wait a little longer. She didn't know what she was waiting for, because she didn't want to die. She would rather be cornered and devoured by zombies than meet her end in such a place, but to preserve her honor, that was her last resort. Heavens above. If you truly have a spirit, please punish those bastards outside. A good person shouldn't meet such an end. 2 streams of clear tears trickled down Jiang Yes' cheeks. Outside the door. Bro, do you think Jiang Yu might abandon her companions and flee alone? If she really wants to run, we might not be able to stop her. Can't believe she's still holding out against such a large dose of the drug. What a tough woman. One lackey asked, taking a hearty bite of instant noodles and glancing through the window at Jiang Yu. No chance. One of the men spoke with utter confidence. I've been shadowing teacher Jiang these past days, and I know her character. Her greatest weakness is her loyalty and devotion. Those 2 women are her close friends, as she would never abandon them. Even if she's strong, it's useless. She hasn't eaten much since noon because most of the food is in my bag. I played the part of a hard-working laborer for days to earn her trust. All we have to do is wait her out. A traitor. Lin Bei, chewing on a roasted sausage, peered through the spatial rift and locked onto this betrayer. Let's test my new game on you first. With a thought, a brand new spatial rift silently materialized beside the traitor. He rested his hand on the chair, and no one noticed that half his arm had vanished. Downstairs, a zombie wandered in the twilight, its mind consumed by the craving for fresh flesh. Yet humans were far too cunning. Hunger. So hungry. Suddenly the zombie froze. Before its mouth appeared half a human arm, an eerily surreal sight. A gift from nature. Without a second thought, it sank its teeth in, savoring the fresh, juicy burst as it tore off a massive chunk of flesh and chewed. Bliss. Ah! At the same time, the traitor screamed in agony, the searing pain forcing him to his feet. He stared in disbelief at the wound on his arm, then swept his gaze over the others, shouting furiously. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you bite me? Are you zombies? The group was utterly bewildered. Dude, who bit? They were about to deny it, but the wound on his arm was real, blood gushing out. Panic seized them as they scanned their surroundings. We can't be zombies. Everyone stay sharp. There might be a zombie with intelligence and invisibility lurking nearby. Gao Jian furrowed his brow. Don't panic, form a circle back to back. Yang Wei, you've been bitten, a step aside. I. Yang Wei was at a loss. Moments ago he had been fantasizing about joining the others and taking down Jiang Yu, never imagining he'd be inexplicably bitten. Maybe it wasn't a zombie bite. What if someone invisible is messing with us? Yang Wei clung to a sliver of hope, trying to step forward, but the cold gazes of the others made it clear that approaching would invite an attack. Confusion, despair, fear. Alone he pressed his back against the wall, alert to his surroundings. Having entered the ranks of evolvers, he had some immunity to the zombie virus, but a wound like this was beyond salvation, even for a deity. Don't scare yourself. It might be a human. Yang Wei forced himself to be calm, but regret gnawed at him. If he hadn't plotted against Jiang Yu today, he would be at the martial arts gym's training ground laughing and sharing dinner with everyone. Why? Why did lust drive him to harm teacher Jiang? Had she not treated him well? Why? Why oh why? A torrent of remorse flooded his heart. Meanwhile, inside the office, Jiang Yu noticed the commotion outside through the window and felt a spark of hope. Could it be? The heavens heard my plea. Hard to say. Let's observe. It might be a trick to lure her out. Consuming 1 serving of cold noodles, 3 in return. Consuming 1 serving of pan-fried dumplings, 3 in return. Consuming 1 serving of chicken strips, 3 in return. Lin Bei ate while watching them, and with a thought another spatial rift materialized silently. Downstairs. Where's the meat? Where did the fresh flesh go? The zombie grew frantic, snarling. The next second half a thigh appeared, pale, tender, and exuding a faint fragrance. The zombie opened its gaping maw in excitement. So tender. Incredibly tender. Thank nature for this gift. Aunt. The woman beside Gao Jian screamed. The others turned to look, following her gaze to see a chunk of flesh missing from her thigh, stained with foul, bloody residue. Get lost. Gao Jian scowled. Without a second thought, he kicked the woman away. Though a pang of reluctance struck him, the apocalypse demanded ruthlessness. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend, just a pretty face had taken in. Brother Jinyu. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Was this how quickly reality shifted? One moment he called her baby, the next he was casting her aside. Panic was spreading. The few remaining people stood on high alert, frantically slashing the air before them with their weapons. Because the woman had a low level, although she was bitten later, she quickly turned into a zombie. Puffed. Gao Jian ended her second life with a steel pipe, then shouted to the surroundings. I know you can understand me. Leave now for everyone's good. Since you chose to ambush this way, it means you're not that strong. I am not someone you can provoke. With that he thrust hard. The steel pipe, its tip sharpened, pierced straight through the thick concrete wall. Wow, how impressive! Lin Bei was so startled, he took a huge bite of his egg pancake. The ham sausage was fragrant, the fish fillet tender, the cabbage unbeatable. This was specially made for him before the apocalypse with extremely generous fillings. Who could resist a fragrant egg pancake? I think I'm dying. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness fading. He looked at his arms. Their healthy complexion had turned ashen. He knew he would soon become a zombie. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. He roared. With his last shred of awareness, he charged towards Gao Jian and the others. As a man nears death, his words turned kind. Recalling how Jiang Yu had taken care of them these past days, he wanted to do something for her, as a form of atonement. But, puffed, Gao Jian casually thrust, piercing his head. His gaze was filled with disdain. A useless parasite who lives off women, and at death's door, you still try to fight back. Pathetic. No. Something was wrong. Inside the office, Jiang Yu realized that heaven was truly punishing them. 2 people dying in succession. This was definitely not part of the script. Consumed 1 serving of egg pancake, received 3 servings in return. Wow, this pork knuckle is so tender. Lin Bei began enjoying his braised pork knuckle rice. After taking a big bite of collagen, another spatial wormhole appeared silently. One of the remaining 3 suddenly screamed. Their faces turned extremely grim. Another one had been bitten. Where? Where exactly? Gao Jian gritted his teeth and directly pierced the man's head with his steel pipe. Brother, my apologies. I'm helping you reduce the pain. Then he roared almost maniacally. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. What's the meaning of hiding in the shadows and biting people sneakily? Or are you just a sewer rat that can't stand the light? A provocation. Lin Bei smiled. Wait. A provocation. He flipped his hand, and a serving of braised chicken rice appeared before him. He picked up a piece of chicken, and tender, smooth, wonderful. Come out. Come out if you dare. Consumed 1 serving of braised chicken rice, 1 serving of braised pork knuckle rice, each returned 3 servings. Not full. My absurd appetite. He flipped his hand. Fragrant pan-fried fish. Fragrant wing rice. Fragrant coriander chicken. Eat up. Outside the door, the last 2 stood back to back, their foreheads covered in dense beads of sweat, their eyes wide with terror. Over here. Gao Jian suddenly sensed something and thrust sharply towards his right rear, hitting nothing but air. Over there. He kept thrusting left and right, but every time he struck, only air. In the corridor, besides the 3 corpses on the ground, there was nothing else to be seen. But there had to be a zombie here, otherwise how had they been bitten? Brother Jian, let's run. The words had barely left his mouth. The man screamed, looking at his calf in disbelief. He cried out in near despair and desperation, "Why does it have to bite me? I don't want to become a zombie. I haven't had my fun yet. Why? Why? Where the hell are you? Show yourself." Seeing his last brother bitten, Gao Jian screamed madly, wildly, swinging his steel pipe as he ran towards the stairs. He was scared. He was truly scared. He couldn't see. He couldn't see anything at all. Thump. As he ran, he felt his foot step onto nothing, and he fell heavily to the ground. He looked down, his right leg was gone. He could feel its existence, but he couldn't see it. This bizarre sight filled him with even more terror. No. As he scrambled backward, his leg slowly reappeared, as if his foot had stepped into an invisible spatial door. Wait. A spatial door? I get it. Gao Jian's face instantly shifted from panic to fury. It wasn't an invisible zombie at all. There was a spatial ability user nearby messing with them. No. Suddenly he felt his missing half leg being grabbed by countless hands. His heart tightened. He knew what that was. Don't bite. Get off me. He yanked his leg back violently. As he pulled, the spatial wormhole that had perfectly encased his leg expanded countless times, dragging several zombies with him as they pounced. Get off me. Gao Jian was an evolver after all. Ordinary zombies were no match for him, but the problem was they were too close. He exerted force and blasted the zombies away, but several teeth marks now marred his body. Nope. 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 Gao Jian roared. Die. He vented all his rage on these zombies, smashing their heads to a pulp before stopping. He sat down on the ground with a bitter smile, leaning against the wall as he lit a cigarette. His life flashed before his eyes. Cowardice. Subservience. Flattery. Silence. Endurance. He always greeted everyone with a smile, because he was a complete nobody. Now with the apocalypse he had power. Everything had changed. Now it was others' turn to flatter him, to read his expressions. But he had only enjoyed it for a few days, and now it was ending. Ha ha ha, it's like a dream. Why? Why target us? I've already been bitten. He'll turn into a zombie soon. Aren't you going to show yourself? At least let me die with my eyes open. Creak, the door opened. Jiang Yu leaned against the doorframe, frowning deeply. Gao Jian, what the hell is going on here? Gao Jian took a drag of his cigarette and blew out smoke. He was stunned to see Jiang Yu, then laughed with a hint of relief. So a big shot has arrived. Maybe they had their eye on your looks and got rid of us first. Boss, if you wanted her, you could have just told us. Do you think we'd dare to provoke someone with spatial powers? Why did you have to do it this way? Isn't our lives worth anything? Are human lives so cheap in your eyes? He grew more agitated with each word, nearly shouting by the end. Resentment. Utter resentment. Human lives? Jiang Yu sneered. Gao Jian, you know the value of human life, don't you? When you killed a Qing at noon, did you ever think about that? He was a schoolmate from the same school as you. This time out, Jiang Yu had brought 5 people. 2 women were inside. Yang Wei was the traitor. A Qing was an apprentice at her martial arts hall. A simple, honest kid who didn't talk much. He was still a student, but had learned martial arts since childhood. He came to her dojo as a part-time coach. To cover their escape, he had been killed by Gao Jian and his men. Him. Gao Jian laughed a laugh full of helplessness and mockery. Maybe this is karma. Boss will turn into a zombie soon. At least let me, Gao Jian, see what you look like. Creak. The door to the next room opened. Lin Bei, sated and content, slowly walked out and stood by the door, casting a calm glance at Gao Jian. You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gao Jian frowned deeply but couldn't recall. He asked unwillingly, Boss, can't you just ask? If you want her, we'll give her to you. Just ask. Why don't you ask first? At these words, Jiang Ye's expression turned grim. Those bastards were dead, but an even more terrifying figure had arrived. Yet she also found him familiar. Gao Jianyu. Lin Bei wanted to say something, but thought better of it. He wasn't that close to him anyway, he just had a good impression from memory. People change. Boss, look out. There's a zombie behind you. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, and as he did, he lunged forward, grabbing a steel pipe beside him and thrusting it toward Lin Bei's chest. 3 sounds rang out. Lin Bei had opened 6 spatial wormholes, slicing the meter-long steel pipe into 3 segments, which then pierced Gao Jian's chest in succession. Gao Jian froze, looking down in disbelief. So this is spatial ability. Impressive. His short life flashed before his eyes. He remembered and smiled. So it's you, Senior. Seeing me like this, are you disappointed? No. You just followed your heart. But, whether in the past, future, or present, the weak are always at the mercy of fate. Senior, I can't accept this. I really don't want to die. Can you save me? I swear I'll change. Lin Bei waved his hand and snapped his neck. Jiang Yu gripped her spear, tightly staring at him. I remember now. You're Lin Bei. You attended my classes before. You even bought a knife from my shop with your girlfriend. You came to save me. She wasn't sure. She knew human hearts could be wicked, but she wanted to believe in kindness. Today, however, had taught her a harsh lesson. Faced with Lin Bei's rescue, she didn't know his intentions. She had to be wary of everyone, afraid he might pounce and tear her clothes off. Just then her stomach growled inappropriately and loudly at that. Lin Bai's gaze turned odd. A flush crept onto Jiang Ye's pale face. Teacher Jiang, have a sausage made of pure meat to tide you over. Lin Bei pulled out a fragrant sausage rewarded by the system. I knew it. Disgusting. Jiang Ye's face shifted through various shades of fury. She brandished her spear ready to fight. The heavens were dead and the world had gone cold. But when she saw the fragrant sausage in Lin Bai's hand, she froze, her mind blanking for a moment. Wait. You mean to give me this? What did you think I meant? Lin Bei asked, confused. Nothing. Jiang Yu blushed as she put away her spear. The aroma from the sausage made her swallow hard. She wanted to take it, but feared he might have tampered with it. Lin Bei saw her worry. Just eat it. I'm not just passing by. I came specifically for you. Reply to Xiaoyun. You haven't answered her for hours. Xiaoyun. Oh my god. Lin Bei came specifically to save her. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. She never dreamed that in the apocalypse someone would come specifically for her. Her guard dropped. She had checked her phone earlier. Xiaoyun had indeed sent her many messages. If he was with Xiaoyun, then it was fine. Her spear, about 1.8 meters long, she deftly manipulated into a short spear of only 60 centimeters and tucked it behind her waist. Collapsible. Interesting. An inch longer means an inch stronger. If possible, Lin Bei wanted a 40-meter blade as a weapon. One swing could kill countless zombies. The thought alone was thrilling. Her stomach growled with hunger. Jiang Yu hesitantly stepped forward, took the sausage, brought it to her delicate nose, and sniffed gently. The rich aroma filled her. She couldn't resist opening her soft lips and taking a bite. It burst with juice, and she quickly sucked all the delicious liquid into her throat. All of it was energy. Couldn't waste a single drop. The system's rewards were nothing like the ones on the market. It was much larger and several times longer than a normal volcanic stone sausage. After finishing one, Jiang Yu licked her lips, still unsatisfied. She wanted more, so much more, her gaze filled with shyness and guilt. She had thought him a lecher when he was just giving her food. She wanted another, but didn't know how to ask. She knew how precious food was in the apocalypse. They fought zombies for a bland biscuit, let alone something this delicious. Still want more? Lin Bei asked. Jiang Yu nodded frantically. Though she was a few years older than Lin Bei at that moment, she was like an innocent college girl waiting for a reward, her eyes full of longing. Lin Bei smiled. No one could resist the system's cuisine. He even suspected the system laced the food with something addictive. It was just too good, once you started you couldn't stop. With a flick of his hand, he produced another and handed it to her. Thank you. Jiang Yu was ecstatic, holding it like a priceless treasure. Having wolfed down the first one, she resolved to savor this one slowly. She ate with great care. Even the stick she licked over and over. Still unsatisfied after two, given her current physical strength, they barely registered, especially after the day's exertion. Instead, they only whetted her appetite. Lin Bei almost laughed. In his memory, Jiang Yu was such a formidable woman, yet now she seemed like a little girl. Let's go sit in the office and eat. Whatever Lin Bei said, Jiang Yu obeyed. Her mind was completely consumed by the food. She thought she had tasted many delicacies, but they paled in comparison to his. If only she could eat like this every day, every meal. System, be honest, did you put something in this food? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu, who resembled a chain smoker getting cigarettes after days of withdrawal. How could that be? System products are always top-notch. Master, this is a world-class honey-glazed meat sausage, the king of sausages. After a dozen or so sausages, Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Noticing Lin Bei staring, she shyly tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. Sorry about that. I haven't had anything this good in so long. Thank you. Jiang Yu understood just how precious the food Lin Bei had given her was. In trade, it could fetch at least 5 or 6 women. A week into the apocalypse, food was precious, but gourmet food was even more so. Food fills the stomach, gourmet food soothes the soul. Teacher, I remember your martial arts gym provided lunch and dinner. You must have had a decent food reserve. With so few people, you shouldn't have run out so quickly. Why were you scavenging at the school? Did the apocalypse hit just as supplies ran low? Lin Bei asked. From the betrayer's words, they had been scavenging frequently. At this, Jiang Yu's expression turned resigned. She sighed. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher. I'm not that much older than you. Just call me Jiang Yu or Xiao Yu. We did have plenty of food at the gym, but a hungry wolf kept visiting. It was very intelligent, didn't hurt people, but demanded food. Its appetite was terrifying. One meal could consume a week's worth of rations for all of us. After a few visits, we faced a food crisis. A hungry wolf. I see. Why not kill it? Jiang Yu gave a bitter smile. Who knows how strong it really is? If someone got hurt, that would be a problem. Injuries are tricky in this situation. Besides, it can grow huge, ridiculously huge. True. Lin Bei understood. In the apocalypse, injuries easily led to infection. Unlike other animals, humans always try to avoid risks, never acting without absolute certainty. Teacher Yu. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher. Just call me Xiao Yu. If you're not comfortable, you can call me sister since I'm older. I'm more used to calling you teacher. Alright. Jiang Yu didn't insist. Are you really just used to it, master? I hate to call you out, but you want to be a disciple who defiles his master, don't you? Shut up. Teacher, are you still sleepy? No longer. Jiangyu shook her head. I've already endured the effects of the medicine, but I can't go back tonight. It's inconvenient to move with the two of them, so I'll wait until they wake up tomorrow. Lin Bei secretly lamented it was a pity. The drug's effect had actually worn off. It was only because she was a physique ability user who anyone else would have fainted long ago. Gurgle, her stomach rumbled again. Having eaten over a dozen large sausages would have stuffed an ordinary person, but for her a 9-star first order, it wasn't even an appetizer. Jiang Yu explained somewhat awkwardly. Well, maybe their medicine expired, and it's upsetting my stomach. She understood the value. She felt embarrassed to keep asking for more. Lin Bei waved his hand, and on the table appeared 20 steaks, 20 sausages, 5 portions of braised pork trotter rice, 5 servings of braised chicken, and 2 generously filled egg pancakes. He smiled and said, Don't be shy, I know that food wasn't nearly enough. All of this is for you. Take your time eating. I need to go get something, and we'll be back later. With that he turned and left. Wait. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, staring at the table full of food, swallowing her saliva, and asking incredulously, Are you saying all of this is for me to eat? Even if I eat it all myself, it's fine. Lin Bei waved as he left. Yes. Jiang Yu was astonished. Staring at Lin Bai's retreating figure, she found him inexplicably handsome. She never thought that the little brat she used to rub into the ground had turned into a man. She remembered everything now. Looking at the table, the familiar aromas made her eyes moist. She never thought she would get to eat these things again. Ever since the wolf had paid them a few visits. Almost every day they ate plain rice with spicy sticks, or steamed buns with spicy sticks, or noodles with spicy sticks. That damned picky wolf ate little of the staple food, and a lot of the dishes the meat had been completely devoured on its first visit. Jiang Yu reached out. Trembling, she picked up a bowl of braised pork trotter rice. It was still warm, with an incredibly generous portion of trotters. She counted 9 pieces and she took a bite. Soft, sticky sweet. Full of collagen. Satisfaction. Her soul trembled with satisfaction. With just that small bite of trotter, she finished the entire bowl of rice. She wished she had a refrigerator nearby, so she could freeze the trotters and cut a tiny piece for each meal. What should she do with this trotter rice? There were still 8 pieces of trotter. Should she just eat them directly? So extravagant. She couldn't bear. Wow. How can this steak be so delicious? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Braised chicken, how I've missed it. Wow, his egg pancake has so many fillings. Sob sob, it's just too delicious. Alone Jiang Yu didn't have to worry about her image. With every bite she was both satisfied and regretful. She wished she had brought a small fridge. Truly there was more food than rice. To be honest, the trotters in this bowl of rice could have paired with rice from 2 large electric rice cookers. The braised chicken, at least 5 cookers worth. She didn't dare waste a single drop of the sauce. Having experienced hardship, one knows the preciousness of food. Outside. Master, why did you give her so much food at once just because she was hungry? Are you this kind-hearted? That's not how you treated Jiang Shiyu. It's definitely different. Lin Bei walked towards the campus grove. Back then I had nothing but a gun. I urgently needed to recruit Jiang Shiyu to gain power. She was timid and an ordinary person. That method was the most suitable. He and Jiang Yu and Jiang Shiyu are different. They are strong women. Even without me, they could survive well in the apocalypse with their own abilities. I need to make them dependent on me. The best way is through feeding. The apocalypse lacks food most, and I lack food the least. Who would eat coarse bran every day when they can have fine chaff? Sometimes they can't even get coarse bran. Once you've tasted it, you'll want it again. With these strong women, you must never hint at it up front. I saved her, as she'll remember my kindness in her heart. The more food I give her, the more indebted she feels, and the more she wants to repay me. But what else can she offer me besides giving herself? The fundamental reason is that she is valuable to me. So troublesome. Nonsense. Who told you that your permanent unlock requires both affection and dependency to reach over 90%? It's the apocalypse. Who knows if a meteorite might fall and crush them one day? Wouldn't the unlocked bond be lost? And the recruitment condition requires her willingness. If not for this condition, I would have knocked her out long ago. A forced melon isn't sweet, but it quenches thirst. Hee my ass. Following his memory, Lin Bei arrived under a large tree. He touched the tree with some nostalgia, then produced a shovel and began to dig. Soon a slightly rusty iron box appeared. Blowing off the dirt, he opened it. Inside were many photos of the two of them along with some letters written to each other. Lin Bei, oh my god, so cheesy. Not looking. Let's see what you wrote. EWTSK tisk TSK, he whoosh. Just as Lin Bei was reading the letter, a massive snake over 10 meters long lunged at him from above, with its jaws wide open, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the bright moonlight. Closer and closer. Lin Bei was still absorbed in Yu's words. Until it was 20 centimeters above his head, the snake's head vanished, reappearing above its own body. The sharp fangs sank deeply into its own flesh, instinctively injecting venom. Lin Bei glanced up. A single slash beheaded it. If it died from its own poison, it wouldn't count as his kill, which would be a loss. But can a venomous snake be poisoned to death by its own venom? System, want to bet? betting 10 billion cubic meters of space that my Yu is also an owner of an ultimate bond. No bet. Master's luck is ridiculously good. A wolf. Just as Lin Bei was about to put away the iron box and leave a clear wolf howl pierce the sky, the sound alarmingly close. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Could the wolf, Jiang, you mentioned be this one? Roar. No sooner had the wolf howl ended than a tiger's roar followed its depth, causing the very space to tremble slightly. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Could it be? A wolf and a tiger fighting. When beasts fight, there will surely be severe injuries. This was a perfect opportunity to scavenge. With luck, he might even slay 2 high-level beasts in a row, potentially allowing him to break through to the second. As his level increased, the energy gained from killing ordinary zombies diminished. Only by killing bosses could he level up quick. Thinking this, he lightly tapped his foot, and his figure vanished into the night. In a few flickers, he arrived on the rooftop of a teaching building. Looking down from the height, he could clearly see the scene ahead. On the school sports field, a massive tiger the size of a large commercial vehicle was staring intently at a white wolf the size of a car. The wolf's fur was pure white, appearing almost sacred under the bright moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile, and bonded, 9-star, first order. Skill: Moonlight Enhancement. Trait: raised by humans since birth, loves human-cooked food, has a very high affinity with humans. Sakara Tiger, female, adult, and bonded, 1-star, second order. Skill: None. Trait: Wildborn, loves raw meat, has no goodwill towards humans. Humans are merely food in its eyes. What does this mean? Can I see animal info too? Humans can't. At least shouldn't. What are you thinking, Master? This is from the pet bestiary. Oh, I thought. Never mind. But does the pet bestiary have bonds? If I recruit it, what benefits do I get? No, because it's just an add-on. If I had to say, there is a benefit. After successful recruitment, the food you feed will be returned 1/10. It's essentially like raising a pet for free, mainly providing emotional value. Emotional value. Lin Bei squinted. Having a mount like that would be pretty cool. How is recruitment considered successful? Ride her. Lin Bei saying. Master, what the system means by ride isn't what you're thinking. The system means to make her willingly lower her head and offer a contract. That counts as successful recruitment. Don't let your mind wander to inappropriate thoughts all day. The system is here to forge you into a supreme powerhouse, not a supreme degenerate. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Really? If that's true, then the recruitment condition wouldn't be devour her. Won't she betray me? No. Master may not have noticed, but the apocalypse comes with a built-in panel that includes a pet system. Once the other party lowers their head, you can sign a contract with them. The contract can only be dissolved by the master. I see. But, was that physique really underage? That was quite absurd. Leaving aside whether to keep a pet, he only cared about one thing: system. Killing non-zombie animals should grant energy, right? When he had ended Gao Jin's life earlier, he hadn't felt any energy entering his body. He knew killing fellow humans wouldn't work. Yesterday, when he killed the one who shot an arrow at him, he had vaguely guessed this. It was likely to prevent scenes of even more severe mutual slaughter. Yes. As long as it's not human, the reward follows the target's rank. Roar. The fierce tiger roared. Its terrifyingly thick limbs suddenly exerted force, its massive body charging toward the white wolf like a speeding truck, its forelegs raised. Holy crap. Storm Nebula slash. The white wolf dodged aside. With such a disparity in size, why would she, whose intelligence rivaled that of humans, choose to clash Eden? Roar. The tiger turned and roared at the white wolf, its large eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. At that moment, boom, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness, instantly striking the tiger's massive body. What the? Someone's stealing my kill. No. Lin Bei squinted. If someone were stealing a kill, they'd go for the final blow. The tiger was at its peak right now. The answer was obvious. The one who released the lightning was with the white wolf. Roar. Caught off guard by the attack, the tiger roared in agony. Its fur was scorched yellow and black, and visible streams of air shot from its nostrils as it exhaled. It turned and roared toward where the lightning had come from, then dug its claws in and charged at the stands beside the stadium. The tiger's body was enormous, but its speed was anything but slow. An ordinary tiger's speed was twice that of a human's limit. After evolving, its speed was even more terrifying. Against many creatures, humans without technology had no chance of. Its rank of 2-star 1 should be based on its own limits. Translated to human terms, it was at least 2-star 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8. Or even 3-star. A true boss monster. Wait. System, if we kill this tiger, and it becomes a zombie tiger, then kill it again, can we get the energy reward twice? Trying to exploit a bug. Master, if this tiger is killed and becomes a zombie tiger, it will have a long period of weakness. Killing it again would yield very little energy unless we wait for it to slowly recover to its peak. Too bad no bug exploits allowed. Swish. Holy crap, I'm a scion. Lin Bei saw that just as the tiger destroyed the stands, a figure crackling with electricity shot out. Moving so fast he could only tell it was a human. In an instant it stopped beside the white wolf. When it halted, Lin Bei realized it was a woman. And a beautiful one at that. Name Xiaoxia. Pre-apocalypse, occupation police officer. Appearance score 96. Overall score 98. Rank 1 star 9. Ability Lightning SSS Awakened LV3. Bonds, Elite Police Beauty 1. When Bond is activated, all members' gun-type shooting talent doubles. Innate Stocking Saint Physique 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness Enthusiast 1. Untouched 1. When Bond is activated, a random small gift will be obtained. Each additional member grants one more small gift. System. Talk. 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 You said Elite Bond owners are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, yet I've encountered 2 in a single night. To be honest, he didn't care much about the benefits of Elite Bonds. What he cared about was her ability. Lightning. To shatter the darkness with thunder. Railgun. One of the abilities he had dreamed of. But, Xiaoxia. Why did that name sound so familiar? Silvermoon, don't let your guard down. This tiger is tougher than we thought. My full power strike didn't even deal substantial damage. Give me 5 minutes to recover my strength. The white wolf nodded. The next second Xiaoxia's body flickered with electric light, and she vanished into the darkness. The tiger sniffed the air trying to lock onto her scent, but all it smelled was burnt fur. Roar. All its fury condensed into a single roar. The roar shook the surrounding buildings, and its gaze locked fiercely onto the white wolf. Awoo! The white wolf howled at the sky. The silvery moonlight bathed her as her already massive body visibly expanded further, stopping only when it matched the tiger's size. Fangs. Claws. They gleamed with a sharp cold light. The next second, the two beasts charged at each other. A battle between monsters had officially begun. Everything in their path was destroyed. Stands collapsed, the floor shattered. The tremendous noise drew countless zombies. Yet, before such savage physiques, the zombies were like ants crushed as collateral damage. What's going on? Jiang Yu, dressed in a black tracksuit, appeared beside him. How could she not hear the commotion on campus? After replenishing her food, her physical condition had fully recovered. Even her slightly messy hair was tied up, making her look very capable. That wolf looked so familiar. Pure white fur. Damn, isn't that the starving wolf? Jiang Yu's gaze was full of resentment. It was that wolf that had caused their food shortage. Lin Bei checked the time. 5 minutes were up. In those 5 minutes of fierce combat, both beasts had sustained varying degrees of injury. Although the white wolf's body had grown to match the tiger's, its raw strength was still inferior. But it had an advantage. That advantage was that it had grown up around humans. The tiger was purely wild. In terms of hunting ability, it should have been superior. But hunting and fighting were different. The white wolf knew how to dodge, how to use its advantages. Its agility surpassed the tiger's. 3 deep gashes appeared on the tiger's belly. It licked its wounds, the contempt in its eyes long gone. It had learned much from this battle. Now it would turn the tide. The two beasts circled each other. Boom! The next second, the lightning that shatters darkness struck again. This time it pierced straight through the wound on the tiger's belly, blasting a massive hole through its body. The tiger lowered its head in disbelief, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Roar! A desperate roar, then it crashed to the ground. Its life force rapidly drained away. Its body shrank quickly until it was the size of an ordinary tiger, barely breathing, gasping weakly. Swish! Xiaoxia's figure appeared beside the white wolf. The white wolf's body also shrank, transforming from the fierce beast into an adorable puppy, wagging its tail and nuzzling affectionately against Xiaoxia's leg. I know. They'll take it out and feed you right away. Xiaoxia walked toward the tiger, arcs of electricity flickering between her fingers as if she were gathering power. On the high-rise building. So that white wolf belongs to someone. I envy that girl. I wonder how much power she'll gain from killing that tiger. I really want to go over and steal the kill. Jiang Yu murmured to herself. Honestly, who wouldn't want to steal a kill? In the darkness, countless eyes were fixed on the playground. Countless people harbored the same thoughts as her. Countless were envious and jealous. But no one dared to step forward. After all, who would want to offend someone who owned such a fierce beast and wielded lightning abilities? Moreover, whether they could even snatch it from her hands was another matter. Unless they possessed powerful long-range capabilities. Long-range? Could it be? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lin Bei beside her. Spatial abilities could work at range. She saw a wild, excited grin spread across Lin Bei's face. The next second, a long blade appeared in Lin Bei's hand. She recognized it. It was crafted by her father. It was originally not for sale, but the offer had simply been too good. She admitted it. She had been worldly. Lin Bei thrust forward. Jiang Yu quickly looked toward the tiger. There a blade tip had materialized out of thin air in front of the tiger's eye, piercing deep into its brain. Boom! Instantly, Lin Bei's heart pounded violently. Holy shit! Jiang Yu cursed. This Lin Bei actually dared to steal his monster. Holy shit! On the playground, Xiaoxia let out a loud curse, instantly going mad. Her hard-won prey had been snatched away. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Xiaoxia's gaze swept rapidly across the surroundings. Come out! Countless lightning bolts surged from Xiaoxia, spreading in all directions, illuminating the entire school like daylight. Silver Moon, the white wolf, followed her as they searched for suspicious. The next moment, one person and one wolf locked their eyes on the two figures on the rooftop. Huh. It's him. It's her. Space ability, it must be him. How could it be her? Could it be that the little secret about stealing food is about to be discovered by Mom? Huh? On the rooftop, Lin Bei burst into laughter. Truly worthy of being a big boss, truly worthy. This monster steal had rocketed him from 1-star 7th level straight to the peak of 1-star 9th level. He felt it. He felt the bottleneck. Awesome. But something wasn't right. System logically speaking, this tiger's level should have allowed me to jump directly to the second rank. Why did I only go up 2 small stages? First, not everyone who steals a monster gets all the energy. You only get the majority. Second, consecutive breakthroughs will unbalance your body. This energy isn't enough for you to break through a major rank without fully adapting to the new power. Finally, Master, you should be happy you got 2 free stars for nothing. Being unsatisfied makes you a little greedy. Of course I'm greedy. These days, who doesn't want to be greedy? Satisfaction was definitely out of the question, but after stealing this monster, he had finally caught up from his earlier lag. On the playground, after staring at Lin Bei for a moment, Xiao Xia conjured a blade, cleaved open the tiger's head, put on gloves, fumbled inside for a while, and extracted a goose egg-sized core. After wiping it clean with paper, she fed it to Silver Moon. Then, Xiao Xia picked up Silver Moon, and with a few leaps arrived on the rooftop. Her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Bei, her voice laced with undisguised fury. Do you have anything to explain? Woo. It's her. After seeing Jiang Ye's face up, closed, Silver Moon buried its little head into Xiao Xia's ample chest. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lin Bei retorted me. Shouldn't you be the one with something to explain? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The women he encountered were truly each unique in their own way. Xiao Xia, worthy of a 96 appearance score, had skin as white as frost under the moonlight, flawless, and without a single blemish. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. Her legs were long yet gracefully curved. Xiao Xia was taken aback, her brow furrowing. No, is there something wrong with your brain? You stole my monster, and you're asking me what I have to explain. Are you kidding? Ask your precious Silver Moon. Silver Moon. Xiao Xia lifted Silver Moon's little head. Silver Moon, have you seen Lin Bei? Silver Moon shook its head. Have you seen Jiang Yu? Silver Moon shook its head like a tiny electric motor. Xiao Xia's face instantly darkened. Tell me honestly, did you go to their house to steal food again? Woo. Silver Moon whimpered softly. Lin Bei found it strange. How did this woman know his and Jiang Ye's names? They'll deal with you later. Xiao Xia's expression softened considerably, but she was still annoyed. That had been her carefully chosen prey to break through to the second rank, aiming to jump straight to 2-star 2nd, or even 3rd level, and it had been stolen. I'm sorry. It must have been my Silver Moon sneaking out to steal food from Miss Jiang's martial arts school. Since you two are together, you stole my monster, so how about we call it even? Because of it, the teacher's martial arts school faced a food crisis and had to go out searching for supplies. Just now her squad was ambushed and 6 people died. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have been taken advantage of. Do you think a mere tiger can settle this grudge? Lin Bei asked coldly. He was telling the truth. Without a shred of distortion. Jiang Yu was ambushed, wasn't she? 6 people died, didn't they? She was almost taken advantage of, wasn't she? Was there anything wrong? Nothing wrong. Xiao Xia's expression turned somewhat grim. She bowed to Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I never expected my Silver Moon to cause you such a huge loss. I truly apologize. I know lives cannot be measured, but please let me make amends. Tomorrow I will send a batch of supplies to your martial arts school. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. See, didn't that turn the tables? He had stolen a big boss from her, and not only was she not angry, she was even offering to supply them. What did it mean to be professional? This was it. Of course the premise was that Xiao Xia was kind-hearted. This was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, there weren't many people who still adhered to certain rules. With her strength, she could easily renege, or even resort to violence. Space against lightning. It was hard to say who would win because his space ability was too low level. Of course that was setting aside other powers. Just now, opening a tiny spatial wormhole from a distance had nearly drained all his energy. Those who awakened and could actively use abilities had an extra pool of energy within them, for example mana. His blue bar was too low. Jiang Yu said nothing, tacitly accepting it. Honestly, she really needed those supplies, and urgently. I have a question I'm curious about. We didn't know each other before, so how did you know mine and Lin Bei's names, and even that I have a martial arts school? Xiao Xia smiled. As expected, she had deliberately mentioned their names to wait for them to ask, since they had asked sincerely. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Xia, she of Tide, you of Moon. I used to be a police officer. The police station fell when the apocalypse broke out, and now I'm in charge of the entire station. The reason I know your information is because we discovered your extraordinary performances through surveillance footage, so we looked up your files. I sincerely from the bottom of my heart hope that you too will join our team. We have ample supplies. You won't have to worry about food. Just focus on improving your strength. We have designated people to prepare daily meals. Join. Jiang Yu shook her head without a second thought. Having just experienced betrayal, how could she dare to go to a crowded place? Scheming and infighting were exhausting. Besides, she wasn't suited for it. She'd rather stay in the martial arts school with her sisters. Miss Xiao Xia, I have a question. Lin Bei spoke up. Please go ahead. In your team is there an old man, surnamed Li? Lin Bei had finally remembered. No wonder the name sounded familiar. It was the female Li from a novel he had read before. Xiao Xia frowned slightly. What do you mean? I forgot to mention our team currently consists only of female members. Through surveillance I've learned of many powerful men, but you are the first man I've invited to join. In this apocalypse I must ensure the safety and unity of my team, so there have been no male members before. I'm inviting you because your value is too great, and you have two very beautiful girlfriends, so there's no need to worry about you coveting other members. The surveillance was her sister's idea. Through it they could monitor the entire city without leaving their base, knowing in advance what kind of strong individuals were in each location. If it was a woman, they would observe her for a while before inviting. The reason they didn't accept men was because during this time they had seen too many ugly scenes and plots. In the apocalypse women were a vulnerable group, even used to barter for supplies. As a woman she couldn't stand it. As a police officer she couldn't stand it even more. She had power. She was strong. So she wanted to build a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei served multiple purposes. The two women by his side were also quite formidable. If she succeeded in inviting them, their team's combat power would skyrocket. With her lightning ability and Lin Bei's space ability guarding them, who would dare to provoke them? She knew it. A team composed entirely of women would definitely be targeted. In the early stages they had guns, so others didn't dare to act rashly. But in the later stages whether guns would become mere toys was hard to say. She alone might not be quite enough. With Lin Bei, however, they would be invincible. Lin Bei was invited not only for his exceedingly rare spatial ability, but more crucially for the extraordinary medicine he possessed, one that could instantly restore one's physical condition. Via surveillance footage. She had watched nearly in real-time Lin Bei, Jiang Xiyu, and He Yun battling undead creatures in the underground parking garage, and then sweeping through an entire mid-sized residential complex with just the three of them. They never paused, whenever their strength waned they swallowed a small pill. She desperately needed that medicine, taken together with all else. Lin Bei must either become an ally, or at the very least a trusted friend. That was why she willingly lowered her stance. She knew full well his earlier words contained substantial falsehoods. Even Zhang Yu had glanced at him in surprise, a telltale sign her professional instincts instantly recognized. Yet that hardly mattered. In fact, it gave her the perfect opening to demonstrate her formidable resources. But this Lin Bei is suspicious, deeply suspicious. He actually asked whether there was an elderly man named Li near her. Yet she'd already clarified she and Xiao Xiyu meant tide not dawn. Really? Will you join us, Lin Bei? No particular inclination. Lin Bei declined, but found her all-female battalion intriguing. One day should a truly formidable foe appear devouring her entire legion, would undoubtedly grant him tremendous power. Xiao Xiyu felt a flicker of disappointment, but not discouragement. Her gaze drifted toward the sports field. As she ascended the rooftop with Inuit, two shadowy figures emerged from darkness, swiftly eliminated the undead surrounding the tiger's corpse, then extracted tools, and began dissecting it with practiced efficiency. Lin Bei and Zhang Yu witnessed it too. Is it edible, eh? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Doesn't it turn into a zombie beast after death? He knew little about this. Yes, it's edible. Xiao Xiyu spoke with quiet confidence, then shared her discovery. We've studied it thoroughly. As long as the creature wasn't infected by a zombie, its flesh remains fresh and safe. If decapitated within 1 minute of natural or combat death. Even if bitten by a zombie, prompt amputation of the affected limb prevents systemic infection. Her tone carried quiet pride. Her team was exceptionally professional. System, is this accurate? Her assessment is largely correct. Yes, it is edible. Upon natural death, the virus first targets the brain, only after neural infection does it spread systemically. Soon the tiger lay fully dismembered. Xiao Xiyu pulled out her walkie-talkie. Xiao Qi, bring all the meat up here. Xiao Bai, drive the vehicle over. We'll barbecue on the rooftop. Understood, Sister Yu. Having issued her orders, she smiled warmly at the two. No need to join us. You're welcome regardless. Fate brought us together, let's share some skewers. Surely neither of you has urgent business. None. Lin Bei shook his head. Free food was free food. Tiger meat. Seriously. Who in the pre-apocalyptic world dared eat? Nothing pressing, Jiang Yu replied. Though she recalled her two companions remained unconscious. A faint unease lingered. Still, let's move to another rooftop. The office building over there. My friends are still inside that structure. Agreed. Within minutes, sizzling sounds filled the air, hiss after hiss, as Wang Qi and Xiao Bai, Xiao Xiyu's two younger sisters, grilled skewered tiger meat until golden oil dripped freely, then sprinkled fragrant seasonings releasing an intoxicating aroma. Mom, Mama. Inu frantically wagged her tail, uttering sounds eerily human-like, her drool pooling. Here. Go on, you little glutton. Xiao Xiyu placed a generous leg cutlet onto a plate and set it down. Seeing Inu open her jaws wide, she quickly added, eat slowly. If you finish it within 10 minutes, no more for you. Whimper. Inu whined pitifully, then nibbled delicately, bite by careful bite. Before them stood a modest table laden with skewers of tiger meat. Xiao Shiyu cracked open a crate of beer. No beer with skewers. Then life's a wasted Lin Bei chuckled. This woman had charm. Then his thoughts shifted. This was likely her strategy to win him over. Strangers shared no bond, not even goodwill, and they'd already exchanged subtle friction. Yet sharing skewers, sipping beer, and swapping stories could forge familiarity in moments. It wasn't arrogance on his part. Rather, Xiao Shiyu herself had admitted observing them via surveillance. She was almost certainly coveting his rebound pills, and in the underground garage he'd had no inkling anyone was watching, so he hadn't concealed their use. But this wasn't unwelcome. A woman wielding a Tier 3 S-class lightning ability coveted his prized artifact, and yet she offered it freely. He smirked inwardly. That Yin obeys you remarkably well. After skewering a piece of tiger meat, Jiang Yu glanced at the white wolf, still vividly recalling how fiercely it had stormed her martial arts studio days earlier, its current docility a striking contrast. Of course. Xiao Shiyu drained a glass of beer. I delivered her myself. Her mother died in labor, and I raised her from birth. Disobey me. Then prepare to face 7 wolves. After several rounds of beer, Xiao Shiyu turned to Jiang Yu. By the way, I've observed you for some time. Your ability fascinates me. I've long wondered what it is. You far surpass ordinary evolved beings, yet your strength and speed aren't dramatically greater. You're clearly superior, but in ways I can't quite pinpoint. If it's inconvenient to disclose, I won't press. No secret, it's a physical constitution ability. Jiang Yu offered no concealment. Truthfully, until meeting Lin Bei, she'd considered herself fortunate. Awakening with an S-class ability, while many remained powerless and most who did awaken possessed only low-tier powers. Then came Lin Bei and Xiao Shiyu. Only then did she grasp the chasm between abilities. Lin Bei hadn't lifted a finger, yet dispatched Gao Jian and his group silently, effortlessly. And Xiao Shiyu, with her pet's aid, she'd slain a monstrous tiger. Though the kill had been intercepted, her sheer performance was staggering. Ah, constitution. That explains it. Xiao Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei, briefly considering asking where his firearm originated, then dismissed the thought. It served no purpose, and risked offending him. After a pause, she posed another question. Lin Bei, what tier is your spatial ability? Tier 3 S-class. Coincidence. I wield a Tier 3 S-class lightning ability too. Tell me which is more formidable, mine or yours. Each excels in its own domain. His mastery of spatial ability remained incomplete. So far he possessed only one divine tier support skill, spatial wormhole. Yet he believed that single ability alone sufficed to counter her. He resolved to test it. Snapping his fingers, a spatial wormhole materialized beside them. A frameless mirror suspended midair, its surface reflecting several wandering, undead. Lady Xiao. Pardon. Xiao Shiyu, please unleash a bolt of lightning. Can it pass through my wormhole? Xiao Shiyu's temple muscles twitched violently. She suppressed the urge to curse aloud, and flashed a perfectly composed smile. Very well, I'll give it a try. Honestly, she was intrigued too. A slender arc of electricity coalesced at her fingertip. With a flick it pierced the wormhole, and instantly incinerated a nearby undead. Xiao Shiyu narrowed her eyes. This ability was perilous. If unanticipated, one might inadvertently strike oneself. Now try your strongest. Is this my strongest strike? Xiao Xie began to calculate in her mind. The strongest strike will drain my extraordinary abilities, and I will enter a period of weakness. It's not that I don't trust you too, but if a powerful creature were to attack right now and you couldn't defend against it, we might all perish. If only there was a medicine that could instantly restore energy. She said this while constantly glancing towards Lin Bei, madly hinting. She knew that Lin Bei might have guessed that she had learned about the medicine through surveillance. Once she said this, he would be even more certain. She believed he knew that her words were meant for him. Lin Bei smiled slightly, and followed her words, saying, "No worries, I have a medicine that can alleviate your worries." He took out a few recovery pills, and said, "This is my ancestral secret medicine. At my current level, one pill can restore all my stamina, and it can also refill my energy. However, my extraordinary ability level is only 1. If your ability level is higher, you might need several pills." He placed them on the table, and said, "If you're not afraid of me drugging you, you can try one first. We're all friends, of course, I won't doubt you. I'll give your ancestral secret medicine a try." Xiao Xie pinched one with her 2 jade fingers, released several bolts of lightning towards the spatial wormhole, and then swallowed it. In an instant, all the energy she had consumed was completely replenished. Amazing. Even the energy I had consumed earlier has been restored. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. This medicine is indeed miraculous, but she didn't believe Lin Bei's nonsense about it being an ancestral secret formula. However, since he said so, then it must be. Everyone has their little secrets. Is this really a miraculous medicine? Jiang Ye's gaze was fixated on the medicine on the table. With this, the efficiency of killing zombies would be significantly higher. She wondered how many he had, and if she asked him for some, would he give her any? She wanted it. She really wanted it. In fact, no one would refuse it. Even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who were grilling meat, were staring at the pills with eager eyes. Anyone with a bit of common sense knew the value of this medicine. Xiao Xie took the remaining 2 pills, and then electric arcs crackled visibly from her fingertips. Lin Bei, get ready, I'm going to unleash my ultimate move. As the extraordinary energy surged, a long spear formed from the lightning at her fingertips, containing terrifying energy and destructive power. The entire rooftop was illuminated as if it were daylight. So powerful. Jiang Yu frowned. Even if she was a physical ability user, if she were to take this attack heat-in, she would likely be reduced to ashes on the spot. Lin Bei squinted. He wanted to know the limit of the spatial wormhole. Was there indeed a limit, or was this a bug-level skill? He threw out the recovery pills. It was naturally a fishing tactic. To catch big fish, one must prepare bait and use high-quality materials. The attack I used to kill that fierce tiger was exactly this move. Let's see if your spatial wormhole can handle it. Get ready, here it comes. Xiao Xie's palms surged with electricity as the lightning spear shot towards the spatial wormhole at breakneck speed. Even Lin Bei, who had just entered the first tier of 9 stars, could only see a shadow. Indeed, it was lightning. So fast. Boom! A loud noise erupted from below. The lightning spear exploded through the spatial wormhole, creating an exaggerated large pit in the hard concrete ground. Xiao Xie squinted her eyes slightly. The spatial abilities were indeed frightening. A full-powered strike couldn't even shatter this small wormhole. Lin Bai's mouth curled into a crazy smile. A level 1 spatial wormhole could withstand a level 3 lightning attack at full force, which was enough to demonstrate the perverse nature of spatial abilities. Indeed, it was true what they said: time is respected, and space is king. Since there is space, there must also be time. I just don't know who it is. Your skill is too overpowered. My lightning ability's attack should be considered the most explosive and highest damage, yet I couldn't break through it. Who else can? You are invincible. Am I invincible? Lin Bei was quite happy. Not only did he successfully save Teacher Jiang today, but he also encountered a level 3 lightning ability user, and even confirmed the limit of the spatial wormhole. He seemed truly invincible. Suddenly he noticed Xiao Xie putting the remaining 2 recovery pills into her pocket, and couldn't help but tease. Why don't you eat one? Didn't you just say you were worried about excessive consumption? Well, I haven't encountered any danger yet. I can eat one when danger arises. After saying this, Xiao Xie, fearing Lin Bei would ask for one of the recovery pills back, actively filled his cup with beer, saying, come on, drink up. You won't let a girl out drink you, right? Lin Bei chuckled and drank it all in one go. Beer. For them now it was no different from plain water. He understood that she was intentionally changing the topic, but chose not to address it. Consumed 1 bottle of beer, returned 3 bottles. Consumed 1 large skewer of tiger meat, returned 3 skewers. A new snack was unlocked today. Needless to say, Xiao Xie's subordinates were quite skilled. The meat was a bit overcooked at first, likely because it was their first time grilling such meat, but it got better and better. Half an hour later, the tiger meat was nearly consumed, leaving only a leg. Ladies, I want to take this leg back to share with my sisters. Let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow I will visit you with supplies. Don't be too quick to refuse my invitation. Joining together for development will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. I can't guarantee anything else, but I assure you that after you and your people join, you will have enough to eat and plenty of meat. After saying this, Xiao Xie and her people left. Lin Bei stood at the edge of the rooftop watching them drive away. Do you want to join, eh? Jiang Yu approached him and asked. To be honest, she initially didn't want to join at all, but upon learning that the other team's members were all female and had ample supplies, she was eager to join immediately. She had had enough of the days of barely getting enough to eat. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to return to frugality after indulging. Before the apocalypse, she inherited the family business and didn't spend extravagantly, but her daily meals were all her favorites. Now, however, she was almost out of plain rice. No. Lin Bei gazed into the night. Those girls still needed Xiao Xie to nurture them more. The 2 little girls who followed her were ordinary office workers before the apocalypse. Although they had the ties of foodies, they lacked fitness enthusiasts. The food was only increasing and the meaning of improving return rates was minimal. What was needed was an increase in strength. What a pity. Jiang Yu felt quite regretful. Lin Bei had saved her and provided her with so much food. His image and temperament were so good, combined with his strength and politeness, it was hard not to develop feelings for him. In the apocalypse, this parting might mean a long time before they met again. She hadn't even repaid her life-saving grace yet. Do you want to go? Lin Bei turned to look at her. A bit. Jiang Yu sat down, her smooth long legs swaying, resting her hands on the edge of the rooftop as she gazed up at the night sky. This time has been too tiring. I don't want to be the big sister anymore. Joining a team made up entirely of women sounds great. Every day, I just have to kill zombies to improve myself, and I don't have to worry about anything else. I don't have to worry about what to eat next, nor about whether my sisters will go hungry following me, and I don't have to worry about anyone around me having ulterior motives. Lin Bei squinted. Indeed, for women, a team composed entirely of women would be like heaven. But she couldn't leave. What would happen to her brother's physique if she left? Lin Bei said nothing to dissuade her. Such matters required no effort on his part. Others would handle it. He quietly sent a message to Xiao Yun. Your teacher intends to join another team. After we return tomorrow morning, find a way to keep her here. Yin replied, "Brother, how greedy you are. Having both me and Sister Shiyu isn't enough? You're even coveting our teacher. Could it be, dear brother, that you wish to become a disciple who rebels against his? Be good and listen." Yin responded, "I am a good sister, so of course I'll listen to my good brother. But if I succeed in keeping the teacher here, will there be a reward for me?" "Of course there will be, but it's a secret for now. He, my good brother, is the best. Don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join another team. He'll make her my sister. No, first come, first served. Will be her elder sister, ha." Inside the room, Yin lay on the bed, her delicate white feet tracing arcs in the air, a joyful smile spreading across her face. She was already imagining the scene of Sister Xiaoyu calling her elder sister. To be fair though, it had only been one night, she had already experienced the torment that Sister Shiyu endured, both endearing and vexing. Reinforcements were needed, truly the two of them alone were insufficient. Done. Lin Bei put away his phone. Status: Host Lin Bei. Level tier 1 9 stars. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SS grade LV1 passive space backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Strength grade LV1 double. Speed 100. Strength 103-2. Spirit 100. Physique 100. Items: rejuvenation pills 1500, ESS grade steaks 600, premium honey glazed sausages 100. Bestiary members: Jiang Shiyu tier 1 6 stars space LV1, Yin tier 1 6 stars strength LV2 triple amplification. Bond benefits: charisma 2, strength 3, triple return on consumed resources. Oh, both Shiyu and Xiao Yun had risen a star. It seemed they hadn't been idle either, and he was quite pleased. Tier 1 9 stars. Every physical attribute was 10 times that of an ordinary person, but his strength was 60 times greater. His gaze fixed on the school gate shrouded in darkness where zombies had gathered due to the earlier loud noise. It was only around 8 or 9 in the evening, and he intended to push through to tier 2 in one fell swoop. The improvement of strength was addictive. Teacher, care for some exercise to help digestion. Lin Bei extended an invitation. Grinding monsters alone was dull. Jiangyu. Following his gaze, she realized she had misunderstood and silently scolded herself. Sure. Jiangyu was also eager for power, especially after witnessing the prowess of two top-tier ability users. She increasingly felt that her own tier 1 and 9 stars was far from sufficient. With a mediocre ability, she had to compensate with effort. Whoosh! The two leaped down from the tall building. Their figures vanished into the darkness. At this level of evolution, ordinary zombies were like ants, killing them yielded only meager energy. After experiencing the energy from a major boss, Lin Bei grew increasingly disdainful. Half an hour later, he couldn't even be bothered to kill. The monotony of slaughtering zombies was nauseating. His blade had grown as cold as a fishmonger's knife at the market. After clearing this area, he stopped. He took a rejuvenation pill to restore his stamina. Here. He casually tossed one to teacher Jiang as well. Jiang Yu caught it, examined it in her palm, and after some hesitation, chose to put it in her pocket for safekeeping. In times of need, it could be a lifesaver, and her stamina consumption was minimal. Her superior physique allowed for quick recovery. Eat it, teacher. Don't hoard it. I have plenty of these. Seeing this, Lin Bei tossed her 2 more. One tenet of the 3 waves doctrine was wastefulness. Sufficient capital was necessary to better attract women. Truly no woman disliked a capable man. Was that true or false? Jiang Yu caught them steadily, utterly incredulous that he had such an abundance of this miraculous medicine. But was the effect really as good as he claimed? She harbored some doubt. After all, they were now akin to superhumans. How much could a secret family formula restore? She placed it in her mouth and swallowed. Instantly, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Not only was her expended stamina replenished, but it was also in excess. She felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. This medicine was truly miraculous. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a black rat the size of an ordinary adult cat emerged from a nearby sewer drain, its cover long gone. It scurried to a zombie corpse and voraciously tore at its flesh. Soon the entire arm of the zombie was devoured and the rat's belly bulged roundly. Lin Bei frowned. Rats. His ears twitched. Strange sounds reached him, and his expression shifted slightly as he looked incredulously at the ground. If tigers could evolve, so too could these rats that fed on zombie flesh. But the numbers seemed a bit overwhelming. Shua Lin Bei swung his blade, severing the head of the large black rodent. Despite its evolved size, the energy gained from killing it was far less than from an ordinary zombie. A rat was after all just a rat. Not good. Could it be? A rat tied. Jiang Yu also heard the commotion from the sewer and tightened her grip on her spear, her expression complicated. Good news, plenty of mutated beasts. Bad news, they were rats. Should we retreat? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a rat tide would be far more troublesome than being besieged by zombies. Why retreat? Lin Bei pulled out a bottle and handed it to Jiang Yu, his eyes narrowing slightly. If we leave them unchecked, they'll cause us trouble sooner or later. Besides, these are all energy, aren't they? True. Jiang Yu took the bottle, her heart trembling with shock. The bottle was filled to the brim with the same pills from before, A rough estimate put the count at several hundred. Such pills, if offered in trade, would have people fighting over them, yet he casually handed over this many. Extravagant. Truly extravagant. The next second, countless rat heads emerged from the sewers, their dark little noses sniffing the air. Pairs of black eyes fixed intently on the two, and then wave after wave, hundreds upon hundreds charged forward. The scene was utterly horrifying, the kind that would send someone with trypophobia into convulsions on the spot. Lin Bei exhaled. Then he took a deep breath and swung his blade horizontally, combining it with a spatial rift to instantly slay dozens of rats thanks to their sheer density. But the number killed was but a drop in the bucket compared to the overall rat tide. This is somewhat interesting. With that single strike, the energy gained rivaled that from several zombies. Now he had motivation. He was sick of killing zombies, but these rats felt somewhat engaging. They provided energy while eliminating potential threats. The rat tide couldn't be left unchecked, or it would only grow larger. He certainly didn't want to wake up one day surrounded by a dense swarm of rats. Snakes, insects, rats, ants. Ordinarily insignificant, but now with ample food supply and no one deliberately targeting them, they would only swell in numbers until they posed a serious threat to humanity. It wasn't that he was being overly cautious, he had simply watched quite a few movies on the subject. 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. Lin Bei lost count of how many slashes he had made, only knowing that the pile of rat corpses on the ground had grown into a small hill. He was responsible for long-range attacks to clear large areas, while the teacher dealt with the stragglers, her long spear dancing nimbly in her hands. He had strength. He had damage. He had support. The only thing missing was a group skill. If Xiao Xia were here, a single electric blast could wipe out a swarm. He needed to develop a spatial area effect damage skill. Lin Bei cold weapons aren't meant to be used that way. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Ye's voice reached him. Lin Bei was startled. What did she mean? Since you still call me teacher, then as your teacher, I must teach you something. As she spoke, Lin Bei felt Jiang Ye's aura shift. He couldn't quite describe the change, but it felt different. Before the apocalypse, I don't know if you heard, but there were martial arts grandmasters who could unleash blade chi and sword chi. Now in this new world, our physical abilities far surpass those grandmasters. A cold weapon is no longer just a cold weapon to us. Don't think of it as a mere blade, but as an extension of your own body. Like this. As she spoke, Jiang Yu sprayed something onto the tip of her spear. Then the long spear danced in her hands. She swept the tip across the ground, igniting it with sparks, and thrust it forward. A roaring dragon of flame surged forth, devouring a huge number of mutated rats. That single move had eliminated at least several hundred. Lin Bai's eyes widened in shock. How in the world was he supposed to learn that? Seeing Lin Bai's stunned expression, Jiang Yu felt a swell of pride. Now he knew how she had felt earlier. But beyond showing off, her main intention was to repay him. Remember, she said, the blade is part of your body. Use it to channel the power within you, not just to hack and slash. Like this. Jiang Yu swept her spear horizontally. A flaming slash erupted, annihilating thousands of rats on the surface. She then consumed a rejuvenation pill. I haven't mastered the true essence of this technique yet. It's very draining, but that won't be a problem for you since you have these pills. And she hadn't even mastered it yet. Imagine there's a stream of chi inside you. Through the motion of your swing, you project that chi outward. Jiang Yu continued to impart her knowledge. She unleashed strike after strike with her spear. With each thrust, a flaming slash swept out, filling the air with the scent of burning. The number of rats she killed with just a few spear strikes rivaled what he had achieved with hundreds of slashes. So this was the true charm of a supreme martial artist. Projection. Lin Bei tried as Jiang Yu instructed. With his talent, a mere blade, chi should be easy. 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. Not a single one succeeded. He decisively gave up. After all, she had been training since childhood and still hadn't fully mastered it. How could a beginner like him possibly grasp it? Don't be discouraged. Once you feel the chi inside you, it becomes much simpler. It took me half a day just to sense it. I estimate it'll take you about 10 days to half a month given your physical condition. It's really quite simple. Just do it like this. Listening to her words was like listening to words. Actually, the blade isn't my specialty, but I do happen to know a thing or two about spear techniques. Oh, Jiang Yu was intrigued. She had trained in martial arts since childhood and was most proficient with the long spear. She wondered if Lin Bei truly knew anything or was just bluffing. No matter, she would be able to tell at a glance. Here. Jiang Yu handed him her flaming spear. No need, I have my own gun, Lin Bei refused. He then pulled out his Desert Eagle from his system space, aiming its dark muzzle at the rats. Bang, 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 bang. The automatic single-shot pistol started firing again. Huh. Jiang Ye's expression froze, her mouth agape as she stared at the gun in his hand. Good heavens. So this was the spear he was talking about. Fine, fine. Lin Bei was incredibly fast. He fired 20 bullets in 0.1 seconds, reloaded in another 0.1 seconds. In 1 second, he could fire 50 rounds, killing at least 30 rats. Damn, this was too inefficient. It was nowhere near enough. Rats kept pouring out of the sewers. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease him. Lin Bei, your gun isn't very effective. Oh, for crying out loud. He was being mocked. A bit annoyed, Lin Bei suddenly remembered something, and a sly grin spread across his face. Teacher, that was just an appetizer. Now I'm going all out. How? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. What more could a pistol do against a tide of rats? You'd need something like a Gatling gun, and at least 10 of them. A mere pistol. The next second, holy shit. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated. Are you insane, man? Do you want to blow this whole place up? At that moment, Lin Bei held the gun in one hand, and a gas canister in the other. A spatial rift appeared before him. He tossed 7 or 8 canisters into the sewer, each with its valve open. As he threw the 10th one, he smiled. Artis. He fired a shot as the canister fell into the sewer. An explosion. At the same time, Lin Bei wrapped his arm around Jiang Yu's slender waist, still in shock. A spatial rift opened behind them, and they retreated 50 meters in an instant. Then a series of terrifying explosions echoed one after another. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Lin Bei was about to close the spatial rift, a devastating shockwave surged through the still-open portal, blasting them another 50 meters away. Rocks flew everywhere. The ground collapsed. The entire city's surface trembled. Manhole covers shot into the air, accompanied by blinding pillars of fire. Thick cracks spread rapidly in all directions. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He had leveled up. Status: Owner Lin Bei. Level 2nd, Order 1 star. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SS rank LV2 passive space backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength rank LV1 double. Speed 150. Strength 153-2. Spirit 150. Physique 150. Items: rejuvenation pill 1400, ESS rank steak 600, top tier honeyed sausage 100. Collected members: Jiang Shiyu first order 6 stars, space LV1, Heyun first order 6 stars, strength LV2, triple amp, bond rewards charisma 2, strength 3, if food consumption, return 3. Power. This was a true explosion of strength. What immense power. Haha. Guns. So weak. Explosions were the way to go. What a pity. If the distance hadn't been so great, the energy from all the rats killed in this blast would have been enough to level him up by at least 2 more stars. You lunatic, Jiang Yu muttered, still dizzy on the ground as she came to her senses. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Huh, it felt soft. He looked down. Good heavens. His hand seemed to have a mind of its own. He gave it a squeeze as he stood up. Jiang Yu didn't notice her body, still reeling from the fall. After getting up, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. As everyone knew, black clothes showed every bit of dust. If you touched them with even slightly dirty hands, you'd leave a white mark. On Jiang Yu's clothes there were 2 large, perfectly symmetrical white handprints, one on each side. Lin Bei pretended not to notice and asked, Teacher, how was my marksmanship? Well played. Don't play again. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. This kid, wasn't he afraid of blowing himself up? Detonating so many gas canisters at once was reckless enough, but doing it in the sewers pushed the danger factor to the max. She stood up and stretched. Fortunately, she was only slightly affected by the shockwave. With their current physical condition, being thrown 50 meters was nothing serious. Sigh, Lin Bei sighed and muttered to himself, these days good people like me are rare. I silently solved such a big problem for the city. Indeed. Jiang Yu agreed. Leaving it alone would have been troublesome. You broke through. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Lin Bei before her was even more unfathomable. To the second stage, how much of an increase? From 10 times to 15 times. Lin Bei moved his body, adapting to the new power. Breaking through from 1 star of the first stage to the second stage in a single day was an explosive surge, so much so that he could barely control his own strength. But this was the evolution speed a cheater should have. He needed to train well. Suddenly Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. A ridiculously mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yu was baffled by his sudden cold sneer. She saw him step forward swiftly and throw a fierce punch towards the left side of her head. A loud bang, then the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Jiang Yu turned her head in disbelief to look at the ground behind her, where a zombie with only half a head lay silently. How did it get so close to me? Jiang Yu was completely confused. For days she had become very vigilant, constantly glancing behind her for fear of a zombie ambush. She had just checked a moment ago. How could she have missed it? Lin Bei's eyes were mocking. An intelligent, invisible zombie slowly walked up behind you. A useless ability. Invisible. Useless. Jiang Yu was shocked. Seriously. She had almost been bitten just now. How did you find it? This kind of zombie was terrifying. People subconsciously trust what their eyes see. That was her case just now. If it had gotten close and bitten her neck, who could withstand? Moreover, this zombie was very clever. It had cleaned itself thoroughly, lacking the stench of other zombies, which was why she hadn't noticed its approach. My spatial ability. I can perceive spatial fluctuations within a certain range. Within this range, even an ant crawling by is clear to me. Actually, with a little attention you could hear it too. Sometimes don't trust your eyes too much. Jiang Yu understood. Then she sighed, her expression somewhat dim. I really envy you, little brother Lin Bei, having a spatial ability. Unlike me. Why did that sound a bit passive-aggressive? Honestly, she really envied him. A physique ability. Apart from faster recovery and being a bit more durable, it was useless in other aspects. With her martial arts talent, if she had a decent ability, even just a strength ability, her power could multiply several times. Here, return this to you. The rat tide dissipated. Jiang Yu returned the bottle to Lin Bei. It was almost full as she had only eaten a few pills. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have kept it. The bottle's value was incalculable enough to trade for 10,000 beauties, but she didn't like owing favors. Keep it. Lin Bei waved his hand. Then, ignoring Jiang Yu's expression, he gripped his blade and began practicing his sword aura, also needing to think about his new spatial ability. Without looking back, he said, "Teacher, I'm going to start cultivating. Don't disturb me." All right then. Jiang Yu initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Bei engrossed in his practice, she gave up. She really wanted the bottle and was happy to have it, but it made her feel increasingly guilty. She knew her place. This wasn't something she deserved. He had given too much. All kinds of things. So much that she felt embarrassed. She had just taught him something thinking she had repaid a bit of the favor, but then he saved her life again and gifted her a full bottle of this miraculous medicine. Such a debt she didn't know how to repay. Unrepayable, utterly unrepayable. Maybe. With a loud bang. Just as she was thinking. A loud noise drew her attention. She saw Lin Bei swing his blade, and a deep crater appeared on the wall over 10 meters ahead. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He had mastered it so quickly. Then she felt relieved. After all, he was at the second stage now. His physical strength had reached another level, and the energy within him had become denser, making it much easier to sense. Lin Bei continued practicing. He had already touched the threshold. The fear wasn't of a genius, but of a genius who works harder than you. She glanced at the time. It was only midnight. She needed to start working hard too. She looked down at the spear in her hand. Wait. It was only then that she noticed two large white handprints on her chest. She was slightly stunned. Were they hers? Her first thought was that she must have pressed them there herself when she was affected by the blast. Lin Bei was too upright to do such a thing. She thrust her spear into the ground. She compared her jade-like hands with the prints. Gosh. They were a full size larger than her hands. Her face instantly darkened. She cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. As a girl, how could she not be emotionally affected by having two men's handprints in such an important place? Even so, she didn't overthink it. It might have been a coincidence. If Lin Bei had ulterior motives towards her, he would have acted on them back in the office building. There was no need for such petty advantages. In this apocalypse, with his strength and resources, he wouldn't lack for women. Killing monsters. Leveling up. Early morning, 5 o'clock. Dawn broke. Jiang Yu returned refreshed with her two younger sisters. After a night of fierce fighting, she had finally managed to reach the second stage. Lin Bei hadn't come back empty-handed either. Not only had he mastered the slashing shockwave, but his strength talent had also reached LV2. 150 base, 3 fitness bond, 3 strength ability, 1350. Second stage, 1 star. An ordinary evolver's strength is 15 times that of a normal person, while his had reached a terrifying 135 times. This was the horror of multiplicative amplification. It would only become more monstrous as time went on. He's so handsome. Yeah, really handsome. Sister Xiao Yu said he was handsome, but I didn't expect him to be this handsome. If he were my boyfriend, I'd be laughing in my dreams, being so strong and so good-looking. Two girls a year younger than Jiang Yu whispered to each other, their gazes filled with undisguised admiration. Who wasn't a sucker for good looks? Besides, Lin Bei had saved them and left them plenty of delicious food. So much food. Jiang Yu naturally didn't keep it all for herself. Lin Bei smiled slightly, being disgusted by girls like this who wouldn't feel happy. The morning sunlight bathed him, making him look even more handsome. Both girls had stars in their eyes. Even Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. He was really handsome enough to make her little heart race uncontrollably. Let's go. The group of 4 headed back to the martial arts gym. Along the way, numerous zombies surged towards them. Lin Bei casually swung his blade, and a terrifying shockwave instantly sliced off the heads of dozens of zombies. He hadn't developed a new ability that night, but this sword aura he had fully mastered. Whatever. He just unleashed the energy within him without reservation. Then he downed a few rejuvenation pills to replenish immediately. 1 pill was no longer enough to restore his stamina. Since 1 wasn't enough, he took 2. After all, the more he took, the more he owed. Holy crap! Jiang Yu exclaimed. In just a few hours he had improved to this extent. His power was now on par with hers. Jiang Yu felt a bitter taste in her heart. Setting aside abilities, the only thing she had over Lin Bei was this, and now he had caught up. Her proud strength had suffered another setback. She was very competitive. In her dictionary, why should women be inferior to men? But the facts proved otherwise. No, it wasn't that she was inferior to men, just inferior to Lin Bei. Her former student had in this apocalypse developed into an unmatched, universal, ultra-powerful, monstrous prodigy. Morning, 8 o'clock. They returned to the martial arts hall. Along the way, he visited dozens of stores for a zero-cost shopping spree, stocking up on consumables like clothes, shoes, underwear, stockings, and toilet paper. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, your spatial wormhole is just too absurd. I can't land a single hit. If you've got the guts, don't use it. Let's fight like real women face to face. Hee-Yun pouted, her cheeks puffed in frustration. What was supposed to be a sparring match turned into a one-sided game of cat and mouse. Against a spatial ability user, it felt like punching cotton, utterly futile. Why should I? Sure, you replied matter-of-factly. Could be crazy enough to fight you, Heaton. With Bei Bai's triple boost, and your own triple enhancement, your strength is insane. Who could take a punch from you? But I can't hit you. Hee-Yun had tried every trick, but the spatial wormhole was simply unbreakable. Oh, it's my fault. I'm just too strong, too blessed with spatial powers, leaving my dear little sister with no way to strike. Humble brag. So infuriating. Hee-Yun's pout deepened. She was at a loss. No solution in sight. Her mind raced, overheating as she searched for a way out. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Bei and the others returning at the door. A sly grin flickered across her lips. Biting her lower lip, she put on a pitiful expression. Sister, please stop bullying me. I dare not defy you anymore. You'll know my place. From now on, I'll let you have our dear brother every night. Just don't hurt me anymore. Jiang Shiryu was taken aback. What the hell? Why this sudden act? The next second, they appeared within her spatial perception. She understood. Lin Bei was back. This little minx thought she was the only one who could act. Shiryu immediately fell flat on the ground. Little sister, what have I done wrong? Why must you beat me so cruelly? It hurts so much. If you want Bei Bei, they'll give him to you from now on. Just don't bully me anymore. I'm weak. You'll kill me like this. My foot, it hurts so bad, boo-hoo. Her expression, her tone, her demeanor, perfectly acted, pitiable to behold. Hee-Yun was dumbfounded. She's better at this than me. And she's actually crying. Fine. As if she couldn't cry too. In that moment, she tried to recall the saddest things in her life. Nothing came to mind. Well, except maybe the time her dad gulped down her bought sausage in one bite. That counted. So infuriating. She couldn't cry. What's going on? Jiang Yu, who had just returned, was utterly confused and turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei shrugged. Just bored messing around. Hee. Hee-Yun giggled as she ran over, taking Jiang Yu's delicate hand with a sorrowful look. Sister, you've suffered so much. Upon learning it was just a game, Jiang Yu sighed in relief. She had been worried Yun was being bullied. Scanning her up and down, she remarked with a hint of amusement, have you gained weight? Seriously, gaining weight in the apocalypse? Hee-Yun's face flushed. Oh sister, why do you have to say that? I've been eating a tiny bit well these past couple days. Put on a few pounds. Really? Lin Bei took a glance, didn't notice any change. Her figure was still flawless. But when his gaze drifted lower, he couldn't look away. This girl had actually put on sheer stockings. They clung tightly to her long, elegantly curved legs. Clean white socks wrapped her delicate feet, paired with a pair of black leather shoes. Black and white. A classic contrast. This ensemble. On a stunning beauty like Hee-Yun, it was irresistible. On the street, what man could help stealing a glance? And with her holy body bond amplifying the effect threefold, even Lin Bei, who prided himself on his restraint, found it hard to stay composed. Fine. Dressing like that, huh? You'll pay for this later. Hee-Yun smirked inwardly. She loved the look in her dear brother's eyes, her heart swelling with joy. A woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. She had dressed up just for him. Shooting a triumphant glance at Sister Shiryu, she said, Bei, this must be your former teacher, right? Hello, I'm Jiang Shiryu. Shiryu glided over to him, a faint refreshing fragrance wafting into his nose. Today Shiryu wore a long snow-white dress. Through the gauzy fabric, her long legs were faintly visible. Her calves were sheathed in a thin layer of silk, shimmering with a subtle luster. Beneath her feet were delicate high heels. Her feet were beautifully shaped with smooth lines and skin as fair and flawless as jade. A true work of art. Like a treasure bestowed by heaven. Damn, how could she be so stunning? Honestly, if not for the outsider present, he would have definitely discussed the mysteries of life with these two enchanting vixens. Their natural allure was already immense, and with the holy body bond amplifying it, few could remain calm. Shiryu shot a defiant look back at Hee-Yun. She puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes seeming to say, trying to outdress me. You're still green, and mine are bigger. Waking up early and seeing Yin not only made up, but also dressed like that, she instantly caught on to her little scheme and quickly changed into something of her own. Hee-Yun pouted. Just wait until she developed a bit more. The aura, the allure. Even Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. If she were a man, she'd probably pounce. Her outfit was absolutely stunning. Hello, I'm Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thought herself beautiful, but compared to the woman before her, she fell short. Sister Yu, what level are you now? I'm at 1-star rank 6. Hee, did I surpass you? Her face was full of anticipation, hoping for a shocked reaction from Sister Yu, and also to let her dear brother know they hadn't been idle in his absence. But Jiang Yu smiled softly and patted her shoulder. Sorry to disappoint you, little Yun. Your big sister here just broke through to rank 2 this morning. What? Hee-Yun was stunned. Rank 2. Her face instantly fell. She had thought her relentless zombie killing over the past days had made up for the earlier gap, but the distance was still vast. Sure, you frowned too. Rank 2. It seemed they still weren't working hard enough. Even a woman like Jiang Yu had reached rank 2. How many men out there had done the same? They had been idle for the first 5 or 6 days of the apocalypse, and despite their recent efforts they were still lagging. Even with her broken spatial ability, she felt a faint sense of crisis. As a woman she had to be the most outstanding in Lin Bei's eyes. After all, she was his first woman in this new world. She understood the nature of novelty, so she constantly changed her ways to please him. Not only that, but she also had to enhance her own charm. She already had beauty and figure, and her ability was strong. Now she needed to outshine other women in level 2. Only then would Lin Bei's eyes always be on her. Seeing the shock in Shiryu and Hiyun's eyes, Jiang Yu felt no pride. Last night's spar between Lin Bei and Xiao Xie had deeply shaken her. What use was a high level? Abilities were what truly defined one's potential. Honestly, she felt Hiyun's power ability outclassed her own physique ability by miles. Glancing at the women nearby, she called them over. Since everyone's here, I have something to tell you all. Jiang Yu relayed Xiao Xie's invitation to her team members, conveying the terms without reservation and fully describing her strength and team. You can stay or leave as you wish. I personally suggest you go. There you won't have to worry about food or safety. It's tens of thousands of times better than here. She was still hesitant about going herself, but she had to convince these girls to go. She was tired. She didn't want to be in charge anymore. Xiao Xie's place was a great opportunity. Otherwise, these young, beautiful women would eventually become someone else's playthings passed around in endless Yuji, are you going? Among the women, the youngest one asked, while the rest gazed at her with concern, yearning to go, yet even more eager to follow her lead. Over these days, everyone had already regarded her as their pillar of strength. Jiang Yu hesitated. She truly wished to go, but the debt of gratitude she owed Lin Bei was too great. Once they parted, she might never see him again in this life. Who knew where their next stop would be? To leave without a word would weigh heavily on her conscience. Good sister, don't go. I came here specifically to find you. Hiyun, tasked with a mission, hurried forward and clung to her arm, pouting as she coaxed. Good sister, don't go to that Xiao something's place. I can't bear to part with you. Come with us, please, won't you? Among these people, aside from the two sisters she grew up with, she felt closest to Hiyun. She was quite inclined to stay as she had a great debt of gratitude to repay, but would Lin Bei be willing to provide her with food? Thinking this, she cast a glance at Lin Bei and spoke softly. Good sister, it's not that I don't want to stay, but what? Hiyun, sensing a glimmer of hope, perked up. Jiang Yu bit her lip lightly. It's just that if I stay, I fear it'll add to your food burden. Now with the power outage and the scorching heat, the fruits, vegetables, and meats stored in refrigerators will soon spoil. I'm at the second rank and my need for food is immense. I don't want to cause you trouble. It's not that I want to leave you, it's that I have to leave for your sake. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Manipulation? Not quite. It was likely meant for those women to hear. Clever. Jiang Yu's words weren't directed at Hiyun, but at the other women and Lin Bei. She didn't want them to stay just because she did, and she wanted to give Lin Bei an early heads up that her staying meant an extra mouth to feed. In the current situation, this could be called an era of universal evolution. The power outage caused by the zombie crisis would lead to dwindling edible resources while their appetites grew terrifyingly. From online videos, it was clear that various crops, fruits, and vegetables had withered since the apocalypse broke out, as if they couldn't adapt to the environment. One thing wanes as another waxes. Eventually, they would starve to death from food depletion unless someone developed new crops suited to the current environment. It's okay, sister. Our food may not be abundant, but with you it's just enough, right, good brother? Hiyun clung to her arm, staring at Lin Bei with hope and pleading. Lin Bei frowned in thought. After a long pause, he reached out and patted Hiyun's head, speaking slowly. That's right. Whatever you say goes. A little act. He had no interest in the women besides Jiang Yu for now. None had even unlocked a fitness enthusiast bond. Foodies, however, abounded, suggesting they traveled often before the apocalypse. Two were only at first rank, first star, laughably weak. Rather than keeping them around as ornaments, it was better to let Xiao Xie take them and train them properly. Hiyun laughed joyfully. I knew good brother was the best. You just stay with us. Don't worry. As long as I have food, you'll have food too. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder, vanquish the zombie horde, and break through the darkness. Is it really okay for me to stay, eh? Jiang Yu asked Lin Bei. To be honest, Lin Bei was generous, had given her so much food last night, but it was ultimately finite. Teacher, it's fine. Don't force yourself. Really, it's no problem. All right then. With the affirmative answer, Jiang Yu felt at ease. Having little Hiyun by her side meant she wouldn't be lonely, but parting with her two good sisters truly pained her. Xiao Qing Xiao by Xiao Xie will come soon. Then go with her. It was my oversight that nearly put you in danger last night. Sister, forget that. How about you come with us? We can look out for each other. We can't bear to leave you here alone. Yes, sister, we can't bear it. Come with us. The two sisters were reluctant. Jiang Yu was torn. On one side were her childhood friends, on the other a great debt and a dear sister. Which should she choose? Oh no. Hiyun's brow twitched. She knew that little Yu Jie valued relationships deeply. Swayed by those two sisters, she might leave. Xiao Qing Jie Xiao by Jie, why are you acting as if you'll never see her again? We'll be living here from now on. If you miss her, just come back to visit, right? Oh, living here. Why didn't you say so earlier? That lifted their burden. In the apocalypse, there was no fixed home. They'd thought Lin Bei and the others would leave soon after arriving. Xiaoqin and Xiao Bai knew Jiang Yu well. They understood that Yu Jie stayed not only because of He Yun's persuasion, but more importantly, to repay a kindness. It was her excessive goodness that led those cunning villains to scheme against her. They had underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Thankfully Lin Bei had appeared in time, otherwise they dared not imagine what they'd have suffered. You? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Yu tapped He Yun's little head. If she had known, why would she have agonized so much? You didn't ask. Regardless, her mission was complete. Next she needed to trick little Yu Jie into joining her, and sure yes team. Then little Yu Jie would have to call her sister. She had already begun to fantasize. In her imagination, she patted Jiang Ye's shoulder. Little Yu Jie, from today on let's keep things separate. They'll call you sister, and you'll call me sister too. He growled without warning. Jiang Ye's stomach growled. Her face flushed with embarrassment. It couldn't be helped. She was a physique-type psychic with muscle and bone strength 4 times that of her peers, meaning her food demand was 3 to 4 times higher. Her appetite was truly frightening. There's some food left at home. He'll prepare it, and we'll all eat together. Xiaoqin and Xiao Bai went to prepare, digging out everything edible. Fortunately, on the way back, they had looted many refrigerators. The power had gone out only the evening before last, so the frozen goods were still good. Soon, dishes were brought out: braised pork, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour spare ribs, and pig trotter soup. Thin strips of spicy snack, shredded pickled mustard, and stir-fried instant noodles. At first glance it looked decent. Spicy snacks with rice were actually quite tasty. Lin Bei had tried them before. The only flaw was the absence of any vegetables. Over a week into the apocalypse, fresh veggies had long been depleted. Lin Bei, sit down and eat. Sure, you Xiao Yun, come and eat too. Jiang Yu invited the 3 of them. No need. I ate on the way back. You go ahead. Lin Bei declined. The meager portions weren't even enough for 2 or 3 people. Good sister, you eat. I've put on weight these days, I need to slim down. It wouldn't do if someone started to dislike me. He Yun also refused, thinking similarly to Lin Bei. Teacher Jiang Yu, eat. Don't worry about us. Sure, you likewise declined. She didn't know these people, and with Lin Bei and He Yun not eating, how could she join in? At that moment, she had only one thing on her mind. That was to get close to Lin Bei, for she hadn't been intimate with him for 2 days. 2 nights ago she had yielded to He Yun, and last night, he hadn't returned. Though a little afraid, she missed him terribly. Bei, she thought. Shi Yu approached Lin Bei, who stood by the window, gently leaning against him as she whispered. Tiptoeing, she said, Bei, I'm not used to wearing high heels. I think I twisted my ankle just now. It hurts a little. Could you rub it for me? Twisted. Lin Bei looked down and noticed a slight redness and swelling on her delicate ankle. Not used to high heels. A flight attendant not used to high heels. Fine. I believe you. Twisted, huh? Come here, let me give you a good rub. He helped her into a small room. He had her sit on the table, while he sat on a small stool, took off her high heels, and gently massaged her foot. Shi Yu smiled, sweet and tender. It felt wonderful. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Good brother, mine hurts a little too. Can you help me as well? He Yun followed into the room, deliberately sitting beside Shi Yu, and casting her a defiant glance. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. What a little girl. He casually helped her too. He, good brother, is so kind. He Yun squinted her eyes, laughing joyfully. Come on. She couldn't let Shi Yu alone receive all of good brother's attention. Which girl wouldn't want her boyfriend to take care of her? Sister, yours isn't as pretty as mine. He Yun said, wiggling her cute little foot. Bullshit, mine is much prettier than yours, Shi Yu retorted stubbornly. Good brother, tell us whose is prettier. He Yun stretched out her leg, knowing she was inferior to Shi Yu in looks and figure, so she had to compare other aspects. Bei, whose do you think is prettier? Shi Yu also stretched out her leg. She refused to be outdone. You know, you two are asking for trouble, Lin Bei said, narrowing his eyes. Trouble? What trouble? We're not causing any trouble. Good brother, why do you say that? He Yun looked utterly confused. Yeah, how are we causing trouble? Shi Yu was equally puzzled. Fine. Lin Bei stood up, reaching for his glasses, only to find he wasn't wearing any. A smirk curled on his lips. I really can't do anything with you two. Looks like I need to teach you both a lesson. He stuffed a handful of recovery pills into his mouth. He lost count of how many. It didn't matter. Outside, Jiang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and scooped up a bowl of rice. Today's dishes were extremely lavish, but something felt off. Without any vegetables, the meat alone seemed bland and unappetizing. Last night's meal was much better. The food Lin Bei had given them, balanced with meat and vegetables, was truly satisfying. The women chatted as they ate, completely unaware of the passing time. A few hours later, noon, Lin Bei pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Jiang Yu and the others had already finished eating and were gathered around the table talking. Beep. At that moment, a series of honks came from downstairs. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Couldn't Xiao Xie be a little more low-key? He walked to the window and saw a modified large pickup truck parked at the entrance. Several large steel pipes were welded to the front in a triangular shape, unafraid of zombies blocking the way. Huh. Huh. Due to the piercing honks, many zombies ran over from a distance. Xiao Xie gave a signal, and Wang Qi and Xiao Bai got out from the back wielding long blades as they charged forward. Ordinary zombies were nothing but toys to them. Stop staring, come down, and open the door. Xiao Xie shouted up at them by the second-floor window, patting the supplies dragged behind the pickup. Lin Bei, how about this? Satisfied with my apology gift? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. This girl really had a lot of stored supplies. She had sent 3 sides of pork, 5 pig heads, 2 sides of beef, 1 side of lamb, 10 bags of rice, 50 jin, each, plus various miscellaneous vegetables that were slightly wilted, and all kinds of seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Xiao Xie leaned against the pickup, grinning proudly. See that? This is my strength. Won't you obediently join my camp? Follow me and it'll guarantee you eat well and drink well. Wow, so much food. An apology gift with this much food. Just how much has Xiao Xie stored? Xiao Xie's generosity caught everyone's attention. Here everyone worried about their next meal, and now with real food before their eyes they wished they could join immediately. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A spatial rift appeared beside the pickup. Xiao Xie was stunned for a moment before appearing directly on the second floor. A spatial ability user is indeed a spatial ability user. So convenient. Her gaze swept over everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xie. She has untied you as in moon. I won't say much more, but I'm sure Sister Jiang Yu has introduced me to you. So do I leave the supplies here, or will you all come with me? Oh, why are 2 missing? Where are your Shiyu and Hiyun? We just took a nap, Hiyun and Shiyu said as they walked out together from the small room. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes slightly. They were far more beautiful in person than on surveillance. Their looks almost threatened her status as the police beauty queen, a title she had held for years. Jiang Yu spoke as the representative. Xiao Xie, we just discussed it. The others will go with you, but I, Lin Bei, Jiang Shiyu, and Hiyun will stay. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. The 4 staying were the most valuable. However, her original intention in forming a women's team was to protect women. Even if they didn't come, she would still take these girls away. But she still had to try. You all please come along. At my place everyone is equal, and we're all friends. I have a generator, air conditioning, bathwater, everything you need. More people mean more fun, don't you think? Lin Bei declined. Sorry, I'm not really a fan of lively environments. Is that so? What a pity. Xiao Xie was genuinely regretful, then asked, so what are your plans next? Where are you heading? They'll stay here for the short term. There's electricity, and it's convenient. With his current strength, traveling thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend was still insufficient. He needed to at least reach the 3rd tier to better handle emergencies. Xiao Xie's eyes lit up. Excellent. This way she could find more excuses to visit often. Getting familiar with him could only bring benefits. All right. Xiao Xie nodded. Since that's the case, he'll move the things from the truck down and leave them for you. It should last the 4 of you for a while. She still needed to build goodwill. She believed Lin Bei understood that her generosity was not merely an apology. As she spoke, she moved the items through the spatial rift. Lin Bei didn't refuse. After all, his spatial backpack had plenty of room. After his spatial ability evolved, the backpack's capacity had increased tenfold. Then she sent the girls to the pickup one by one, instructing Wang Qi and Xiao Bai to take them away first. Her police station was indeed not far, just a few kilometers away. Now the vast martial arts gym was left with only 5 people. Lin Bei, since there are no outsiders here, can you give me some more of your family's secret medicine? Of course I won't take it for free. Name your price. After leaving last night, she had tried it again. It was miraculous. Just 1 pill. It had completely restored her utterly exhausted body, allowing her to effortlessly and easily kill a mutated beast and break through to the 2nd tier. Only those who had truly tried it knew how miraculous and crucial it was. Master, take her. Any conditions are fine. Take her, just take her directly. A Three's lightning elemental ability. If you miss this chance, it won't come again. Slurp, silly bird. Lin Bei muttered inwardly. After following me for so long, how have you not learned anything? Look at her level and personality. Proposing such conditions to a woman like her. Don't you just not want this ability? Fishing requires patience, understand. Patience is a virtue. She said, any conditions, you believe a woman's words. Silly system. His attention returned to the outside. Lin Bei pulled out 5 rejuvenation pills. Meeting each other is fate. I admire you. Let me give you these. Honestly, he truly admired her. The original intention and direction of establishing the Women's Legion were good. In the apocalypse, how many had such a heart and took action? Though there would be many setbacks ahead. Thank you. Xiao Xie was overjoyed. She had prepared for a heavy price, yet he gave her 5 for free. But 5. A bit few. Brother Lin Bei, could you spare a few more? I've broken through to the 2nd tier. I need 2 pills to fully restore my strength. They'll bring some supplies later to show my gratitude. All right. Lin Bei pulled out 5 more and placed them in her palm. I have supplies here. Consider these 10 a gift. Thanks, Brother Bei. Xiao Xie beamed with joy. 10 pills. Enough for 5 uses. She couldn't wait to enhance her strength. With these 5 chances, she wouldn't need to hold back for emergencies. I'm off now. They'll bring something to see you all later. With that, she leaped from the second-floor window, pushed off with her feet, and Hee-yeon pouted. She was very displeased. Another second tier. Her own sister being second tier was one thing, but an outsider too. She said sourly, "Dear brother, you barely know her. Why give her so much?" She took it, and left as she might not even remember your kindness. Addiction. Dependence. What do you mean? Hee-yeon didn't understand. Shiryu was also baffled, and Jeonyu beside her was equally puzzled. My pills are like that stuff. Once or twice is fine, but repeated use leads to addiction. Without them you feel awful all over like ants crawling on your skin. Really? I don't believe it. The girls were skeptical. Words are empty. You shall yin give back your pills. Let's verify it, shall we? Here. Hee-yeon had no spatial backpack, and carried only a dozen or so pills. Shiryu's stash was terrifying. Big and small bottles totaling nearly 1,000, making Jeongye's brows twitch. Such a quantity was horrifying. One pill alone could drive people mad. Wait. Shiryu, where did you pull those bottles from? Could you also have spatial ability? Yes, my ability and Bei Bai's are both 3 spatial. Didn't Xiaoyin tell you? Oh my heavens. 2 spatial ability users. One was already freakish enough. 2. If word got out it would cause an uproar. Ability users were already rare's glass, ones were the cream of the crop, and 3's elemental abilities were practically destinies chosen. Physical ability was the dregs. Jeonyu felt inferior. Once the leader of her team, staying by Lin Bai's side, it was hard not to feel inadequate. Let's go. Unaware of Jeongye's thoughts, Lin Bei was curious about the sudden withdrawal reaction from rejuvenation pills, whether it matched his expectations. He led the way, jumping from the second floor. Shiryu and Hee-yeon followed. Jeongyu hesitated, then joined. Dear brother, I don't feel anything. Hee-yeon said, swinging her blade, lopping off zombie heads one after another. No sensation at all. Like Bei Bei, no pressure. Shiryu was the same, deliberately controlling the size of her spatial rifts to keep ability consumption low. No rush. It's just the beginning. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. In a flash, half an hour passed. Shiryu and Hee-yeon were panting heavily, their smooth, fair cheeks slightly flushed. Can't take it anymore. Give me a pill. Hee-yeon couldn't bear it. She instinctively reached for her pocket. Empty. Suddenly remembering, her brows knitted tightly. There really was a wow. So annoying. So uncomfortable. It felt like ants crawling on her. She craved a pill. Because Lin Bei was nearby, she wasn't afraid, even with many zombies ahead. But she knew if he weren't there, she'd have no choice but to flee. Dear brother, I believe you. It's unbearable. Quick, give me one, I'm dying here. Hee-yeon hugged Lin Bei, her face flushed with discomfort, tilting her head back, her delicate lips parted. You didn't believe me earlier? Oh, I do now? Who knew it would be this awful? I'm so tired, no strength left. Dear brother, please hurry up. Hee-yeon pouted, suffering needlessly. Here. Lin Bei fed her one and stuffed a dozen into her pocket. Hee-yeon, love you. Indeed, a pampered woman had the best luck. Oh, so good. After one rejuvenation pill, Hee-yeon revived, power surging within her. Nearby, Shiryu gritted her teeth, holding on. A few minutes later, exhausted, she ran back, hands on her knees, gasping, losing the noble air she had when killing zombies from afar. Bei Bei, quick, I can't go on. What? Just over half an hour, and you two are done. You weaklings. I thought you'd last longer. Didn't believe me earlier. Oh, we were wrong. Shiryu was breathless. With rejuvenation pills before, she used her spatial ability freely. Without them, she was frugal, but the consumption was still immense. Even opening a tiny spatial rift consumed about 1/10 of her ability power. Larger ones were even more draining. Lin Bei was very satisfied. Suddenly he felt he had given Xiao Xie too few. He should have given more, and let her know he had plenty in stock, so she would use them recklessly without restraint. Bite by bite. Slowly. Firmly. Biting the bait. Sister Jeonyu, can you show me your second-tier strength? Hee-yeon, fully restored, bounced over to the somewhat lonely Jeonyu. Sure. Jeonyu drew the 60-centimeter short spear from her back, extended it to 1.8 meters with both hands. Spear in hand, a flicker of confidence returned. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the spear out. Shiryu initially dismissed it. Cold weapons were useless. But the moment the spear was thrown, her brows furrowed sharply. She sensed a powerful energy surge. Ahead, dozens of zombie heads fell in unison. The small horde cleared instantly, leaving the two girls stunned. Wow. Sister is amazing. One spatial sister, one Qigong sister, ha ha ha. Am now part of the inner circle too. Hee-yeon laughed joyfully. What about me? Lin Bei pointed at himself. You're my invincible dear brother. So fierce. Shiryu, snapping out of her daze, swallowed hard. No wonder he ran a martial arts school. There was real skill. Wanna learn? They'll teach you. Seeing Shiryu's shocked expression, Jeonyu smiled. Teaching Lin Bai's women was her way of repaying him, the only thing she could offer. Is it like this? No, it's like this. Jeonyu guided the two women. Through the contact, she warmed up to Shiryu. Lin Bei was delighted to see this harmonious scene. Good, no need to worry about trouble in the harem. Jealousy and rivalry were acceptable. After all, he would be the one to enjoy it. Chase. Hurry. Don't let it escape. Shouts and gunshots approached from afar. The group frowned, looking toward the bend in the street ahead. The next second a pure white slender dog entered their view. Wasn't this Xiao Xie's Silver Moon? Behind it followed 3 men, the leader clutching a rifle. Whimper, Silver Moon ran to Lin Bei's side and stopped nuzzling his pants affectionately. The 3 men pursuing it also slowed to a halt. Such beautiful women. The 3 men saw Shiyu Hiyun and Jiang Yu, and their breath caught in their throats. They were so breathtakingly beautiful, it was almost criminal. They immediately forgot about Silver Moon. The leader's eyes were filled with greed and lust, and without a second thought, he raised his gun. The muzzle aimed at Lin Bei's forehead. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, intending to kill him before he could react. Then the 3 exquisite beauties would be all his to possess. His heart pounded with accelerating excitement. Such beautiful women. If he could toy with them for a while, his life would be complete. A distance of over 10 meters. With his marksmanship, one shot would finish it. He already began fantasizing about the 3 beauties fleeing in panic under his gun. He would chase, they would run, but they wouldn't escape. Not one of them would escape. Bang! The gunshot ended. It was followed by a scream of agony. The owner of the scream was none other than the man who had fired the gun. The rifle fell to the ground. 2 large holes had appeared in his shoulders, blood gushing out continuously. The joints connecting his arms to his torso were shattered, and his arms hung limp. What happened? He had aimed at his target. Why was he the one injured after firing? Utter confusion filled his mind. The 2 brothers beside him were also baffled by the bizarre scene. Suddenly one of them remembered something and shouted in terror, "I know, boss, I know. Among these people there's a spatial ability What? The man's face changed drastically. A spatial ability user. Pick up the gun and run." Just as the 2 underlings were about to retrieve the gun, a hand appeared out of thin air, picking it up before them. They looked up. The gun was now in the hands of the man over 10 meters away. Lin Bei's index finger rested on the trigger, the dark muzzle aimed at them. The 3 men's scalps tingled. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Run! They had come fast, and they fled even faster. But the next second, accompanied by a gunshot, a bullet traversed a spatial wormhole and pierced through the foreheads of all 3. Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged throughout. They were merely clowns, unworthy of his excitement. Even though he was now at the 2nd tier, he wouldn't dare to withstand a bullet with his bare flesh unless he acquired Jiang Ye's physique ability. But credit where credit was due, that man was quite decisive. He fired the moment he saw him. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Lin Bei. That's it. Solved just like that. Jiang Yu blinked, somewhat incredulous. The moment she saw the man fire, she thought Lin Bei was in danger, wondering what they would do. But before she could dwell on it, the 3 bodies were already lying motionless on the ground. Seriously, wasn't that resolved a bit too quickly? They appeared, and were instantly killed. It was so fast her brain short-circuited for a moment. In the past, when danger struck, she had to figure out a solution herself. Now, before she could even react, the enemies were already on the ground. Wow, where did this dog come from? So cute. Hiyun crouched down, stroking Silver Moon's silky fur. Silver Moon caught the strong scent of Lin Bei on her, and immediately understood their relationship, closing her eyes in enjoyment. A dog. Oh no. As a wolf, knowing when to yield was the key to survival. She's so well-behaved, dear brother. When did she come to you? Was she your dog before? Hiyun cradled her in her arms. Soft, small, utterly adorable. Lin Bei glanced over. No, she's Xiao Xie's. Probably snuck out to play. Don't be fooled by her size. This one is also at the 2nd tier. What? Hiyun's eyes widened. Good grief. Even a dog was at the 2nd tier now. Hungry, want to eat something. Silver Moon acted spoiled in Hiyun's arms with none of the demeanor of a 2nd tier beast, opening her little mouth to utter a few words. Oh, can she talk? Hiyun lifted her up, looking into her eyes. Come on, call me mommy. Say it, and mommy will reward you with something tasty. Mom. Mommy. Silver Moon didn't hesitate, opening her little mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. She could also smell the lingering aroma of food on Hiyun. Just the scent was driving her wild. Sister, you hand me a big sausage. Here. Sure, you pulled out a honey-glazed sausage and handed it to Hiyun. She came over and began petting Silver Moon as well. No one could resist the adorable appearance of a puppy, especially women. Bei, she's so well-behaved. Is she really at the 2nd tier? Sure, you couldn't believe such a cute, silly little dog could possess a level far surpassing their own. Really? Lin Bei recalled the scene from last night. Once they reached the 2nd tier, they already possess intelligence comparable to humans. This little one is quite cunning. And don't let her small size fool you, she can grow larger, about the size of a small car. The teacher can vouch for that. That's right. Jiang Yu nodded. The reason our food situation is tight is because she's come to visit several times. Hiyun became indignant upon hearing this. She held the sausage away from Silver Moon's drooling mouth. Little one, apologize to my sister quickly, or you won't get any. Whimper. The moment the sausage appeared, Silver Moon was utterly captivated by its aroma. Her tail wagged so fast it could have been a fan. She could have snatched it and run, but she understood the difference between a full meal now and a lifetime of plenty. With a leap, she jumped into Jiang Ye's arms. Jiang Yu instinctively caught her. The small body rolled around in her embrace, its cute little head nuzzling against her. A stammering soft voice emerged. Sorry, don't be mad. It's all Sia Mommy's fault. She doesn't feed me enough. Jiang Yu initially didn't want to forgive her, but she was simply too adorable. She couldn't help but reach out and pet her again and again. Eat the meat. Hee-Yun playfully waved the sausage in front of her nose. Too cute. Go ahead, eat. Slurp. Silver Moon took a bite. Her small blue eyes instantly lit up. This was way too delicious. She had eaten many good things, but never anything this good. In just a few bites, she devoured the entire huge sausage. She was far from satisfied after finishing. Mommy mo. More. Little Moon, look over here. Want to eat some? Lin Bei held 8 large sausages between the fingers of both hands. Silver Moon's little eyes gleamed green as she nodded her head frantically. Yes. 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 Come. Lin Bei first gave her 3, and just as she was about to enjoy the 4th, he took a step back. Meat. Silver Moon stretched out her little head to chase after it, but the distance was too far. She let out a pitiful whine. Just a few sausages were nowhere near enough. She wanted to eat 100, no 10,000. Little Moon. Lin Bei flashed a mischievous grin. You don't get enough to eat with Xiao Xie, do you? I have as many of these big sausages as you want. But since you're not my pet, I have no obligation to feed you for free. Unless you offer me your contract. Once you become my pet, I'll let you feast on these until you're full every day. His words were laced with temptation. Steal her away, steal her away. Xiao Xie's food reserves were plentiful, but Silver Moon was a second-tier beast with an appetite far greater than a second-tier human. If she had a full meal, it would consume supplies meant for many days. But it was different for him. Once Silver Moon became his pet, no matter how much she ate, it would all be returned. He wouldn't have to expend a single grain of rice. It would be a waste not to steal her. No way you want to take Xiao Xie's Silver Moon. Aren't you afraid she'll blow her top? Jiang Yu was stunned. Last night he had stolen her monster, and now today he wanted to take her wolf. She was a 3-level lightning ability user. Did he truly not fear her at all? Silver Moon squinted its eyes with human-like intelligence. Though it was greedy, it was not foolish. Once the contract was offered, from then on it would become his pet. What if it restricted its freedom? What if he tricked it and didn't feed it? Even Sia Mother had never proposed such a thing. Why should it give him the contract? If it were to give it to anyone, it would be she. Oh my god, so fragrant. Lin Bei held a large platter piled high, with 20 prime steaks. Each was as big as an adult man's palm, each 5 to 6 centimeters thick. The rich aroma made her tail wag involuntarily. Shiyu Xiaoyan, teacher, you've expended a lot just now. Have something to eat to replenish your energy. So hungry. Hee-Yun and Shiyu each picked up a steak and ate with relish. They had consumed no fewer than 1,000 of these steaks. Even the best food can become tiresome with repetition, but they often varied their diet. No rice to go with it. Jiang Yu stood aside, feeling too embarrassed to help herself. The aroma made her swallow involuntarily. She had tasted it before and knew its deliciousness, but eating steak alone like this seemed overly extravagant. Good brother, bring out something else. Sister Yu and I haven't had lunch yet. Lin Bei led the trio and the wolf to a roadside cafe. With a thought, he waved his hand, and 4 large rice cooker inserts appeared first, each filled to the brim with fragrant steamed rice. To be honest, no matter how much steak one eats, it doesn't feel right without a couple of mouthfuls of rice. Jiang Yu finally picked up a piece of steak, took a small bite, and was just about to shovel in 10 mouthfuls of rice when she froze. Several large plates appeared on the table: braised pork belly luxury, 10-pound edition sweet and sour ribs luxury, 10-pound edition scrambled eggs, with chives. Cold cucumber salad. Oil exploded prawns. Dry pot cauliflower. Spicy stir-fried pork. Fragrant essence fried fish. Braised lamb. Cold beef. Corn and rib soup. The originally spacious table suddenly seemed cramped. Beside them were 2 large platters with dozens of steaks and dozens of thick sausages. Holding her chopsticks, she was at a loss. It wasn't just the variety of dishes. No, truly. The portions of each dish were excessively, outrageously large. Is it New Year's? Shiyu and Hee-Yun showed no surprise, holding their chopsticks and hesitating over which dish to try first. I skipped lunch, I'm starving. Little Hee-Yun began devouring food like a whirlwind, not forgetting to put dishes into Jiang Yu's rice cooker. Sister, eat up. Pick your favorites and have plenty. If you need more rice, just ask good brother. Jiang Yu's hands trembled. Even her voice shook. Xiaoyan, do you eat like this every meal? Of course, dear sister. Eat without worry. With us you don't need to fret about supplies. How can you kill zombies without enough strength? Hee-Yun understood Jiang Yu's feelings. Her expression had been identical on the day she joined. One gets used to it. Meanwhile, Silver Moon's wolf eyes were wide in disbelief. This meal was even better than what Sia Mother ate. How much food did this guy have? Woo-woo! Little Silver Moon jumped into Shiyu's arms, acting cute and rolling around. Meat, Moon wants meat. Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Give it 2 steaks to satisfy its craving. Satisfy? No. The more it ate, the more it craved. Hee-Yun consumed 1 rice cooker of rice, 3 portions returned. Master Shiyu and He-Yun shared 1 portion of sweet and sour ribs luxury 10-pound edition, 3 portions returned. 90% of that portion was devoured by He-Yun. You finished it all, without leaving any for teacher. Lin Bei chuckled and took out another plate. Jiang Ye's brows twitched wildly. They replenished the dishes even after finishing. Wu-Wu, after eating 2 prime steaks, Silver Moon's appetite was fully awakened. Watching them eat so heartily, it desperately wanted to claim all the food for itself. But if it did, there would never be another meal. Moreover, it might not be able to defeat Lin Bei. Baby is so hungry. Baby wants to eat so badly. Maybe, just give in to him. Should it or shouldn't it? Possessing intelligence no less than a human's, it knew that every meal for Lin Bei and his group was this lavish. Following him, it could eat to its heart's content from now on, picking only the best. So fragrant. So tender. So delicious. Jiang Yu took a bite of the rib that He-Yun had put in her bowl. Its flavor made her soul tremble. The harmonious, abundant, and warm meal gave her a pre-apocalyptic illusion. Eating was just eating, without worry, without fretting about the next meal, or soon Jiang Yu also switched to devouring mode. She had eaten in the morning, but not much, just a few bowls of rice. With many people and limited food, everyone just had a little to tide them over. No one's watching me, no one's watching me, no one's watching me. While the others were focused on eating, Silver Moon extended its little paw slowly, stealthily, inching a steak toward itself. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Just as it was about to reach its mouth, Lin Bei picked it up. Little Moon, stealing is a bad habit, you know. If you want to eat, you can do so openly. However, bad man. He wants me. Does he think mere food can tempt this wolf? Ridiculous. This wolf would rather starve. But it really does smell so good. So tempting. Because the ribs were stewed so tenderly, Shiyu was holding a bone when the meat slipped off. Silver Moon, quick as lightning, snatched it into its mouth and savored it. Oh my gosh, so delicious. Its little paw pawed at Shiyu's thigh, putting on a pitiful expression. You mother hungry. Hungry, hungry. Little Moon, give in to him. If you follow us, all this will be yours. Shiyu waved her jade hand, and a large pile of plates appeared on the table beside them. The steaks and sausages weren't too many. Less than 1,000 portions in total. Oh my god. Silver Moon and Jiang Yu stared wide-eyed. No wonder He-Yun had gained a little weight. Meat. Forget it. Awoo, the rich aroma drove Silver Moon wild. It kicked off its hind legs and pounced, ready to swim through that sea of meat. But the next second, the food vanished. The excited Silver Moon instantly deflated, its small eyes glaring at Shiyu with deep resentment. Little darling, give in to him, and all that food will be yours. Shiyu's voice was full of temptation. Mere meat. This wolf surrenders. A hexagram array materialized above Yin Yu's tiny head. Lin Bei felt a sudden epiphany. All he had to do was press his hand against it to succeed. Without hesitation, he pressed down. Pet successfully registered. From this moment onward, all resources consumed by Yin Yu will be fully refunded. The instant the contract was sealed, a sweet, soft voice rang in his ears. Daddy, meat. Give me meat. I want meat. I want lots and lots of meat. Lin Bei smirked slyly. Hey, you fell for it, didn't you? No escape now. I tricked you. No meat for you. Bad dad. Stinky dad. Yin Yu rolled around on the table beside him, her tiny body adorable as she threw a tantrum. Here, eat up. He waved his hand. Hundreds of steak cuts and sausages appeared on the table. Thanks, good daddy. Good daddy is the best. Yin Yu instantly dove into her meal mode, devouring steaks whole. As she ate, tears of regret streamed down. Mother Shiyu, I've let you down. It's all because this man has too many delicious things. Ah, so fragrant. A werewolf never becomes a pet unless room and board are included. This? Jiang Ye's mouth hung wide open. She was once again stunned by Lin Bai's food reserves. Letting Yin Yu eat so much at once wasn't foolishness. It meant this was merely a drop in the... She suddenly felt that staying might be a good thing. Though Xiao Shiyu had plenty of food, it wasn't enough for them to eat to their heart's content every meal. Soon she finished an entire rice cooker's worth of rice. The dishes were simply too delicious, leaving her wanting more. Eat up, Sister Xiaoyu. Shiryu waved her hand, and another pot of freshly packed rice appeared. Jiang Yu laughed helplessly. You all live too well. No wonder you skipped lunch. You saved it for us. What do you mean, you all? Starting today, Sister Xiaoyu, you're one of us. Don't be so reserved. Tell us what you want to eat. Follow us, and I can't promise much, but the food will be plentiful. Bei Bei gave me tons of supplies to store in my space backpack. Space. Xiao Yun's power. I really envy you two dear sisters with such amazing abilities. Unlike me, Jiang Yu spoke from the heart. Now that they were familiar, once she taught them to control Qi, she would truly be useless. Except, no worries, we'll just have our good big brother boost your strength a few times. He-Yun spoke, carelessly waving her fair arm. Am now at first rank 6 stars, 7 times normal human strength. With a strength ability boost of 3 times, that's 21 times. Good big brother gave me another triple boost, so now it's 63 times. Jiang Yu was shocked. What a... No way. He can boost others' strength. Is that real? I probably wasn't supposed to say that. Sister Xiao, you pretend you didn't hear a thing. I said nothing, you heard nothing. He-Yun waved her hands, realizing her slip, but a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Heh, dear sister, think your physical ability is lacking, huh? I bet you can't resist this temptation. Get ready to call me sister. Ha ha ha, she thought to herself. Under the table, a foot slipped out of its shoe, revealing a jade-like flawless foot that brushed against Lin Bei's leg. She met his gaze as if asking, "Good big brother, how was your good little sister's assist?" Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. What a tempting little vixen. Be good, he'll reward you well tonight. Zhang Yes' mouth hung wide open. Boost. Triple strength increase. No way. How could she possibly pretend she didn't hear that? For heaven's sake. If her strength could be tripled, her combat power would skyrocket. With her robust physique, she could fully harness that power without worrying about her body giving out. Triple. That's like having an extra strength ability. Oh, she wanted it so badly. Already dissatisfied with her own ability, her mind was now completely consumed by Hiyun's words. She couldn't even focus on eating, her eyes constantly darting toward Lin Bei. An itch crawled through her. She wanted to improve desperately. Sister, eat up? Not hungry. Full after just one pot. Hiyun was devouring her second pot with gusto. Their appetites now required at least 2 pots per meal. Eat, eat, Jiang Yu replied absently. Her mind was entirely occupied by Lin Bei's ability to boost their strength. How could she possibly eat now? Power. She wanted power. She craved power. Seeing Jiang Ye's slow eating, a look of triumph flickered in Hiyun's eyes. This was exactly how Sister Shiryu had been lured in. No one could resist. Besides, following good big brother was pure bliss. Handsome, strong, and considerate. Honestly, even before the apocalypse, had have been a rare gem of a man. Run, Wan In, run. Shouts came from outside as they were eating. The cafe had no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass. A middle-aged man was dragging a strikingly beautiful woman as they fled, her hair flying in the wind, her delicate fair face filled with terror. With a brief glance, Lin Bei grew restless. Name Lin Wan In. Appearance score 96. Pre-apocalypse overall score 90. Rank first, rank 2 stars. Ability none. Bonds elite, Doctor 1. Upon bond activation, all medication effects on the team are doubled. Innate stocking saint physique 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. Untouched 1. System speak up. What the heck? How does the owner have so many top-tier bond holders? Did you save the world in a past life? However, she has no ability. True. Despite having top-tier bonds, she lacked an ability. The bond effects were excellent, but his recovery pills were endless. Doubling their effect was meaningless. Overall, she was mediocre. Her appearance was stunning, but he already had 3 beauties by his side, plus a promised Xiao Shiyu. He didn't go after her. Yet, the middle-aged man dragging Lin Wan In caught sight of the group in the cafe. Drawn by the table full of food, he skidded to a halt and pulled his daughter inside. Oh, Lin Bei grew intrigued. He wouldn't chase, but if she came willingly, why refuse? The fitness enthusiast bond doubled strength, and as a doctor, she'd be useful eventually. Young man, I'll give you my daughter. Can you? Give me some food. I haven't eaten in days, I'm starving. The middle-aged man shoved his daughter in front of Lin Bei, his gaze greedy on the food, speaking bluntly. What? Lin Bei was taken aback. That direct disgust and contempt filled the eyes of Shiryu, Hiyun, and Jiang Yu. Selling his daughter for food. What a wretched father to have. Dad, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind from running? Lin Wan In was stunned. She never imagined such words would come from her own father's mouth. A slap echoed. Lin Wan In held her cheek in disbelief. Her good father had slapped her. The dad who had always cherished her was selling her and hitting her for a bit of food. I've had enough having to take care of you and find you food all day long. If it weren't for you, a burden dragging me down, would I have had to steal food and get chased and hunted? I've slaved away raising you, put you through college, made you a doctor. Now it's time for you to repay me. The man looked at Lin Bei. With a fawning smile, he spoke humbly. Little brother, my daughter's beautiful, isn't she? I've kept a tight leash on her. She's still untouched. I don't ask for much, just 2 steaks and a few sausages, that's all. You feed your pet dog so much, surely you can spare this little bit. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Fine. From his spatial backpack, he took out a bag containing 10 steaks and 10 sausages and handed it to him. The middle-aged man's smile widened even more. He nearly knelt to kowtow in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. From now on, my daughter is yours. Do with her as you please. Dad, how could you become like this? Lin Weiner stood frozen, covering her face in disbelief. The father who always warmed her meals when she returned late from work, who always picked her up from the hospital in the rain, who was terrified she'd be led astray by delinquents. He had actually sold her off, and so cheaply, so gleefully. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man paid no heed to Lin Weiner's feelings, shouting excitedly, finally food. Finally food. This is so delicious. Precious daughter, raising you all these years, you're finally useful for something. The man stuffed a steak into his mouth. The delicious food made his eyes redden with excitement. Like a starving dog, he devoured a whole steak in a few bites. Dad, give it back to them. Stop eating. They'll support you, they'll get stronger, and find food for you. Lin Weiner stepped forward to stop him, unable to accept the reality of being sold by her own father. Get lost. The middle-aged man shoved her away with immense force, sending her crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were full of scorn as he said coldly, "Support me. I'm over 50 and already at 1-star 5th order, while you at the prime age of 25 or 6 are only at 1-star 2nd order. You support me. How? By cowering at home all day afraid of the zombies outside. I'd live a better life without you a burden. Honestly, if it weren't for my guilt toward your mother, I'd have slept with you long ago. You're good for nothing but your looks and figure. Your mother and I were true love, you were just an accident." Lin Bei collapsed on the ground stunned. Such words. How could such words come from his mouth? Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she hugged her knees and wept helplessly. "You've got your food, now get lost." She, unable to bear watching a father treat his daughter this way, urged him to leave. Yes, I'll be off right away." Facing them, the middle-aged man instantly changed his demeanor. "Bosses, I won't disturb your meal. Don't be polite with my daughter, do whatever you want with her. She's still fresh and tender, I guarantee you'll enjoy." "Still not leaving?" Yes. Seeing the displeased expressions on the female boss's faces, the man scurried away with his bag, pausing for half a second at the cafe's entrance before leaving without looking back. Daddy. Lin Bei, seeing her father leave, chased after him with reddened eyes. The middle-aged man, seeing her pursue, pleaded desperately, "Miss, I'm begging you please, for the sake of the 20-plus years I raised you, stop following me and dragging me down, alright? I'm exhausted. I don't want to take care of you this burden anymore. You're only at 1-star 2nd order because I helped you get there. I really don't know what use you are. Do I have to kneel down for you to leave me alone and let me live? Dad, am I really so useless in your eyes? Don't you know the answer yourself? What, now that I've abandoned you, are you thinking of ending it all? I know you better than you know yourself. You're that kind of cowardly waste. Enough talk. My enemies will be here soon. Ooh, I need to run. Don't follow me anymore. I've already sold you. The people inside are your masters now. If you have even a shred of gratitude for me, go back inside and serve them well. Don't let them think I'm a cheat and come after me. I've already made enough enemies because of you. Wainer, you don't want to see me hacked to death, do you?" With that, the middle-aged man's figure vanished. This time, Lin Bei didn't chase after him. Her heart was utterly shattered by her father. So this was how worthless she was in his eyes. Her mother had been bitten by zombies on the first day of the apocalypse, and now her father had abandoned her. Despair consumed her as she truly wished she could just end it all. But her father's words stung her. If she sought death, she would indeed be as worthless as he said. Yet she had no reason left to live. Perhaps I really am as worthless as you say. At least let me repay you one last time." She stood at the entrance for a long time before slowly returning to the cafe, approaching Lin Bei and the others. "Do whatever you want with me. From now on, I'm yours." This was the only thing she could do. Earlier, her father had stolen food to feed her. She couldn't let him gain another enemy. In this apocalypse, anyone bold enough to dine openly in a cafe was not someone her father could afford to provoke. Lin Bei glanced at her. Her expression was utterly lifeless. Truly, 10 steaks and 10 sausages had bought him a supreme bond bearer. He began to wonder if the father-daughter duo were putting on an act. It felt no different from a gift. Was this the luck of one blessed by fate? Or perhaps, "Miss, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Have you eaten? Sit down and join us for a meal." They all felt deep sympathy for her ordeal. The slap had been real. Even now, 5 vivid red finger marks marred her fair cheek. "No." Growl. Despite her despair, the aroma of the feast made her stomach betray her. She scanned the table, swallowing involuntarily. She had no appetite. Truly, she didn't want to eat. But her body was honest, and she couldn't control it. She hadn't eaten properly in 3 days. Was that man really your biological father? How could he be like that? It's absolutely disgusting. He blurted out candidly. She had nearly lost control and killed him. Selling his daughter was bad enough, but saying such degrading things to her. Scum. The absolute worst of scum. He is my biological father. Maybe he was just too hungry, and perhaps my weakness disappointed him beyond measure. Lin Bei defended him with reddened eyes. Despite his harsh words and actions, he was still the father she had relied on since childhood. Don't make excuses for him. Some people don't deserve to be fathers. Someone like that isn't worth your tears. He comforted her. But, he was so good to me before woo-woo. Thinking of the past, Lin Bei broke down again. How did it come to this? Woo-woo. Lin Bei squinted his eyes. If this was an act, then the performance was remarkably convincing. He stuffed several returning force pills into his mouth to silence the voices of those around him, then opened a spatial wormhole. Through the wormhole, they saw the scene outside the cafe. "Dad!" Lin Wanan instinctively shouted upon seeing her father. Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Fortunately, he had the foresight to mute the sound. Soon they would discover whether this was an act or something else. A man carried a bag of food. He jogged to an empty store, closed the door, and sat down on the floor. Alone, he recalled his earlier behavior toward his daughter, and his eyes immediately became moist. "Xiaoan, I let you down. I am useless. Ooh, I couldn't protect you. You're all alone. You must take care of yourself," he murmured. The middle-aged man rolled up his pant leg, revealing a clear, bite mark on his calf, the gray and white color of the wound spreading outward. Leaning against the wall, he looked somewhat despairing. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Bei's lips curled up, or it turned out to be just as he had guessed. Such a beautiful girl was only selling this little food, and had actively requested so little, which was rather unusual. Xiaoan, you must be angry with me. You must hate me. You need to live well. Those people will likely take good care of you, seeing how pitiful you are. This is the last thing I can do for you as your father. From now on you can't be weak anymore, you can't be afraid. You must learn. I am only 52. I don't want to die yet. I really can't bear to leave. I haven't even seen her get married and have children yet. I haven't held my grandchildren yet. I really don't want to die. Why? Why did the zombie virus suddenly break out? Why destroy our peaceful lives? Why cause our family to be torn apart? Alone, the middle-aged man no longer held back his emotions as he vented them. His clear eyes gradually became clouded with a film, tears streaming down uncontrollably, filled with immense reluctance. Who can face death calmly? He still had concerns. After a brief daze, Lin Wannon frantically rushed toward the spatial wormhole. With a thought, Lin Bei lifted the spatial restriction and expanded the wormhole. Lin Wannon crossed over, kneeling beside her father. Trembling, she reached out to touch the wound on his leg. Tears streamed down her face. When did this happen? Was it just now, when you were bitten by a zombie while trying to save me? I'm sorry I caused you trouble. The middle-aged man was taken aback. His closed eyes opened again, and through the blur, he saw the figure of his daughter. How could this be? How could she come back? Didn't he confirm it? Get out. Get out of here. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Don't you think you're a burden to me enough already? Can you not? As he shouted, the man could no longer hold back, embracing his daughter and crying bitterly. The next moment would be a cliché. Lin Bei turned his gaze back to his meal. He lightly bit her lip. I didn't expect he was actually bitten. I thought he really sold his daughter. What a good father he is. Sure, you nodded. I also thought he did it for food. I didn't expect it was for his daughter's sake. In the apocalypse, one cannot overestimate human nature, but one cannot underestimate it. While eating, they watched the scene unfold. This scenario has played out countless times on this zombie-infested planet. If empathy were felt everywhere, how many tears would have been shed? All one could do was sigh that this man was a good father. Wanted. Take this. You must follow them closely. Anyone who dares to eat so arrogantly in the apocalypse and dresses like that is definitely a big shot among big shots. From now on, your father will not be around. You need to temper your temper. Whatever they say, just do it. You must not be willful and must not show resistance. You are still young and the road ahead is long. Perhaps the world will return to normal soon. You must live until that time. The middle-aged man handed a bag of food to his daughter. Apart from the large piece of steak he had eaten in front of everyone, he had not touched the rest. Dad, you won't be in any danger. You absolutely won't be in danger. It's just a tiny bite. Hang in there, you can definitely keep your consciousness. Lin Wannon knelt on the ground, crying out loudly. Silly child, you must listen. After Dad dies, you need to follow those people well. Those girls are good people, they should take care of you. Hurry, and take this over. Dad won't last much longer. Be good, listen to me. You have never let Dad down, you won't this time either. Hurry up and go. No, I won't leave. I won't listen. You and Mom are gone, I don't want to live either. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. He knew it would be like this. That's why he acted that way before. But who knew? These people were stronger than he had imagined. They actually opened a spatial door and saw his condition. He sighed. There was no choice but to change the approach. Wanted, if you continue like this, I will die with regrets. I was hoping you would burn more money for me during Qingming Festival. You wouldn't want your dad to end up below with your mom without money for food, would you? Your dad hasn't earned much money while alive. Once I get down there, you must let me enjoy being a billionaire, right? Wanted, seriously, you wouldn't want your dad to become a ghost, especially a poor ghost, would you? Dad, you... Lin Wannon never expected that at this critical moment, he would still have the mood to joke. What do you mean? Zombies have appeared. Oh, what else is impossible? What if there is a ghost realm? What if your mom is waiting for me? The man said with an air of certainty. Lin Wannon was taken aback. True. Zombies, which only existed in novels and movies, had appeared. It wasn't impossible to end up in the afterlife. Alright, Dad really can't hold on much longer. I'm about to go see your mom. Remember, burn more paper money, large denominations, the more the better. Don't forget luxury cars and mansions and mobile phones. You know I can't sleep without scrolling through short videos at night. Oh, and burn a few more maids, female ones, good looking with great figures and long legs. Not too many, just 100 or 80 will do. Lin Wannon's father chuckled. Aren't you afraid your mom will beat you? After her father's jokes, Lin Wannon felt much better. Given the circumstances, all she could say was that she had to accept what was unacceptable. At least there was something to look forward to. What if there really is a ghost realm? While alive, I couldn't provide them with much enjoyment. I can't let them reach the afterlife with no money to spend. It doesn't matter. Anyway, she wouldn't use much strength to hit me. Alright, Dad really can't hold on anymore. Hurry up and leave. Lin Wannon's father struggled to stand, maintaining the last shred of rationality as he sent her to the entrance of the spatial wormhole, solemnly reminding her, Wannon, you're already an adult. You should understand the principles. Live well, and remember you must remember this, it's very important. Have more children. Dad you. Lin Wanan's eyes widened. She thought he was going to say something more. Just go. He pushed her hard. By the way, burn more models and celebrities. Remember they must be good-looking girls with good figures, preferably just turned 18. After finishing, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he rushed outside, the last remaining rationality dissipated, and he raised his head, his gray eyes filled with confusion. Lin Bei closed the spatial wormhole. This father-in-law is quite interesting. Such a disgraceful old man, Lin Wanan muttered, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. From now on she would be alone. Silver Moon, go. With a thought, little Silver Moon swallowed the piece of steak in its mouth, leaping into Lin Wanan's arms. Lin Wanan instinctively embraced it, as little Silver Moon began to act cutely, enchanting everyone around. Lin Wanan's mood improved significantly. Sister, come sit here. He stood up, came to Lin Wanan's side, and pulled her to sit at the table. Since Lin Bei had agreed to exchange food, it showed he was interested in this woman. Moreover, Silver Moon's leap was definitely a command from Lin Bei. As the second in the family, she naturally needed to be perceptive, especially since she had just spoken ill of her father without knowing the facts, feeling a bit guilty. The eldest, Jiang Xiyu. The second, He Yun. The third is naturally Sister Xiaoyu. The fourth is already there, Lin Wanan. In terms of age, she is the youngest, they are all her sisters. But in terms of seniority, apart from Sister Xiyu, they are all her younger sisters. In terms of seniority, two people have to call her sister, and since she is the youngest, they must take care of her. Ha ha ha, she gets all the benefits. Sister, eat. He Yun, unable to offer words of comfort, could only place a bowl and chopsticks into her hands. Don't. It smells so good. Lin Wainer, having just lost her father, was deeply grieved and had no appetite, yet before her lay fragrant rice piled high with dishes He Yun had ladled for her. Ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, prawns. Every single item was her absolute favorite, and having not had a proper meal for a week, she unconsciously swallowed. Before she knew it, chopsticks were in her hand, and a piece of meat with a mouthful of rice entered her mouth. So delicious. Sobbing, she thought herself an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last kin, yet all she wanted was to devour this meal. Father, I am sorry, but this meat is so fragrant, these ribs. Lin Bei scrutinized Lin Wainer. She was very beautiful. It was only fitting for a doctor. Her skin was a shade fairer than even Shi Yu and the others, her delicate face flawless. Her jade-like neck was as pale as her visage, and her clothes were plain. A loose tracksuit, much like Jiang. Yes. Logically, in the apocalypse in broad daylight, how many women had the luxury to change into skirts or JK uniforms like Shi Yu and He Yun? Skirts easily snagged on things while running, but they had no need to flee. One only runs when one cannot fight. What could they not defeat? Unfamiliar with them, Lin Wainer ate with restraint. The departed are gone. She believed her father and mother were watching over her from below. Only by believing this could she find solace and the will to live. She glanced at those around her. Only now did she notice they were all strikingly handsome or beautiful. The women exquisitely, so the men extraordinarily so. She had thought herself somewhat attractive, but here she seemed ordinary. Swallowing what was in her mouth, she felt the need to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Lin Wainer, 26 years old, rank 1-2 stars without any ability. On the operating table, she had seen everything, yet before these people, she felt naive and shy. By the rules of the apocalypse, her father had sold her to them, and with her abilities, she could only follow them. Venturing alone, she wouldn't even know how she died. She didn't know what they would do to her, but so far they had treated her kindly. She was not foolish. She understood this clearly. If not for these people stepping in earlier, she would have misunderstood her father for life, and she was deeply grateful. She knew her father couldn't be that kind of person. His words and actions were merely a final attempt to entrust her to someone strong. Sister, my name is He Yun, 19 years old, rank 1-6 stars, class strength ability. He Yun did not hide the truth. Since she was allowed to sit and eat, she would surely become one of her sisters. Lin Wainer was stunned. Oh my god. 19 years old. So young. And she even had its class ability. It was impossible to tell from her appearance. She looked like a sweet, cute girl, yet she harbored terrifying strength within. Jiang Shi Yu, space ability, 2 years younger than you, rank 1-6 stars. Jiang Shi Yu thought much the same as He Yun. There was no need to resist what Lin Bei had brought. It was better to accept it openly. They would be sisters in the future, and the closer their bond, the better. A space expert. Before the apocalypse, she rarely read novels, but afterward her father made her read many of that genre. Space ability was undoubtedly the king of ability. Take just now for instance. A spatial wormhole. So miraculous. Jiang Yu, rank 2 1 stars, class physique ability, 1 year younger than you. Jiang Yu didn't think too much about it. She believed they were just taking pity on her, unaware that both she and Lin Wainer were destined to be their sisters. Holy shit. Even with Lin Wainer's education and knowledge, she could only blurt out those 2 words. Another's class ability holder was one thing, but her strength was a terrifying rank 2. She herself was only rank 1-2 stars. This young lady could probably annihilate her with a single finger. Her gaze fell on Lin Bei. Lin Bei rank 2 1-star space type. Holy shit. Lin Weiner swore again. Another rank 2. Were rank 2s really so worthless? And this man also had a space ability. What kind of team was this? Any one of them placed outside would be a supreme expert, yet they were all gathered in a single squad. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Holy shit. Holy shit. He-Yun and Sure you couldn't help but swear, staring at Lin Bei in shock. They had thought they'd caught up to him after their efforts yesterday afternoon, but he had suddenly leaped so far ahead. Bei, wait, when did you reach rank 2? Yesterday afternoon you were at rank 1 6 stars. Yeah. He-Yun nodded, her face crestfallen. Just one night out, and now you're 4 stars ahead of us. Good brother, how are we supposed to? They had thought only sister Xiao Yu was rank 2. They hadn't expected good brother to be rank 2 as well. Did I not tell you? Lin Bei thought for a moment, then added, it seems I didn't. Yesterday afternoon on the way to school, I killed some zombies and rose to 7 stars. Then I stole one of Xiao Shiyu's monsters and jumped 2 stars. Later I blew up a nest of sewer rats and reached rank 2. Hearing this, Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Recalling his frantic actions last night, she couldn't help but shudder. He was such a little madman. Yet her curiosity burned intensely, aching within her. How exactly did he enhance others? Lin Weiner was dumbfounded. A week into the apocalypse, her father had struggled to reach rank 1 5 stars. Yet this man had risen 4 stars in just half a day to reach rank 2, and he spoke of it so casually, as if it were a trivial, ordinary matter. I really envy you sisters with your formidable abilities and skills. Unlike me, I'm useless. She felt inferior. Among them she felt like a complete waste, the worst of the worst. The only thing she could do for them seemed to be washing, cooking, and cleaning, and maybe warming the bed. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor saving lives on the operating table. But now in this world she was just a little mouse struggling to survive in the cracks, and a timid one at that. Jiang Yu paused. That sounded somewhat familiar. Sister, don't envy us. If you follow our brother you'll get unexpected benefits. Don't ask what they are, it's a secret for now. You'll find out later, and it will absolutely exceed your imagination. It'll make you incredibly strong. He-Yun whispered ambiguously in her ear, glancing meaningfully at Sister Jiang Yu. Spoken like that, she believed her good sister would understand. For those who craved power, self-persuasion would follow. Hearing this, Lin Weiner glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. Having entered society, she understood exactly what He-Yun meant. Everyone was a sucker for looks, and she was no exception. Lin Bei's appearance was not only not repulsive, but highly appealing. What girl could resist a boy with such a good figure, temperament, strength, resources, and attitude? But what were the benefits? She was curious. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Benefits? Could it be a boost in power? If she followed Lin Bei, could she gain an increase in strength? Her heart leaped with joy. She had considered offering herself to him. Because Lin Bei's help to her was beyond repayment, and the treatment he gave her was as if she were his woman, generous beyond measure. In this apocalypse, the concept of monogamy had long vanished. Having nearly been violated last night, and once contemplating death with her sisters, she was now alive, and while having broken through to rank 2, and carrying a large vial of medicine that a rank 2/3 class lightning ability user would desperately crave. She no longer cared how many women Lin Bei had. Long single, she had secretly longed for a male companion. He-Yun was familiar to her. Sure, he was also very easygoing. If possible, she truly wanted to repay Lin Bei with herself tonight. The most critical point was that the grown-up Lin Bei was incredibly charismatic from every angle. He had already deeply captivated her. Women are drawn to strength. Offering herself would not only repay a debt of gratitude, but also gain a power boost, and he was a handsome man she adored. She could also truly experience being a woman. From any perspective, it was a win-win. The more she thought, the more excited she became. The more she thought, the tighter she crossed her legs. Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your physique, is 1 pot of rice enough? His sure yes, and He-Yun's second pots were nearly empty, while Jiang Yes' second pot remained untouched. Teacher. Hearing that term, Jiang Yu was taken aback, silently cursing herself for being wanton. Lin Bei respected her as a teacher, yet she, the teacher, was contemplating crossing that line. Jiang Yu, are you reaching that age where your thoughts turn to spring? Lin Bei respectfully regards you as a teacher. As a teacher, you must not let him down. Jiang Yu grew increasingly ashamed. She forced a smile. No, I was just lost in thought. Jiang Yu mechanically began eating her food, tasteless. If only Lin Bei didn't see her as his teacher, if only he viewed her as an ordinary woman, if only he had feelings for her. She truly, desperately yearned for a boost in power. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and smiled. He-Yun's hints were becoming too obvious. It seemed it wouldn't be long before he could become the rebellious disciple who defied it. Damn it. He'll search every house today if I have to, just to drag that old bastard out. He's stolen from me several times now. When I catch him, he'll make his daughter compensate us properly. Who knows where he's hiding? Boss, maybe we should head back. Who knows how many people are eyeing our supermarket? If they find out we're out and take the chance to rob us while we're away, things could go wrong. I'm worried the others won't hold out. No, I'm determined to drag that father and daughter out today and make an example of them, so everyone knows what happens to those who dare steal from me. Just then voices drifted in from outside the door. Lin Bei smiled. This meal was certainly lively. He glanced at Lin Wanen. Father and daughter. No doubt they were the ones being referred to. Hearing this conversation, Lin Wanen clenched her jade-like hands into tight fists. That supermarket wasn't theirs to begin with. Even if someone stole, it wasn't their goods. They had merely seized the supermarket by virtue of their strength and numbers. It was these very people who had followed her father to their hiding spot, forcing them to flee. On the road, her father had been bitten by a zombie while saving her. Boss, do you smell something? It smells like meat. Braised pork ribs. I smell it too. It's nearby. The voices drew closer. Soon several figures followed the aroma to the cafe entrance where they saw the 5 people and 1 wolf sitting by the window. What beautiful women. The 3 men stood at the door, eyes glued to the scene. Lin Wanen was pretty, but without careful grooming, she paled in comparison to Shi Yu, and He Yun, especially with the stunning outfits they had prepared for Lin Bei. Then they saw the lavish spread on the table and couldn't help swallowing. Over a week into the apocalypse, even with a large supermarket under their control, they couldn't match this standard of meal. What kind of conditions were these? 5 people with 10 dishes and a soup. Even before the apocalypse, few families ate like this. And in the apocalypse, it was even more absurd, especially the portion sizes of each dish. Looking at their reactions, aside from the old man's daughter, who had stolen from them, the rest remained utterly unfazed. They barely reacted to the trio's arrival, continuing to eat, drink, and chat as if they were invisible. Glancing at the countless corpses littering the street outside, they understood instantly. These were people they couldn't afford to provoke. These people weren't ignoring them because they couldn't see them, they simply didn't regard them as worth their attention. A pang of resentment stirred within them. Before the apocalypse, bosses often treated them this way, and to survive they had to grovel and flatter. Now as leaders in this new world, they still had to bow and scrape to stay alive. No matter the era, strength ruled. Excuse me. He was about to say, sorry to disturb your meal, but before he could finish, a subordinate behind him interrupted. Boss, these sluts are gorgeous and their bodies are incredible. Let's tie them up and take them back. We're getting bored with the women and sluts. How dare you utter those words? I wouldn't even dare to think it. You have already sealed your doom. The leader frowned. Stop. He was about to reprimand them. Another subordinate excitedly slapped his shoulder, cutting him off. Boss, we've hit the jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4 top-tier women. There are 3 of us, so 1 extra, and we can take turns. Let's get rid of the guy first. I can't hold back anymore. What an idiot, flaunting such gorgeous women out in the open instead of hiding at home. Clearly he's never faced the harsh realities of this world. As he spoke, he drew a cold watermelon knife from behind his waist, his eyes brimming with greed and lust for those women. The leader was stunned. Idiot. Idiot. You're the idiot. Which one of you hasn't faced the harsh realities of this world? Don't you think he knows these women are beautiful? Don't you think he knows it's safer to stay hidden? If he didn't have the strength, would he dare to eat out in the open? Didn't you see how they didn't even react to our arrival? Didn't you see the food they're eating? Didn't you see the piles of zombie corpses outside? I beg you, both of you, use your brains. Even a zombie would spit in disgust after cracking open your skulls. In this world, he decided right, then once they got back he would establish a new rule. No speaking without thinking. The man felt like crying. He hadn't said a word or done a thing, yet his subordinates had already offended them to death. What man wouldn't lose his temper hearing outsiders harass his women? Remember, this was the apocalypse. Killing was real. He saw the women eating darken their faces, and the man sitting with his back to them stopped his chopsticks. His heart jolted. This reaction was unmistakable. The boss was furious. Damn it. 2 utterly disastrous idiots. Sir, I barely know these 2. We just happened to cross paths. I'm sorry for disturbing your meal. He'll take my leave now. Should he gamble? Gamble that they were weak. Gamble that he was stronger. No way. You only get 1 life. He hadn't had his fill of enjoyment yet. The women in the supermarket weren't boring yet. Living well was far better than dying for nothing. Being a quiet leader was far more pleasant. Who was he to risk his life without getting paid? The man with the watermelon knife grabbed his arm. Boss, what gives? You don't want these little sluts anymore. Weren't you just saying we should grab some fresh girls for a change? And weren't you going to make an example of someone? That girl is the daughter of the old man who stole from us, isn't she? Damn it. Are you trying to get me killed? Cold sweat drenched his back. Sir, what are you talking about? Driven by a fierce survival instinct, he wrenched his arm free, stared suspiciously at the knife-wielding man, and quickly distanced himself. Do we even know each other? Why are you calling me boss? We only walked together briefly and exchanged a few words. Don't call everyone you meet boss. We're not close. Besides, in this apocalypse, humanity's survival is precarious. We should help each other. Though there are no laws, we should restrain ourselves with morality. These ladies are naturally beautiful, yet you let lust cloud your judgment, speaking such vulgar words, and even preparing to act. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Recalling that I once traveled with you fills me with disgust. Let us part ways here, and may we never meet again. He said it all in one breath, terrified that if he spoke any slower they would kill them all. His will to survive was strong, incredibly strong. Lin Bei chuckled. This strong will to survive amused him. Another clever one. The man who had shot at him this morning was also smart, as was Lin Weiner's father. In the apocalypse, anyone with a bit of life experience wouldn't be too foolish. There is always a stronger person beyond, and a sky beyond the sky. The novice is fearless, but youthful recklessness leads to a flashy death. With that the man turned and walked away. Brother Lin, they were the ones who indirectly caused my father's death. Especially that man, their leader. They seized an entire supermarket, turning the trapped citizens into their slaves and playthings. Don't believe a word he says. I know I am nothing, I know I can do nothing. But if you can avenge me, I swear from now on I will do whatever you say without complaint or hesitation. I will spend my entire life repaying this debt. Seeing the leading man about to leave, Lin Weiner quickly stood up. Lin Bei, dead. The man at the door instantly halted. Trouble. This was a huge trouble, the very thing he dreaded most. He couldn't understand. If that woman could dine at such a table, why did her father have to steal from their supermarket? Had she just joined? Run. Without a second thought, he pushed off the ground with all his might. He had only brought 2 underlings this time, already outnumbered. With his strength at the peak of the First Order 9 stars, no one could stop him if he chose to flee. His level was among the top in Yinqing City, with only a handful stronger. But what if someone inside was stronger than him? Silver Moon, a wolf. The well-fed Silver Moon stretched her body, visibly growing from a pup to an adult wolf. She transformed into a white bolt of lightning and dashed out the door. Damn, so fast. Yin was stunned. Now she truly believed Silver Moon was at the Second Order. Her speed was so swift, even she couldn't. Lin Bei looked at Lin Weiner with a serious expression. There is one very important thing I need to remind you of. Please speak. Lin Weiner dared not slack off. Could it be that her request was too excessive? For them this was no difficult task, just a casual act. Don't call me big brother. I just graduated a year ago. That brother Lin made me sound like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still very young, you know. Call me Lin Bei, good brother, or even Bei, whatever you like. Come on. He was super young too. Lin Weiner. She thought it was something serious. So men cared about age too. Okay, Bei. Lin Bei. Lin Weiner wanted to call him Bei like Jiang Shiyu for closeness, but couldn't bring herself to say it since they weren't familiar. Good brother felt inappropriate for her age, so she settled on imitating Jiang Yu. At the door, the 2 men with watermelon knives stood frozen. After witnessing the white wolf's speed, they understood why their boss was acting so strangely. Even a pet was this formidable, let alone the person sitting at the table. They seemed to have kicked an iron plate. No, it was a titanium alloy plate, a brand new upgraded version. The 2 exchanged glances. What do we do? Run, run. They bolted, making Lin Weiner anxious. What if they escaped? In the next second, the 2 stepped into a spatial rift, lost their balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. As they fell, the blades of their watermelon knives appeared beneath their necks. That fall sliced open half their necks. Panic-stricken, they clamped their hands over the wounds, but the gashes were too deep. Even as newly evolved beings, without timely treatment, they would bleed to death. Regret, resentment, all kinds of emotions surged within them. They couldn't understand who these people were, still seated unmoving, yet using bizarre abilities to cripple them. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. They opened their mouths to speak, but only warm blood came out. Life force ebbed away, and in that moment they felt unprecedented fear. Afraid, deeply afraid. Their current life was far better than before the apocalypse. Unattainable beauties had become their slaves, and elite white-collar managers had to grovel to them. This beautiful new world, they hadn't enjoyed it enough. Sister, and sit down and eat. From now on you are our sister. Don't worry, that man won't get away. Your task is to fill your stomach and think about how to torment him later. Yin pulled Lin Weiner to sit, not sparing a glance at the 2 at the door. In the apocalypse, there were many clever people, but even more clowns. So this was spatial ability. Jiang Yu was odd. It was so elusive and unpredictable. She didn't even know if Lin Bei or Jiang Shiyu had made the move. Both were still eating, without the slightest pause. How could anyone guard? Lin Weiner was dumbfounded too. She knew spatial ability was terrifying, but not this terrifying. Taking them out without moving. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The people she and her father had desperately fled from were now crushed like ants. Soon after, Silver Moon, now the size of a tiger, returned carrying a battered man. His body was covered in gruesome claw marks, blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes were full of terror. This wolf, why was it so fierce? He was at the peak of the First Order 9 stars, yet he couldn't even put up a fight. A whoa! Silver Moon set the man down, instantly shrinking back to an adorable pup. She jumped into Lin Bai's arms, rolling and begging for affection, nuzzling her little head against his chest. Good daddy, isn't Mooney amazing? Give little Mooney a reward. Here you go. Lin Bei pulled out 10 large meat sausages for her. This little Silver Moon was definitely trying to act cute on purpose. She knew humans couldn't resist her charming appearance. The man on the ground looked up and saw Lin Weiner standing. Her cold, furious gaze made him realize his impending fate. The 2 underlings at the door had already bled out. He was bitter. He had been the leader of a small base. Brother. He turned his gaze to Lin Bei. He knew. This man who had never once looked at him, or spoken a single word to him, was the real leader. Brother, listen to me. I didn't mean to kill her father. My brothers and I worked hard to take over his supermarket. Her dad came to steal our food, so we chased him. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable, Lin Bei agreed. The man's heart leaped with joy at his words. Brother, I'm truly sorry about her father's death. We never expected it to turn out this way. We just wanted to give him a talking to. Am willing to compensate. 10 bags of rice, no, 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of oil, 20 gene of meat, 100 boxes of instant noodles. If you'll spare me, I'll have supplies sent right now. If that's not enough, just name your price. He'll give you anything you want. The man knelt on the ground, his attitude extremely sincere. He wanted to live. Supplies were important. But what were they compared to life? As long as he lived, there were infinite possibilities. Even if he had to give away the entire supermarket, it would be fine. With his strength, he could still climb back up. He too was a rare ability user. Otherwise, how could he have become the leader? There were plenty of attractive women in the supermarket, but he didn't mention them. As a shrewd man, he knew that bringing them up would seal his death. Not to mention what had been done to those women. Just look at the women by this man's side. Wasn't each one of higher quality than those in the supermarket? A big shot like him didn't lack women, nor would he settle for ordinary ones. Lin Bei stroked his chin. A supermarket. Was there anything he wanted? He already had everything he needed in his spatial backpack. He had visited quite a few small supermarkets and convenience stores along the way, taking only one of each item without overdoing it. There was no shortage of food and meat, but fresh meat and rice were too troublesome to prepare himself. The supplies Xiao Xie had given him would probably lie untouched in his spatial backpack for years. He glanced at Lin Weiner. She looked nervous. Perhaps she feared that he might be swayed by pity and spare the man. In the apocalypse, the value of food needed no elaboration. Countless people had debased themselves for a single bowl of rice. She was merely a newcomer to this team with no abilities and pitifully weak strength, holding no sway whatsoever. Not a bad deal, Lin Bei said slowly. Lin Weiner clenched her teeth. The man, however, was overjoyed. He quickly pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts as he said, Bro, we'll have someone send it over right now. If there's anything else you want, anything you crave, just say the word, and he'll have it all delivered. Lin Bei crossed one leg over the other, watching the man's relieved smile with a mocking tone. I only said it's not a bad deal, but I never said I agreed. The man's smile froze. Bro, what do you mean? Nothing much, just messing with you for fun. I don't care about your stuff. How about this? I'll ask them. If they're willing, you can trade supplies for your... The man's heart tightened. Ask the women. Was he kidding? Wasn't that just signing his death warrant? Given what his two lackeys had said earlier, those women probably wished him dead, especially with Lin Weiner around. You, what do you think? A shake of the head. Union, what do you think? Another shake. Teacher, what do you think? Yet another shake. Yeah, what do you think? The little wolf shook its head. Damn. Even the dog was asked. And it shook its head too. Lin Weiner, what about you? What do you think? She shook her head frantically. Lin Bei spread his hands. See that, bro? My darlings aren't willing. Can't help it, I can't go against women's wishes. The man, his face darkened as he growled. Bro, were you ever planning to let me go? Congratulations, you guessed right. Too bad there's no prize. The man remained on his knees. Bro, I never provoked or offended you. The rude words came from my two lackeys, who I had nothing to do with it. I didn't say a single word. Do you really have to go this far? Spare me, and you'll gain a friend and a path. He'll remember this mercy today. If you ever need anything, I'll give it my all. Please, for the sake of our shared humanity. He had to try. Who would willingly accept death? Lin Bei laughed a laugh full of scorn, so mocking, he didn't even know what to say. Him begging this man for help. He had no idea where he got the confidence. Though Lin Bei was only at second order first star, he had a blank period of 4 or 5 days. Humanity. Lin Weiner laughed. Wasn't my father human too? If you're talking about humanity, why didn't you give him some of your food? And those citizens trapped in your supermarket, weren't they human? Dare you tell me what you did to those women? Didn't they have families, children, husbands? Saying that now, aren't you disgusted with yourself? A flicker of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. Damn it. He should have mobilized everyone earlier to capture that woman. Now she had latched onto a big shot. With her grudge against him, if this man wanted to win her over, he'd have to finish him off. Pleading with words alone seemed hopeless. He had to gamble. He took a deep breath. Bang! His already tattered upper garment burst open as countless black hairs erupted, covering his body. His height shot from 1.7 meters to 2 meters in an instant. His human form vanished, replaced by a towering, robust, long-armed gorilla. The transformation took less than a second. The moment it was complete, he lunged forward, reaching out like lightning to grab Jiang Ye's neck, the nearest woman, hoping to use her as a hostage. It would enrage the man, but it might buy him a sliver of a chance. Lin Weiner screamed, startled by the sudden change. His speed was too fast for her to track. All she knew was that his target was Sister Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Lin Bei's expression grew even more sardonic. If he had gone for He-Yun, he might have needed to open a wormhole. But targeting Jiang Yu, this fool had lost his mind. Jiang Yu looked somewhat exasperated. Do I look that easy to bully? She clenched her jade-like hand into a fist and threw a punch. The chi within her surged out violently, striking the beastman's chest half a meter away. He had lunged forward fast, but he flew back even faster. He smashed through over a dozen fixed tables and blasted a large hole through the thick hard concrete wall, crashing through 3 consecutive walls before finally landing on the ground. Whoa, big sis, that's so cool. Hee-Yun's small eyes went wide. Once she learned that move she'd have a long-range attack too. Jiang-Yu took out 2 rejuvenation pills and swallowed them. Cool, wasn't it? A full power strike. If it weren't for the large bottle of rejuvenation pills backing her up, she wouldn't dare use such force in the apocalypse. Cough, cough. The beastman coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at Jiang-Yu with shock and disbelief. Could it be that you're the real leader of this team? He was at the peak of First Order 9 stars. One punch. Just one punch had reduced him in his beast form to this state. Such power meant she had to have broken through to Second Order. He had thought only the man and the wolf were at that level, but now even the woman was. He had miscalculated. Badly. Every woman he had encountered recently had been at his mercy. With women naturally weaker in strength, he had never considered that these women might be strong. They were just accessories to the man. He never expected she was at Second Order. That punch was so heavy. He felt the bones in his chest had broken. Knowing death was inevitable, he regretted it. Not for chasing Lin Weiner and her father, but for not leaving sooner. He had sensed these people were trouble. He should have bolted the moment his first lackey opened his mouth. A full power strike, and he still didn't die. Jiang Yu was disappointed in herself. If her strength were enhanced, she could kill him with a solid punch to the chest without using chi. Her mind buzzed with new ideas. In terms of looks and figure, she wasn't much worse than Shiryu or Hee-Yun. As for that man, Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. Time to eat. The food would get cold soon. The beast man struggled to his feet, the pain in his chest tormenting him. What was death but a trifle? In 18 years he'd be a fine man again. His gaze full of aggression locked onto Lin Weiner. "Ha, spit, you lucky bitch, first a high-level zombie held us back, and now you've latched onto this bunch. Otherwise would have stripped you bare and had our fun long ago. And you lot think you're untouchable just because you're strong. Let me tell you, sooner or later you'll run into someone stronger. You'll get yours. Too bad I won't be around to see you sluts get trampled and brutalized." With death certain, he had no reason to hold back. Now he only sought to die. Lin Weiner's face turned ugly. Lin Bei, however, laughed. "Man, your trash talk's weaker than a stray dog's. Wanna die? Well, guess what? I'm not going to give you that satisfaction." The man, the king of hell, a living king of hell. Several minutes later, Lin Wanan witnessed the scene before her and couldn't help but swallow. Really, even if she were beaten to death, she would never have thought of this method. He was truly a living king of hell incarnate. The man before them at this moment, bound by a thick iron chain around his neck, his limbs joints brutally dislocated, before him were arranged exquisite small dishes, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised tender pig trotters, sizzling oil-burst prawns. A full 30 different dishes lined up in a row, each exuding an irresistible, mouth-watering aroma. For him to eat. No. The placement of the food was ingeniously cruel. Exactly 1 centimeter beyond his reach, a distance that allowed him to fully savor the fragrance, but left him unable to grasp or consume a single bite. Their digestion of food was remarkably fast. It was a matter of basic metabolic rates. The man who owned a large supermarket didn't lack food, but most of it was packaged instant food. There was no shortage of fresh vegetables and meat in the supermarket, but could their culinary skills rival those of a master chef who had run a shop for over a decade? Bei, open up, eat this shrimp. Shiyu used her jade-like hand to peel a prawn, dipped it in sauce, and fed it into his mouth. He pouted. Dear brother, open up, eat this foot. Huh, chicken feet. Well, never mind. Hee-Yun picked up a sour, spicy, boneless lemon chicken claw and placed it into his mouth. Dear brother, how is it? Isn't it better than the one on the rooftop that day? As she spoke, she nudged Lin Wanan beside her with her elbow. Lin Wanan blushed, picked up a rib, and deboned it. Lin Bei, open your mouth, eat the meat. Hee-Yun understood. Every beginning is hard, but after the first time it becomes much smoother. Blissful. This is what life is all about. Food fed by women into one's mouth is truly fragrant. Lin Bei, open up. Zhang Ye's voice came from the side as she picked up a small piece of cauliflower. Lin Bei was taken aback. Good. Very good. Excellent. See, wasn't this nest built quite successfully? The fish has taken the bait. Truly. He had coveted Zhang Ye's physique-based ability for a very long time. To her it might seem like a useless power, but combined with strength, it was simply invincible. Suppressing the urge to acquire it immediately, he knew that as a high-quality man, impatience was not advisable. Though he hesitated, he still ate it. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement inside, tucking a strand of loose hair behind her ear, and said shyly, Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore from now on. Call me Xiao Yu. In this era where there might be no tomorrow, she decided to take the initiative for once. She didn't believe Lin Bei couldn't understand her hint. He already had 2 women, Hee-Yun and Shiyu. What did that mean? It meant he was a playboy at heart. He didn't refuse Lin Wanan's feeding either. What did that mean? It meant he was prepared to accept her. Since he was about to have 3, adding 1 more wouldn't hurt. After all, she too was once a goddess that others could only dream of. No, I still prefer calling you teacher. Jiang Ye's smile stiffened. A trace of bitterness flickered in her eyes. Was this a rejection? Why? Did he think she was ugly? The next second, she lowered her head because Lin Bei beside her had placed his hand on her thigh. She froze for a moment, and when she made no move, the hand began to grow restless. Teacher. Taking advantage. Her mind short-circuited for a moment. Good. She understood. No wonder he insisted on calling her teacher all along. It wasn't that he had no interest in her. She thought he respected her as a teacher thought he was a gentleman, but it turned out this kid had planned from the start to be a rebellious disciple who defiles his master. Lin Bei squinted. No reaction. Good. Tonight. Let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, the man bound by the iron chain glared at them with a gaze full of pain and venomous hatred. At this moment he not only endured physical agony, but also psychological torment. Damn it. Which bastard cooked these dishes? Why do they smell so heavenly? The relentless pursuit of Lin Wanan and her father had drained him significantly. Lin Wanan's father was merely a Tier 1 5-star, and Lin Wanan herself was a negligible Tier 1 2-star. He would have caught them quickly, but a high-tier zombie intervened midway, allowing them to slip away. Not long ago the escape had cost him more energy, and the transformation earlier had also taken a heavy toll. He wasn't exactly starving, but he was somewhat hungry. However, the aroma of the food had fully awakened his appetite. What was most infuriating? Right before his eyes, the wolf that had dragged him back was savoring large pieces of steak and thick sausages one after another. Ridiculous. Did they think he was a coward clinging to life? When all hope of survival was gone, death. He craved it desperately. His limbs were broken, but his mouth could still move. Dear brother. He noticed something and quickly pointed at the man, shouting, blood keeps flowing from the corner of his mouth. Could he be biting his tongue to commit suicide? Lin Bei smiled. Did he think he hadn't considered that? Before he could speak, Lin Wanan said, Sister Yin, rest assured. Biting your tongue won't kill you. The arteries in the tongue are small and won't bleed much. He's only increasing his own pain. Oh, but in TV dramas biting the tongue means instant death. The director said so it must be. Haven't you seen a scene where someone dies from biting their tongue and the next moment a mute with a severed tongue appears? The man lying on the ground was stunned by this conversation. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down his face. Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? I've been in agony. Do you have any idea how much effort and pain it took to bite it off? Damn TV dramas, they've ruined me. Pain. So much pain. Burp. Lin Wanan soon let out a satisfied burp. Due to her low evolution level and poor physical condition, her appetite was far smaller than the others. But this was undoubtedly the best meal she had eaten since the apocalypse began. Before the apocalypse, the best meals were always shared with her family. Dad, don't worry. Your daughter will definitely grow stronger. She slowly approached the man lying on the ground like a dead dog. She felt no pity for the torment he was enduring. Compared to what he had done, this was nothing. Not enough. Far from enough. She wasn't skilled at torture, so she could only imitate scenes from TV. Picking up a pair of pliers that Lin Bei had left on the ground, she clamped onto the tip of his fingernail and pulled hard. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. He sealed off that area. The noise was somewhat disruptive to the meal. He didn't find it excessive knowing that Lin Wanan had just lost her father. Though she ate heartily, her heart was filled with untold bitterness and hatred. With her enemy right before her eyes, how could she not vent? Besides, did he have no temper? How dare he speak ill of his woman? Good. No one would disturb their meal from now on. Half an hour later, after eating their fill, the group rested for a while before stepping outside. Lin Bei stretched lazily and said, My darlings, it's time for the zombie-killing level-up session. The apocalypse was just this monotonous. Inside the shop behind them, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood. From head to toe, it was a gruesome sight. Hey, wait. Lin Bei suddenly noticed a large G-Wagon parked by the street with its door open. The car keys were right beside it. He tried the ignition. It worked, and the tank was quite full. Good. He took a photo and posted it on his social feed. 23 years old, without relying on family, I earned my first G-Wagon with my own 2 hands. He snapped his fingers and stored it in his spatial backpack. He would need it later to find you. Come on, it was thousands of kilometers away. He couldn't just run there. Beep. 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 Lin Bei approached the cars on the roadside and kicked several of them in succession, the piercing alarm instantly spreading through the air. Holy crap. Lin Weiner, a woman of considerable education, was so startled by the sight that she swore again. Sister Yun, making such a loud noise, are you sure it's fine? We'll be surrounded by zombies. Although she was only at the first rank 2nd star, she was no ignorant rookie. In the apocalypse, zombies weren't the real horror, it was the endless tide of them. It's fine. See this? When you're out of strength, take one. This is our good brother's exclusive secret pill, only available here. You just follow us and count your blessings. Ian took a handful from Shiryu and stuffed them into Weiner's pocket. Here. Lin Bei tossed a knife to Lin Weiner, one he had taken from Jiang Ye's place. Even the finest and sharpest blade after cutting down so many zombies had long since dulled. He would swap at the moment it broke. However, he no longer needed to fight at close quarters now. Soon, due to the tremendous noise, dense hordes of zombies surged from both sides of the road like a tidal wave, enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot. The scene was utterly horrifying, causing Lin Weiner's legs to tremble. Too many. Truly too many. The zombies of today were no longer what they once were. With obstacles ahead, they not only knew how to detour, but could even leap over them. In no time, the zombie hordes on both sides were only 50 meters away. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Let's go. Jiang Yu shoved 2 rejuvenation pills into his mouth, then swung his long spear with ferocity. The moment his physical strength was drained, the pills took effect in his stomach, clearing a vast open space within the dense zombie crowd. Lin Weiner, holy crap. Lin Bei swung his sword, achieving the same effect. Lin Weiner, holy crap. Qi. He Yun and Zhang Shi, you were still practicing controlling their qi, their zombie-killing efficiency, far lower than Lin Bei and Jiang. Yes. As for Lin Weiner, she held her knife, utterly stunned. So this was how like stepping on ants. 100, 300, 500, 700, 1,000. In less than 10 minutes, this group had already slain over 1,000 zombies. Truly, whether in reality or online, she had never seen such an efficient team. She only needed to handle the occasional straggler. At that moment, she gained a more tangible understanding of just what kind of team she had joined. On the other side, Dai Xiao Xie grabbed a spear formed from lightning, leaped high, and thrust it fiercely into the head of a 3-turtle zombie. This strike drained all her special ability and strength. She glanced around. As the high-level zombie fell, countless ordinary zombies surged like a tide. A faint smile played on Xiao Xie's lips as she calmly pulled 2 rejuvenation pills from her pocket and put them into her mouth. Thump. Her heart pounded violently. Strength. It all surged back again. A lightning whip appeared in her hand. With a 360-degree spin and a flick, the whip instantly reaped all zombies within a 30-meter radius. Awesome. So awesome. This day was the best day since the apocalypse began. Her special ability and stamina could be depleted without needing slow recovery. Just 2 pills would do. In the past, she had to rest for a long time after 20 or 30 minutes of fighting because she only dared to use half her reserves, fearing unexpected situations. But now that was unnecessary. Fight until exhausted. Drain her special ability dry. Take 2 pills and fight again. Level up. Second rank, 2nd star. Lin Bei, I love your pills. Die. With a single slash, all his strength poured out, instantly reaping 100 zombies. A handful of rejuvenation pills later, his power was instantly restored. Honestly, who else had his advantages? Using ultimate moves to kill minions and level up. To be frank, the power of a full-strength strike wasn't that impressive, as they were just beginners and the drawbacks were severe. But with the rejuvenation pills, this move was perfect for killing zombies. Bang! His heart pounded and his strength surged again. Host Lin Bei. Level 2nd rank, 2nd star. System space 100 cubic meters. Ability space SS level LV2 passive space backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength level LV2 triple. Speed 170. Strength 173, 3. Spirit 170. Physique 170. Items: rejuvenation pill 5500, SS level steak 3000, premium honey sausage 3300. Registered members: Jiang Shi, you 1st rank 6th star space LV2. He Yun 1st rank 6th star strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits: charisma 2, strength 3, food returns 3. Awesome. 5500. The number of rejuvenation pills was growing. With his increasing strength, and after unlocking Jiang Yu and Lin Weiner tonight, the food return multiplier would reach 5 times. The number of rejuvenation pills would skyrocket at a terrifying rate. Such a powerful item truly needed to be utilized. For example, an all-female team. Not Xiao Xie's, but one exclusively his. The women around him didn't count. They were the regulars, focusing on quality over quantity. Honestly, Lin Weiner seriously lowered the team's average. But since she was a doctor head, give her a small privilege. Ladies, I need to leave for a bit. If you're tired of killing, head back and rest. Okay. Good brother, want your good sister to come with you. I'm super obedient, you know. Summer's hot, I'm sweet. Focus on leveling up. If you haven't reached the 1st rank 8 star by the time I'm back, I'm telling you, you're little, but is in for a spanking. For others this would be difficult, but for them, with nearly unlimited rejuvenation pills, it was merely a matter of will. Got it. Come back soon. Call us if you need any help, Jiang Shi reminded. Okay. Lin Bei gave a few more instructions, then pushed off the ground, his figure gradually disappearing from their sight. With Silver Moon around, there was no need to worry about them. Silver Moon was now his pet, and even when separated they could communicate telepathically. Moreover, both Silver Moon and Jiang Yu were at the 2nd rank, and Shi Yu possessed spatial abilities. Anyone targeting them would only be walking to their doom. Let's give it a try, see if they can be cultivated. Otherwise, so many rejuvenation pills would just lie idle in the system space. Wasted. If cultivated well, the fitness bond would pay off handsomely as bonds changed with people's growth. It had to be said Xiao Xie's idea of forming a women's legion was brilliant. It was mainly inspired by her, or he might never have thought of finding a group of women to gradually cultivate. Zzzt. Zzzt. On the road, he heard a familiar crackling sound from the neighboring street. No way Head just mentioned her, and she appeared. He pushed off and changed direction. 30 meters ahead, Xiao Xie moved like a dragon through the pile of corpses, the lightning whip in her hand like a divine artifact, slaying gods and demons alike. The zombies merely collapsed stiffly upon contact. Their brains were fried. Who's there? Show yourself. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Xiao Xie gripped the lightning whip, her gaze icy as she stared at his position. Lin Bei was taken aback. He thought he had hidden well without making a sound. Then he understood. He had spatial perception, so naturally, she had lightning perception. Similar to Enel's ability, using static electricity in the air to sense people and objects within a certain range. Lin Bei stepped out from the corner. It's you. Upon seeing the face of the person hiding, the coldness on Xiao Xie's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Why are you here? Xiao Xie's lightning whip vanished as she lightly stepped over to him. Just passing by. Then we truly are fated. It seems heaven has arranged this. Lin Bei, why don't you join us? If you dislike crowds, I'll arrange a separate building for you, guaranteed no disturbances. What do you say? Xiao Xie refused to give up and continued her invitation. Give up? Impossible, absolutely impossible. To be honest, if it weren't for the Women's Legion she founded needing her, she would have eagerly joined. Having these rejuvenation pills was incredibly satisfying. No, Lin Bei refused again. Lin Bei, let me tell you about our team. Xiao Xie rambled on with various introductions. How there were many beautiful women to please the eye, how meals, laundry, and cleaning were all handled by dedicated staff. So feeling even a hint of temptation. Act on it. Join us now. We'll be equals co-leaders. How about it? No. Lin Bei picked his ear. He knew Xiao Xie coveted his rejuvenation pills. The fish had arrived at the baited area. Now he just waited for her to bite. He waved his hand. You go ahead and kill zombies. I have things to do. I'm off. After taking 2 steps, Xiao Xie instinctively called him back. Lin Bei turned around puzzled. Miss Xiao, is there something else? Xiao Xie smiled sheepishly. Brother Lin Bei, I've used most of those 10 pills you gave me. How about this? Name your price and sell me a few more. 10 really aren't enough. It wasn't that she was wasteful. She understood the need to rapidly enhance strength in the early apocalypse, keeping only a few pills as a contingency. Lin Bei smiled. Oh, is that all? The 3 waves doctrine, wastefulness, activate. Lin Bei pulled out a 2-liter Pepsi bottle, filled to the brim with rejuvenation pills. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. If she had that entire bottle, she could reach the 3rd tier in no time. Her breath grew heated instantly. Huh, this one's full. Lin Bei looked at it, put it away, and then produced a 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle. Why is this one full too? I thought I had one that was half empty. This spatial backpack is too big. Xiao Xie was stunned. Dude, do you own a pharmaceutical factory? He went through 4 or 5 bottles. Finally, he found one that was only half full. He unscrewed the cap and poured out about 10 pills. 3 rolled onto the ground. Just as Xiao Xie bent to pick them up, Lin Bei crushed them under his foot. Miss Xiao, the ground is dirty. We don't take what's fallen. Damn it. I don't care if it's dirty. Xiao Xie's heart ached. 3 pills meant half an hour of continuous full power combat. Enough to kill countless zombies. Miss Xiao, you treated me to barbecue last night. I don't like owing favors. Consider this my return gift. Here, take them. Lin Bei placed the 10 rejuvenation pills from his palm into Xiao Xie's delicate hands. 10 pills. A lot, yet so few. Compared to the vast quantity Lin Bei possessed, it was a mere drop in the ocean. She was already grateful for the 20 head given her for free. A single barbecue dinner was nothing. She'd gladly cook for him every day, feed him with her own hands, and it would still be more than worth it. She grew greedy. She became unsatisfied. Who wouldn't be? If these pills were precious to Lin Bei, she would have been content. But they were trivial to him. She could understand discarding ones that fell into blood, but these fell on clean concrete. Picking them up within 3 seconds was fine, and washing them would make them safe to eat. Yet he crushed them underfoot. Such a waste. Not enough. Seeing Xiao Xie still holding out her hands, Lin Bei's lips curled almost imperceptibly as he asked casually. Xiao Xie nodded frantically, her eyes filled with longing and desire like a college girl eager to immerse herself in the ocean of knowledge. I didn't plan to give these to outsiders, but we share some fate, and I find you agreeable. I'll give you a little more. Lin Bei tilted the bottle and poured out another 7 or 8. He stopped. For those below the 2nd tier, excluding the 2nd tier itself, with a level 1 ability rank, if their stamina and ability power were completely drained, a single pill would fully restore them. But starting from 2 stars, 2nd tier, 2 pills were needed. The higher the rank, the more required. 3, 4, 5. These dozen or so pills, if used freely, would last at most half a day. I have things to do. I'm off. You keep killing. Lin Bei waved and left, leaving behind a very dashing figure. In this apocalypse, he was a rare good man. Xiao CM mentally awarded him a good guy card. Wait. She suddenly realized something. He didn't like owing favors. Haha, if even a barbecue dinner counted as a favor then if she brought a lavish meal to him tonight. Drool. Given his personality, wouldn't he have to give her more rejuvenation pills in return? That's how favors work. Give and take. Blurred lines. Impossible to untangle. Ha ha ha. Little brother, you've been caught in sister's trap. Far away Lin Bei smirked, crookedly revealing a Tang Sam-like grin. Ha 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 ha, eat up, go ahead, and eat heartily. These pills are addictive fast. I deliberately mentioned the favor. Fairy Xiao, you'd better not fall into my old Lin's trap. Die. With a single slash. He poured all his strength into that blow, instantly annihilating the nearly 100 zombies blocking the path ahead. A few rejuvenation pills entered his stomach. This was their charm, unleashing ultimate attacks every second, without concern for consumption. Destination: the base of Lin Wanen's enemy. It was still some distance away. Half an hour later he arrived in front of a large shopping mall. The supermarket was in the basement. The mall's doors were tightly shut with piles of zombie corpses outside, emitting a nauseating stench. Peering inside, it seemed empty. He opened a spatial rift and stepped into the mall. An eerie silence reigned. The traces on the floor revealed the chaos and misery of the apocalypse's outbreak. He entered a jewelry store. Small diamond rings. Tiny earrings. Priced at $1,399.98. This one's the prettiest. Lin Bei picked up an exquisite diamond necklace that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. There were exactly two. One for Yu and one for Yu. Pack them up. Take them all. Can't leave out the other women. Must share the favor evenly. Receiving gifts would make them happy and more devoted to him. They'd wear them and dress up beautifully, which would also please him. Everyone would be happy, a win-win situation. Who doesn't want their women to be as beautiful as possible? His ears twitched. A faint strange sound reached him. Looks like everyone's gathered in the supermarket. His gaze turned toward the entrance of the underground supermarket. He opened a rift and left the mall. He had come here to prepare gifts for the women. The three waves doctrine romance. Gifts must be prepared in advance. Surely you didn't think. He would choose the women in that supermarket to cultivate his secret female army. He wouldn't disgust himself like that. He could only imagine what those women in the supermarket had endured. If he went in and found an ultimate bond or an ultimate talent holder, wouldn't that be pure self-disgust? His destination was the hospital. During their meal and chat, Lin Wanen had mentioned many who still lacked the courage to face zombies. Like a group of young nurses and intern doctors she knew huddled together in some hospital room trembling. Little sisters, the big bad wolf is coming. No, little sisters, your superhero is coming. Humming a tuneless melody, Lin Bei made his way to the hospital. Multiple purposes. Purchasing experience could refresh the shop and refund 2 units. He was getting too caught up in games. Going to the hospital would not only allow him to cultivate a personal squad of girls, but also stockpile the vast quantities of medicine within. Medicine, regardless of immediate need, was always better to have on hand. Soon, Lin Bei arrived before a large public hospital in the city. Many zombies wandered outside the 2-meter-tall automatic iron gate, yet the vast, empty, open parking lot was devoid of any. A few lay motionless on the ground. Had he arrived too late? Little white rabbits. You'd better hide well. Vaulting over the gate into the parking lot, he surveyed his surroundings while striding toward the building. The tempered glass on the first floor was almost entirely shattered. Stepping inside, a familiar, chilling aura washed over him. Silence. A terrifying silence. With no power, there were no lights. Even with the daylight, it was dim and gloomy, a standard scene from a horror film. He wouldn't have been surprised if a creature crawling on all fours appeared at the corner 30 meters ahead and closed the distance in 0.1 seconds. He packed all the medicine from the pharmacy into his spatial backpack. Lin Bei then headed towards the inpatient building. Lin Wanen, a doctor here, naturally had friends among the nurses and interns who were hiding in the remote and quiet inpatient ward. Anyone who has been to a hospital knows. There are tons of people, but there were very few people in the inpatient ward. Among them, many were elderly, and they weren't particularly short on food, as patients' families would bring plenty of fruit, milk, bread, and other items to store in lockers. Little sisters, hide well. Big brother is coming to find you. You'd better not let me catch you, or you'll be in for a world of pain. Lin Bei, standing in the fire escape, froze. He looked up. Those words weren't his. Someone had beaten him to it and discovered the sisters hiding here. A spatial rift opened. He appeared on the 5th floor, the source of the voice. A little nurse in a white uniform, her face twisted in terror, ran forward, glancing back at the blindfolded man relentlessly closing in. She didn't notice the person appearing before her and collided with him as if hitting an iron plate, collapsing onto the ground. The stunningly beautiful nurse's face turned pale. Hadn't they agreed to let them go if they hid for an hour without being caught? Someone was cheating, not wearing a blindfold. Indeed, the more handsome the man, the more shameless. Playing games. Lin Bei looked in surprise at the man directly ahead, who was groping forward following the nurse's voice, his eyes covered by a strip of cloth from a nurse's uniform. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. What a pity, I almost caught you. It was audible. These two weren't alone on this floor. Looking ahead, several blindfolded men were there, while petite nurses scurried about in panic. The fire escape door was locked, trapping them on this floor. She fled. He chased. She couldn't escape. Lin Bei smiled. A perfect little game to foster friendship among his wives. Indeed. Talents were everywhere out there. He had to hand it to these guys, they really knew how to have fun. And they were bold, not fearing the nurses might get desperate and stab them. Don't come near me. Don't you dare come near me. The little nurse, still sitting on the ground, screamed in panic as the blindfolded man drew closer, trapped between them. She curled into a ball, trembling violently, tears of fear streaming down her pale face. With a thought, a spatial rift. It connected from here to a certain outpatient clinic on the first floor. He had seen a zombie nurse inside earlier. The blindfolded man grew more excited at the nurse's screams. Judging distance by sound. Little White Rabbit, the big bad wolf, is here. With a strange cackle, he leaped forward. Before starting this game of cat and mouse, they had cleared all sharp objects from this floor. He already imagined the tender little nurse in uniform tightly held in his arms. As it turned out, he did hold something. So soft. So fragrant. Well, a bit smelly. Understandable. It had been days since the apocalypse broke out. A little odor was normal. A nurse indeed, her skin was so cool, smooth. A certain adorable little nurse zombie wandered aimlessly in the clinic. She was hungry, unable to smell or see any food. Then in the next second, a fragrant morsel appeared before her. Just as she was about to pounce, the food actively threw itself at her. A fragrant, juice-filled, thick neck was right in front of her mouth. She was stunned, eyes slightly moist. A gift from nature. Opening her gaping maw, she bit down heavily. Bliss. Sweet. Juicy. Lin Bei closed the spatial rift. Though the hospital was silent, the sound, muffled by layers of doors, was already very faint here, lost among the screams of many nurses, unnoticed by anyone. He Tao, still sitting on the floor, was stunned. This handsome man didn't seem to be with those people. He had just used spatial powers to kill that man. After all, she became a nurse because she wasn't good at studying. If she were, she'd be a doctor. And the reason she wasn't good at studying was that she read too many novels. Of course, she recognized the spatial ability this man had awakened. After a brief thought, He Tao wiped away her tears, looked up, and with a pitiful expression blinked her big eyes. Husband, you finally came to save me. I was so scared. I missed you so much, husband. Hug. She had to latch onto this golden thigh. No one was going to pull her away today. Lin Bei. Sis, you must have the wrong person. Who calls someone husband right off the bat? Wait. This girl had the bond of untouched. Where did a husband come from? Lin Bei thought of something and smiled. Fine. Name He Tao. Appearance score 93. Pre-apocalypse profession nurse. Overall score 90. Level none. Ability charm A, unawakened. Bonds innate, stocking saint, physique 1. Gourmet 1. Delicate and supple 1. After bond activates, increases the probability of you and your illustrated guide members being pinned down 1 to 53 to 75. Untouched 1. After bond activates, receive a random small gift. For each additional member, get 1 more small gift. But he dared not indulge for now. This delicate and supple bond was a bit too dangerous. Being pinned by you and the others was fine, but trouble would arise if some wicked older sister got him. Husband, hold me. I want a princess carry. He Tao opened her arms and pouted. Both her expression and actions resembled a little girl meeting her boyfriend after a long separation, especially in that nurse uniform, making her even more alluring and tempting. Husband, hold me. A flying hug, a spinning hug, seeing him unmoved. He Tao got up and pounced on him, a sweet smile on her lips, her ample chest aiming to crash into his. Lin Bei spun around and swung his hand. Slap. A resounding slap sent He Tao spinning 1,080 degrees before she fell to the ground. Hug my ass. Cut the crap. He Tao, who had fallen to the ground, was momentarily stunned. The fiery pain on her face brought forth tears, but in order to survive and not become someone else's plaything, she had to carry on. She lifted her head, biting her lower lip, trying to present a beautiful facade despite the tears streaming down her face. What's wrong, husband? Don't you like it? Even though she hadn't reached the limits of the human body. In this apocalyptic world, she was destined to rely on a man to survive. 1, to become a plaything for a large group of people and be traded around. 2, to become one of the special women belonging to the handsome and powerful man in front of her. Come on. Even a fool would know which choice to make. I don't like it. Then what type does my husband like? I can become whatever you like, husband. Get lost. The beast. Help. Shout, scream, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do, the more excited I become. At that moment, screams echoed in the corridor, the man's excitement clashing with the woman's panic. He Tao clenched her fists tightly. Those were her sisters who had come to the hospital for an internship along with the older sister who cared for them. She couldn't even ensure her own safety, let alone ask the man in front of her for help. She knew he was strong, but to him, she was merely a powerless stranger. Bang! At that moment, the fire escape door was kicked open. Everyone stop. The enemy is here. What the hell are you playing at? The previously blindfolded man had returned. Clutching a wad of gauze tightly against the wound on his neck, his gaze was filled with a cold and vicious intensity as he stared at Lin Bei. His chest heaved with rage, his body trembled from adrenaline, and his wide eyes seemed capable of spewing flames. His beautiful new world had only just begun, and then it ended. He was about to turn into a zombie, but at that moment he only wanted to vent his anger and frustration. His other hand slammed violently against the wall, creating a large hole in the cement wall wrapped in tiles. He-Tao felt her brow twitch as she stepped back in fear, hiding behind Lin Bei. Meanwhile, all the men on this floor tore off the blindfolds and walked over. What happened, old three? A very burly man stepped forward, his eyes scanning Lin Bei from head to toe, filled with cold, killing intent. Boss, I was bitten by a zombie. This beast used some method to drag me down here. I am about to become a zombie. I'm so unwilling, boss. I want to kill him. I haven't had my fun with these nurses yet. I'm so unwilling. Whoosh. The man roared, his words filled with a thirst for life. Suddenly he felt a warm liquid splash on his face. He didn't care, he was about to become a zombie. Boss, I'm about to turn into a zombie. This little nurse will take her first for some fun. You must kill him. As soon as the words fell, Boss! The brothers behind shouted anxiously. The man suddenly turned his head. No, brothers, we all have been through thick and thin together. I'm about to become a zombie. What's wrong with letting me have this beautiful little nurse? You can't bear to part with her. No, boss is dead. What? The man was stunned. What is this? The boss was right beside him, standing fine. Did everyone fall under an illusion saying the boss was dead? He turned his head to look. Damn, big brother. His pupils suddenly constricted. A large hole had appeared in the center of the boss' forehead, his body swaying slightly, the swaying becoming more pronounced, and soon he crashed to the ground motionless. You bastard, did you kill our boss? The man was furious. In the next second he felt warmth in his chest, looked down in a daze, and then raised his head again. What the hell is your ability? Lin Bei stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head with a squint and a smile. I guess your mother died. The man charged in angrily, and the next second he fell straight to the ground following his boss. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining men witnessing this fled without thinking, some rushing towards the fire escape, others toward the windows. In the apocalypse of the 21st century, who cares about brotherhood? Survival is paramount. But the boss had treated them well. No matter. After today, the boss' son would be their son. The boss' old mother would be their old mother. The boss' wife would be their wife. Your wife, I will take care of her. You can rest easy in your departure. Lin Bei, with his gun held behind his back, kept pulling the trigger. The fleeing men fell one after another. In less than 3 seconds apart from him, there was not a single living male left on this floor. Behind him, He-Tao's gaze was fixed on the gun in his hand. The gun was clearly aimed at the ground, yet the bullets still struck them. This is the charm of gun shaking, or rather the allure of spatial abilities. It was utterly unexpected. This further solidified her choice. No matter how this man beats her or humiliates her, she must firmly hold on to this thigh. She had had enough of living in fear, merely surviving on glucose. There were plenty of food in the hospital cabinet, but there were zombies. How could they dare to search without weapons? As time passed, even if they dared, it would be useless, as the food would be rotting. The 10 of them huddled together in a small room, trembling and praying for rescue, but what kicked open their door were those beasts with lewd smiles. What's going on? I don't know. Is that man not one of them? Please, he definitely isn't. It seems we are saved. They are all dead, we are saved. Be careful, there's still a man. Compared to them, I would rather that this handsome guy be blindfolded. When the time comes, I'll be the first to voluntarily let him catch me. Don't ask why, he's just really handsome. I want to be choked by his strong arms. The little nurses peeked at him with their cute eyes pressed against the door. In this era, looks are justice. Lin Bei was already extremely handsome, and with his charisma, just sitting there lazily drew the heartstrings of countless young girls. In 10 seconds, everyone come here. Lin Bei sat on the sofa. He took out from his spatial backpack, one leg resting over the other, surveying them. His voice, not too loud, echoed through the floor. Each of them displayed signs of hesitation. If we go over, we might get hit. With his strength, it's as if you won't get hit by not true soon. 10 young and beautiful nurses stood in a line before him, each of them either nervous or curious, blinking their big eyes at him in wonder. So handsome. He's really so handsome. Much more handsome than those celebrities on TV. How can there be such a handsome man? If it were him, I would willingly let him hold my hair in his palm. Lin Bei lounged languidly on the sofa, the back of his hand propping up his chin as he scanned their information one by one. What luck! One could even say his luck was off the charts. All 10 women bore the mark of untouched innocence. It was undeniable that his fortune was extraordinary. In the pre-apocalyptic era of rampant materialism, such a find would have been nearly impossible, yet after the apocalypse they appeared in abundance. But, aside from He-Tao, none possessed any abilities, not even the most inferior ones. A minor pity. Kneel. His voice drifted out light and airy. Thud. Without a second thought, He Tao dropped to her knees the moment his words fell, her delicate face showing neither grievance nor anger, only gazing at him with limpid eyes. Lin Bei paused. This woman was far more perceptive than he had imagined. Very well, she would be the leader of this secret squad. Thud. Following He Tao's lead, some of the remaining women knelt voluntarily, while others were pulled down by their companions. No shame was visible on their faces. Does an ant feel aggrieved kneeling before a giant? No. It only feels natural. From this moment on, you 10 share a single master me. Those willing to acknowledge me as your master may remain kneeling. Those unwilling may rise and leave. As he spoke, Lin Bei lightly flicked his index finger, and before each woman appeared a plate bearing a sausage and a steak. The aroma of both immediately permeated the air, stirring everyone's appetite. He continued, I am not a wanton killer. You need not harbor any concerns. If you are unwilling to accept me as your master, simply stand up and leave. I will not trouble you. Gulp. No one rose to leave. The only sound was the frantic swallowing of saliva. 2 of the 10 had initially intended to leave, but after the food appeared they chose to remain kneeling. Not because they couldn't get up, but because standing was too tiring, and they simply wanted to rest a while. Their gazes were locked onto the food and the plates. Having subsisted on glucose for an entire week, their craving for real sustenance had reached an unbearable peak. They endured. They waited, hoping the man would permit them to eat. They understood the difference between a single meal and a lifetime of. Lin Bei was immensely satisfied. Your master lacks many things, most of all women, but what I never lack is food. He flicked his finger again, and an extra-large meat sausage appeared on each plate. Hearing this, He Tao was overjoyed. Several of the women who were drawn to his looks also beamed with delight. Lacks women. They were women. But as you are now, you are not even worthy of a single glance from me. It's been nearly 10 days since the apocalypse erupted, and not one of you has reached even the level of human limits. You lack the courage to face zombies, nor do you have the courage to end your own lives. In this apocalypse, you are the dregs among dregs. Had I not passed by, you would have long been defiled beyond redemption, toyed with, and discarded without a trace. The 10 women hung their heads in shame. Had they dared to take the first step, today's situation would never have occurred. But they did not dare. They feared the zombies, feared being caught and bitten. Had this man not appeared, they would have been. Just thinking about it made them tremble all over. But it doesn't matter. Your master has arrived. From now on, your future will be bright. But don't get excited just yet. I will not keep you by my side. As I said, you currently lack even the qualification for me to look you in the eye. Whoosh, a handgun materialized out of thin air before the women. I know you fear zombies, but the root of that fear is a lack of strength. You are women, inherently weaker in physical power, but that's fine. Soon I will elevate each of you to the level of human limits. This is the first thing I, as your master, will do for you. The women were ecstatic. He was right. The reason they dared not confront zombies was their physical weakness as women. After nearly 10 days of close contact with zombies, they were no longer as terrified as at the start, their legs turning to jelly at the mere sight of one. They had already discussed killing zombies to grow stronger, but without weapons and lacking strength, how could they? That's why they had remained in hiding. The zombies grew stronger while they grew weaker, making them even more reluctant to face them. If someone could help them take that first step, they would dare to take the second and third. The second thing I, as your master, will do is provide you with a stable source of food. You need not search for sustenance nor worry about it. Your only task is to grow stronger, strong enough to earn the right for me to look you in the eye, strong enough to rise from being my subordinates to becoming my women. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. Beside each plate appeared a bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a serving of braised pork ribs, and a bowl of chicken soup. Everyone was swallowing frantically as the tantalizing aroma filled the air. Some could barely restrain their hands, they wanted to eat desperately so. Others clenched their fists. I will become his woman. He Tao's resolve was unwavering, and many shared her sentiment. Even serving as a maid by such a powerhouse's side would attract countless women clamoring for the chance, let alone becoming his woman. Subordinate woman. Shi Tao would climb step by step from his subordinate to the position of his woman, reaching the very top. She would be his woman. I've said so much, but it all hinges on one crucial premise, that you willingly become my subordinates. So I ask you, are you willing? Yes? He Tao blurted out without a second thought. Yes, yes. Only after each of them had shouted did Lin Bei speak again. Then how should you address me now? Master. He Tao frowned, glancing at a friend beside her who had beaten her to it. How infuriating. Master. With no other choice, He Tao shouted even louder to avoid falling behind. Since those before her had yelled so loudly, those after could only grit their teeth and shout at the top of their lungs. Master. Master. Shame. Ridiculous. Was anyone here a fool? Following this man meant stepping into a bright future. Refusing meant only one path, death. They were all young with so much left to experience and see. Unless truly left with no choice, who would choose to die in the bloom of their youth? Moreover, this man was handsome. Moreover, he was terrifyingly powerful. Excellent. Now I need you to demonstrate your loyalty. Remove every piece of clothing. I must inspect you for any bite marks from zombies. Some of the women felt a flush of shame. Tao froze for a moment, then noticed her friends beside her already unbuttoning their clothes. With urgency, she grabbed her own garment and yanked hard, sending buttons flying. She had yet to qualify as his woman, but at least she would be first among these 10. Opportunities were seized by one's own hands. When they came, they had to be grasped tightly. Damn. Tao, what are you? Humph, I can do it too. This isn't quite right. Someone, the maiden's bashfulness. What's wrong with that? Master is raising us as his future wives. Isn't it only natural for a husband to inspect his wives? Or are you trying to freeload off this food and these benefits? Have you not come to terms with your own situation? If Master hadn't shown up, you'd have been toyed with to death by now. Yet here you are being pretentious. Do you even have the right to be pretentious? Let me tell you, if Master takes a liking to you, you'll soar to greatness on the spot. Exactly. Being favored by a master who is both strong, handsome, and wealthy is our honor. Please, do you think a man of Master's caliber lacks formidable women by his side? You can't even kill a zombie. I don't know what you're being so finicky about. Do you think your body is that valuable? If it weren't for Master, do you think the clothes on your back would still be intact? And don't tell me you actually believe Master has taken a fit. Or do you miss those days of hiding in a dark little room 24/7, eating, drinking, and living together, surviving on a 4 drip of glucose? Do you have any idea how luxurious it is to have a stable food source in the apocalypse? Do you know how much Master has invested in us? Do you know how many people outside would kill for just one bite of the food in front of you? The reason these women spoke up was not to deliberately attack her. It was an instinctive urge to showcase themselves to catch Lin Bei's attention. They understood clearly that he was a lifeline too valuable to let slip. They had to cling to him no matter what. Lin Bei remained silent, watching them with a calm, unwavering gaze. He liked women, but he loved power more. Master, look. Tao spread her arms and spun around, showing no bite marks on her body. Master, I'm clean too. Master, me as well. Lin Bei waved his hand. Put your clothes on and eat. They'll give you 10 minutes. After that'll start enhancing your abilities. Yes, Master. The 10 women wolfed down their food. Wow, Master's sausages are so delicious. They're so generous, packed with meat and barely any starch. A sausage like this must have cost at least 10 or 20 yuan before the apocalypse. I could never afford it. Boo-hoo, it's so good. The steak is so tender. Can anyone relate? The meal I'm eating in the apocalypse is even better than what I had before it. The chicken soup is wonderful and the ribs are delicious. Driven by hunger and the quality of the food, they devoured a large bowl of rice in under a minute. Lin Bei's fingers twitched slightly, and another bowl of rice appeared before each of them. A full stomach was essential for killing zombies. 10 people. Once each of them formed the bond of a fitness enthusiast, it would be time for him to reap the rewards. 10 times the power. He was somewhat looking forward to it. 5 minutes later. Everyone knelt neatly before him, their bellies full. The look in their eyes as they gazed at him held a trace of fervor. This meal would be etched into their memories forever. After nearly 10 days without food, suddenly having a good meal made it impossible to forget. Tao, pick up the gun. Yes, Master. Tao picked up the Desert Eagle from the ground. It was a bit heavy for her. After picking it up, she paused, wondering how her master knew her name. They hadn't introduced themselves. No, someone had called her name just now. Master had noticed her. Of course, she was the first one to call him husband. Lin Bei raised his fingers, slightly opening a spatial rift. 5 zombies roared as they charged out. The women's hearts leaped into their throats. It had begun. Their path to power had started. With a mere thought, he sealed the movements of the 5 zombies. They were as if frozen by a paralysis technique, causing the onlookers to stare wide-eyed. Why aren't the zombies moving? It's Master. Who else could it be? Master must have done it. He's being so good to us, practically spoon-feeding us. Master's strength is terrifying. He just sits there without moving, and the zombies are like toys to him. The fervor in their eyes grew even more intense. No woman could resist a powerful man. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Tao bid farewell to her past and embarked on a new path. This apocalypse was cruel, yet it also showed favor to humanity. Killing just one zombie was enough to push one's body to its limits, allowing virtually anyone to begin their evolution. These women were so cowardly they hardly seemed human. It didn't matter. With him around, these 10 would soon become goddesses that others could only dream of. Master, I awakened an ability in a rank charm. Tao reported immediately, her big eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for praise. Not bad, very good. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Tao was overjoyed. Although they had been trapped in that dark room, they had gleaned information from the internet. Ability users were 1 in 100 and high-level ones were even. A rank was nothing to scoff at. I'm so jealous. I wonder if he'll get one. The remaining women felt a surge of anticipation. Next, one by one, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the 10 women began their evolutionary journey with a mix of surprise and disappointment. Except for Tao, none of them awakened any abilities. With a flick of his finger, a tang saber appeared before each of them. Don't ask where they came from, he just borrowed them from Jiang Ye's place. Next, 3 large soda bottles filled with rejuvenation pills appeared before He Tao. No fewer than 1,500 in total. He Tao, from today onward you are the leader of this 10-woman squad. Yes. Dressed in her nurse uniform, He Tao puffed out her chest, her face brimming with joy and pride. She cast a glance at her companions beside her, as if to say, see, I'm the one master favors the most. Inside those bottles is a special medicine. When you are utterly exhausted, take one to fully restore your stamina. You are in charge of distributing them. I have plenty of this medicine, so don't feel the need to ration it. Yes, master. Lin Bei stood up. The sofa behind him vanished. Here is your first trial. Raise your rank to 1-star 5th order within 3 days. I will return to inspect your progress. Anyone who fails to meet the requirement will be expelled from the team. This is my contact information. If the network goes down during these 3 days and you are forced to relocate, go to this address. Yes, master. He Tao stepped forward to take the note. Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint your expectations. As if recalling something, Lin Bei added, of course you are also free to take these supplies and disappear. That is your choice. Rest assured, I will not hunt you down over such trivial things. As I said before, you are not yet worth my attention. I will simply act as if I never saw you. Lin Bei waved his hand, turned, and stepped into the spatial rift, disappearing. At the same time, several boxes of packaged instant food and drinking water appeared on the ground. Even if they ate without restraint, it would be enough for 3 days. Master, we won't. He Tao shouted quickly before her master vanished. She tightened her grip on the saber and turned around. She looked at the 9 companions who were also holding sabers. Sisters, you all heard master's words. I don't know what you're thinking, but for me, master is the god who pulled me out of the abyss. Everything I have now was given by him. Frankly, I don't want to be just master's subordinate. I want to be his woman. We all know this in our hearts. We are far too behind. We cannot survive in this apocalypse on our own. Without master, we would have faced the same fate again. If it weren't for him today, we would have been defiled completely and utterly defiled. The women's eyes were filled with gratitude. Truly, only those who had experienced it knew that feeling of helplessness and despair. A strange, ugly man lunging at you with a lecherous grin, tearing at your clothes. Your resistance and curses only made him more excited. But thankfully we met master. It was master who helped us reach our physical limits, who gave us weapons, who gave us food, who gave us medicine. He practically held our hands to help us kill zombies and level up. As human beings, we must not let master down. As human beings, we must be grateful. As human beings, we must no longer live the subhuman life we led before. He Tao spoke with passion and fervor. She raised the Tang saber in her hand. Sisters, let us use these blades in our hands to carve out a future for ourselves. Let us kill until no one dares to provoke us, until everyone fears us, until we become master's women. Slay like demons today, become wives tomorrow. The naive and innocent girls were stirred into a fervent passion, raising their Tang sabers high. Slay like demons today, become wives tomorrow. 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 Slay the demon today, make her your wife tomorrow. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Even him getting a bit riled up. What a waste of talent being a little nurse. Truly a waste. It's a pity you're not a cult leader. Lin Bei shook his head and left the hospital. Perhaps she had secretly used her ability. Her words possessed a kind of magical charm. While they had no effect on him, they greatly influenced the group of women. That was fine. Next, he would drop by from time to time, offer some food and rejuvenation pills, and reap the rewards. He could also recruit a formidable squad of women. He had to make use of all those resources. Otherwise, the returns would go to waste. He stretched lazily. Time to go home. He had no interest in watching a bunch of weaklings kill zombies to level up. In the apocalypse, as long as one was cautious, there was no great danger. Hey you, it's not even evening yet. Why are you calling me in the afternoon? What, missing me? I miss you too. What? It's pouring over there. Here. It looks like it's about to rain too. The clouds are quite thick. What level is your cousin? 2-star 2nd tier. Not bad considering it's a 3-level magnetic ability. You and your cousin must remember, never ever trust any man. I know. You've watched too many zombie movies and you were right. This world really has a zombie outbreak. He walked home while talking on the phone. With a wave of his hand, a bullet halted in midair 3 meters to his side. Lin Bei glanced over. A fully armed man stood at a corner 100 meters away, aiming a rifle at him. Seeing his shot fail, the man turned and fled. A spatial rift silently appeared behind him. A bullet pierced his head. Lin Bei took his firearms and ammunition, stowing them in his spatial backpack before popping a few rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He muttered, for a level 2 spatial ability, 100 meters is still too far, huh? He had only opened 2 small spatial rifts. It nearly drained his ability. Although rejuvenation pills could replenish it, the upper limit of his ability was the key factor determining distance and size. He had been using spatial abilities for a while now. Oh, it should be close to leveling up to 3. It's nothing. Ran into some fool delivering gear. By the way, do you have enough food? What? Neighbor hoards food, you hoard guns. Neighbor is your pantry. Alright, you're the best little UZ. You've watched too many zombie movies. What? You met someone this morning who isn't afraid. Huh? Zombies don't attack him. Why? He ate zombie meat, retained his memory, and became half human, half zombie. No way someone actually dared to eat zombie meat. One, he turned into a zombie. Huh? He can command zombies. That makes sense. It's like a bunch of dumb brutes meeting a smart person. The dumb ones, knowing they're dumb, naturally obey. Baby KKT. Don't worry, I'm meant to be a lone wolf in the apocalypse. How could there be women around me? Come on, let's video call. See, I'm not interested in women at all. I've never touched a woman except you, of course. Soon I'll come find you when I reach the 3rd tier. 3rd tier isn't safe. There are many mutated beasts in the wild. Fine, 4th tier then. Alright, 5th tier it is. Fine, 5th tier it is. Ooh, little rascal. You even secretly took a photo of your cousin and sent it to me. If your cousin finds out, your butt's in trouble. Of course your legs are prettier. Whether your cousin wears black or white stockings, neither can match yours. I suggest you take more photos and send them for comparison so I can better appreciate your beauty. Guard against fire, theft, and little cousins. They chatted for hours before hanging up. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Half human, half zombie. That was something. TCH, cleaned up so thoroughly, it was 5:30 p.m. With the sky covered in dark clouds, it was darker than usual. The air felt heavy, a heavy storm was approaching. Lin Bei returned to the coffee shop he had visited during the day. The area was littered with zombie corpses. Within a kilometer, the number of zombies still moving could be counted on 2 hands. He had planned to kill more zombies nearby to level up another star. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out and saw it was Xiao Xia calling. Hello? What's up? Did your silver moon run off again? You can't find it. It's fine, it's playing at my place. It's about to rain heavily. Come pick it up after the rain stops, okay? He hung up and looked up at after this heavy rain, the situation for humans would become even more dire. If leveling up didn't increase the need for food, it would be fine, but the appetites of evolvers were simply too large. Food was already scarce in the apocalypse. No wonder some chose to eat zombie meat. They had nothing else. Woo! Disaster always lags one step behind me. As he arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, the sky seemed to flip a switch. Raindrops the size of soybeans pelted down furiously. He stepped back and entered the 2nd floor training ground. The air conditioner was running at full blast, making it chilly. Jiang Xiu, He-Yun, Jiang Yu, and Lin Wanan had already bathed and were gathered together, snacking, petting Silver Moon, and watching a movie projected on the screen. They were all in loungewear. Pink shorts that reached mid-thigh and simple tank tops accentuated their figures. He was dazzled by the sight of their fair thighs and delicate. Big brother is back. He-Yun spotted him first. She hopped over on bare feet, wrapped her fair slender arms around his neck, and hung onto him. Big brother, did you bring us any good food? Here, eat this. He stuffed a crispy chicken leg into her mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, leaving her lips glistening with oil. Big brother, sister Xiao Yu and sister Xiao, and really want to improve so much, He-Yun whispered in his ear. As she spoke, she shot a mischievous glance at them. Lin Bei was only a few meters away. Although He-Yun spoke softly at their level of evolution, it was almost as loud as shouting. Lin Bei looked over. The 2 women shyly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. At noon, Lin Wanan had known what was to happen tonight. But from Jiang Yu and He-Yun's conversation in the afternoon, she learned that Lin Bei could enhance the power of his women. This filled her with anticipation and excitement. The girls around her were all too formidable, while she was too mediocre. So mediocre that she felt embarrassed to stay. She knew she was dragging down the team's level. Although gaining a power boost wasn't much. At least, it would lift her out of mediocrity. Jiang Yu felt the same. At noon, when Lin Bei made his move, she realized he had feelings for her. A mix of shame, anticipation, and excitement washed over her. This naughty younger man always loved calling her teacher. Moreover, after tonight, she would gain a power boost. With her strength and physique enhanced twofold, she would finally have the capital and capability to stand firm within this team. Xiyu had spatial abilities plus strength enhancement. He-Yun had strength abilities plus strength enhancement. Lin Wanan was not mentioned. She was unsure what Xiyu and He-Yun were thinking, but she was determined to be strong. She refused to become a useless vase, beautiful but impractical. When danger arose, she couldn't let Lin Bei handle everything. She too could stand on her own. Even if Lin Bei couldn't elevate her further, she would eventually repay his kindness. Besides, she also yearned for a boyfriend. Thinking of this, she slowly turned her head, meeting Lin Bei's gaze. Though their time together had been brief, there was no denying that he occupied a significant space in her heart. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Up. Jiang Yu felt herself falling, crying out instinctively. But soon she landed on a soft, large bed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Was he like a monkey? The shame she had just suppressed surged back. Before she could dwell on it, another gasp escaped her as Wanan appeared beside her, her face equally flushed and bewildered. On the 2nd floor, He-Yun and Jiang Xiyu leaned together, munching on popcorn and sipping cola while watching a movie. If this scene were uploaded online, it would make countless people. Outside, the rainstorm continued. Raindrops accumulated on the window. Help! Help, no! In the movie, humans chased by zombies screamed desperately. Jiang Xiyu and He Yun could relate. This scene had played out countless times in reality. Without Lin Bei's intervention, their fate would have been no better than those in the film. Bang! Suddenly, He Yun crushed a cola cup in her hand. She paused stunned. After Lin Bei left in the afternoon, they had practiced controlling their strength while frantically killing zombies, boosting their power by 2 stars. But she had already mastered her control, so why? Wait. Sister, you my power. It seems. It's increased again, she said, quickly opening her panel. He Yun. Level 1st order 8 stars. Ability Strength rank LV2 triple. Speed 90. Strength 95, 3. Spirit 90. Physique 90.0. Holy crap. He Yun couldn't contain herself, jumping up on the spot. Excitedly she grabbed Xiyu. Sister, you my good brother. My good brother boosted my strength by 5 times. Ha! Now my strength is multiplied by 15 times. Ha! And my ability level is only LV2. Ha! Good brother, I love you. He Yun was ecstatic. Hands on her hips. Who can withstand a punch from me now? Ha! Oh. Panel. Jiang Xiyu. Level 1st order 8 stars. Ability Space SS rank LV2 passive space backpack capacity 1.0 cubic meters. Speed 90. Strength 95. Spirit 90. Physique 90.0. Mine is also 5 times, Xiyu said, delighted. A strength boost was always welcome, but she wasn't overly thrilled. For someone with spatial abilities, it was merely icing on the cake. Recording successful. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score of 90 or above. Received a fine gift healing pill grade 2, 10 is system space storage upgraded to 1.0 cubic meters. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score of 90 or above. Received a fine gift space ring 1.0 cubic meters system space storage upgraded to 1.0 cubic meters. A space ring. What a treasure. They didn't need it, but He Tao's hidden team would find it incredibly convenient. Detected that the illustrated member Jiang Yu possesses an rank physique ability. It has been copied to the host. Detected that the illustrated member Lin Wanan does not possess an ability. Due to her ultimate bond, a disassembler has been obtained. Disassembler can be used on ability users, stripping their ability for transfer to anyone. Note: requires charging before use. It is recommended to render the target defenseless. System. Just asking, this disassembler can transfer abilities to anyone. Does that mean He Yun and Xiyu could gain a second ability? Yes. What a treasure. System. You deserve a temple. Awesome. Self-selected abilities. Innocent Bond 1. Received a fine gift golden fried rice, 10 meticulously crafted by a top global chef. Innocent Bond 1. Received a fine gift crispy egg tarts, 10 meticulously crafted by a top global pastry chef. Activated ultimate martial artist bond, all members' martial arts talent doubled. Activated ultimate doctor bond, all members' drug effects doubled. Activated teacher bond, your and illustrated members' learning ability doubled. Innate stocking saint body bond 1, illustrated members' stocking effect boosted to 4 times. 5 times. Gourmet bond 1, food or drink consumed by you and illustrated members is returned 4 times. 5 times. Fitness enthusiast bond 1, your and illustrated members' strength boosted 4 times. 5 times. Detected that He Yun possesses strength ability. It has been copied to the host. A massive wave came. So satisfying. Host Lin Bei level 2nd order 2 stars. Storage system space 1.0 cubic meters. Ability Space SS rank LV2 passive space backpack. Capacity 1.0 cubic meters. Strength rank LV2 triple. Physique rank LV1 double. Speed 170. Strength 175, 3. Spirit 170. Physique 172. Pet Silver Moon 2nd order 1 star. Items Rejuvenation Pill grade 1 490 Healing Pill grade 2. 10 SS rank steak, 350 premium honey glazed sausage, 350 premium golden fried rice 10, premium large egg tart 10 disassembler 1. Illustrated members registered Jiang Xiyu, 1st order 8 stars space LV2. He Yun 1st order 8 stars strength LV2, triple amplification. Lin Wanan 1st order 4 stars. Jiang Yu 2nd order 1 star physique LV3, quadruple amplification global benefits charisma 2, strength 5, martial arts talent 2. Learning ability 2, food return bonds activated. Ultimate flight, attendant 1. Ultimate college girl 1. Ultimate doctor 1. Ultimate innate stocking saint body 4. Gourmet 4. Fitness enthusiast 4. Teacher 1. Innocent 4. Unstoppable. Truly unstoppable now. Jiang Yu. Level 2nd order 1 star. Ability physique, rank LV 3 quadruple. Speed 150. Strength 155. Spirit 150. Physique 154.0. My dear Bebe, your teacher loves you so much. You're too good to me. Jiang Yu finally got her strength boost. Not just a boost, it was a full 5-fold increase. 5 times. Even more than her strength, physique abilities enhancement. A comprehensive upgrade. At 3 o'clock in the deep of night, Hee-Yun, Shiryu, and Silver Moon, 2 women and a wolf, were still watching a movie. Amidst the torrential rain and the depths of the night, it was naturally a horror film. Suddenly a hand shot out from under the bed, viciously grabbing a woman's ankle. At the same moment, 2 hands clapped down on their shoulders. Damn it, a ghost. Woof 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 woof. Don't be scared, it's your loving husband. Lin Bei quickly wrapped his arms around the two. Seeing it was him, they angrily pounded his chest with their little fists while Silver Moon, in a fit of rage, bit and tugged at his pant leg with all her might. She had nearly been scared to death. Lin Bei flipped his hand over, producing a large iron tray. On it sat exactly 20 enormous egg tarts, each at least 15 centimeters in diameter, exuding a rich, fragrant aroma that instantly calmed the 2 women. Little Silver Moon obediently sat on the ground staring at him, her small tail wagging back and forth. Wow, Bei, it smells amazing. Come on, tell us, how many delicious things have you hidden away and not brought out yet? Sure, you took one and tasted it. The crispness of the tart shell and the soft tenderness of the filling were both perfected to the extreme, as was the flavor itself. Sure, you consumes egg tart 1, return 5. Wow, dear brother, if you had something like this, why didn't you bring it out sooner? I absolutely love egg tarts. I usually can't bear to buy them. They're several bucks each. Can I have 100? Hee-Yun blinked her adorable big eyes desperately. Of course you can, little glutton. Lin Bei placed the tray on the ground and ruffled her hair. Dear brother is the best. So fragrant. Hee-Yun consumes egg tart 1, return 5. Hee-Yun consumes egg tart 1, return 5. Hee-Yun consumes egg tart 1, return 5. One by one, the 20 were gone in no time. They had turned into 100. Lin Bei watched, utterly dumbfounded. No wonder his master said she had gained weight. This little girl really goes all out when she finds something she loves to eat. Master. Naturally it was Jiangyu. Teacher didn't cut it. No feeling. Calling her master was much more thrilling. Daddy, 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 me, I want to eat too, I want to eat too. Silver Moon shouted desperately in her heart. Lin Bei was speechless. Wolves are supposed to eat meat, but you. Whatever we eat, you eat. Even egg tarts. Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? Don't care. Pet Silver Moon uses egg tart 1 or return 1. Eating and letting it out at the same time. Hee-Yun sat on the ground, leaning against the sofa, her legs crossed. Her fair, delicate little feet jiggled as she ate her egg tart, sipped her milk tea, and watched the movie all at once. What a little life. Utterly satisfying. Even before the apocalypse, she hadn't lived so comfortably. No way. She decided to video call her parents and show off. A while ago, when she had nothing to eat, they constantly teased her. Now it was her turn to tease them. Just another ordinary day in the apocalypse. Are they both asleep? Shiryu leaned her head on his shoulder and asked. Her little mouth hadn't stopped either. She was a glutton too. As long as she didn't eat as ferociously as Hee-Yun, she wouldn't gain weight. I have a gift for you. Close your eyes. Okay. Hearing there was a gift, Shiryu's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. What girl wouldn't be happy to receive a present? Lin Bei pulled out a diamond necklace. Even under the faint flickering light reflected from the movie screen, it sparkled brilliantly. Hee-Yun watched with envious little eyes. A diamond necklace, bling bling. What girl wouldn't want one? So cool. The moment the necklace touched her neck, Shiryu knew what it was, and the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. It's done. Shiryu opened her eyes. She took out a mirror to look at herself. Her eyes were filled with affection and emotion. The delicate shimmering chain of the diamond necklace was a perfect match for her fair, smooth neck. Mwah! She planted a big kiss on Lin Bai's cheek. Dear brother is so biased. Little sister doesn't have anything. Only after he had put it on her did Hee-Yun pout her shiny, greasy little lips and speak sourly. Who says you don't have one? Here, Lin Bei extended his hand. An equally exquisite and sparkling diamond necklace dangled from his fingertips, swaying gently in the air. Dear, Hee-Yun turned around. Lin Bei fastened it around her neck. Hee. Hee-Yun caressed the necklace on her body with great joy, then took a photo to send to her parents. But the picture wouldn't go through. It kept loading. Hee-Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The signal on her phone was gone too. Dear brother, my phone has no signal. Check yours quick. Hee-Yun was somewhat anxious. No phone signal meant that the video call she had just had with her parents might very well have been the last time she would ever see them. Overseas. How to get there? The vast, boundless ocean. Hearing this, Lin Bei pulled out his phone, and his brow instantly furrowed. His phone had no signal either. Shiryu took hers out and found the same. The backup power for the signal base stations had probably been flooded by the heavy rain. They had thought the network would go down eventually. They hadn't expected it to come so suddenly. Fortunately, he had already told Yu everything that needed to be said. Yu's cousin had a 3-level magnetic ability. In this apocalypse, as long as she wasn't careless, it was enough to walk through anything. There wasn't too much to worry about, but he wouldn't be seeing her for a while. Magnetic abilities killed zombies fast. A single needle swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time outside the building in the pitch-black rainy night a man completely shrouded in a black robe stared coldly and greedily at the faint glimmer of light on the second floor of the martial arts gym. Behind him, ordinary zombies banged against doors and walls everywhere due to the sound of the rain, but they completely ignored him. Under the black robe his skin was ashen gray like a zombie's with unusually prominent blue veins. The man greedily licked his lips. 4 beauties. If I ration them, that's enough for a week. It's a shame to eat such beautiful women, but the prettier the girl, the more fragrant and tender the meat. Should I force them to eat zombie flesh and turn them into my kind, or should I eat their flesh piece by piece? The man's expression was deeply conflicted. In the afternoon, he had happened to pass by this place and found zombie corpses strewn everywhere, far more than in other areas. He immediately understood that someone was living here and clearing them out regularly, so he hid in a nearby building to observe. He saw them. He saw 4 incredibly beautiful women. Any one of them was enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat just by looking. These beauties were stunning enough to be criminal, but they were also very strong. He quickly brought the zombies he had raised. They were strong, but it didn't matter. He had patience. After a day of killing, their bodies were bound to be exhausted. At 3 o'clock in the dead of night, they would surely be fast asleep. He would sneak in softly and quietly. When they opened their eyes, they would find they would become his meal. He would savor them slowly, inch by inch. Brothers, come out. With these words, zombies of various sizes emerged slowly from the darkness, standing silently behind the man. The tallest was 3 meters high, the bulliest had incredibly explosive muscles, and the skinniest was as thin as a bamboo pole. There were 5 in total. Their eyes glimmered with an intelligence that ordinary zombies lacked. They were capable of simple thought. They knew the man before them was clever. Following him, they got to eat fresh meat every day, and their strength grew day by day, all reaching the terrifying 2nd tier. These were the man's strongest fighters. He would take all 4 women, not one left behind. He had made up his mind. He would turn them into his kind and make them his wives. It would be a great waste to eat such formidable fighters. With them as his wives, would he still have to worry about not being able to enjoy delicious girls? Hospital. Deep in the night at 3 o'clock. Sisters, we've eaten and drunk our fill. Now it's time for our hunt. The strong won't risk hunting zombies in the dark pouring rain to level up. They're surely enjoying comfortable, cool mansions. We must seize this moment and kill as many zombies as we can to grow stronger. Comfort is reserved for the strong. We are still weak. We are still trash. We are still worthless. Even the strong started as weaklings, trash, and nobodies, growing stronger bit by bit. Without the hardships of the beginning, how can there be ease later? Without weathering the storm, how can we see the rainbow? For our bright future, sisters, let us cut through this dark night and carve out our future. Move out. He Tao, clad in a raincoat and carrying a backpack, led 9 sisters out of the hospital building. Each wore a black raincoat, carried a backpack, and gripped a blade. The contents of every backpack were identical. The same supplies. The same number of rejuvenation pills. After Lin Bei left, under He Tao's encouragement and leadership, they cleared the zombies outside the hospital. There were many zombies, frighteningly many. Though they were merely at the peak of human limits and no match for such numbers, with an ample supply of rejuvenation pills they slaughtered them all. In less than half an hour, everyone had reached the first rank, first star, officially stepping into the ranks of evolvers. The leveling up made their kills faster. Only then did they realize just how extraordinary, miraculous, and precious the medicine their master had left for them truly was. They needed no rest. They needed no respite. They needed no pause. When tired, when drained, 1 pill. Just kill. 3 hours. They killed for a full 3 hours without a single moment of pause. In those 3 hours, they completely overcame their fear of zombies. The zombies before them were like toys. 1 strike, and their heads were taken. After 3 hours, the heavy rain arrived. At the same time, all of them advanced to the first rank, 2nd star. Initially, they had worried about reaching the first rank, 5th star, in 3 days, fearing they might fail, and their master would abandon them, sending them back to a life of daily terror. But the relentless slaughter of these 3 hours made them realize with such abundant pills, even a pregnant woman could reach the first rank, 5th star in 3 days. To exaggerate, even a dog could do it. It wasn't their effort that mattered. It was the incredible things their master had given them. At mealtime, they decided 3 days to the first rank, 5th star wasn't enough. They set a new goal for themselves to reach the first rank, 9th star in 3 days. They had been suppressed for too long, endured too long, and tormented by zombies for too long. Now that their master had provided them with everything, they would unleash all the pain they had gritted their teeth to bear. Kill, kill, kill. The dark night. For evolvers, it was like dusk in their past lives. The rain made the zombies ferocious, but their craving for power made them even more ferocious. They no longer wanted to be fish on a chopping board, forced to play hide and seek, or trapped in a dark room. Zombie heads rolled one after another. At this moment, they were like well-trained soldiers. Every strike was clean and decisive. Even when surrounded by 10 zombies, they showed no trace of fear, only outside the martial arts hall. Dolly, go. Remember, move slowly and softly. When the thunderclaps break the lock, the man commanded. A zombie about the height of an average person, but with explosive muscles nodded, and under the heavy rain slowly walked step by step toward the door of the martial arts hall. On the second-floor training ground, Lin Bei held Shiryu and Hiyun while watching a movie. Suddenly both Shiryu and Lin Bei turned their heads to look down, and to the left their gazes seeming to pierce through the floorboards, and the door landing on the zombie, slowly advancing in the rain. Spatial perception. Jiang Shiryu, with her natural high affinity for space, learned this skill quickly after a bit of guidance from Lin Bei. To level up her spatial ability as soon as possible and guard against sneak attacks, she kept this skill active. Now it proved useful. They exchanged a glance. What's wrong? Is something down there? Hiyun asked, chewing an egg tart indistinctly. Jiang Shiryu's fingers twitched slightly. A small spatial wormhole appeared before the three of them, while another appeared in the pitch-black rainy night sky. It was small, no bigger than a fist. With such heavy rain no one would look up. What the hell? What is this? Hiyun opened her mouth to ask silently. Through the spatial wormhole, they saw a row of figures standing at the entrance of a shop across the street from the martial arts hall. Strictly speaking, 4 zombies and 1 man. And a robust zombie stood in the middle of the road, slowly approaching step by step. The footsteps were barely audible in the heavy rain, even more so amidst the chaotic zombies outside. Lin Bei cast a spatial seal. I went out today and heard something. When humans consume a certain amount of zombie flesh, they become half human, half zombie beings. They retain human intelligence, but acquire a zombie body. That black-robed man below is probably one of those half-humans. Hiyun was shocked. Eating zombie flesh. He must have been truly hungry. Shiryu was also stunned. Even at her hungriest in the early days of the apocalypse, she had never thought of eating zombie flesh. Could it be? He followed the principle of if you can't beat them, join them. Afraid of being bitten, so he bit the zombie for a painless infection. Really? She had thought about a painless infection when she was starving before. Using a door to clamp a zombie's arm and let its nails scratch her lightly. Perfect. Xiao Yunyan, do you think with your current strength you could punch this zombie's head to pieces? Lin Bei was curious. This zombie, from its appearance and aura, was no ordinary one. He had killed many first-rank 7th or 8-star zombies today, and none matched it. He estimated it had reached the 2nd rank. Not just it. The 4 zombies beside the black-robed man were likely the same. Of course I can. Hiyun, excited by his words, rubbed her small fair fist. Even if it's 2nd rank, I can blow its head off with 1 punch. A normal 2nd rank stats are 15 times the human limit. I'm only first rank 8-star, but my strength is already 135 times the human limit. Ordinary evolvers. It was unclear what level they'd need to reach such terrifying power, yet Hiyun had achieved it at just first rank 8-star. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became. She stood up and swung her arms, then suddenly pouted with great grievance. Sister Xiao, you told me that too much strength isn't a good thing. My body can't withstand my power. If I punch, and its head is harder than my fist might shatter first. He'll use a blade. Better to use a blade for safety. Shiryu agreed, then added, even if your fist is harder, your hand will definitely get scraped. Though evolvers have some immunity to the zombie virus, its level seems higher than yours. If you get infected, you might need amputation. Those words sent a chill down Hiyun's wrist. She immediately abandoned any idea of fighting with her fists. Her little hands still needed to eat. If she lost them, how would she ever touch her good brother's 8-pack abs? Lin Bei was well aware of this. He had merely asked. He hadn't expected the little girl to actually intend to use her fists. As long as she didn't get infected by the virus, even if her fists rotted away, it wouldn't matter. Healing pill grade 2 for those below the 3rd rank, excluding the 3rd rank. 1 pill can fully heal any form of physical injury. In cases of missing limbs or similar conditions, consuming more pills will also result in a complete recovery. This was the product of the system. Wait. Suddenly struck by a thought, a wild grin spread across his face. He quickly opened a spatial wormhole and stuffed a pill into the mouths of the sleeping Jiang Yu and Wanan. The fragrance of the pill lingered as they slowly swallowed it in their slumber. Jiang Yu and Lin Wanan each consumed 1 healing pill. Reward 10 pills. I'm such a little genius. There's no helping it. I've been clever ever since I was raised on Sanlu milk powder. System, just tell me if it can be restored. Yes. Can I exploit a glitch? No. Junk system, get lost. Despises you. Brother, sister, you get ready to open a spatial wormhole for me. Hiyun gripped her blade with both hands and took a deep breath. Suddenly her gaze sharpened as she channeled all her strength, slashing downward from above. A spatial wormhole opened. Outside. My beauties, here I come. Seeing his precious creation getting closer to the gate, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement. This apocalypse was simply too exhilarating. Crack. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning snaked through the clouds, its flash illuminating the land for a brief moment. The man blinked. He thought he had seen an illusion. In a daze, he had glimpsed a woman appearing before his precious creation, swinging a blade. He laughed. How could that be possible? It must have been his eyes playing tricks. It must be. Damn it. The next second, he saw his precious creation collapse to the ground. not falling to one side, but splitting eerily in two. Its massive body was cleaved from top to bottom, falling apart on either side. The torrential rain washed away its blood. He was stunned. He was dumbfounded. His eyes bulged. No. This was a second-tier strength-type zombie. Although not a mutated strength type, it was still a terrifyingly powerful existence capable of sending a car flying with a single punch. Yet now it had been inexplicably cleaved in two. Wait. That wasn't an illusion. Suddenly he understood. What he had seen was real. Could there be a spatial ability user among them? He hadn't seen them use any abilities that afternoon, and had assumed they were all basic body and but one slash. Just one slash had taken down a second-tier zombie instantly. Just how terrifying was that one? Couldn't she show a shred of respect for a second-tier zombie? Inside the second floor. Aha, I'm at the first-tier 9-star. I'm at the first-tier 9-star. Sister, you quick your turn. These ones seem to be high-tier zombies. Kill them, so you can also step into the first-tier 9-star. Ian shouted excitedly. Then added, first kill that man. Zombies are all idiots. Once that man is dead, we can toy with these 4 high-tier zombies however we want. Alright. Sure, you rose a sharp blade appearing in her hand. She was also at the first-tier 8-star. She didn't possess He-Yun's terrifying strength, but with a 5-fold boost her power was 45 times that of an ordinary person's limit. This strike was enough to cleave through even a second-tier zombie. Outside. Retreat. Without a second thought, the black-robed man fled with his remaining 4 precious creations. Come on. That woman had one-shot his second-tier precious creation. The remaining 4 were just a matter of 4 more slashes. These 5 zombies were his hard-earned creations, his trump card. He couldn't afford to lose them all here. His gaze swept over the second floor with venomous intent. Just wait. All of you just wait. He'll turn you all into my kind. Not a single one will escape. He turned to leave, then froze. His pupils contracted. Directly ahead, within his field of vision, almost right in his face, a spatial wormhole had appeared from somewhere. Inside, a long-haired beauty was holding a sharp blade, swinging it down. It wasn't the one he had glimpsed earlier, but another beauty. The cold light glinted fiercely in the rainy night. So beautiful. I want her. I want to roll in the sheets with her. The next second, the man felt himself falling. Strangely, he felt as if he were falling to the left, and also to the right. How could he have such a sensation? Which way was he actually falling? With this doubt, his consciousness sank into darkness. He's so pathetic. Killing him only gave me a tiny bit of energy, not enough to level up. No, I need to kill another one. Sure, you took a deep breath and delivered a second slash. The 4 second-tier zombies were still in a daze. How did the boss die? Then, another one collapsed and died. Eliminating this one allowed Shiryu to successfully break through to the first-tier 9-star. Bei, the remaining 3 are for you. With them, you might be able to rise to the second-tier 3-star. Shiryu wasn't greedy. Reaching the first-tier 9-star was enough. She and He-Yun had just leveled up and needed to adapt to their surging power. Ascending from the first tier to the second tier wasn't just about having enough energy, one had to master it perfectly. Alright. Lin Bei half lay on the ground without getting up. A Tang Dao appeared in his hand, and he casually slashed 3 times. Outside in the rainy night, the heads of 3 second-tier zombies flew off. His strength was far more terrifying than He-Yun's. His base strength was 17 times that of an ordinary person's limit. With a 5-fold boost from the fitness ability and a 3-fold boost from the level 2 strength ability, the total came to 255 times an ordinary person's limit. Thump. After 3 slashes, his heart pounded violently. He knew he had leveled up again. With all his bonuses, his strength increased terrifyingly with each level. For instance, at the second-tier 2-star, his base strength was 17 times total strength, 255 times. At the second-tier 3-star, his base strength was 19 times total strength, 285 times. Truly. His verdict was, "System, you're absolutely awesome, of course. I, the system, have said I will forge my master into a supreme powerhouse. Since you are to be a supreme powerhouse, it's only natural for you to possess overwhelming strength." Daddy, the beans. They have beans in their heads. I want to eat them. Give them to me. Little Silver Moon's voice sounded in his ear. Lin Bei recalled. After the fierce tiger died that day, Xiao Xia had taken out something like a crystal core from its head. He had forgotten to ask about it. System, what's the use of that thing? A type of energy crystal. It would be very useful in an ordinary apocalypse, but in this one, it's useless. When a zombie dies, its energy automatically flows into the killer's body, leaving the crystal with a negligible amount of energy. Still, it's better than nothing, and its taste appeals to animals. Lin Bei. Want it carry the virus? A quick wash will be fine. The energy crystal contains only pure energy, which the virus cannot corrode. It's a matter of the crystal's nature, no other substance can remain on its surface. He thought he might get rich again, but it turned out to be just pet candy. He dug it out using a spatial wormhole. To be safe, he washed it dozens of times before feeding it to Little Silver Moon. Clean and hygienic, crunchy. Little Silver Moon looked utterly blissful. After eating it rubbed against his leg. It was so much better being with Daddy. There was always delicious food to eat, unlike with Mommy Xia, who was so stingy. Silver Moon consumed 5 second-tier zombie crystals. Reward 5. This can be refunded too. It was eaten and digested. If it can fill the stomach in sufficient quantity, why can't it be refunded? Fine. Lin Bei flipped his hand. A dismantling tool appeared in his palm. Master, no. This thing can't be eaten. Junk system. What about this? Lin Bei flipped his hand again, and a spatial ring appeared. No. Junk system. Despite— Wow, good brother, you've hidden so many treasures. What is this fried rice? How can it be so delicious? Indeed, it's exquisite. I've flown across countless lands, yet never have I tasted such delectable fried rice. Wolf, so tasty, so tasty. A disgrace to the wolf clan. You followed them, eating scraps and leftovers, having lost all semblance of a wolf. The trio and the wolf devoured the golden fried rice. In the midst of the torrential downpour, a movie and food made the perfect pair. After eating their fill, Lin Bei lay down contentedly between the two women to rest. He hadn't slept in dozens of hours. Yu and Yun's dependency and affection toward him had both reached over 90% with their bonds permanently unlocked, so he had no fear of being stabbed while asleep. Outside, the rainstorm persisted, showing no signs of stopping or even abating. Brother, how long will this rain last? The zombies outside are ramming into everything like mad. Won't they break down the gate? Instead of worrying about that, worry about what we'll eat tomorrow. I plan to sneak out at midnight to find food, but how can we go out in such heavy rain? I'm starving. I'm nearly starving too. Damn it, this crappy apocalypse gives no one a break. The demand for food to level up is insane. Some have plenty, others starve. The power went out so early, everything in the fridge is rotten. Where else can we find food besides the supermarket? The supermarket was taken over by the big shots long ago. Actually, I've never understood one thing: what's the use of the points on our status panel? If this continues, the number of survivors will plummet again. At least we ate a little last night. Baby, I'm so hungry. How about you just give yourself to the neighbor once? Are you even here to say such things to your own girlfriend? Get lost. Baby, just close your eyes and pretend it's me. Get lost. If you don't, I'll kill you. I was blind to end up with a coward like you. My best friend's boyfriend is almost at tier 2 and she eats and drinks, well, every day. And you haven't even dared to kill a single zombie. Are you even a man? Baby, I beg you, I'm so hungry. Brother's coming quick. I've drugged my wife. Be gentle and don't wake her. So where's the food you promised? Why are you tying me up? What about the food? What? You tricked me. You beast, breaking your word. Don't touch my wife there. The food crisis unfolded every moment. 9 in the morning. In the heavy rain, Tao led the sisters fighting their way from the hospital to the location Lin Bei had prearranged, an empty villa. After checking their belongings, she spoke. Sisters, report your status. I am tier 1 4 stars. Remaining pills 90. Tier 1 4 stars. Remaining pills 95. Tier 1 4 stars. Remaining pills 91. Good. Tao grabbed a dry towel to wipe her face, all at tier 1 4 stars. It's 9 in the morning. Counting yesterday as half a day, today is the second day, and we can all meet our master's test requirements. But our goal is tier 1 9 stars, 5 stars to go. We must surprise our master. Our master is generous. When our master sees we've exceeded the test, he'll be thrilled and reward us with more goodies. We want him to think highly of us. It's not that we're content to be trash, circumstances forced us to hide. We were trash once, but not anymore. Sisters, rest for 6 hours, then continue. Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to the squad situation. If they succeeded, fine, if not, it didn't matter. Xiao Xie still had many people, and those girls wouldn't escape. Time passed. 3 days went by. The rain outside was too heavy. As someone with an advantage, Lin Bei naturally wouldn't risk hunting zombies in the storm. Instead, he focused on bonding with Yu, Yun, Jiangyu, and the newcomer Lin Wanan. Listen to the sound of rain, each drop, so clear your breath seeps into my love like raindrops. I wish the rain would never stop, let Wanan sang into the microphone. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, board, they started karaoke. To be fair, Wanan had the potential to be a star. It was Yun's turn. Knee-deep mud, baby. Lin Bei broke into a sweat. A little fanboy, huh? So cringe. And off-key. Good singing, never sing again. Boom, boom, boom. Even the heavens couldn't bear it, rumbling loudly accompanied by violent tremors. Sister Yun, please stop singing, or the building will collapse. Jiang Yu teased, deliberately moving to the window with Lin Bei. Little Yun had grown bold. After that night, she had approached him, claiming that since she was new, she had to learn the rules. China was a land of etiquette, and propriety couldn't be abandoned. She demanded that he call her Sister Yun. Jiang Yu naturally humored the little girl. Calling her Sister Yun was no big deal. But that little girl's backside was blossoming from a spanking. No way so disrespectful. Yun grimaced. None of the other sisters had trouble when they sang, but when her turn came, something went wrong. Still, what was happening outside? Was it really an earthquake? What is that? Yun reached the window. On the road in front of the martial arts hall stood a massive stone tablet, at least 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. As for its height, looking up it seemed as tall as a 20 or 30-story building. Seems? There are many. Since the buildings here were low, Jiang's gaze swept across the area, spotting many identical stone tablets. It seemed the entire city was. The rain outside stopped with the appearance of the tablets. System, what is this? Lin Bei asked, bewildered in his mind. How should I put it? It's something that provides food similar to the new Clockwork Bird trial mode and teamfight tactics. You can enter to clear stages, kill zombies and enemies for points, and exchange points for food in the shop. Master will figure it out soon. Lin Bei frowned. So, is this Apocalypse a game played by a higher civilization? Master, if a higher civilization were playing with you, would they introduce this when food is becoming scarce? Clearly the entity behind this intends good for humanity. That doesn't make sense. What doesn't? You shouldn't be this smart. What do you mean? Saying that means you definitely know the inside story. Spit it out, don't beat around the bush. What's really going on with this apocalypse? Insufficient permissions. That's all I can reveal for now. Based on current progress, Master should figure it out soon. Am I a child to guess? The next moment, a translucent red border appeared before Lin Bei, bearing a series of text explanations. This wasn't from the system. It was a panel description native to this world. The trial path module has been initiated. Those within a 500-meter radius of the trial steel may enter the trial path. Entering requires a 1-minute charge-up. All humans wishing to enter the trial path should find a safe spot to enter. There is no need to worry about personal safety, as your body will be drawn into the trial path. Note 1. Death within the trial path is not real death. It is akin to entering a 3D holographic projection game. Each human may enter the trial path once per day, either in solo mode or team mode for 1 hour each time. Note 2. The trial path will perfectly replicate your state upon entry. It is advisable to adjust your condition before entering. Weapons will be provided within the trial path. Note 3. The trial path is divided into 2 modes: solo challenge mode and team challenge mode. After each challenge concludes, re-entering will load your previous progress. Note 4. Points can be obtained by killing monsters in challenge mode. The higher the monster's strength, the more points you earn. Points can be exchanged for various food items in the newly opened system mall. Note 5. The trial steel updates rankings in real time, determined by challenge progress. Rankings are divided into solo rankings and team rankings. At midnight each day, rewards are distributed based on ranking positions. Solo rankings from 1 to 1000 are eligible for rewards, and team rankings from 1 to 100 are eligible. These are all the notes for the trial path. The apocalypse has arrived, so please, everyone, strive to grow stronger to guard our homeland. Mall. Lin Bei murmured in his heart. 1 L drinking water 10 points. 1 gene of rice 20 points. 1 gene of potatoes 10 points. 1 gene of pork 20 points. Salt. New rice seeds. New apple seeds. A dazzling array of items, fruits, vegetables, everything imaginable, both familiar and unfamiliar, including various crops that could thrive in the current apocalyptic environment. Is it a handicap for me? Bro doesn't lack food. To be honest, Lin Bei wasn't particularly interested in this, but the ranking rewards from the trial steel piqued his curiosity. 1 hour a day wouldn't waste much time. He wouldn't consider the team mode for now. No need to think about it. Team rewards surely weren't as good as solo rewards. Good brother, I want to go in and take a look. Ian was curious about the new experience. Me too, sure, you echoed. Jiang's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as did Lin Wanen's. Yet Lin Wanen's eyes held more melancholy. Despite her 5-fold strength enhancement, the sisters beside her all had abilities, and strength ones at that. They would surely achieve excellent rankings while she could only coast along. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she exerted herself, she could never catch up to their pace. Not having an ability was a fatal flaw. Lin Bei glanced at Lin Wanen. He knew what she was thinking. Inferiority. When a strong-willed person finds themselves among a group of geniuses, feelings of inferiority are inevitable. Jiang Xiu, He Yun, and Jiang Yu had all experienced this. He was pleased that Lin Wanen felt inferior rather than complacent. It showed she craved strength. Wanen. Lin Bei patted her head. Take your time thinking about what ability you'd like. When we come across one, I'll snatch it for you. Huh? Wanen was stunned for a moment. Then an uncontrollable surge of joy burst forth in her eyes. She looked up, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at him. Xiao Bei Yu. You mean? I can have an ability too. Of course. Lin Bei pinched her cheek. I'm not a good man, but I'm good to my own people. As my wife, it would be embarrassing if you didn't have an ability. Don't overthink things. Just focus on what ability you'd like and catch up in basic strength soon. Wanen nodded emphatically, planting a firm kiss on his cheek. All right, my little brother Xiao Bei. Lin Bei touched his nose. Good heavens. Each one had a different nickname. Sure, you Bei. He and good brother. Jiang Yu Lin Bei. Wanen Xiao Bei. Wanen was 3 years older than him. She originally wanted to call him Bei like Shiryu, but she changed it, afraid Shiryu might mind. She didn't overthink, but she worried Shiryu would, since she came later. Lin Bei could only say she was overthinking. It didn't matter to him, as they were all his people. He wasn't bothered by such things. At those words, The women cast relieved glances. They had all experienced that feeling of inferiority when surrounded by the strong. No amount of words from others could help, the feeling persisted. Her flaw was a fundamental lack of ability. But now it was resolved. Lin Bei could grant her an ability. Sister Wanan, I'm so jealous you can choose your own ability. Pick an elemental one like ice or fire or magnetism or lightning. Those are super powerful in novels, He-Yun offered, drawing on years of novel reading experience. That's right, Jiangyan nodded. Sister Xiao Yun is right. Those are all good abilities. Don't pick a body enhancement one, it's not very useful. Choose a strong one. He-Yun's bottom tightened involuntarily. There was no helping it. That day's beating had been too brutal. Alright, I'll listen to all you sisters. Lin Wanan didn't have any particular preference. She just didn't want to be dead weight in the team. Any rank ability would do. Okay, Lin Bei clapped his hands. Since everyone wants to go in and take a look, let's go in turns. Sure, you He-Yun Wanan, you three go in first. They'll stay and keep watch. If they were going, it would definitely be solo mode. They might all achieve decent rankings. To prevent any accidents. If someone couldn't hold on and came out early and an outsider happened to arrive and she was alone with Silver Moon to defend against them, wouldn't that be troublesome? Though few could defeat Silver Moon, he didn't want any surprises. He could afford to waste this time. Alright, with a thought from the three women. A faint glow enveloped them. After a minute, they vanished from the spot, leaving only Lin Bei holding little Silver Moon. Lin Bei lifted Silver Moon up. Little Moon, the rain outside has stopped. Looks like your mother Shiyu will come to pick you up soon. Have you figured out how to explain becoming my pet? It's okay, Daddy. If you don't tell, I don't tell, and Mom Shiyu and the others don't tell, hee, how would Mom Shiyu ever find out? Even if Mom Shiyu takes me away, it's fine. He'll just sneak out again. Oh, pretty clever. Lin Bei played with little Silver Moon and picked a movie to pass the time. The heavy rain outside had just stopped briefly before starting to drizzle again. Suddenly he remembered that today was the third day, not counting that half day. The internet was down. He wondered if those little sisters had made it to the villa district he designated. Even with 3 days of heavy rain and all those rejuvenation pills, they should have at least reached the first rank 5-star level by now. If they hadn't leveled up because of the rain, then he would abandon them. He had the right to stay indoors sheltered from the rain and enjoying himself, but that didn't mean those little sisters did. If they couldn't grasp that, it only showed they were lazy and indulgent. He didn't want women like that. Within a certain villa district, merely a kilometer from the martial arts hall, a colossal stone tablet stood erect. On the second floor of one villa, 10 young maidens gathered by the window discussing. Sister Tao, what do you say? Should we go in and give it a try? If we earn a ranking, our master will surely be delighted. We can trade for food, and the supplies our master gave us have just run out. I haven't had meat in so long. Me neither. Since the apocalypse erupted, the only time I ate it was 3 days ago when our master gave us some. Although he gave us several boxes of chicken legs, those vacuum-packed things just don't take. Sister he, what do you think? It's the third day today, and we don't know when our master will come. Let's go and clear some stages, earn points, get some meat, and have a good feast. He Tao squinted, pondering. These 3 days. They rested only 6 hours daily, covering sleep and bathing. The remaining time was spent killing from start to finish. The 1,500 pills gifted by their master were completely exhausted. They had finally reached the 9th star of the First Order. The heavy rain had poured for 3 days and 3 nights. They had slaughtered for 3 days and 3 nights relying on the pills. These 3 days had filled many gaps from their past, but the continuous high-intensity carnage had strained their spirits. Today they needed to relax. Just in time. They needed to wait for their master. Alright everyone, let's go in together. Endure 1 more hour. After that, well, eat well and truly unwind. He Tao said this. She didn't expect them to achieve a good ranking, as she was self-aware. Though they were at the 9th star of the First Order, they had no special abilities. She herself possessed a great ability, but it offered no boost to combat strength, rendering it nearly useless. The stone tablet had just appeared. Their master would surely venture in to explore as well. Perhaps their master's name would even appear on it. Although they still didn't know their master's name. Sister Tao, love you. Yahoo, finally we can get some proper rest. These 3 days. Everyone regarded her as the second pillar of support aside from their master. All arrangements were made by He Tao. Following her these days had been grueling, but the thought of reaching the 9th star of the First Order filled them with excitement. They finally possessed the power to protect themselves. And the thought of their master arriving today made them even more thrilled. Each of them had exceeded expectations, so their master would surely reward them with more pills and delicious food. Truly, their master's meat, sausages, and steaks. The exquisite taste lingered in memory, unforgettable, and they longed to savor them once more. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, a little in and out so soon. Lin Bei had only watched 10 minutes of the movie when a flash of light appeared, and Lin Wanan materialized where she had vanished. Wanan's face flushed. They don't allow pills in there. My basic strength is too weak and my stamina drained too quickly. I was swarmed by a horde of zombies and bitten to death. She had anticipated an early exit, but not this early. Only 10 minutes. Come watch the movie with me while we wait for them. No, I need to level up, or it'll just be a burden. Lin Wanan refused, changing into a black tracksuit. Little Silver Moon, come here, come here. Will you accompany Mama outside to kill some zombie? Little Silver Moon shook its head. Mama knew you'd be the best. Let's go, Silver Moon. What? Isn't shaking the head a sign of refusal? The black ones restore stamina, the green ones heal. Lin Bei stuffed some pills into her hands. There were no stamina recovery pills as killing zombies to level up was too inefficient. Got it, my adorable little hubby. I see you at lunch. Wanan's delicate slender fingers lifted his chin, her index finger lightly touching her red lips before pressing it against his. Then cradling the utterly reluctant little Silver Moon, she leaped down from the second floor. Lin Bei was stunned. Teased. All right. Another little vixen. Good thing he had plenty of medicine. No. He needed to stuff 2 more pounds of goji berries into his thermos, or perhaps find a chance to recruit someone with an ability like Colossus. Another 20 minutes passed. Shiryu emerged. Seeing no one around, Shiryu widened her eyes and asked incredulously, no way did I come out before Wanan? Lin Bei nodded. Sure, yes, pretty face fell. That shouldn't be. It's not logical. How could I come out before Wanan? Even if my special ability ran out early, my basic strength far surpasses hers. Wait, where's Silver Moon? Shiryu expanded her spatial perception. Wanan was outside killing zombies. Oh baby, Shiryu stepped over with her fair, delicate feet and sat down beside him. As punishment for deceiving me tonight, you'll be penalized with watching me wear black stockings. It's my fault. I accept the punishment. Lin Bei lifted her long, shapely legs onto his lap, gently caressing them. What's it like inside? Lots of zombies. Shiryu took a sip of milk tea and recounted the details inside. First stage 1 zombie, second stage 10, third stage 50, fourth stage 100, fifth stage 500, sixth stage 1,000. Too many. Each zombie is at least at the peak of human physical limits. The space is large enough to kite and stamina consumption feels exactly like the outside. You can't use pills inside. I couldn't hold out at the 7th stage against 5,000 zombies. Also starting from the 2nd stage, higher tier zombies are mixed in. Lin Bei felt the smoothness beneath his fingers. From what you're saying, in the trial path, those with enhanced physical abilities have an advantage. Special ability consumption can't keep up with recovery, only stamina barely manages. Sure, you nodded. In there my spatial wormhole was almost useless. I had to rely entirely on a blade to cut through. They chatted while watching the movie. An hour quickly passed. With a flash of light, He-Yun and Jiang Yu emerged. He-Yun hurried over to sit on Lin Bai's other side, her fair arms wrapping around his. Good brother, quick, I'm dying of thirst. An hour of non-stop slashing. My arms can bear. It doesn't ache anymore, and I'm not thirsty either. He-Yun found it miraculous. Seeing no spot for herself, Jiang Yu plopped down on his lap and laid back her soft back, pressed firmly against his chest. Her jade-like hand moved one of his hands off Sure Yes' leg and placed it on her own stomach. I was nearly exhausted in there. Looks like our state refreshes upon exiting. Good thing. If someone came out of the trial path dead tired and found an intruder sneaking into the house, it'd be disastrous. Lin Bei was speechless. A bunch of vixens. Starting another battle would be disrespectful to the apocalypse. Trial path activate. With a thought, his body was enveloped in a faint glow. A minute later, he vanished from the spot. The world-spun dizziness overwhelmed him, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an open space surrounded by an endless expanse of white. Please select a battle scene. Desert, grassland, forest, mountain, region, city. A plethora of choices. City. The next second, everything around him began to transform rapidly. In just 1 second, he stood on the asphalt road of a concrete city. Not a soul was around, but the scattered cars and damaged shops were identical to the outside world. First stage, zombie count 1. Zombie level peak, human limit 1. Please select your weapon. Once chosen, silently recite in your mind, begin the trial. There were many. All sorts of cold weapons. Lin Bei chose a tang horizontal saber that felt comfortable in his hand. He silently recited the words, and the next second a zombie spawned 10 meters ahead of him. It charged toward him with a low growl, its speed extraordinary, surpassing even that of a 100-meter sprinter. Yet in his eyes it moved as slowly as an old one. He ended it with a casual slash. Points gain 0. 1. Second round, zombie count 10. Zombie ranks, human limit 9, first order 1-star 1. He dispatched them with a few effortless strokes. With his current strength, dealing with these zombies cost him no stamina, as simple as scratching an itch. Third, fourth, fifth, seventh round, zombie count 5,000. Zombie ranks, human limit 4,000, first order 1-star 500, first order 2-star 200, first order 3-star 100, first order 4-star 100, first order 5. Schwa. A dense, terrifying horde of zombies appeared directly in front of Lin Bei. Seeing so many, he instinctively reached for a rejuvenation pill to put in his mouth. The number was too great, he would have to use that technique Xiaoyu taught him. My memory. Lin Bei had forgotten. This was the trial space, rejuvenation pills were useless. He took a deep breath, pushed off the ground with his foot, and charged into the terrifying zombie horde. 47 minutes, 50 seconds. 49 seconds. 48 seconds. There was a countdown on the side. He charged into the horde like he was entering an empty land. The zombies before him were as fragile as paper. Gripping his saber, he continuously dashed forward. With each dash, at least 100 heads flew into the air. 45 minutes, 50 seconds. 2 minutes. It took him only 2 minutes to slaughter these 5,000 zombies, a testament to his terrifying current strength. He was breathing slightly heavily, not from the killing, but from the dashing. It didn't matter, he had the double boost from his physique ability, and his stamina recovery was formidable. 8th round zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks First Order 1, star 9,000, First Order 2, star 200, First Order 3, star 200, First Order 4, star 200, First Order 5, star 200, First Order 6, star 10,000. This round was a bit difficult. Of course, Lin Bei didn't think it was difficult for him, but for the evolvers outside. However, being able to save progress made it irrelevant. Time to grind. 35 minutes, 50 seconds. Lin Bei's breathing was slightly labored. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he felt exhausted. No wonder they said the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was a zombie tide. He dared not claim to be number 1 in the world, but top 10 should be no problem, yet these low-ranked zombies still drained a fair amount of his stamina. 9th round zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks First Order 2, star 9,000, First Order 3, star 200, First Order 4, star 200, First Order 5, star 200, First Order 6, star 200, First Order 7, star 200. The number hadn't changed. Still 10,000. After a brief rest, Lin Bei's breathing steadied. Forget 200 First Order 7-star zombies. Even if all 10,000 were First Order 7-star, it wouldn't matter to him. It was just 1 slash each. 29 minutes, 50 seconds. Huff, huff. Lin Bei exhaled 2 heavy breaths, slowly calming his breathing. The 9th round had actually taken him 6 minutes. 10th round zombie count 10,000. Zombie ranks First Order 3, star 9,000, First Order 4, star 200, First Order 5, star 200, First Order 6, star 200, First Order 7, star 200, First Order 8, star 100, First Order 9, star 100. The zombie tide's strength skyrocketed. 10 minutes later. 19 minutes 50 seconds. Lin Bei was surrounded by densely packed corpses of zombies. He sat on the ground resting against the wall, his hand gripping the saber, trembling slightly. This was him, with such a vast lead in power that regardless of the zombies' rank, they were as fragile as paper before him. For ordinary players, it would take ages to grind this far. Tired. So tired. Thirsty. Hungry. All sorts of negative states surged over him. Even with his double physique, the consumption was simply too great, and he couldn't recover quickly enough. Lin Bei felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. He longed for a rejuvenation. However, he had only rested for a few seconds before the next wave arrived. Endless. No respite. Another 10,000, and he might just fall. 11th round zombie count 10. A zombie ranks Second Order 1, star 9, Second Order 2, star 1. 10. Lin Bei was stunned. That settled then. It seemed the rounds cycled every 10. He silently recited exit in his mind. There was no point in continuing to grind. He wasn't short on food. He had only come in to take a look. With the 10 rounds he had just cleared, he was more than enough to hold the first place today. Nearly 40,000 zombies. Truly only he with so many boosts could achieve this. Below him should be Xiaoyu. With her double boosts in physique and strength, she was very well suited for this kind of gauntlet mode. The next second he was back outside. His status was restored. How was it, Bei? How many rounds did you clear? Sure, you asked curiously while Jiang Yu and He Yun cast their glances over. Not many 10 rounds. As expected of my good disciple, stuck on the same 10th round as your master, Jiang Yu said. Humph, He Yun pouted. If I advanced to Second Order, I could reach the 10th round too. The gap between First Order 9-star and Second Order is too vast. My stamina couldn't keep up and I fell at the 8th round. Once I reach Second Order, my strength will skyrocket. Lin Bei smiled without a word. He stretched his back. It felt so much better to be at full capacity. The feeling of stamina depletion was truly unpleasant. He Yun waved by the window. Good brother, come quick. A name has appeared on the steel. It's you. You're first. Second is Sister Xiaoyu. And me, where am I? Where am I? I am actually fourth. Who is this third place? Baiwen. The name sounds like a young lady. How is she above me? Otherwise the three of us could have formed a perfect trio. Does she have some heaven-defying ability? Lin Bei walked to the window and looked. 1 Lin Bei China progress round 11-0. 2 Jiangyu China progress round 10-50. 3 Baiwen China progress round 10-5. 4 He in China progress round 8-10. 5 Lu Yi China progress round 8-7. Not bad. It only displayed the name, rankings, progress, and location, nothing else. If his guess was correct, this Baiwen should be Yu Ye's cousin Baiwen with her 3th level magnetic ability. This ranking didn't represent combat power. It only indicated sustained combat capability, so it wasn't very meaningful as a reference. However, world number 1 felt pretty good. 5 players from China was a beautiful sight. The trial steel had only appeared less than 2 hours ago, and the rankings were still changing, but the top 3 should remain. Wait. Jiang Ye's mouth fell slightly open. Lin Bei, when you said 10 rounds you meant you actually cleared the 10th round. Not that. With so many zombies how did you have enough stamina? Even if you're second order 3-star your physique isn't even half of mine. Lin Bei stretched his back. My dear master, never doubt your good disciple. Master should know best about this disciple's stamina. Have you forgotten the time you were begging for mercy? Jiang Ye's face flushed with shyness. Rebellious disciple, shut up. Lin Bei. Jiang Yu. Yeah, no way. Are those 3 monsters? How did they grind through so many zombies? The pills are completely useless in there. And isn't Lin Bai's ability spatial? His physique should be weak. How did he get to number 1 in the world? At the police station, Xiao Xie stared at the rankings on the trial steel with her mouth wide open. She had a 3-level lightning ability and she had reached second order 3-star. Even so, she had fallen at the 7th round. She thought her ranking was quite good, but she was dozens of places off. Looking at the top few 3 were very familiar. She could understand Jiang Ye's ranking. Physique ability had an advantage there, and she was also very skilled in using cold weapons. He Yun's strength ability was also barely understandable. But Lin Bei she truly couldn't understand. Really? Fuck you. Why, oi? Tell me why. Why are the top 5 in the national rankings all from China? Does my great country of America not have a single powerful expert for women, and they all climb above us? Where are our people, eh? Bakayero. Sherbal. The trial steel appeared across the globe. Though law and morality vanished with the apocalypse's outbreak, a deep sense of belonging still lingered in everyone's hearts. They would strike ruthlessly at those nearby, yet when it came to national rankings they still yearned for their own to be the strongest. Damn it. I thought I was strong enough, but there are so many freaks out there. I still don't understand how that Lin Bei managed to be number 1 in the world, and even cleared the 10th floor. Xiao Xie couldn't figure it out. It was utterly baffling. Unless, besides being a spatial ability user, Lin Bei also possessed other hidden physical abilities. To say she wasn't jealous would be a lie, but right now she urgently needed to see him again. Secondary objective: retrieve Inu. Primary objective: request more medicine. The raging storm drove the zombies near the police station into a frenzy. In the dead of night, the main gate was crushed by the terrifying horde. The station had firearms and ammunition, but not nearly enough to hold off the tide. Relying on her stockpiled pills, she managed to fight, without a single casualty. Oh, without those drugs the losses would have been devastating. Sister, didn't you say that Lin Bei likes beautiful women and treats his women well? What if I try to get close to him, become his woman, and help you get more of those pills? A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Xie approached her, gazing up at the rankings on the trial steel. As a younger sister, she naturally wanted to share her sister's burden. Xiao Xie shook her head. Sharon, even though you're as beautiful as I am, and had plenty of admirers before, he might not take a liking. You know, the women around him all have abilities. You're at the 2nd rank, but without an ability, that's a fatal flaw. His target is me. Do you like him then? He's a playboy. I bet he's already had Jiang Yu in these past few days. Though he's a hopeless flirt with clumsy tricks to ensnare women, I have to admit he's incredibly handsome. And his awkward tactics have actually caught my interest. I'm quite intrigued by him. In this apocalypse, which capable man doesn't have several wives? It was the same before the end, and he's the world's number 1 after all. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Xie's lips, amusement flickering in her eyes. That chance encounter that day, when she sought the pills Lin Bei deliberately flaunted so much before her, all to stir her heart. Saying he didn't like owing favors was clearly just another calculated move. To make her develop feelings for him. To make her seek him out often. She was too agitated at the time to notice. But upon reflection, she saw through his little scheme. He wanted to slowly reel her in with those pills, and she didn't dislike it. In fact, she found him rather endearing. This is the apocalypse now. With Lin Bai's power, countless beauties seek his protection. The women he brought from the martial arts gym, though not top-tier stunners, never lacked suitors before the end. Yet he hasn't touched a single one. He Yun and sure you are deeply dependent on him, showing that while he's a flirt, he's not repulsive and takes good care of his women. She is a police officer after all. She had enough analytical skill for that. Most precious of all, he hasn't succumbed to the worst of human nature, becoming one of those who would stoop to any depravity. And his standards are incredibly high. Jiang Yu, who stayed by his side for days, has been thoroughly claimed as one of his women, currently ranked 2nd in the world. He Yun is ranked 4th globally. Jiang Shiyu's name isn't in the top 10, but as luck would have it, she sits just 1 spot above her, currently ranked 39th. One can only imagine how extraordinary his women truly are. Xiao Xie felt immensely grateful that her sister suggested using surveillance to monitor the whole city. Otherwise, that night, when Lin Bei stole her kill, they might have clashed and become enemies. In the best case, that would have been the outcome. In the worst, she'd have been killed or turned into a plaything. Such is the importance of information. Of course, she still didn't know of Lin Wanan's existence. Sister, are you really going to be, with your abilities, sharing a man with a group of women? Isn't that too demeaning? Demeaning? Xiao Xie laughed. Sharon, you know full well that Lin Bei only started killing zombies 5 days after the apocalypse broke out. He gave us a 5-day head start and still caught up. You call it demeaning, but have you considered that soon even if I wanted to throw myself at him, I might not be worthy? She had self-awareness. But you have a 3-grade lightning ability. The further you go, the stronger you'll get. How could you not be? Not to criticize, but aside from Jiang Shiyu, who shares his spatial ability, He Yun and Jiang Yu are both physical enhancement types. They might shine on the trial steel early on, but in the later stages it's freaks like you with extraordinary abilities who truly matter. Chiron, you're thinking too simplistically. A rejuvenation pill materialized in Xiao Xie's hand, and she twirled it between her slender index finger and thumb. You know how miraculous this drug is. The reason he's so casual with it is first to lure me in a second, because he has a massive supply, and third. This stuff means nothing to him. Either he has an absurdly large stockpile, or he possesses something even better. Setting everything else aside, just having such a drug in bulk. His and his women's strength will only soar. Soon they might reach a level where we can only retreat in awe. By the time they're at the 4th or 5th rank, I won't even have reached the 3rd. The only way not to fall behind is to have an unlimited supply myself, not just a few pills here and there. We've studied and tested them. No leads at all. There's no way to replicate them. My ability is good, but I know I'm not the only woman with a great ability. Moreover, haven't you noticed more and more eyes watching our police station, our members, you and me lately? The night before last. Why weren't the barriers at the service center next door breached? Why wasn't the elementary school gate across the street smashed? Why was only our police station gate broken through? Even if zombies have keen senses, our building is at least 50 meters from the gate. In that heavy rain, could they really smell us from that far? And now without wind or rain they can't. As she spoke, Xiao Xie glanced at the few zombies aimlessly wandering outside the police station gate. The gate had been repaired, not as sturdy as before, but better than nothing. Jiang Shiyu and He Yun have grown close over time, and He Yun is tight with Jiang Yu. The three of them are practically a clique. I'm afraid they'll ostracize you, that you'll swallow your pride for our sake and suffer in silence. Chiron understood. Xia's thirst for strength wasn't for her own glory, but to better protect the team's members. Chiron, since you're worried he'll be wronged, how about you join me as one of his women? Their trio against our duo. Sister, what are you saying? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Even if you wanted to, he might not fancy you. Enough talk. While the trial steel is still fresh, I'm heading out. Call me on the walkie-talkie if anything comes up. With that, Xiao Xie led her sister into the building. She couldn't leave openly. It wasn't like a few days ago. Even after 3 days of torrential rain, there were always people braving the storm for various reasons. With a sharp whoosh once inside the building, her body crackled with arcs of electricity as she shot away from the police station at incredible speed, heading for Jiang Ye's martial arts gym. There was more she didn't say. The sudden appearance of the trial steel suggested that this apocalypse was no ordinary zombie crisis. Where did Lin Bei's miraculous pills come from? A family recipe from before the end couldn't possibly have such a powerful effect on beings already beyond human limits. There was only one explanation. Lin Bei, he, might be a hidden cultivator. She had read her share of novels, mostly crime and mystery, but she had dabbled in other genres, including cultivation. Those tiny spherical pellets were exactly like the pills described in those stories. What a little genius I am. Hurry, hurry. Someone's stealing our kill. Yaya pinned down a second-tier zombie for Mama to finish, but it got snatched. There are so many of them, several at the second tier, I can't protect Mama and fight them off. Just as he stepped out of the martial arts gym, the voice of Silver Moon echoed in his ears. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and opened a spatial rift. Let's go. Wanan is surrounded. Oh ho, someone dared to steal from them. They could steal from others, but no one could steal from them. Beautiful lady, tell your dog, know your wolf, to change back obediently. A second-tier pet would be a pity if it got killed. Rest assured, we sincerely invite you to join our team. Let's team up and clear the trial path together. Joining us would be safer for you, wouldn't it? A somewhat burly man in a black vest holding a steel spear extended the invitation to Lin Weiner. As he spoke, his gaze roamed over her figure and face, his eyes blazing with lust. A white t-shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. It was a simple outfit, but on her it was exquisite. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin as white as fresh snow. Before the apocalypse, such a peerless beauty would have intimidated them into not daring a second glance. But now she would join willingly today, or be forced to join. With them around, once she joined, it would only take a few days to tame her into complete obedience. Before, there had been many women who preferred death over submission, but after tasting ultimate pleasure, they became all too obedient. Lin Weiner was shielded by Silver Moon, now the size of a minivan. 6 men surrounded them tightly, each gripping a long spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger. When choosing a weapon, of course you pick the longer one. Did you notify Xiao Bei? Knowing she was outmatched, Lin Weiner had immediately told Silver Moon to notify Lin Bei. Fortunately, Silver Moon was a second-tier beast, so the men hesitated to attack. It was the same as before. Still the same. When would she truly become strong? Lin Weiner tightened her grip on her blade, constantly turning to guard against a sudden strike from behind. Beautiful lady, I'll give you 1 minute to decide. Either you and your pet join us, or we beat your pet half to death. or kill it, and force you to join. The treatment differs vastly between the two. With a second-tier beast pet you can stand as our equal. No need to worry about us crossing the line. Together well, enter the trial path and achieve great results. Multiplayer mode allows pets. Beautiful lady, don't you want the ranking rewards from the trial steal? Don't you want more points to improve your meals? Don't you crave a safe shelter for peaceful sleep? Our team has professional chefs to satisfy your palate and dedicated night watchmen. Joining will elevate your living conditions. Think it over carefully, beautiful lady. Lin Weiner's palm itched, and she smiled. The morning sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating her face. Her smile made their hearts tighten, their greed intensifying. Gently, softly, she said, "Thank you for the chat, gentlemen. My little husband and my sisters are here." The leading man frowned. Someone was coming. She hadn't used a walkie-talkie. How had she notified them? He quickly scanned his surroundings. At the end of the road to the right, a handsome man and 3 beautiful women approached. Their breaths grew hot instantly. Each woman rivaled the one before them. Each was a paragon of beauty, stirring their blood. Lin Bei don't always finish off enemies so quickly. Let us practice too. Jiang Yu drew her short spear from her waist, extending it into an 18-meter-long spear. Exactly, dear brother. You're already too fierce. When you act we have no fun. Let Sister Xiaoyu and me play. Sister Xiyu, you rest too. Leave this trifle to us little sisters. He Yun's face lit up with excitement. Fighting humans was far more entertaining than killing zombies. Lin Bei shrugged helplessly. Since they wanted to play, let them. Xiaoyu had ample combat experience, and He Yun needed practice. She had only fought humans twice before. On the rooftop, without weapons, she could only cower. In his home, she was outmatched in strength. Sister Xiaoyu, those 3 are yours, these 3 are mine. He Yun drew her tang saber. The blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light in the sun as she walked forward alongside Jiang Yu. Of course, Sister Xiaoyun, He Yun's bottom tightened. Oh dear sister, don't call me that. Every time you do, my bottom starts aching. I wouldn't dare. Since I've joined, I must follow the rules. Sister Xiaoyun taught me that herself. You're the senior, I the junior, dare not offend. They chatted as if no one else existed, completely ignoring the 6 men. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyu, don't underestimate them. They're all second tier. Wanan reported their situation. Just second tier. Sister Wanan, watch how your sister Xiaoyun at the 9-star first tier crosses tiers to slay a second tier. Heaven did not birth He Xiaoyun, and the path of strength would be eternal night. Just as He Yun was about to lunge, a dark gun barrel appeared in her sight, and she slammed on the brakes. The leading man revealed a sinister smile. Little sister He Yun, you've read too many novels. Who's playing with cold weapons now? Do you know what era it is? The 21st century, the age of firearms. Be good, listen up. If you don't want to die, kneel obediently. Dear brother, this guy has no martial ethics. He Yun's face fell as she pointed at him and turned to Lin Bei. Why did every fight with humans go wrong? Guns were terrifying. I told you to kneel. The man began to shout when He Yun didn't comply, but before he could finish he felt a cold, tubular iron object pressed against the back of his head. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He swallowed involuntarily. What kind of terrifying entity had crept up behind him without a sound? It had to be a gun against his head. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. He quickly crouched and spun around, firing several shots. If the enemy didn't shoot first, they should be prepared to be killed instead. The apocalypse was like that. One misstep cost your life. The thrill of living on the edge excited him. He couldn't wait to see the reaction of the person behind him getting hit. But as he turned and fired, he found no one behind him. Only a strange half-gun barrel floated in midair. The barrel rotated, aiming at his crouched head. He froze. What the hell? Brother, you're right. It's the 21st century, a beautiful new world. But it's no longer the age of firearms. Times have changed. Now it's the age of abilities. The smile had shifted to Lin Bai's face. Be good, drop the gun. Spar with them. If the 6 of you can beat them with your spears, I'll overlook you stealing my Wanan's zombie. The man froze, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief. His voice trembled slightly. You're a space ability user. Without a second thought, he dropped the gun to the ground. Yet it didn't fall. It landed in Lin Bai's hand, who tossed it to Xiu. You, here you go. He only needed the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. Amichim. Xiu took the gun, and with a flicker of thought the pistol vanished from her hand. This sight made the man's scalp tingle. Could it be? This woman was also a space ability user. There had been an ability ranking online. Based on existing abilities, the top ranked was space ability. He never imagined that the husband of the woman with a second-tier pet was a space ability user, and possibly both of them. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding, you see. Damn, he couldn't spin it anymore. If he hadn't fired, he might have managed to lie, but he had pulled the trigger. Bro, if we 6 brothers really could defeat your 2 female companions, would you truly let us live? He had no choice but to follow his earlier words. Of course, I've never had many virtues in life, but my one strength is that I never lie. They'll trust you on that. The man could only pin his hopes on this. Earlier he had made his woman kneel. What man wouldn't harbor murderous intent? He didn't dare try to control his woman as a threat. Doing so would be a sure death sentence. For space ability was truly terrifying. Brothers, did you hear that? Let's spar with our big brother's wife. The other 5 weren't fools either. They understood their leader's intent to hold back and put on a show demonstrating their lowered stance, hoping they might be spared. Little sister, Hee-Yun am a second-tier 4-star a rank strength ability user currently with triple strength amplification. Am a second-tier 1-star with no ability. Am second-tier 1-star with no ability. They each reported their status. This sister am second-tier 1-star with no ability. Am second-tier 2-star with no ability. Am second-tier 3-star crank Qilin arm ability, granting me triple strength. Seizing the opportunity. Lin Wanan holding the shrunken silver moon approached Lin Bei with an apologetic face. Sorry for wasting your time. Don't say that among us. This is... Lin Wanan was slightly startled, staring at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside Lin Bei. Her speed was incredible, covering a great distance in an instant. Lin Bei glanced over. Mommy Sia mommy. Little silver moon leaped lightly from Wanan's arms into Xiao Xia's embrace, nuzzling her affectionately with its Sia. Xiao Xia. Lin Wanan finally met this sister whom Xiaoyu had mentioned several times. A formidable figure with a 3-level lightning ability and founder of a women's legion to protect females. Everyone around him was so impressive. You still remember me? Xiao Xia pinched its ear in mock annoyance. Every time it ran off to play and got caught, it knew how to act cute. She was immune by now. Hello, I'm Xiao Xia, and you are? Xiao Xia extended her hand toward Lin Wanan. Hello, I'm Lin Wanan. I just joined Lin Bai's group before the heavy rain. Oh, Lin Wanan. She hadn't seen that name on the trial steel. You probably know my ability, so what's yours? Xiao Xia asked bluntly. She was fairly familiar with Lin Bei and the others, so asking about abilities was no big deal. I don't have an ability. No ability. Xiao Xia's expression turned curious. Lin Bei would actually keep someone without an ability by his side. What a shame. It all came down to luck. Up ahead. Little sister Hee-Yun, you're a first-tier, 9-star challenging us 3 brothers. Are you sure you don't want us to come one by one? After they introduced themselves, the leader, holding a spear, spoke. What? Hee-Yun is only at first-tier 9-star? Xiao Xia asked Lin Bei in shock. The 4th-ranked person globally was only at first-tier 9-star. Is there a problem? A huge one. She's the 4th on the trial steely right. Even with her strength ability advantage, how could she clear so many trials at first-tier 9-star? Xiao Xia was genuinely stunned. She had assumed Hee-Yun had already broken through to 2nd tier. Lin Bei chuckled. Well, maybe her trials were just easier. Really? Xiao Xia didn't buy his nonsense. Everyone's trials were the same. There had to be a secret. Up ahead, Hee-Yun tilted her head with a sweet smile. Big brothers don't look down on me just because I'm first-tier 9-star. Remember, my name is Hee-Yun. What about being named Hee-Yun? He knew several people named Hee-Yun. Wait. Hee-Yun. Damn. You are the Hee-Yun ranked 4th globally on the trial steel. The man's expression shifted instantly. He had never connected this Hee-Yun to that one. First-tier 9-star. What a load of crap. The next second, Hee-Yun lunged forward with a push of her foot. So fast. By the time he reacted, Hee-Yun was already before him. Was this really first-tier 9-star speed? He swung his spear to block her blade. The moment their weapons clashed, his steel spear snapped like paper. He froze. What kind of terrifying force could slice through a solid steel pipe with a single strike? No. Before he could react, Hee-Yun brought her blade down in a vertical slash. He instinctively raised the headless spear shaft to block, but it too shattered like paper, cleaved effortlessly in two, along with his consciousness and body. Big brother. Boss. Holy shit. Everyone present was stunned. Their leader, a 2nd-tier 4-star with triple strength, was one shot by a first-tier 9-star woman without even a chance to fight back, split cleanly in half. Hee-Yun curled her lip. Is this really a 2nd-tier 4-star? So pathetic. I felt nothing. I thought it would be an epic battle, but he couldn't even put up a fight. What? Xiao Xia was shocked again. The one who just got killed was 2nd-tier 4-star. If Hee-Yun hadn't said it, she would never have guessed. Just how high was Hee-Yun's strength ability level to be this terrifying? Don't space out, here I come. Jiang Yu charged forward, gripping her spear at an angle. With a single unadorned smash, she crushed a 2nd-tier 3-star to death. The steel spear snapped in two, and so did his body, split into halves. The scene was gruesome. Qilin arm. Is that all? Holy shit. Xiao Xia cursed again, her scalp tingling. Hey, you're a physique ability user, not strength. How is your power equally overwhelming? This is off the charts. Too strong. Too excessive. Completely unreasonable. No. Something's definitely wrong. The power they displayed far exceeded what they should possess. Even if Hee-Yun's strength ability reached tier 3, 4, or even 5 with her first-tier 9-star foundation, she could never achieve such performance. Especially since Jiang Yu is a physique ability user. There's only one answer. Apart from the pills to restore physical strength and spiritual energy, Lin Bei surely possessed other precious treasures on him. Otherwise, there was simply no explanation for Hee-Yun and Jiang Yu's absurdly explosive power. Seeing this, she became even more convinced of her thoughts. She was determined to have Lin Bei. Initially, she believed that with her 3-level lightning ability, she could protect her all-female squad at least in the early stages of the apocalypse. However, the bizarre zombie horde in the rainstorm and the emergence of the trial steel made her feel her strength was insufficient. It seemed that before long her team might suffer a devastating blow. And the world's apocalyptic landscape would also change due to the trial steel. More and more teams and squads would emerge as a result. The multiplayer challenge mode had no upper limit on participants, the more the better. This was a good thing for humanity. But for women, it was not necessarily so. Even if the bizarre zombie horde in the rainstorm was merely due to their bad luck of having their gate smashed over time, her squad, composed entirely of women, would become a tempting target in others' eyes, and the choicest cut of meat. Regardless of the reason, she had to become his woman. Once she became his woman, setting aside the drugs that could rapidly enhance her strength, the combat power of Lin Bei, Shiryu, Hiyun, and Zhang Yu alone would be a tremendous guarantee. Damn it, there's no way you're just a 1-star 9th rank. How the hell am I supposed to fight you? The boss was dead. The second in command, with the 2 strongest among the 6, instantly killed the remaining 4, had no intention of continuing the sparring session. Besides, was this even a spar? If not now, when would they run? Were they supposed to stand there and wait for death? Oh, trying to bully my sister Wanan, and still thinking of running. Hiyun picked up a stone half the size of a fist from the ground, and threw it with all her might using a baseball throwing posture. On my arm. After throwing just one, Hiyun clutched her right arm in pain, feeling as if her muscles had torn. She quickly stuffed a green healing pill into her mouth. There was no choice. Her current strength far exceeded the limit her body could withstand, and she had just forgotten this. The stone she threw was like a meteor, though its aim was slightly off. But that didn't matter. Lin Bei moved his fingers, slightly opening a spatial wormhole. The fist-sized stone passed through one person's head without losing any speed, then the second, the third, and the fourth. 4 in one shot. Xiao Xia's mouth hung wide open. For second-rank fighters, had just been killed by Hiyun with a single stone. It was too absurd. Truly too absurd. And she had seen Hiyun stuff a green pill into her mouth, and the pain on her face vanished as it went down her throat. She speculated that it might be a pill capable of healing injuries. So Lin Bei indeed still had good things on him. Sigh. I thought they were all masters of the spear, but in the end not a single one knew how to wield it. Of course, it could also be that we're just too strong. Zhang Yu sighed, retracted her long spear to 60 centimeters, and tucked it behind her waist. Exactly. They were all such weaklings. My excitement hadn't even started before it ended. A bunch of noobs. Can't even beat a 1-star 9th rank like me. Hiyun complained while linking arms with Zhang Yu and returning to Lin Bai's side. Hello, Sister Xia. Hiyun greeted politely. After all, this sister might also become her sister in the future. As a younger sister who wanted everyone's affection, she naturally had to be well-behaved. Hello. Xiao Xia smiled awkwardly. With Hiyun's terrifying strength now, if she threw a punch at her, she'd really be seeing her ancestors on the spot. How could it be so exaggerated? Lin Bei, let me ask you something. During these 3 days of heavy rain, did you encounter any abnormal zombie behavior? For instance, even though there were so many buildings here, the zombies focused their attacks on you. Just ask and find out. Yes. Was someone secretly directing them? You could say that. Xiao Xia frowned deeply. So it was no accident. Do you have any discoveries? Can you tell me? I urgently need this information. I want to take it for free. Tell me whatever you need without hesitation. I'll do my utmost to satisfy you as long as it doesn't harm my team's interests. Lin Bei smiled. Miss Xiao, do you realize that your words can easily lead people to propose some less than ideal conditions? Now he already had the strength to manipulate Xiao Xia. Earlier he had been polite with her, partly out of slight caution toward her ability, and partly to let her take the bait. The bait had been taken. It was time to cast the net. Moreover, it was no longer him who had to be cautious, but Xiao Xia who had to be wary of them. She was a strong woman and an intelligent one. There was no reason she didn't understand why he had given her so many rejuvenation pills for free. If she didn't understand, she was just playing dumb. Playing dumb. That would only mean she wasn't clever enough. Xiao Xia's beautiful eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Little fellow, so impatient are you? A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She said seriously, I told you, tell me whatever you need, and I'll do my utmost to satisfy you. This information is crucial to me. I don't want those girls suffering in the apocalypse to become tools for men to release their desires. I want them all to be okay, but I'm already feeling overwhelmed. The night before last we were nearly overrun by the zombie horde. I hope you can help me. Lin Bei smiled. Good. Xiao Xia was indeed very clever. He had thought her profession might make her difficult, but she turned out to be sensible and self-aware with long-term vision. Not bad. Really not bad. So far the women he had encountered were all quite smart and commendably self-aware. He hadn't met any of those infuriating entitled fairies, which was good. Lin Bei said slowly, there is a type of person who can control zombies. Xiao Xia frowned. Humans controlling zombies. She had thought that zombies had already given birth to beings with intelligence no less than humans. Strictly speaking, they aren't human. They are zombies who retain their memories after eating zombie flesh. To them, zombies are like foolish younger brothers. I don't know if they can evolve, but they probably can, though not to a high level. Eating zombie flesh shows they lack the courage to even go out and find food. Of course I can't rule out those forced to eat zombie flesh. Thanks. Xiao Xia hugged Silver Moon and thanked him, then asked, so have you thought about what you need? If not, take your time. Lin Bei didn't answer but asked instead, don't you know what I want? Xiao Xia stretched her ample figure, rivaling sure, yes, barely contained. I can give it to you, but my treatment should be the same as theirs, right? The same. Lin Bei smiled. Good. Very smooth. When do you want it? Now? Should I go with you? Xiao Xia wasn't shy at all, pointing to an empty house by the roadside. What was the big deal? Was this even a problem? At night, Lin Bei was taken aback, feeling as if he was the one being consumed. Oh ho, so he had a bit of patience after all. Night might not work. My police station might be targeted by those half-human, half-zombie things you mentioned. I only managed to come this far because the trial steel just appeared. I can't stay outside too long. How about this, you and the sisters come to my place? I guarantee no one will disturb you. Xiao Xia said. It wasn't that she deliberately wanted to lure them to the police station, but given the current situation, she truly dared not leave for too long. Although those girls had all awakened evolution, very few had abilities, and some had useless ones. Their combat power was frankly poor. Lin Bei rubbed his chin. Using a martial arts gym as a base was truly inadequate. It had electricity, yes, but the space was far too cramped. Alright. He had refused before because Xiao Xia had wanted to recruit him into her group. Now, however, she was inviting him and her sisters as his woman, and also to select a small squad from Xiao Xia's female warriors to train. Really? Xiao Xia was overjoyed, never expecting him to agree so swiftly. With him and these sisters guarding the city. No, that was too narrow a view. Who in the entire world would dare provoke them? What did you want me to refuse? No. Xiao Xia quickly waved her hand, stood on tiptoe to hook her arm around his shoulder, pulled him close, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Thanks, Big Bei. She giggled happily. Hello, sisters. Please take care of me from now on. I didn't bring much, so hey, raise a small gift for each of you. I hope you don't mind. Xiao Xia handed each of them a walkie-talkie. The effective communication range is 15 kilometers. With these, it'll be more convenient for everyone. These don't need the internet. Hiyun examined hers curiously. No, they don't. Xiao Xia explained how to use them. She had originally brought them for Lin Bei, but even if everyone stayed at the police station, these devices would still come in handy. The Phoenix Squad is recruiting. The Phoenix Squad is recruiting. The Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Location: International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location: International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location: International Phoenix City. The Phoenix Squad has over 50 second-order powerhouses and more than 10 class ability users. Everyone is welcome to join. Everyone is welcome to join. Phoenix. Foe. Just as Xiao Xia finished explaining, the sound of a loudspeaker like those used by street vendors blared out. They followed the sound and saw a grand procession of electric scooters, each with a large speaker tied to the back. Behind them, countless zombies were in pursuit. Boom. The man at the rear of the line tossed a small bomb backward. The front ranks of zombies were blasted down, causing those behind to trip and fall. The distance between them and the zombies suddenly widened. Hey, people. Beautiful women. The 5 riders quickly spotted Lin Bei and the others. The sight of 5 stunningly beautiful women made their eyes shine brighter than flashlights. They braked to a stop 10 meters ahead and shouted at the top of their lungs, hey there. Interested in joining the Phoenix Squad? We have over 50 second-order powerhouses, 10 class ability users, and a total of more than 500 members, half men and half women. You handsome guys and beautiful ladies don't need to worry about safety. The group exchanged strange glances. 10 class ability users. 50 second-order powerhouses. Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Let me tell you a secret: the nation's top-ranked Lin Bei is our boss. Don't hesitate. Join us. Tonight we're organizing a multiplayer mode in the trial steely led by boss Lin Bei himself. We're sure to get first place, and everyone will earn rewards. Everyone was speechless. It was so over the top, it was laughable. Huh. As they paused to talk, the horde of zombies behind them closed in again. The leading man extended his hand. Handsome ladies, don't hesitate. Get on board. Joining the Phoenix Squad is the best decision you'll ever make. Handsome, you don't want these beauties to live in constant fear, do you? The world outside is dangerous. Under boss Lin Bei's leadership, our squad has strict rules. All relationships are consensual, and there's absolutely no coercion. The zombies drew nearer. Here, I have a video of our base on my phone. Let me show you. As he spoke, the man reached into his pocket, then suddenly whipped out a pistol, aimed it at Lin Bei's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 0 frame initiation. How could he survive? The next moment, the man toppled off his scooter, a bloody hole in his forehead gushing crimson. Lin Bei was speechless. Using my name, and then trying to ambush me. Unbelievable. Why couldn't they just live peacefully? A desert eagle appeared in his hand. He pulled the trigger and shot the 4 fleeing on their scooters one by one. Only the loudspeakers remained, repeating their message. Bei, do you think the Phoenix Squad they mentioned really exists? Xiu asked, glancing at the bodies. I don't know. Lin Bei shook his head. But I think it probably does, just not as exaggerated as they claimed. They might really be recruiting. The reason they suddenly attacked was likely because they found you all too beautiful and wanted to take you for themselves. Using my name to swindle people and running into me in the process. What a show. Recruiting was fine as long as it didn't involve him. Xiao Xie stared at the bodies and sighed. A moment between heaven and hell. Why couldn't they just drive away quietly? Forget it, no need to pity such scum. Who knows how many girls they've ruined. Ha spit. Huh. Ha ahead. Thousands of zombies surged forward like piranhas, catching the scent of blood, their claws outstretched. Sisters, these. Tendrils of lightning crackled from Xiao Xie's fingertips, forming a whip of electricity. She was about to say shed handle the zombies when He narrowed her eyes and swung a blade. What was she doing? Holy shit. The next second Xiao Xie understood. Countless zombie heads flew into the air, dozens, maybe hundreds in a rough estimate. You really are a cultivator. Xiao Xie stared at Lin Bei, blurting out this conclusion. Since Lin Bei had taught He Yun this identity was no secret among his women. Huh. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Me? Cultivator. Xiao Xie smiled confidently. After tonight, I'll be your woman, so don't hide this from me. You've already taught Sister Yun to use spiritual energy. You're not going to leave me out, are you? I may be late to the game, but you can't play favorites. I see now, Sister Yun is only at 1-star 9 hoarder, yet she's ranked 4th in the world. It's because she's on the path of cultivation with you. No wonder your pills are so miraculous. Lin Bei laughed. She actually thought he was a cultivator. Wait. Actually, now that he thought about it. If he were a cultivator, all those miraculous pills would make perfect sense. He could just play along. To stop them from speculating. This technique, Jiang Yu was the first to grasp it, then taught us. It's not spiritual energy, it's about channeling the internal force within your body. You have it too. Strictly speaking, it's a martial arts skill. After consuming Jiang Yes Bond, everyone's martial arts talent doubled, and their learning ability doubled. He Yun and Xiu had both mastered this skill, even low-ranked one had learned it. Such were the benefits of a peak bond. However, the pills I gave you were indeed refined according to my ancestors' recipes. They'll come clean. I'm not hiding it anymore. My ancestors were cultivators and I know some techniques and alchemy. At this, all the women felt relieved. So that was it. Though they had never asked, they were always curious. The dramatic boosts in power and the sheer quantity of miraculous pills were too extraordinary. Now they had their answer. With the apocalypse upon them, why couldn't one's ancestors have been cultivators? Xia, don't intervene. There are quite a few zombies here. Xiu Shaoyan, you two handle them. Break through to the second order first and leave the rest to one in. As the zombie horde drew closer, Jiang Yu glanced at the lightning whip in Xiao Xie's hand and spoke. The higher one's evolution level. The less energy ordinary zombies provide. Letting lower-level individuals kill this tide of common zombies yields greater benefits. Xiao Xie's whip vanished from her hand. She had instinctively prepared to finish off most of the threat herself and leave the remainder to those beside her, but these people were not the ordinary evolvers of her squad. Whoosh, whoosh. He Yun and Shiryu did not surge forward either. They stood their ground and poured out their internal vigor. They slashed once and swallowed a Huili Dan restorative pill. With more than 10 pills down, the two rose to second rank 1-star, catching up to Jiang Yes level. All that remained was Wanan. Xiao Xie felt numb. Their rate of advancement was far faster than she had imagined. She could simply stand there and unleash her ultimate again and again, wave upon wave, without worrying about pill consumption. She felt indescribably fortunate about her choice. She was not envious, because she too had the right to squander now. She too belonged to Lin Bei. Here. Lin Bei tossed a bottled water at Xiao Xie. It was filled to the brim with Huili Dan. Use these for now. I'm stepping out. Once we finish clearing the zombies here, I'll take them to continue near the police station. Sure, you don't be careless. Watch your surroundings. Don't worry. With me here, nothing unexpected will happen, Sure, you assured him. Her spatial perception ability remained maximally active. After 3 days of relentless rain, both she and Lin Bei had raised their space skills to level 3. Their sensing range expanded greatly. With full power on, she could detect a fly passing within 500 meters. Of course, her attention was focused even more on Xiao Xie. Although Xiao Xie would become one of theirs tonight, she was not yet one of them. Her strength could still threaten one in, and the others, so vigilance could not be dropped for a single moment in the apocalypse. No one knew whether she was putting on an act. No one knew her true intentions. Jiang Yu was watching Xiao Xie as well. In the end times, trust was a fragile thing. Even the closest friend could betray you. Having endured betrayal before, she could not simply trust this Xiao Xie, whom she had met only a few times. They were both friends and strangers. They admired her, but that did not mean they did not keep their guard against her. Xiao Xie noticed it. Since Lin Bei left, the gazes of He Yun, Xiao Yu, and Shiryu kept darting toward her. She understood they were wary of her, and she did not take offense. She was in fact quite pleased. It meant they were careful that they had not relaxed because of her earlier words or the kiss with Lin Bei. In the apocalypse, such caution was a precious virtue. She genuinely wanted to integrate into their small team. Why would she resent that? Time would prove everything. She looked at the full bottle of Hueli Dan. To be Lin Bei's woman. How blissful that would be. She treated those pills like a treasure. The Hueli Dan that had saved the team on the rainy night was now casually handed to her in a full bottle. With that supply, she felt confident she could protect her small team. Meanwhile, Lin Bei reached the villa district within minutes. Standing before one house, he inhaled lightly. There was the scent of meat, the smell of fish, and the aroma of freshly cooked rice. A smile tugged at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. The appearance of the trial steal had shattered many who tried to use food to lure and control women. It affected them not at all. Lin Bei's leverage was more than mere food. It was the Hueli Dan that proved irresistible. He suspected these girls were already irretrievably addicted. He stepped inside. 10 girls sat scattered about the living room. 3 large pots were set on the floor, one of white radish stewed with meat, one of braised carp, and one of vegetable and pork rib soup. Each girl cradled a bowl of rice, chatting and laughing as they ate. Lin Bei scanned them briefly. First rank 9-star. First rank 9-star. First rank 9-star. He paused in surprise. 10 people. 10 at first rank 9-star. He had underestimated them. After he left, there came 3 days and nights of torrential rain. They not only met his requirements, but exceeded them greatly. One could imagine how much hardship they had endured. Excellent. They were qualified to become his secret squad. Wan, by contrast, had lagged behind. Not because she was lazy, but because with him around, she could not help indulging herself. He smiled and flicked a finger. A mountain of food appeared beside them: stacked steaks, sausages, huge egg tarts, 30 braised pig trotters, and 100 plates of golden egg fried rice. He Tao had been eating contentedly. When the sudden bounty appeared, she froze, then was overcome with joy. The familiar spread meant the master had arrived. She scanned the room, saw Lin Bei on the sofa, and rushed to kneel before him, reporting their achievement. Master, we have completed your trial, and even exceeded it. All of us are now first rank 9-star. Are you satisfied? Lin Bei waved his hand, and a ring landed steadily in her palm. He Tao trembled with excitement at the sight of the ring. Could it be? Could the master be proposing to her? My God, happiness had arrived too suddenly. She was not emotionally prepared. What should she do? The master proposed. What should she do? She felt as if she would faint from joy. Yes, I will, master. I will. I truly will. He Tao stared at Lin Bei. At the thought of lying in the arms of such a handsome master, her pupils gradually took on the shape of hearts. She bubbled over with excitement. Lin Bei remained impassive. You silly notions, he said. It's a spatial ring. It binds to its master by blood. Spiritual power can sweep and access its contents. Inside are enough supplies for the next 3 days. Besides food, there are 500 black stamina restoring pills and 30 green healing pills. As long as one does not die instantly, even missing limbs can regrow. He Tao's eyes fell. It was not a proposal. But they brightened again. 500 pills was extravagance indeed, and 30 life-saving pills were priceless. She pricked her finger to bind the ring, then slipped it onto her left ring finger. It glittered on her hand. She giggled. No proposal, but it was the master's ring, so she would pretend he had proposed. Master, would you like to join us and eat? We cooked these dishes, and they turned out well. He Tao invited, and the other women looked at him with eager, expectant eyes. Over these days, under He Tao's relentless persuasion and subtle brainwashing, their admiration for him had swelled until it overflowed. They dreamed of becoming his women. In brainwashing them, He Tao had also reinforced her own longing to be one of Lin Bei's women. No thanks. You eat at your leisure. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A cup of bubble tea appeared by each woman. Your progress truly surprised me. Your effort made me look at you anew. Your sweat will not be wasted. This comfortable place and these delicious foods are the spoils you earned. Here, some chicken soup, he added, offering them a bowl of broth. No. One girl spoke up. Master, you are mistaken. Lin Bei frowned. His chicken soup, not good enough. The girl continued. Everything we have today, the comfortable villa, the delicious food. These are all your grace, master. If not for you, we would have been bound and used as tools. You gave us a new life. All of this is your doing. Indeed. It is not our own effort, but yours, master. Because of your efforts, we live as we do now. Lin Bei, I did no such noble deed. In truth, He Tao had thoroughly brainwashed these girls. Master, 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 do we now qualify to be your people, to receive your favor? He Tao asked hastily, eyes full of expectation. At her words, a pair of bright, moist eyes fixed upon him, unwavering and filled with longing. No. Lin Bei's icy voice shattered their illusions. With your current strength, you've merely earned the right to catch my glance. Come back with this question when you've progressed enough to warrant my full attention. Upon hearing this, their excitement only intensified. They had improved. In their master's eyes, they had advanced. They now possessed the qualification to be glanced at. With just a little more effort, just a tiny bit more, they could finally become his. Master, since we've passed your trial, may we know your name? He Tao asked with eager anticipation. Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Upon hearing the name, the girls leaped with excitement. He Tao's voice trembled as she asked, Mas. Master, are you? Are you? The Lin Bei who ranks first globally. Yes, it's me. Lin Bei's expression remained impassive. Global number one. To be honest, it didn't feel like much. Wasn't it only natural to claim the top spot when you had cheats? Holy shit. Our master is actually the world's number one Lin Bei. I knew our master was strong, I knew his ranking was high, but I never imagined he was Lin Bei himself. Oh my god, we belong to Master Lin Bei, we're Master Lin Bei's team. Our luck is off the charts. Sisters, we've hit the jackpot. We're candidates to be Master Lin Bei's wives. Countless women across the globe dream of being his, and we have the best shot. Our master is Lin Bei. With the world's number one Lin Bei as our master, our mere 9-star first rank means nothing, absolutely nothing. Sisters, we must work even harder. We must make Master Lin Bei see ya. Ahem, we must make Master Lin Bei look us in the eye. Strive. Fight. The girls were ecstatic. Really, what could be more sensational than this? The world's number one. In this era of survival of the fittest, did they even understand the weight of those words? Did they grasp the significance of the name Lin Bei? If the internet were still up, Master Lin Bei could casually post a video saying he wanted a wife, and countless exquisite women would slide into his DMs. Aloof goddesses would grovel at his feet. What woman could resist being moved by Master Lin Bei? Powerful, young and handsome, deep resources. Every quality was irresistible to women. Master, 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 give us our next trial goal. And Master, what level must we reach to be worthy of you? He Tao asked, her voice trembling. Lin Bei fell silent. Trial goal. What the hell did they need another goal for? These girls were practically itching to go out and slaughter zombies to reach the second or third rank, just so they could throw themselves into his arms. He wondered how He Tao had brainwashed them, turning perfectly good little nurses into this. Still, it was fine. Truly fine. Lin Bei tapped his fingers rhythmically on the sofa. When you can become my right hand, that's when you'll level up. Ask yourselves honestly, do you think you're worthy of me now? The 10 women lowered their heads. They were all at 9-star first rank, now possessing considerable combat power, but compared to their world's number one master, they fell far, far short. Seriously, he was the world's number one. Not the city's number one, not the province's number one, not even the country's number one, but the world's number one. Master, may I see just how vast the gap is between me and the world's number one? He Tao asked, gathering her courage. You may. Forgive my impertinence, Master. He Tao rose, planted her foot, and pushed off. Swift as lightning, she closed in on Lin Bei, her fair little fist, like an out-of-control car, carrying terrifying momentum. Lin Bei extended a single finger and blocked her punch. Her fist came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance a single inch. Impossible. This is impossible. Hey. He Tao was stunned. After all, she was a 9-star first rank with strength 10 times that of a normal human's peak. Such terrifying power had been stopped by a single finger from her master. He was a spatial ability user, and she had thought he would use space against her. She never imagined he wouldn't even bother with his spatial powers. Just one finger. Only one finger. One could only imagine how terrifying her master's raw strength truly was. Compared to him, she was like a toddler learning to walk, throwing a full-force punch at an adult. Just what level had her master reached? His power was so terrifying. Master, you're truly incredible. He Tao stepped back, the fervor in her eyes burning even brighter. Though she hadn't glimpsed the full extent of her master's power, this mere tip of the iceberg made her realize that his fearsome strength was far beyond her ability to comprehend. The remaining 9 also stared with blazing eyes. The stronger their master was, the happier they were, and the more they adored him. Setting aside He Tao's brainwashing, what woman could resist loving a man of such power? You now have a goal and the drive to move forward. Reaching this level in just 3 days of torrential rain proves your determination and effort to grow stronger. You don't need another trial goal. I'm satisfied with your resilient characters. I take back what I said before. You're not trash. I hope the next time we meet you'll still surprise me. With that, Lin Bei left the place. Given their current mental state, his usual rhetoric was unnecessary. Now he just had to wait for the bond of fitness enthusiasts to emerge among them. After enjoying himself for so many days, it was time for him to get to work. His current level was 2-star third rank. A 5-day gap was no excuse. With his physique and strength bonuses already in place, it was time to rapidly increase his base level. His current power was enough to support some truly reckless actions. Hey, bro, flying solo. As he left the villa district, a stranger on an electric scooter hailed him from a distance, pulling up ahead. Bro, interested in joining our True Dragon squad? Lots of beauties, lots of perks. Flight attendants, accountants, teachers, you name it. Our captain's no slouch either. And class ability user. Tonight he's leading us through the multiplayer trial path. Wanna come? No thanks, Lin Bei declined. These people sure moved fast. The trial path had only appeared recently, and already people were frequently recruiting on the streets. Before, when encountering a lone stranger, the first thought was to kill them and take their supplies. Now everyone was trying to recruit them. The reason was simple. Everyone knew deep down. As levels rose, so did appetites. The problem of food sources would eventually crush them. But with the appearance of the trial steely, there was no need for open robbery or murder to steal supplies. The food problem was thoroughly solved. What they needed to focus on now was how to achieve a good ranking on the trial steal. Individual rankings depended on personal skill, but multiplayer was different. You could outnumber the competition. The emergence of the trial steal was a great boon for humanity in every way. But it also meant that this apocalypse was far from a simple zombie crisis. Brother, join us really. We don't want anything from you. In the trial path now you can kill zombies to earn points and exchange them for food, no need to scavenge everywhere. Having a stable shelter is sweet, isn't it? Together we can definitely get a good team ranking. With more people, even a zombie tide is no big deal. Could it be? Are you worried about the women at home? Brother, don't worry. The situation is different now. Unity is the key to survival. Join us, no one will covet what's yours. Our team has plenty of public resources. We won't set our sights on claimed property. Really, I swear on my life. If I'm lying, may I be bitten by zombies tomorrow. The man continued his recruitment. It was simple. Since the apocalypse had been raging for so long, anyone who dared walk the streets alone was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even an ability user. Recruiting him would surely earn a reward from the leader. It wasn't for the leader or the team, but for himself. He also hoped his squad's ranking would be high. Who knew what the rewards might be? No. Lin Bei refused again and turned to leave. Brother, listen to me. The man clung on like a stubborn plaster, determined to rope him in. Brother, if you follow me again, you'll face the consequences. Lin Bei left with those words. If he couldn't shake him off, he'd kill him. Brother, think it over. We're at the flipping kindergarten in the east of the city. Come, you must come. Rain or shine, we'll wait for you at flipping kindergarten. Our team is— The man knew the other was annoyed, so he stopped and shouted from a distance, afraid to follow and lose his life. TSK. Lin Bei shook his head. This apocalypse was getting more and more interesting. Time to get moving. Level up. Strive hard. Fight hard. Alone he arrived at the center of a vast plaza. The number of zombies around was manageable, a few thousand at a glance, but they were scattered. He needed to lure them all in. Now then, the real show begins. Boom. Lin Bei took a generator and 20 to 30 massive speakers from his spatial backpack. After connecting the circuits and starting the generator, the roar of the engine attracted a horde of zombies before any music even played. They charged faster than 100-meter sprinters. Boom, 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 100 meters away. A zombie 3 meters tall with a terrifyingly massive build charged with heavy steps. Each footfall shook the ground, its speed far surpassing ordinary zombies. Along the way, common zombies were flung aside like toys. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. A big catch had arrived. Another muscle freak. Probably a fitness influencer who had injected himself madly for clout before the apocalypse, now mutated. Such people were common in their pursuit of beastly muscles. He pursued muscles too. But lean muscles sufficed. Protein. The 3-meter muscle freak stared at Lin Bei with pitch-black, excited pupils. Keep your head down. Lin Bei pulled out a Desert Eagle, opened a spatial wormhole, and pressed the muzzle almost against its forehead, pulling the trigger wildly. One shot wasn't enough, so 10 wasn't enough, so 100. Of course. It had only been about 10 days since the apocalypse began. These zombies hadn't evolved enough to ignore bullets at close range. A few shots finished it off, and a surge of energy flowed into his body through the wormhole. Using firearms to kill zombies granted energy. But the distance couldn't be too great, otherwise the energy would dissipate into the air and be absorbed by nearby creatures. For him, it was no issue. The spatial wormhole let him absorb energy almost point blank. Boom! The massive body crashed to the ground motionless. Lin Bei retrieved a Tang horizontal sword and swung it, unleashing his internal chi while swallowing a rejuvenation pill. In the trial path, he dared not use this move, but in reality, it was his only move. Thousands of zombies surged from all directions, drawn by the engine's roar. From above, it looked like a massive vortex with Lin Bei at its center, a single white that grew smaller on the verge of being swallowed. Come, tornado wrecks the parking lot. Gripping the blade, Lin Bei swept 360 degrees, an invisible blade spreading outward. The nearly submerged white that re-emerged as he downed a handful of rejuvenation pills, unleashing wave after wave of chi without reserve. The number of zombies he killed skyrocketed. 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. The kill rate jumped by hundreds per second. He then turned on the speakers to play music. Raindrops tap tap outside the window, falling for 3 days and nights, just like my beloved you. Within 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. Countless zombies raised their heads toward the sound, paused for a moment, then charged like a shoal of piranhas drawn to blood. Food. Food. Delicious fresh food. The rain keeps falling, your heart afraid, or not. Listening to music felt good. Scanning the endless sea of corpses, Lin Bei cracked his neck, his blood boiling. He slaughtered like a tireless human machine, his stock of rejuvenation pills, depleted after giving 5,000 to He Tao, now replenished. Oh, corpse liquor. Can you take one slash from me, supernova strike? Trash. So weak. A new species appeared in the zombie tide, but unfortunately, it was decapitated in one stroke. Without Jianyu, he wouldn't have dared to play like this. The number of zombies attracted by the speakers had surely exceeded 10,000. Jianyu was crucial. Oh no. So far among the women by his side, which one wasn't crucial except for Lin Wanan, who had 10,000 zombies. A small to medium zombie tide. Second order 4-star. Awesome. Time passed. Second order 5-star. Ever since learning this move, Head wanted to try it. This leveling speed was far faster than chasing down zombies one by one. His base level increased. His power surged. Efficiency rose again. Beyond the mountains there are higher peaks on the mountainside. Is all my hopes and love now. Love comes from the wilderness. Dear audience, please take a close look. Moonlight, heavy dangers lurking. Second order 6-star. Awesome. With each level up his chi grew thicker, and countless zombie corpses littered the ground around him. Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. Damn, does this guy have endless stamina. How is he so insane? Who the hell is he? Could he be that Lin Bei ranked first globally, playing a real-life version of the trial path? If he keeps killing like this, he'll be the undisputed ruler of Salt City in the future. On a nearby tall building, countless eyes stared in terror at the figure below. The music from so many speakers attracted a massive number of zombies, and naturally many evolvers as well. At first they thought the man below was a fool, a madman who would be devoured by the zombie tide soon. But 10 minutes passed, and he still held strong. Moreover, he grew fiercer with each battle. Though they didn't know his ability, they could see that with every swing of his blade, more zombie heads flew. The onlookers showed mixed expressions: envy, jealousy, joy, gritted teeth, and icy stares. Second order 7 stars. Awesome. Lin Bei roared, surging power within him. Not only had his rank broken through consecutively, but his power ability had risen to LV3, and even his physique ability had advanced by 1 level to LV2. Seizing the momentum. Charge, charge, charge. There were still countless zombies. Boom. Just then a not allowed sound came from 100 meters behind him as a rocket with a tail flame shot toward him at extreme speed. Damn, a sneak attack, no martial ethics. In the apocalypse, who cares about martial ethics? I was thinking of sniping him myself. Letting him keep killing like this, his rank will far surpass ours. But the higher the rank, the less energy you get from killing ordinary zombies. That guy probably gets almost nothing per kill now. That's true, but look at how many he slaughtered. The energy per kill may be low, but the sheer volume adds up. Fair point. Who knows what rank he is now? On the rooftop, countless eyes stared intently at that rocket. Such a being sent chills down their spines. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he could already face a horde of over 10,000 alone. If he developed further, what then? Lin Bei, busy clearing zombies, curled his lips slightly. Since he dared to act so openly, he wasn't afraid of ambushes. There were many onlookers, so he decided to give them a little shock. He turned and stretched out a hand. In an instant, the rocket, speeding with its tail flame, froze midair, motionless, a scene of eerie stillness. What the hell? What ability does he have? Not only does he have eyes in the back of his head, but how can he do this? What's going on? I don't understand. Lin Bei clenched his fist from afar. Boom! The eerily suspended rocket exploded without warning, a brilliant and splendid firework. Countless fragments flew everywhere, yet none of them flew toward Lin Bei. Is this guy cheating? Magnetic ability. No, if he had magnetic powers, what ability lets him kill zombies at a distance with a slash? I don't get it. Neither do I. This guy is too insane. The flames dissipated. Lin Bei's gaze fell on a window on the 13th floor of a building about 100 meters away. A man holding a rocket launcher wore a look of terror and panic. When his eyes met Lin Bei's, his legs went weak, and he nearly fell from the 13th floor window. Danger! 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 He knew this move was very risky, but the chance of success was also high. He didn't want such a monster to exist in his city, especially since he had ambushed from the shadows. But he never expected that the rocket would be discovered by the man just moments after firing, then controlled and detonated by an incomprehensible, mysterious force. Most importantly, he was exposed. Run. In 0.01 seconds, he made his decision. The distance was far. If he ran fast enough, he could survive. That man, surrounded by so many zombies, couldn't possibly catch. He decided. Tonight, he would flee this city. No, he would flee this province. He would run far away. He had sought to take another's life, so how could that person let him go? But just as he steadied himself to turn and flee, he realized something terrifying. He couldn't move. It was as if an invisible force field had locked every inch of his skin. No matter how he struggled, no matter which angle he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. What's happening? Cold sweat poured down, soaking his back. He looked down at the man amidst the dense horde of zombies. The man's clenched fist had opened again. Seeing this, his pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood on end in terror. Move. Move. Crack. Crack. The man could clearly hear the sound of his own bones breaking. Even with all his strength, he still couldn't move a single inch. Move? Why can't I move? Move? Crack, crack. Countless bones throughout his body had fractured. But It was utterly useless. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he ever try to ambush that man? That guy. Why isn't he running? No, is that guy so bold? He's been spotted but still won't run, even locking eyes with him. Could he be some kind of... Maybe he wants to run, but can't. Remember that guy below made the rocket freeze midair. Maybe he's frozen that man too. No way. Come on, the straight line distance between them is at least 100 meters. He's already killed so many zombies, does he still have the strength to control someone 100 meters away? Is he human, or a god? Lin Bei sneered. He clenched his hand. The man's pupils contracted sharply. No. All who witnessed this scene had their pupils contract. The man by the window with the rocket launcher had his body twisted like a wrung towel. Blood and flesh were forcibly squeezed out. Then he fell limply from the windowsill to the ground, devoured by countless zombies. The next second, their hair stood on end. No other reason. The man below swept his gaze over them one by one. Not only those blatantly standing on the rooftop, but even those who thought they were well hidden met his eyes. Impossible, how did he find me? Damn, run, my god. Holy shit, one look and I pissed myself. Even when I first saw zombies I wasn't this scared. Why is this man so terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures fled the scene, as if escaping death, terrified that the man below might crush them without reason. None knew if they would. It was the apocalypse. Crushing someone required no reason. If it did, his will alone sufficed. They were grateful. Grateful that they hadn't been the first to act on impulse that they had held back, and that someone had become an example revealing the man's terrifying methods. A bunch of clowns, Lin Bei sneered. He continued clearing the zombies, surging around him, pills of hui li dan appearing in his mouth one after another. Now the energy he gained from killing an ordinary zombie was pitifully small. But that didn't matter. In the apocalypse, zombies were never in short supply. I'm sold out, I'm no longer living. You will never fade away. Damn. Unbearable. The fire ignited. After listening to over a dozen battle hymns, Lin Bei swallowed the hui li dan. With a stomp, a second blade appeared in his left hand alongside the one in his right. Another stomp, and his figure moved like a ghost through the zombie horde. Dual wielding. Melee combat was still the best. Every cut into flesh. Awesome. Now using chi to instantly kill zombies was far less efficient than melee combat, though it was convenient and safe. But with his Beauties surging power and the influence of the battle hymns, he only wanted to slaughter freely. That guy. What rank is he exactly? Those still lurking in the shadows were utterly stunned. Among them were many second-order existences, yet no matter how many stars they had, none could match his speed and strength. Some could barely even track his movements. This was too damn exact. Damn, could it be? Could he be third order already? Really? This is just too insane. A zombie had just appeared 2 meters tall with a robust gray body. Based on its speed and strength, it was at least second order. A highly defensive mutant zombie. Even point-blank explosions from thermal weapons could only inflict minor injuries on it. But he cut it in half with a single slash. Even the appearance of a second-order defensive mutant zombie didn't slow him down at all. Under his blade, it seemed no different from an ordinary zombie. In just a few minutes, the tens of thousands of slaughtered by him. Thump. Lin Bai's heart pounded violently, his power surging once more. Thanks to the zombies drawn by the music, he had successfully reached second-order 8 stars. Power. So awesome. Huh. Bang. In his excitement, he crushed the handle of his blade to dust. His strength had reached an astonishing level. Attributes. Owner Lin Bei. Level 2 star stage 2. Storage space 1000 cubic meters. Ability space SS rank LV3 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength rank LV3 quadruple. Physique rank LV2 triple. Speed 290. Strength 295 4. Mind 290. Physique 293. Pet Silver Moon 2 star stage 2. Items recovery pill first grade 30-100 healing pill second grade 100 SS strength steak 1500 premium honey glazed sausage 1500 premium golden fried rice 100 premium giant egg tart 900 dismantler 1. Bestiary members registered Jiang Shiyu 2 star stage 2 space LV3. Hiyun 2 star stage 1 strength LV3 quadruple amplification. Lin Wanan 8 star stage 1. Jiang Yu 2 star stage 2 physique LV3 quadruple amplification. Collective benefits charisma 2, strength 5, martial talent 2, quintuple return on consumables. He stretched his joints, crackling. Oh, Wanan is improving quickly. Already at 8 stars. Makes sense. With so many high-level individuals around her, letting her kill a few zombies that are tough for her should close the gap fast. He needed to find her a new ability, soon more precisely pick one he liked. If Wanan has it, then he has it. Done. He had cleared most of the zombies in this area, stowing the speaker into his spatial backpack. The noise had drawn a few more distant ones, but they numbered only a few hundred in total. Hardly worth the interest. A few casual slashes. The chi within him surged along the blade's edge, passing through spatial wormholes to obliterate the clusters of lesser zombies. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, a trivial task, but why leave them for others when they're right in sight? Satisfied? No. Today he would push through to stage 3 in one go. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse erupted. Had lazed at home for 5 days, then 3 more during the rainstorm. 8 days of idling total. If he didn't get serious now, even he couldn't bear it. He took a step. His figure vanished from the area, flickering repeatedly, until he stood before a mall a few kilometers away. He repeated the process. With the emergence of the trials, stealing more and more teams would inevitably form. He needed to raise his level as much as possible until ordinary zombies could no longer provide him energy. Only by being strong enough could he hold on to everything he had. Another wave of zombies numbering in the tens of thousands. 2-star stage 9. There was also the appearance of the trial steel made him faintly sense that zombies might not be the true antagonists of this apocalypse. Something far more formidable had yet to make its entrance. Of course, he might be overthinking it. Perhaps the trial steel was simply meant to solve humanity's food crisis and foster unity. Not enough, still not enough zombies. Boom. His heart pounded violently again. 1-star stage 3. After slaying countless waves of zombies and luring horde after horde fueled by the meager energy each one provided, fortune favored the persistent. He had successfully reached stage 3. The power within him roared. He was now a monster in human form. High level. High multipliers. Lin Bei. I don't eat beef. Owner Lin Bei. Level 1-star stage 3. Speed 360. Strength 360, 5-4. Mind 360. Physique 363. This power. Who else can match this? He had realized. Each star in stage 1 increased power by 1-fold. From 9-star in stage 1 to 1-star in stage 2 was a 5-fold increase, from 10-fold to 15-fold. In stage 2, each star increased power 2-fold. From 9-star in stage 2 to 1-star in stage 3 was a 5-fold increase, from 31-fold to 36-fold. Following this pattern, starting from stage 3, each star would increase power 3-fold. It wasn't that ordinary zombies could no longer provide energy, rather as his body grew fiercer the energy boost from them became negligible, giving no sensation at all. Invincible. Truly invincible this time. Let's head back. Pick people. Train a new team. He took a step and his figure flickered 100 meters away. 100 meters per step without relying on spatial wormholes. This was space hopping, a flash step, a flying thunder god technique, without a mark. After his space ability reached level 3, his mana capacity had greatly increased. He had developed many useful tricks like the spatial compression he used earlier to kill enemies from a distance. With enough creativity, abilities would naturally multiply. By the time he reached the police station, it was noon. Prominent signs hung on the guardrails and gates spaced every few meters, impossible to miss for anyone with eyes. They read, anyone trespassing without permission will be treated as an enemy and attacked. Be advised. Nice. They had good safety awareness. But, did it matter? With a flash he stepped into the station. Mr. Lin, please stay where you are. They'll come to fetch you. A few seconds after he entered the guardrails, a woman's voice came from a small speaker on a nearby utility pole. Alert enough. Able to detect an intruder promptly. Through his spatial perception, Lin Bei sensed many hidden cameras, an enormous number. Judging by the coverage in this area, they likely provided a 360-degree dead-angle-free surveillance of the station. Not bad. They'd use their brains. In this apocalypse, achieving this with limited resources was commendable, especially without foreknowledge of its arrival. Before long, a girl who bore some resemblance to Xiao Xia trotted up to him, extending her jade-white hand. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Xiao Xiran, Xiao Xia's sister. My sister asked me to guide you. Given the special nature of our team, without my lead there might be unnecessary conflict or trouble. Hello. Lin Bei shook her hand perfunctorily. He glanced at her bonds. No ability. No top-tier bond. She had the fitness enthusiast bond. Not the gourmand bond. She had the untainted bond. Decent enough. The gourmand bond didn't matter much. The food the system rewarded counted as specialty cuisine. Feeding her a full spread would probably awaken it. He was somewhat interested in her, but not deeply. They haven't returned yet. Not yet. Xiao Xiran led the way, her gaze constantly flickering to him. After all, this was the #1 ranked person globally equipped with all sorts of miraculous items. How could anyone remain indifferent walking beside him? His sister said he was somewhat handsome. If he was merely somewhat handsome, then no other man would dare claim to be exceptionally handsome. He continued, there's a square nearby where many zombies have gathered. My sister led them there to clear them out and level up. Oh, Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings. The area was much larger than an average police station, with numerous buildings and many women along the path. They stared at him with curiosity and suspicion, their eyes tinged with varying degrees of disgust. Of course, some looked excited. Among them were Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who often followed Xiao Xia, as well as Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, close friends of Jiang Yu, and some other girls, all of whom knew his true identity. Although many were named Lin Bei with He Yun and Zhang Yu among the top ranks, it was clear that the top-ranked Lin Bei was the one before them. Xiao Shiran also noticed several hostile gazes and quickly said, "Mr. Lin, please don't mind their looks. Our squad is all female, and we've been constantly spreading awareness about men's greed and ugliness in the apocalypse. Some of these girls were almost assaulted by men before we rescued them. Word spread, and it's made them rather misandrist. Rest assured, my sister mentioned you prefer peace. I won't let them disturb you or your companions. They'll make sure to instruct them properly later. It's fine. I like lively gatherings. Ask your sister when she'll return, and before that gather all your members so we can get acquainted." Lin Bei stared at a girl emerging from a building, a playful smile curling at his lips. Such an existence was here. Interesting. Very interesting. Lively. Didn't you say you preferred quiet? Why the sudden change? Xiao Shiran asked curiously. I just do now. Any problem? No problem. How could I have a problem? You're ranked first globally, so you can do whatever you please. I'm just an insignificant ant. Who am I to argue? Xiao Shiran pouted inwardly, but soon she noticed Lin Bei staring at Lu Ruyan, who had just walked out of the building. Her brow furrowed. His raised lips and scrutinizing gaze were exactly the signs she had warned the other women about. A man's predatory intent. Doesn't he already have several women? How can he be so greedy? No. She couldn't let him prey on squad members. Letting a man join was already controversial, but if Lin Bei took one of them for himself, the team's morale would shatter, and with it the entire squad. Mr. Lin, Xiao Shiran said respectfully. As I mentioned, our girls are very misandrist. If we gather everyone for introductions, there might be harsh words. For your sake and your companions, I'm not taking your advice. Lin Bei replied, without hesitation, his gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan's graceful figure, his smile widening. Getting to know each other will only benefit you all. Ha, benefits. Ridiculous. He clearly had his eyes on Lu Ruyan. This would only bring harm. This guy. He was so blatant. At least try to hide that lecherous grin, or does he want everyone to know what he's thinking? Could it be that even the world's top-ranked powerhouse is just a disgusting, nauseating man driven by his lower half? Should she refuse? Absolutely. But she didn't dare. Lin Bei was the global #1, and with Xie not around, angering him would bring no benefit. Wait. Xie had said Lin Bei, though fond of beautiful women, had extremely high standards. Why was he acting so rashly? He didn't even know anything about Lu Ruyan. It seems Xie had been fooled. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. He just hadn't found them attractive enough. Not to brag, but Lu Ruyan lived up to her name, ranking among the top 3 in both looks and figure in the squad. All right, Mr. Lin, whatever you say. Let me take you to the quarters we've prepared for you. Xiao Shiran continued, leading the way, planning to secretly inform her sister and let her decide. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, looking forward even more to the gathering. Lu Ruyan's appearance had truly exceeded his expectations. Xiao Shiran led him to a small building at the edge of the police station. Mr. Lin, this is your designated area. It's been fully cleaned with beds, blankets, air conditioning, everything you need. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Lin Bei seemed indifferent. Please rest here. They'll contact my sister to see when they'll return. Lunch is ready inside. Feel free to eat, and I'll inform you as soon as I hear back. Xiao Shiran left. Lin Bei glanced around and entered the 5-story building. A newly built police dormitory with all amenities, plenty of rooms, and a corridor converted into a living room. Food was laid out on the table, but he ignored it. He didn't dare eat food made by unknown hands, especially after sensing Lu Ruyan's bond. This small police station was truly a hidden den of... Outside, Xiao Shiran walked a distance before pulling out a walkie-talkie to call Xiao Xie. Only her sister could receive this signal. Xiao Xie was currently whipping zombies with a lightning lash. The walkie-talkie in her pocket buzzed. What is it? Xiao Shiran recounted her encounter with Lin Bei and her suspicions. Xiao Xie chuckled dismissively, downed a few recovery pills, and unleashed a full-force strike, electrocuting dozens of zombies. Dear sister, you're overthinking. Lin Bei would never be interested in Lu Ruyan. If he wants to gather everyone, do as he says. Call them all back, not a single one missing. Lu Ruyan was pretty with a good figure, but compared to Wanan Shiyu and the others, she fell short. Although Wanan was exquisite, she had no powers, and from what she gathered, Wanan had joined under duress, essentially taken in. This meant Lin Bei only made moves on exceptional women. His focus on Lu Ruyan suggested she was unusual. I'm serious, sis. My gut tells me Lin Bei is definitely interested in Lu Ruyan. You have to believe me. We can't let him mess with our own. You and I can make excuses to hide it from the others, but Lu Ruyan is different. They had already thought of an excuse. Simple. The squad's founders were Xiao Xie and Lin Bei. Given the chaotic outside world, his residence here was justified. If they told the girls his name was Lin Bei, the world's #1, they wouldn't feel uneasy but would instead be thrilled and grateful. But if he touched one of the members, the situation would change entirely. Xiao Xie felt somewhat speechless, yet she understood her younger sister's concerns. Have you interacted with him more, or have I? Do you know him better, or do I? Just listen to him and gather everyone. I suspect something that shouldn't be here has infiltrated our team. You mean Lu Ruyan is problematic? Xiao Shiran wasn't foolish either. But she persisted in her questioning. We've been with her for so long and never noticed anything. How could that Lin Bei see her once and immediately sense something? That's just too far-fetched, sis. I still think Lin Bei has his eyes on Lu Ruyan. Men in the apocalypse are far greedier than you, or I imagine. You need to figure something out, or hell corrupt the others. Once word spreads the team you've worked so hard to build will fall apart. Xiao Xie smirked. It wouldn't be that easy to fall apart. Besides, Lin Bei was no ordinary man. He was a cultivator. If he sensed a problem, then there definitely was one. Alright, I understand. He'll handle it. You listen to me. Gather everyone. We'll head back soon. With that, Xiao Xie ended the conversation to stop her sister from rambling on about irrelevant matters. So Lu Ruyan was problematic. Inevitably. Although Lu Ruyan's figure and appearance were quite good, they still fell slightly short of her own. Lin Bei hadn't even lost his composure when he saw her, so why would he for Lu Ruyan? What she worried about now was whether the problem was limited to Lu Ruyan alone. What she feared most was a greater issue lurking within the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Bei felt like laughing. He had intended to eavesdrop on when Shiyu and the others would return, but instead overheard Xiao Xiran's worries about him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Was he an upright man really so easy to mistake for a lecher? Did he seem that greedy? Counting Xiao Xie, he only had 5 wives, far fewer than some other patriots out there. Following Xiao Xie's orders, Xiao Shiran gathered everyone. Soon they were all assembled in the small square of the police station. Their strength was generally low, so they mostly cleared zombies nearby to level up, ensuring they could return quickly if danger struck. Women had to guard not only against zombies, but also against men. What? A man came to our base, and Xiao Shiran brought him in. Seriously, isn't our rule that no men are allowed here? How can she be the first to break it? Is he a connection? Even my own brother couldn't get in. Why does Xiao Shiran get to bring a man in? Yeah, my husband is still outside. If family members are allowed, I'll bring my brother here too. It's way more comfortable than outside. News of a man's arrival spread quickly, and everyone buzzed with discussion. One person came directly to Xiao Shiran and demanded, Sister Shiran, what do you mean by openly bringing a man? All eyes turned to her. Xiao Shiran sighed. She knew this would happen. She recited the prepared explanation. Everyone, the man I brought back today is not what you call a connection. He is the founder of this team. He and my sister established this group to give you all a sanctuary. Given the chaos outside now, we specially invited him back to take charge. At these words, the expressions of the crowd softened considerably. Oh, so he founded the team with Sister Xie. I thought he was just someone's connection. Too bad. I was hoping to get my brother in. Most people were reasonable. But soon someone voiced suspicion. Wait, how do we know this isn't just an excuse you made up? When we joined, we were clearly told this was an all-female team. No one mentioned a male founder. Now suddenly one appears. We strongly suspect this is a fabricated story to let him in. Isn't that right, sisters? The sentiment spread instantly. Makes sense. I agree. Besides, it's fine with all women, but suddenly having a man. Won't that be inconvenient? Make him move out. Make him move out. I agree, he should move out. Xiao Shiran frowned. Damn. Her excuse had been torn apart as soon as she offered it. Just as she was about to salvage the situation, the women continued. Even if what you say is true and he truly co-founded the team, with Xiao Xie, rules are rules. No men are allowed here. As one of the founders, he should abide by this rule more than anyone. He can stay in the building across the street. If we're in danger, he can still come immediately. Well, Xiao Shiran was speechless. They wouldn't let him stay inside, but still wanted his protection. Truly a masterpiece of logic. Yes, staying across the street is the same. Exactly. My brother lives in that building across the street. Many of our male relatives are there. Let him stay there, he can keep them safe too. It's a win-win. Sister Shiran, tell him to move across the street. As one of the team's founders, I'm sure he'll understand. That's right. Let him stay across the street. Sister Shiran, didn't you and your sister always say we're all equals? I believe you, and he will respect our wishes. I believe in you. I believe in you too. Xiao Shiran was stunned. She had only said one sentence, and already things had spiraled out of control. The sisters before her all looked at her with hope. What was she supposed to do? Make Lin Bei stay across the street? That place had no electricity, no hot water. Lin Bei was the world's #1 powerhouse. Wasn't this just pure disrespect? So all you sisters want me to stay across the street, is that it? Just as she was at a loss, Lin Bai's voice sounded beside her. She turned to see him standing there with a smile. That's right. Handsome Shiran says you're the founder. You know the rules here. Stay across the street with our families. It's just one road away, you can still come over if something happens. Yeah, we're all women here. It's inconvenient with a man around. Lin Bei laughed. He laughed heartily. Absolutely ridiculous. Quite a crowd here. He scanned the area, about 100 people, some average. Alright, those who want me to stay across the street, stay still. Those who want me to stay here, please come over to this side. There were a few familiar faces among them. To avoid collateral damage. What do you mean by that? You don't want to leave? An older woman around 30 shouted loudly, Sisters, don't go over there. Let's see what he does. As a founder, he wants to break the rules. A man living among women. Who knows what he'll do? What if he peeps on us bathing? What if he steals our underwear? What if he attacks us at night? Exactly. Sister Chiron, you've been telling us how bad men are, how despicable their methods are. He's a man too. Who knows if he has ulterior motives? What if his original intention for founding this all-female team wasn't pure? He can't stay here, right? If he has a clear conscience, he'll go to the building across the street. Exactly. Clear conscience means going across the street. Lin Bei's smile grew wider. Interesting. Truly interesting. Finally, he had encountered these extraordinary people. Since the apocalypse began, the women he met, Xiyu, Heyun, Jiang Yu, Xiao Xie, Lin Wanan, even Wanan, who had offered herself willingly, all had self-awareness. But these speakers, top tier, the cream of the crop, Xiao Xie had let them live too comfortably and protected them too well. Even after all this time in the apocalypse, they could still utter such astonishing. Lin Bei ignored them. His gaze fell on Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai Jiang, yes, two good friends. He raised an eyebrow at them. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai exchanged a glance. Smiling, they ran forward. If Lin Bei was here, then Sister Jiang, you must have come too. They had narrowly escaped a terrible fate before and knew better than anyone the true nature and tactics of men in the apocalypse. But exceptions existed like Lin Bei. Though he had several wives, they were all willing. Xiyu and Heyun were devoted to him, which showed how well he treated them. What are you two doing? Don't go over there. The older sister stopped them before they could take 2 steps. He's clearly trying to divide us. Can't you two little girls see that? No one else moved, but you two go running off. Are you in heat hoping for his attention? How cheap. Get back here and stand properly. At these words, many women cast disdainful glances at the two of them. Xiao Qing and Xiao, by having graduated and stepped into the workforce, were not ones to tolerate such behavior. Xiao Qing directly broke free and slapped her back. What are you yelling for? Whether I go or not is none of your damn business. Who do you think you are to control me? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. My own parents never scolded me like that, calling me a bitch. What the hell are you, you filthy thing? What are you barking about? Damn you. Xiao Bai also slapped her. Exactly, you damn bitch, you're the cheap one. It's been days into the apocalypse, and you're still putting on this innocent act. Who are you pretending for? With that ugly face, do you think any handsome guy would want you? Take a piss and look at yourself in the reflection. What a hideous mess. Get the hell out of here. In the apocalyptic environment, everyone was in a foul mood. Being cursed at for no reason naturally invited retaliation. The simplest vulgarity brought the ultimate pleasure. Then the two hurried over to Lin Bei and asked with concern, has Sister Xiaoyu arrived? Lin Bei looked at them with a strange expression. Xiaoyu will be here soon. Great. Noticing Lin Bei's gaze, Xiao Qing blushed slightly and tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. We sisters were just angered by that woman, so we spoke crudely. We're usually very gentle. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. The older sister, who had been slapped twice, stared at them with venomous eyes. So that's it. You two know him. Sisters, see. I told you he had ulterior motives. He's already seduced 2 of them. We absolutely cannot let him stay here. If your husbands outside find out you're living with a man, they'll surely be uncomfortable. Hearing this, many women frowned. There was logic in it. Just then, Xiao Xie returned with several women and calmly approached the crowd. Xiao Chiron quickly ran to her sister and whispered everything that had happened. After listening, Xiao Xie scanned her team members, especially the older sister. With their evolved hearing, they had caught much of the conversation on their way back. She had indeed said no men were allowed here, but the rules were hers to make and change. Xiao Bai was right. It had been days into the apocalypse. Why couldn't these people read the room and know who was in charge? She had spoken of equality for all. But was it truly equal? How much had she sacrificed for these people, and how much had they given in return? Where was the equality? She didn't want to see kind-hearted women harmed, not protect shameless ones. Her team needed a purge. People should know their place. If they had objections, they could voice them, and she would understand. But inciting others was a problem. It's fine, let him do as he pleases. Just watch quietly for now. Xiao Xie patted Xiron's hand to comfort her. At this moment, she feared nothing. Surrounded by big shots, setting aside Lin Bei, the world's #1 and a top-tier powerhouse. She herself had no superpower yet, but with her strength enhancement, she was not to be underestimated, equivalent to having a high-level strength superpower. Besides, Lin Bei had promised to find her a superpower, making her a future powerhouse. Jiang Xiyu, Heyun, and Jiang Yu. Each of them was a formidable force in their own right. In just one morning, Heyun and Jiang Xiyu had caught up in evolution levels. Except for Wanyan, who was still at Tier 2 Star 1, everyone else was at Tier 2 Star 3. Jiang Yu and she had long been at Tier 2 Star 3, but Jiang Yu let the others take the zombies to help them catch up. Naturally, she wouldn't foolishly compete for kills. Gaining several stars in a morning seemed exaggerated, but with the rejuvenation pill, the leveling speed was indeed that fast. Heyun was among the top globally at Tier 1 Star 9, and now at Tier 2 Star 3. Even she dared not confront her. A slight touch might send her to meet her ancestors. Her strength likely only Lin Bei could match. The older sister saw Xiao Xie arrive. She demanded, Xiao Xie, you're back, just in time. This man cannot stay here. No matter who he is, he must leave. You personally promised everyone that no male members would be here. Sisters, am I right? Yes. Exactly. As the crowd expressed their agreement, Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai hurried over to Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Besides them, several other women came over, including Lu Ruyan, who Lin Bei had eyed her, not many but not few either, over 20. Facing the crowd's reaction, Xiao Xie smiled calmly. You're right, I did say that once. But now I'm amending it. No man other than him may set foot in my team's territory. At these words, many women's expressions changed. Xiao Xie had always treated them as equals, discussing everything together. This attitude was something they had never seen before. Many silently walked over. How many fools were there in this day and age? When the leader had spoken, going against her was nothing short of suicidal. It was true before the apocalypse, let alone now. What the hell? Seeing more and more people crossing over, the older sister shouted loudly. We agreed that if someone opposed something, we'd vote on it. Majority rules, fair and square. Now you're calling all the shots. Where's the fairness? Where's the justice? With this dictatorship, do you still see us as sisters? Sisters. We can't go over there. Once we give in, we'll have to give in every time. Today she brings in this man, who knows how many more she'll bring next time. How can our safety be guaranteed? This precedent cannot be set. Right, this precedent cannot be set. If it happens once, it'll happen again. We agreed on an all-female team. What's the meaning of bringing in a man? A woman who had walked over returned to echo the sentiment. Xiao Xie, unless you promise us that you'll only bring this one man, otherwise I won't agree to him staying here either. A plump sister at the front of the crowd shouted. Yes, you must promise us. Right, what if you bring in more men later? Who knows if you do something like that? Without consulting us, you let a man into our team. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Many of these women were single. One man joining was tolerable, but they feared more would follow. In the apocalypse, who could guarantee they wouldn't have ill intentions? They had all heard about Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Responsibility. Xiao Xie laughed, her smile laced with mockery and disdain. She had merely brought back one man, yet so many refused to acknowledge it. Who had been protecting them all these days? Who had provided them with food and shelter? Who had let them sleep peacefully every night? Without her, these people were nothing. They would have been ruined long ago. And they dared to question her. What right did they have? Didn't they have even that basic self-awareness? It had been so long since the apocalypse broke out. Had they still not faced reality? Xiao Xie swept her gaze across the crowd. What I just said was a notification, not a request. You have 1 minute. Those who agree to let him join, come over here. Xiao Xie was well aware. If she revealed Lin Bai's name, now telling them he was the world's #1 Lin Bei, many would undoubtedly be eager to have him join. But that would be because of his strength. Believing his presence made them safer, not out of respect for her as their leader. There was no need to tell them that. She admitted it. Over the past 10 days of the apocalypse, her mindset had shifted considerably, but she knew she still wanted to protect the weak and kind-hearted women. Yet the dynamic could no longer be one of equality, as before a prolonged equal treatment had led some to overstep their bounds. A strict hierarchy was the only way to manage better. Just look at Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai. They, like the others, had been saved by her, but those two girls were exceptionally sensible. They took the initiative on trivial matters, obeyed her every word without question, and always put her first. And then there were the rest. Ridiculous, wasn't it? Xiao Xie, just give it up. I won't let you be a dictator. We're all equals, we all have human rights. What makes you think you can call all the shots? The older sister was still ranting. Xiao Xie didn't even glance at her. Her eyes swept over the remaining women who hadn't moved. Some gradually walked over while many stayed. The chubby sister asked loudly, Xiao Xie, is it that hard to give a promise? As long as you swear you won't bring any other men back in the future, we're still willing to trust you and support you. Exactly, just swear, and we'll still follow you. We've seen everything you've done all along. Bringing one man is within our tolerance. After all you've sacrificed, we can bend the rules once. Several women behind the chubby sister echoed. To this, Xiao Xie cast a faint glance and spoke with a tone of utter disdain. Give you a promise. Swear for you. Who do you think you are to deserve my promises and oaths? Have I been too lenient with you all this time? Xiao Xie showed no mercy. Her words made it clear to everyone that the era of equality was over. From today, no, from this moment on, she demanded total submission from her subordinates. Those who were sensible and self-aware wouldn't find her words harsh. But those who defied her couldn't hold back. As soon as she said this, the chubby woman's eyes bulged, nearly bursting with rage. I've paid so many taxes, and this is what I get. Is there no justice or law anymore? Sisters, see. This is the real Xiao Xie. She has no respect for us. Do you really think we can't survive without her? Can't make it in this apocalypse. She just got lucky awakening lightning powers. Without her we can still live just fine, right, sister? Yes. She's too arrogant. Exactly. Just because she's a bit stronger than us, she thinks she's the boss. Calling us nobodies. What does that make her? Does she really think she's someone important? Insulted by Xiao Xie, they grew frantic. I never said I was anyone important, but I know my place. Since you claim you can live well without me, the door's right there. If you don't leave, they'll think less of you. Xiao Xie's temper flared. She had truly given them too much leeway. Beside her, Xiao Shiran grew anxious. How had their well-functioning team come to the brink of collapse? She turned to look at Lin Bei. It was all his doing. But when she saw him she froze. Despite such intense internal conflict, this was actually eating melon seeds looking like a spectator. As the root of the conflict he had nothing to say, and yet he could so calmly munch on seeds. Want some? He offered a handful when she looked at him. Go to hell. Thanks, no need. Xiao Shiran refused with a dark expression, then asked Mr. Lin, this team is my sister's life's work. She's invested so much. You wouldn't want her efforts to fall apart because of you, would you? Lin Bei pulled out some peanuts, shelled a few, and popped them into his mouth, gazing at the crowd ahead. It's not that bad. It won't fall apart. At the root it's a few instigators and their echoers stirring things up. Among them there are some interesting characters mixed in. Interesting characters. Xiao Shiran frowned, looking back at the crowd. She knew Lin Bei was hinting at something, but these were all normal women. She couldn't see anything off. What exactly is mixed in? She asked urgently. Her sister had said the team might have problems, but what were they? Everyone was being so cryptic. Why couldn't they just speak plainly? Lin Bei ignored her. He placed a handful of peanuts into He Yun's outstretched hand and asked the women beside him, who do you think he'll go first? One clear wolf, that instigating older sister for sure. He Yun chewed on peanuts and continued, the chubby sister's just a clueless bird. Sister Xia has been too easy on her, so her mind's still stuck in pre-apocalypse times. But the older sister is different. She's stirring things up like crazy, too deliberate. Good brother, you've got no beef with her, yet she's dead set on kicking you out. This whole conflict was probably sparked by her. She nodded. I agree with Yun. That older sister is trying every trick to get rid of you, probably afraid you're too whether or not they buy the excuse that you're one of the team's founders, they know Xiao Xia's character. For her to make an exception and invite you in speaks volumes about your strength. That's likely why she's going to such lengths, even stirring up conflict to force you out. Good. That matched his thoughts. Master, anything to add? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu. They've said it all. What's left for me? If you ask me, let's wrap this up and eat. I'm hungry. After a rest, we've got to kill more zombies this afternoon to level up. Jiang Yu stretched lazily, showing little interest in gossip. Lin Bei pouted. Some people just didn't enjoy drama. Mbiobo, who do you think it is? Wan In scanned the crowd. Many. The chubby sister isn't, but the older sister is. Behind both of them several seem off, and even a few who came over to us might be. Oh, Lin Bei was surprised. He could see their bonds and knew who was who, but Wan In had also noticed. How can you tell? What was all this about? Standing beside them, Xiao Shiran was utterly confused. What was, or wasn't what? She couldn't understand a word. What was going on? Because Lin Bei had cast a spatial barrier, their conversation was inaudible to others. Lin Wan In blinked. It's simple. Didn't you notice? Quite a few aren't breathing. And that older sister, aside from her questionable speech, got slapped hard twice, but her face didn't even redden. Clearly she's no longer alive. Not alive. Xiao Xiran's pupils contracted. What did that mean? If they weren't alive, what else could they be? Zombies. But they all seemed like normal people. She pondered this as she looked over. She stared at each person's chest, scrutinizing several in succession. As Lin Wan In had said, there was absolutely no sign of rising and falling. If they were breathing, their chests would naturally move, even if the motion was faint enough for her to detect. Yet, many people stood there with chests utterly still. When they stood silently, they resembled corpses. No. This. She thought she must have misseen. Rubbing her eyes, she stared for a long time. Their chests truly showed not the slightest hint of movement. Lin Wan In shrugged. Maybe they forgot to breathe. Normal living people sometimes forget to breathe too, but it doesn't last long. The Beauties mechanisms force you to resume breathing subconsciously. But beings that don't need to breathe don't have that. What are they? Oi? Xiao Shiran was utterly baffled. He Yun said, brother told Sister Xia this morning. Didn't she tell you? They are corpse people, half human, half corpse. Zombies that retain human memories. Corpse people. Xiao Xiran's eyes widened. Zombies that keep human memories? Such beings exist. How is that possible? By eating zombie flesh. Eating zombie flesh. Xiao Shiran frowned deeply. Though she wasn't afraid of zombies, the mere thought of their appearance disgusted her, let alone the idea of eating their flesh. Absurd. Utterly and preposterously absurd. Wait, isn't eating zombie flesh the same as being bitten by one? Lin Wan In thought for a moment. Maybe it's like snake venom. If a venomous snake bites you, you get poisoned. But if you drink the venom, it's harmless. The venom itself is just a protein that gets digested and absorbed. Perhaps zombie flesh works the same way. It gets digested, but the zombie virus is too powerful, still transforming the body while preserving consciousness. Listening to Wan In, Xiao Shiran understood. She then asked, since they've become zombies with human consciousness, do they also evolve by feeding on humans like regular zombies? Probably. Lin Bei wasn't sure either. I've only encountered this once. Since they've turned into zombies, it's likely the same. He cracked open a melon seed. Lin Bei suddenly recalled something and muttered, right, both zombies and corpse people evolve through humans. We could raise a few. When we run into idiots, instead of killing them for nothing, we can feed them to the creatures. Since killing our own kind gives no energy, we can raise the level of the corpse people or zombies, and then kill them. Feasible. Very feasible. He had encountered far too many idiots these days. There would surely be more in the future. Resources had to be used wisely. Zhang Yes eyes lit up. Talking about leveling up and getting stronger always piqued her interest. That's a great suggestion, but where would we keep them? Raising zombies or corpse people is extremely dangerous. One misstep could backfire on us. We need an absolutely safe and reliable place, or we won't be able to sleep at night worrying they might escape. Jiang Xiu said, I once watched an anime. I think I can create a space that can hold living beings. Nothing is safer than a spatial dimension. Unless the opponent also has spatial abilities, brute force alone is useless. Anime. A space for living things. Whoa, Kimui. Bei, you're also from the village. Shiyu was startled, not expecting Lin Bei to have watched the same anime. Yo Naruto. So you really are from the village. What do you think, Bei? Kamui, does it have potential? It does. Lin Bei nodded. A lot of potential. I thought about Kamui at first, but at level 2, I didn't have enough ability points. Now at level 3, I should be able to pull it off. With that, Lin Bei began to attempt it. Developing skills was difficult, but also simple. He didn't need to worry about ability points, his mana consumption. He could keep trying and failing until he found the right direction to proceed. He'll try to. Shiyu joined in. They set to work immediately. Come on. Who from the village wouldn't want Kamui? That was Kamui. Meanwhile, after being rebutted by Xiao Xie, the plump woman, already agitated, grew even more heated. Fine, I'll leave. What's the big deal? Do you really think we can't survive without you? Ridiculous. Sisters, let's all go together. Having said that, she turned and strode toward the door. The few women standing behind her stared at her back, exchanged glances, but not one followed. Come on, Sister Ajin, are you serious? You're really leaving? Are you sure about going out there? The women who had moments ago demanded that Xiao Xie swear an oath now had faces full of dismay. Outside, beyond the patched-up iron door, not far away, a crowd of zombies had gathered. Gray, withered, even mutilated arms reached through the bars, clawing at the air. To be fair, they could handle these zombies. But what about after? Food wasn't a concern, but how would they sleep at night? What if this small group encountered a zombie tide? What if they ran into a high-level zombie on the road? In an instant, regret washed over them. Come on, why aren't you moving? The plump woman stopped when she saw no one following. Still seething with anger, she couldn't think straight. After what Xiao Xie said, you still want to stay? We've all killed countless zombies. Without her, we can still survive. Let's go. The women exchanged glances again. Would they move? No. No one followed her. The plump woman was furious that her sisters wouldn't join her. What would they face? Just zombies. Just men. Just the ever-present danger. Just the fear of being surrounded by zombies. Just the worry of being targeted by others. Just. The more she thought, the darker her expression became. It seemed that she and these few sisters really weren't enough. There were far too many variables outside. If they truly left this police station, they might be done for in just a few minutes. But she had already said those things to Xiao Xie. Wouldn't staying be a huge loss of face? What mattered more? Face? Both mattered. She wanted both. Since none of you are leaving, I want either. Let's just trust Xiao Xie this once. She's done so much for us. Making an exception is no big deal. It's just one man, nothing to worry about. As she spoke, she walked back. Seeing this, Xiao Xie sneered. Really, go back to Gotham City? Batman says he won't hit you anymore. What does that mean? Tian was confused. It means she's a clown. The plump woman's face reddened. Being called a clown in public was hard to bear, but to survive she chose to pretend she had. She endured it. Because Xiao Xie genuinely wanted her to leave. And she dared not. She could only endure. There was no other choice. Kamui was starting to take shape. Seeing the argument die down, Lin Bei stretched and swept his gaze over the crowd. I'm giving some of you a chance. Step forward and you might live. Stay hidden and you will only die. I think those people know what I'm talking about. At these words, Lu Rian, standing among the crowd near Lin Bai's group, felt her pupils contract slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Had news leaked? It shouldn't have. She must be overthinking it. Perhaps some outsiders had infiltrated their ranks. It was utterly impossible for someone like them to betray their own. She casually swept her gaze around. Good, none of her people had shown any cracks. There was another possibility. This man was bluffing them. Impossible. The very next second, Lu Rian's heart shuddered as she saw the tip of a blade emerge from the chest of the older woman who had been deliberately stirring up conflict. Thick black blood oozed out slowly, yet the woman herself seemed utterly oblivious. They were exposed. Still exposed. Her fists clenched involuntarily. She had clung to a sliver of hope, but the appearance of that blade made her realize they had truly been found out. How? Where had they slipped up? Had someone they secretly converted leaked the information? That shouldn't be possible. Once transformed into corpsemen, their craving for humans rivaled a cat's craving for fish. Former comrades were no longer comrades, but fragrant prey in their eyes. She knew this all too well, but she had no mind to ponder who had struck the blow or how. With a flicker of thought, she pressed the hidden button within her. She wasn't foolish enough to believe she remained undetected while others had been exposed. Even if she wasn't exposed now, once this older sister was found out, Xiao Xie would surely inspect everyone later. She would be discovered then. She had to notify him quickly lest they all perish here. What's that stench? A girl standing beside the older woman furrowed her brows and sniffed the air. Tracing the source, her pupils contracted sharply. She glanced at the exposed half of the blade, then at the older woman's utterly unperturbed face. Swallowing hard, she stumbled back a few steps, her eyes filled with terror. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost, the older woman asked, puzzled by her reaction. Li. Sisterly, do you truly feel nothing at all? Your heart has been pierced. And your blood, why is it black? Why does it stink? Are you human or a zombie? The girl retreated, her voice trembling with intense fear and caution. Terrified, she might pounce at any moment. The moment those words were spoken, many turned to look. Every pupil shrank. Some couldn't comprehend how a living person stabbed through the heart, showed no reaction, and bled black. They knew zombies had no consciousness. Others were simply terrified. They hadn't expected someone in the squad to take action. A few couldn't help but glance at Lin Bei. Given his earlier words, it was clear this newcomer had seen through their identities, and he might have been the one who struck. They never imagined they would be exposed so abruptly, leaving them utterly at a loss. What the hell? The woman called Sisterly looked down. The sight before her stunned her. The sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Her white t-shirt was stained black by her blood. Who did this? Her first instinct was to spin around. Judging by the angle, it must have been someone behind her. But when she turned, no one was there. Everyone had backed away, and she had no idea who had struck. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. Just as she suspected. She had known it. Earlier, when Chiron called out to her, she had vaguely sensed that corpsemen might have infiltrated the team. These people might have been forced to eat zombie flesh, or had done so willingly out of starvation. Regardless of the reason, their presence in her squad was surely— I gave you a chance. You just didn't know how to cherish it, Lin Bei said calmly, raising his hand and clenching it into a fist in the air towards Sisterly. Boom. Instantly, the living person with a blade in her chest collapsed into a puddle of sludge spreading across the ground. Holy shit. Xiao Chiron cursed. She knew Lin Bei was powerful, but she never imagined he had reached such heights. Sister Li's evolution level wasn't high, but she was still in existence at the 8-star first order, whether human or not. And just like that, he crushed her to death with a mere gesture. Not just Xiao Chiron, everyone present except for Xiu and her group stared at Lin Bei as if he were a monster. It had been just over 10 days since the apocalypse, short yet not short. Could someone truly have grown to such a level? Could they kill with a mere wave of the hand? Sa-ri lang, sa-ri lang, sa-ri lang. A young girl couldn't help but scream. Lin Bei almost lost his composure. Really? He glanced at Xiao Xie. Even this far into the apocalypse, someone still screamed at such a sight. He had to admit Xiao Xie had sheltered them far too well. As she kept shouting, the young girl noticed no one else reacted. She blushed and fell silent. This was the apocalypse. Oh, wasn't this normal? Lin Bei swept his gaze over the others. At that moment, those who had been swayed by Sister Li and refused to support his stay were filled with regret. Beside them, the girls who had been instigated by the plump sister to demand Xiao Xie swear an oath felt the same. With the sudden turn of events, panic seized them. They warily eyed those around them and turned to Xiao Xie for help. They were afraid. Afraid of the people beside them, and even more afraid that the man would deem them zombies and crush them. Only now did they realize what a terrifying existence Xiao Xie had brought into their midst, harboring ill intentions toward them. Ridiculous. Would a powerhouse of this caliber even look twice at them? They also understood that Xiao Xie had truly acted in their best interests. She must have exhausted herself persuading such a strong figure to join them, yet they had misjudged her intentions. Don't kill me, don't kill me. They'll confess everything. I didn't choose to become this, though I was forced. I was forced to. Don't kill me. Under Lin Bei's gaze, many corpsemen couldn't bear the pressure and stepped forward, kneeling before him. They didn't know if they had been exposed, but they had no desire to end up like Sister Li, crushed into a pulp. They were still young. They weren't afraid of the zombies outside. Why wouldn't they cling to survival? Speak, Lin Bei said. If I tell you everything, will you? A somewhat pretty girl tried to bargain, but before she could finish, she was reduced to sludge, just like Sister Li, splattering onto her clothes. The stench of fresh decay spread instantly. Gulp. At this sight, the kneeling women trembled violently. Though they didn't need to breathe, they still felt fear and dread scrambling over each other to recount their ordeals. He was too domineering. He wouldn't even let a person plead for their life. I was forced. I swear. She's the one behind all this. One of the women pointed at another kneeling beside her and continued hastily. We went out to kill zombies together, and she drugged me. While I was unconscious, she fed me zombie flesh, turning me into this inhuman creature. She even made me eat my own kind. I haven't done anything wrong. Believe me, I haven't. Bullshit. You haven't done anything wrong. She turned you into this, so you came after me. I treated you like my dearest sister, and you did this to me. Sister, you don't listen to her. She's the one who turned me into this. Sister, you. One dragged another. Lin Bei didn't even need to point out the wolves. The kneeling women dragged them all out, tracing the chain upward. Soon a small clique emerged. When the lower-ranked ones exposed 3 women, these 3 didn't continue to point fingers, but fell into a grim silence. Everyone understood. This must be the source. Xiao Xie frowned at the sight of them. You 3, weren't you the ones I rescued from the very start? Were you also forced to eat zombie flesh? They weren't forced by anyone, they took it willingly. A man's voice emerged from nowhere. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Rian, who had remained silent all along, broke into a smile along with the 3 women whom Xiao Xie had been interrogating. The next second, a man's figure materialized before everyone's eyes. He was somewhat handsome, but compared to Lin Bei, who rivaled the handsome readers here, he still fell short. His appearance made Lin Bei and Xiu raise their eyebrows simultaneously. Familiar spatial fluctuations. He understood in his heart. This man was also a spatial ability user. Honey, you're here. I was so scared just now, I thought I'd never see you again. That man was terrifyingly strong, just like you. Yet with just a grip from a distance, he crushed a living person into that state. He's not weak at all, we didn't stand a chance against him. Hi, be careful, don't be careless. The 3 women quickly ran to the man, leaning affectionately against him as they reported the situation. Oh. Upon hearing this, the man first glanced at Xiu and the other women, then looked curiously at Lin Bei. He extended his hand toward the kneeling woman on the ground. Was the scene just now like this? As he spoke, he clenched his hand. Boom! A corpse instantly turned into pulp. The women kneeling on the ground. So. Why? Oh. You. You're demonstrating, but why kill her? Isn't she one of your own? If you have the guts, go crush the women beside him. Damn it, family, who gets it? Yeah, that's exactly how it was. One woman nodded frantically. Could it be that this man like Li Hai has spatial abilities? Let's find out. The man named Li Hai reached out toward Lin Bei. In an instant, the space around Lin Bei solidified into invisible walls, and as Li Hai clenched his hand, the walls pressed inward. Lin Bei smirked slightly. This guy was copying his gesture. He only did it to look cool. Strength didn't matter, his style was forever. With a slight move of his finger, the invisible walls dissipated instantly. Such attribute-based attacks depended on who had higher ability value. Unfortunately for him, he had essentially infinite ability value. Interesting. Li Hai's lips also curled upward as he slicked back his hair with one hand. Spatial abilities, no wonder Xiao Xie let you set foot here. But unfortunately this place isn't for you, and neither is Xiao Xie. She's my prey. Lin Bei laughed. Someone else had his eyes on Xiao Xie, and they both had spatial abilities. Well, no, it was like Xiu, he originally had no abilities. Sorry, but she's already mine. What? Li Hai's brow furrowed instantly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He'll give you one chance to rephrase that. Maybe then he'll let you die painlessly. In response, Lin Bei said nothing, merely tilting his head slightly. Xiao Xie, taking the hint, stepped forward on tiptoe and kissed him. Lin Bei smiled a very pleased smile. He wrapped his arm around Xiao Xie's slender waist to assert his claim. Xie, do you know this man? No, she had never seen this man before. She originally didn't want to say more, but then her lips nearly twitched as she half leaned on Lin Bai's chest. Some clown from nowhere claims him his prey. Doesn't he see whose woman I am? Trying to touch me, you've offended the Dragon King. You won't even know how you die. Lin Bei. 6. Li Hai. He had observed this woman in secret. Extremely exquisite, highly intelligent, and full of grace with her formidable abilities. He had been determined to turn her into one of their half-human, half-corpse beings. She shouldn't be like this, like a brainless female side character in a short drama. Soon he noticed Xiao Xie's barely suppressed smirk, and he understood. She was doing it on purpose. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Xiao Xie had kissed him willingly, and his long-coveted prey was now nestled in another man's arms. It felt like swallowing a fly while eating, chewing a few times, bursting in the mouth. If she were just beautiful, it might be bearable. But Xiao Xie was meant to be his right hand, the queen of his harem, in his plans. But now she had already been shaped by another. With a wave of his hand, a sofa appeared behind him, and he sat down, staring coldly at Lin Bei. Have you thought of your last words? This guy is so pretentious, acting all high and mighty in front of my dear brother. I want to punch him and show him that there's always someone better, he muttered, grinding her small fists angrily. There's always someone better. Li Hai laughed. Today let me show you what a real sky looks like. You like to throw punches, huh? He stared at Yun's arm, his gaze sharpening. Then say goodbye to your fist, Canwei. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and used spatial power to nullify his spatial distortion. Li Hai frowned, a hint of irritation in his brow. Annoying. His originally cool move was interrupted. Spatial abilities were overpowering, but against another spatial user, they seemed dull. To outsiders, nothing had happened between them. No matter. He had a killer move. An ultimate killer move. Trying to touch my hand. Dream on. With my dear brother here, you can't hurt me. Naya. Though Yin saw nothing, she knew something had just happened. She continued, what's the point of putting on such a show? Turning into a half-human, half-corpse, neither human nor ghost, only proves one thing: you were too scared to find food early on and ate zombie meat out of hunger. The more arrogant you are now, the more cowardly you were back then. He Yin's reasoning was sound. The only reason to eat zombie meat was sheer desperation. No matter how impressive this man looked now, he must have been as timid as a dog before, too afraid to even seek food. Ha ha ha. Lehigh laughed loudly. Miss, is it possible that I chose to eat zombie meat when I had an abundance of food? Lin Bei frowned slightly, then relaxed. He understood. It was indeed a path. He had considered it before. But it was just a thought. He wouldn't choose it. Why turn himself into something as vile as a zombie? What do you mean? You had food, yet you still ate zombie meat. Xiao Shiran asked in confusion. Have you heard the saying, all roads lead to Rome? Lehigh replied with a question instead of an answer. The women were puzzled at first. Then they understood, followed by furrowed brows. Xiao Xia looked at the three women beside Lehigh. So this is why you ate zombie meat. Choosing not to be human, following him, becoming such freaks. The three women laughed. Xiao Xia, don't preach from a position of ease. Not everyone has good abilities like you. You're fine against zombies charging through hordes and slaughtering them. But what about us without abilities? What if you're not around and we're surrounded by zombies? Rather than being torn apart by zombies, it's better to join them early. Exactly. You call us freaks, but all roads lead to Rome. What if the future belongs to zombies? If they evolve intelligence and develop technology, how is that different from humans? Instead of living in fear every day, it's better to become pioneers of the zombie race. You have no idea how great it is now. Walking outside, we never worry about zombie attacks. They see us as kin, as leaders, as family. In my eyes, zombies are just babies yet to grow up. Xiao Xia values you greatly. He treats his women well, truly. I'm grateful and admire you. Without you, we might have been tortured to death by those people and never met our Hai. Take my advice, join us. Let's build our zombie empire together. You can't defeat us. Really, just try it. Becoming a sentient zombie is so amazing. Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes. You know what? She had to admit. There was some logic to it. But she still preferred being human. Fine, I understand that fear drove you to choose this path voluntarily, but laying hands on others to force them onto the same road as you, committing such acts within my team, leaves me no choice. You will pay with your lives. The truth of the matter was now clear. There was no need for further discussion. A lightning whip took shape in her hand, crackling with arcs of electricity. Hearing this, the three women not only showed no fear, but even laughed. Xiao Xia, we admit you're strong, but you're no goddess. You might dance through a horde, but how many zombies can you kill? 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, or maybe 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Even the corpsemen who tried to ambush them in the rainy night knew to gather zombies as underlings. A man of his intelligence could not possibly have failed to do so. With his spatial ability, he must have long since expanded a vast divine power space to store zombies, undoubtedly, including many high-tier ones. In that brief moment, he had already created his own exclusive space for the divine power. He only needed to continuously infuse ability points to enlarge its capacity. Similarly, from the opponent's perspective, expanding his divine power space was his primary goal. Carrying a massive horde of zombies with him was his trump card. So when he appeared, Lin Bei had been waiting for this moment. 100,000. Really? 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 Yin was thrilled at the mention of so many zombies. The addictive surge of power was intoxicating. Her large, adorable eyes blinked rapidly as she stared at Lehigh across from her. What a good man he was. Who knows, maybe it's true. Sure, you also grew excited. With a thought, she distributed food to everyone. Sisters, eat something first to hold you over. After we finish with these zombies, we'll have a feast. Jiang, you wolfed down a steak in a few bites. Lin Bei, can you refine some pills to fill our stomachs? With our current appetites, it's annoying when we don't have time to eat in special situations. You can already make pills to restore stamina and heal injuries, so that should be easy for you, right? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. System, did you hear that? It's time for new pills. Rest assured, mission accomplished. Leave it to me. Okay, Lin Bei said to Jiang Yu. Alright, I'll look into it when I have time. Just relying on quantity without quality won't work either. 100,000 zombies. Xiao Xia couldn't help but lick her lips. Energy. It was all pure energy. With their endless supply of recovery pills, what they currently lacked was a massive number of zombies. It was like someone offering a pillow just when they were feeling drowsy. She couldn't resist flicking her whip to vent the restlessness and fervor within her. The lightning whip's tip carved a deep crater into the ground. Desire. Intense desire. She could barely contain herself. Even Lin Wanan, felt a glimmer of anticipation. Though she was the weakest here, that was only within this team. After a morning of killing zombies, she had grown accustomed. Just fight. Just kill. What's wrong with these people? The woman beside Lehigh frowned. Her earlier words were meant to intimidate Xiao Xia into backing down. She was still normal, and getting injured by zombies in a horde would be troublesome. But after her words, Xiao Xia not only showed no fear, but seemed eager and even impatient. It wasn't just her. The unfamiliar women around the man were the same. Seriously, a zombie horde. A horde of 100,000. Weren't they afraid? Look at the others. Xiao Qing Xiao by Wang Qi Xiao Bade. These girls turned pale at her words. Zhang Yin Zhang. Yin, I want to be one of you, let me join, let me join. The plump sister rushed over to Zhang Yin pleading. Once the 100,000-strong horde appeared, even Xiao Xie and that man would be powerless, torn apart by the zombies. Except for the plump sister. Those who had initially supported her demand for Xiao Xie to swear an oath also came forward to beg. The ones who had argued so vehemently earlier were now kneeling on the ground pleading. Sister Yin, we're so close, let me become like you. I'm strong too, I'm at 1-star 7th level. Sister Yin, I'm at 1-star. Zhang Yin looked at Li Hai beside her. Li Hai raised his hand, and before each person appeared half a zombie arm. Eat it, and you shall step into glorious evolution. Flesh and blood are bitter, zombies ascend. Zombie flesh. The plump sister swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, picked it up, and began tearing and swallowing ravenously. Ugh, it stank. It was disgusting. Nauseating. It tasted like a pair of socks worn for a year without washing by someone with sweaty feet, then soaked in water, and left to stew in airtight shoes for an entire day. The stench made her skin crawl with goosebumps. But she forced herself to endure the nausea and swallow it. Living was certainly better than dying. Moreover, Zhang Yan's words had indeed attracted many. They weren't Xiao Xie, they feared the horde. They didn't want to be tackled and mauled by zombies, they wanted to be the leaders of the undead. Sister Yin, I want in too. Sister Yin, count me in. I don't want to be human anymore, Sister Yu. Many of the girls who had supported Lin Bai's decision to stay also rushed over. Xiao Xie did not stop them. To each their own, she wasn't their mother. Since they were determined to die, they could go ahead. On the opposite side, Li Hai sat on the sofa, the curve of his smile growing wider. Xiao Xie's forces were weakening while his were strengthening. This shift made their victory even more impossible. Moreover, their chances were already slim. No, they had no hope at all. Xiao Xie. I'll give you one chance. It's not too late to come over to my side now. Kneel and call me master, and I will preserve your consciousness and let you step into glorious evolution. With a wave of his hand, 10 zombies appeared behind him, each a full 3 meters tall, with exaggerated physiques. Their explosive muscles were enough to intimidate anyone, making them too afraid to fight. He intended to display his power and force submission. Of course, it didn't stop there. Next, 10 lickers from the movies emerged. 10 gray defense-enhanced zombies appeared. 10 zombie gorillas pounded their chests and roared madly. 10 zombie giant tigers appeared. 10 zombie lions appeared. Each zombie exuded an intense pressure, and every beast struck fear into their hearts. If they were ordinary ranks, it might be manageable, but from their auras, every single one was at least at the 2nd tier. Exaggerated. Truly exaggerated. Countless women felt their legs go weak. Seriously, the apocalypse had only erupted for a little over 10 days, not 10 months. Such a lineup was far too luxurious, far too top tier. Roar, roar. The beast's howls and zombies' roars struck everyone's nerves. And that wasn't all. Behind these high-tier zombies, an endless dense sea of corpses appeared, stretching beyond sight. Their hearts trembled. They were terrified. They were shaking. There was no way to win. This was utterly hopeless. Seeing this, some girls who had been hesitating abandoned 2 legs for 4, scrambling and crawling to Zhang Yin to beg for zombie flesh to join. Even those who had secretly resolved to fight their way out with Xiao Xie now panicked and rushed over. Was this really something humans could handle? Ha ha ha. Seeing more and more people gathering around Xiao Xie, Li Hai couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. This was the oppressive force brought by his zombie army. Sis. WH. What do we do now? Xiao Xiren's hands trembled as she grabbed Xiao Xie's sleeve. Including the surviving sisters and Lin Bai's group, there were only about 20 people. These 20 individuals appeared utterly insignificant before such a massive zombie horde. They were like a solitary boat on the surging ocean at constant risk of being swallowed. Xiao Xie, you are a clever person. I believe you know how to choose in this situation. Come, let us conquer this planet together. You possess the lightning ability, it would be a shame to fall here. If you are willing, these zombies will all bow to you. You will become the queen of this new world. You will stand above all but one. Of course. If you are unwilling, then I will have no choice but to keep you by my side as a mindless zombie. Though I dislike trouble, I am not afraid of it. The choice is yours. Li Hai stared at Xiao Xie. His words were clear. However, Xiao Xie's expression was strange, extremely strange. Not only did she show no fear in the face of such a formation, but she also revealed an exaggerated smile, like the manic laughter of a deranged female hunter capturing her prey. Could it be that she was scared silly? For a powerhouse like her, he could understand her excitement at encountering a small zombie horde, but this scale was already a massive horde. She should know that she couldn't handle it. Lin Bei, I can barely hold back. Xiao Xie seemed not to hear Li Hai's words, her gaze fixed on the high-level zombies ahead, speaking to Lin Bei, without turning her head. Good brother, I can't hold back either. He-Yun licked her lips, which were glistening with oil from the grilled sausage she had just eaten, her body trembling slightly. Excitement. Excitement to the extreme. It wasn't just them, Wan and Jiangyu, and sure, you were also trembling faintly. Please, these were all energy. Energy that could allow them to evolve and level up. So much energy. It could at least allow each of them to rise by 2 or 3 stars. This was a conservative estimate. How could they remain calm? Lin Bei ran a hand through his hair looking at Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, and then at Lu Ruyan, who had remained silent all along. Miss Lu, are you still standing on this side planning to betray that man? Lu Ruyan paused. The next second, a hand pulled her over. It was none other than Li Hai, who was sitting on the sofa. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Bei. I'm curious, how exactly did you see through her? Her scent was masked by perfume, her skin was made up, she wore colored contacts. What about her made her seem like a zombie? Originally, he had planned to use Lu Ruyan as a backup to betray them in case things got out of control. But since she was exposed, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Shiran was shocked. So Lu Ruyan was indeed half human, half zombie. Lin Bei smirked. It was simple. In his field of vision, Lu Ruyan had a list of information visible. Name Lu Ruyan. Appearance score 91. Pre-apocalypse occupation car model. Overall score 90. Level tier 2, star 1. Race corpse person. Ability recharge S awakened LV3. Bond's car model 1 after Bond is activated. Driving skills for vehicle type members double. Innate cuckold saint physique 1. Innate stalking saint physique 1. Rich man killer 1. Otaku killer 1. Fishing expert 1. Foodie 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. With such bonds, one could only say as expected of the Ruyan Emperor, truly living up to the name. The reason he hadn't touched her was that Lin Bei was curious about her recharge ability. After all, it was great. Give me a reason to tell you, Lin Bei said. Good, very good. I hope you won't be kneeling and telling me willingly later. Let me show you who is the true master of this land. Humans or zombies? Attack! Li Hai waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, dozens of tier 2 zombies and zombie beasts roared and charged toward Lin Bei's group, like piranhas drawn to the scent of blood, followed by an incredibly vast horde. Boom, 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 The entire police station trembled like rolling thunder. Wah! What do we do now? Xiao Xiran's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her face drained of color. The same went for Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and Wang Qi. They had never faced such a terrifying number of zombies hidden, especially since most of the horde consisted of high-level ones. Come on, there were only about 20 of them. Did they really need such a grand spectacle? Attack, my darlings. Time to feast. Lin Bei shouted lowly. All right. The women who had been eagerly waiting surged forward like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Swish! Jiang Yu stomped her foot and charged ahead first. Sorry, sisters, I let you have the morning kills. We'll take some interest now. I won't hold back. As she advanced, she drew the short spear tucked at her waist, extended it, leaped into the air, and slammed it down toward the head of a 3-turtle muscular tier 2 zombie. Die! HRR! The muscular zombie roared. It wasn't foolish enough to let the enemy attack its relatively fragile head. It reached out and grabbed the descending spear while its other hand clenched into a fist and punched toward her small body. Li Hai smirked. Hopefully that punch would incapacitate the woman. Such a beautiful woman. He wanted to recruit her into his ranks. Not just her, but the others behind Lin Bei as well. He had to admit that man who also possessed a spatial ability was quite lucky to have gathered so many beauties. But unfortunately, he had met him. Making a move on Xiao Xie would definitely be the biggest mistake of his life. Holy shit. So Li Hai's eyes widened as he abruptly stood up, his gaze filled with shock. He had imagined the woman in white being sent flying by the muscular zombie's punch, but in reality the moment the tier 2 muscular zombie's hand touched the spear shaft, it disintegrated, and its massive body was smashed in two with irresistible force. The scene was already quite brutal, but it wasn't over. The woman in white, after killing one, used the spear's tail to counter the downward inertia, pivoted on her body, swung left, and thrust right. When she swung left, the spear tip sliced another tier 2 muscular zombie's head in half, then pierced the brow of a third tier 2 zombie. 1 second. All of this happened within 1 second. In other words, this woman in white, whom he had just regarded as merely attractive, had killed 3 of his generals in that single second with movements so fluid and seamless. Amazing. Having instantly killed 3 tier 2 zombies, the vast energy allowed Jiang Yu to level up. The surge in power made her unable to help but exclaim. At the same time, 2 tier 2 lickers lunged at her from left and right. She thrust her spear twice, easily piercing their heads. 2 more streams of energy entered her body. So satisfying. Whoa, sister, you don't kill them too fast. High-level zombies are rare. Leave some for us. In 2 seconds, sister, you had already killed 5. If she hesitated a few more seconds, the level she had worked so hard to catch up to would fall behind again. Ian stomped her foot. Boom. The hard concrete floor instantly dented into a deep pit. She charged forward like a high-speed car, delivering 3 simple unadorned slashes. 3 tier 2 zombies were cleaved in half, like mere mortals. Li Hai. Wait, who's the female lead here? Isn't it Xiao Xie? How are you two so ferocious? With a sharp whoosh, Wanan refused to fall behind. She stomped the ground and sprang forward. Unlike Jiang Yu and He Yun, who targeted muscular zombies, she chose ordinary second-tier zombies of similar build. Even ordinary second-tier zombies were like ants before her. Though she lacked supernatural abilities, her five-fold strength enhancement made her terrifyingly powerful, effortlessly annihilate. This was the era of ability users. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the gap between ability users and ordinary evolvers was narrow, but as they leveled up, the chasm widened immensely. Lin Bei was stunned. Another one. This was too absurd. What? Are you kidding me? Suddenly Lin Bei's pupils contracted again, and he couldn't help but exclaim. No way. The terrifying close combat prowess of these three women already astounded him, but what he couldn't accept was that the last woman beside that man actually possessed spatial abilities like them. She stood still, swinging her blade. A spatial rift opened. She cleaved a second-tier muscular strength-type zombie in half from top to bottom, as if cutting through tofu. He couldn't accept it. He truly couldn't. If even he couldn't achieve such a feat, it meant this woman's level far surpassed his own. Within 5 seconds, over a dozen of his elite squad, composed entirely of second-tier zombies, had been annihilated. Seriously, there had to be a limit to their strength. Xiao Xia crackled with arcs of electricity, charging forward with a lightning whip. With one lash, she sent a second-tier zombie flying. Its chest was scorched black, reeking of burnt flesh. Before the zombie could rise, a lightning spear pierced its brow. Lin Bei frowned deeply. Though Xiao Xia, with her lightning ability, also killed a second-tier zombie, in one blow her method was pitifully weak compared to the other 4 women. Far weaker. The gap was immense. In the time it took Xiao Xia to slay one zombie, each of the other 4 had killed 2 or 3 more. His elite squad seemed like a joke before. He cursed loudly again. Soon, a woman wielding a long spear descended gracefully into the rear horde like a celestial maiden. With a sweep of her spear, an invisible force surged, sending hundreds of zombies. After several sweeps, a vast clearing emerged. What? Are these women cultivators? Lin Bei's eyes bulged. If only the woman in white used this technique, he'd chalk it up to an ability, but the other 2 girls, annoyed by the surrounding ordinary zombies, also cleared large areas with the same move. This surpassed his understanding. Xiao Yanwanan, come kill the ordinary zombies. Leave the high-tier ones to Lin Bei. We're low-leveled, and these ordinary zombies are enough for us to level up. Zhang Yu called out after clearing a large space. Okay, Sister Xiao Yu. He tapped her foot. She leaped onto the shoulder of a giant ape and soared into the air. Below, the ground was covered in a dense sea of zombies with no foothold. With one slash of her blade, a massive swath of zombies lost their heads, creating an opening. Lin Bei cursed again, unable to stay calm. A group of girls from nowhere were so ferocious that he doubted his 100,000-strong zombie army could even satisfy their appetites. Really, if they killed zombies a few at a time, he could handle it, but with each swing at least 200 to 300 heads flew off. Worse, these moves seemed like their basic attacks. They showed no signs of exhaustion, and instead grew more energized with each kill. Xiao Xia's figure flickered, crackling with lightning as she joined the horde. He and Zhang Yu too head that way. They'll handle the zombies here. Alright, got it, Sister Xiu. Not only Lin Bei's jaw dropped, but Lu Ruyan beside him was equally stunned. Even with her strength ability, she could never achieve such feats. Could the gap between people truly be this vast? Suddenly her expression shifted in fear. She stepped back in disbelief, her voice trembling. Xiao Hai, the name Xiao Xia just called. Were they He Yun and Zhang Yu? Did I hear wrong? Seems like it. So what? Lin Bei, too distracted to care, brushed her off. What did names matter? I remember that girl in white Zhang Yu said to leave the high-tier zombies for Lin Bei. So that man. He's Lin Bei. Why bother about his name? Lin Bei stared at the 4 women in the horde. In just 1 minute they had killed at least 20,000 zombies, shrinking his 100,000 army by a fifth. 20,000. Not 200 or 2,000, but 20,000 zombies. In the current apocalypse, each ordinary zombie's strength was slightly above human limits, nearing 1-star first tier. Xiao Hai, that man's name is Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Lu Ruyan grabbed his arm, shouting. Damn it. Does the name matter that much? Lin Bei was irritated. Lu Ruyan kept fixating on the name. So what if it was Lin Bei? It was just a name and an adjective too. Wait. Why did the name Lin Bei sound familiar? Suddenly, he remembered staring at the man in the distance. Lin Bei. Could he be the one ranked first globally on the trial steel? Wait. He Yun, Zhang Yu. He recalled those names were also on the steely, ranked extremely high, especially Zhang Yu, who was second globally, right below Lin Bei. He was dumbfounded. Shocked. What kind of deity was this Lin Bei? Where did he find such extraordinary women? Compared to them, the Xiao Xia who once shone in his eyes now seemed like a pile of runny dung at that. Lu Ruyan and Lin Bei's voices weren't isolated. The women nearby, who had just eaten zombie meat, heard everything, their expressions complex. They were on the verge of tears. Their minds shattered completely. Damn it. Why didn't they say it earlier? If they'd known that man was Lin Bei and his women were He Yun and Zhang Yu, none of this nonsense would have happened. If they'd revealed his identity earlier, they'd have begged to stay, not try to drive him away. If they'd known he was Lin Bei, they wouldn't have eaten zombie meat to survive. Why didn't they say it sooner? One girl screamed in despair, then frantically clawed at her throat to vomit the zombie meat shed forced down. Xiaoxia, why the hell didn't you reveal that man's identity earlier? The plump sister shouted before joining and gagging herself. Earlier they'd fled here to survive seeing the dire situation. Now the situation had flipped again. Weren't they just being toyed with? Xiaoxia sneered, taking out hundreds of zombies with a whiplash. My sister said from the start he came to handle emergencies. We sisters exhausted ourselves protecting you every day, yet you doubted everything and made me swear oaths. Isn't that ridiculous? You ate zombie meat to survive, now you want to vomit it to survive. You're truly Gotham's top villains, Batman's best customers. Their faces were grim. Damn you, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in so much trouble. One girl vented her fury on the plump sister, kicking her to the ground and continuing to strike. It's too late. Everything is too late. It's useless to spit it out now. Her skin had already started to change color. Xiaoxia glanced coldly at those who had lost interest. If they died, so be it. Canway. Lin Bei was preparing to use his divine power to hide in his own space. He naturally couldn't bear to let those zombies go, but releasing them required just a thought, while taking them back demanded considerable effort. The current situation did not allow him such luxury. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as he is alive, a mere 100,000 zombies would be rebuilt in no time. The apocalypse is never short of zombies. Damn it. No need for divine power. Lin Bei's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lin Bei. He knew that this guy had certainly sealed off the space, and to activate divine power they would have to compete over whose ability was more substantial. Open for me, he murmured inwardly. He exerted all his strength to break through the spatial blockade, consuming his energy recklessly. As long as he could hide in his divine space, he would be safe. Charge! Tear him apart. He ordered his elite team to leave behind the second-tier zombies and zombie beasts killed by those few women. There were still 35 left. So what if he's ranked first in the world? He didn't believe that Lin Bei could simultaneously use energy to seal his space while dealing with so many zombies. Roar? Huh. A wave of second-tier zombies charged at Lin Bei. Faced with this scene, Xiao Shiran and the other girls who had just gained confidence from slaughtering with Jian Yu collapsed again. This level of battle was no longer something they could touch. Just one second-tier zombie would take them a long time to fight off. Ruyan, assist with the zombies. That guy has sealed my space and I need time to break through. Okay. Lu Ruyan drew a composite bow from her back, knocking an arrow. The cold arrowhead whistled through the air, aiming straight at Lin Bei's forehead. A composite bow. Lin Bei's gaze sharpened. The arrow froze midair, and he squinted as the space compressed and destroyed the arrow. Boom! The moment the arrow was crushed, it exploded, charging with energy similar to the explosion fruit in one piece. Quite interesting. Meanwhile, the 35 second-tier zombies arrived before him. Lin Bei took a deep breath and propelled himself. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lin Bei couldn't help but burst out laughing. You fool, how can a space ability be effective in close combat? Is your brain? Damn it. As he laughed, he suddenly couldn't continue. Lin Bei smashed the head of a second-tier fierce tiger with a punch, then spun around to kick and explode the heads of two second-tier zombies. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts. Every attack sent at least one zombie crumpling to the ground. Damn. Ripping zombies apart. Are you some kind of superhero? Lin Bei thrust his hands into the chest of the last muscular zombie, pulling hard to tear its body apart. At his feet lay a quiet scene of dismembered limbs. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter again. Ha! His laughter grew somewhat deranged. He was momentarily shocked by Lin Bei's terrifying close combat power. In just a few seconds, all the second-tier zombies he had painstakingly raised were wiped out. Damn! How can I fight against this? A space ability user excelling in close combat is more exaggerated than those high-tier, physically enhanced abilities. Is this even reasonable? Huh? Is it reasonable? He knew that among those zombies he had just killed, many had strong defenses, yet before him, they were as fragile as regular zombies. One last try. Break for me. Lin Bei, unwilling to fall here, summoned all remaining energy to violently assault the spatial blockade. However, Lin Bei's energy was as unfathomable as his strength. Even if he exerted all his efforts, draining the last bit of energy, Lin Bei's spatial blockade showed no signs of loosening. Thud. Exhausted from energy and feeling helpless, Lin Bei slumped back onto the sofa. The rapid change in the situation was too much for him to accept. Even if he were to lose, it shouldn't be this fast. 3 minutes ago he was ambitious. Who would have thought that in less than 3 minutes his elite second-tier team would be completely wiped out and the number of the 100,000 zombie army would be cut down by half and still rapidly decrease? He felt like an experience pack delivering experience to others. Thud. After finishing the last second-tier zombie, Lin Bei's heart surged again. Thanks to these second-tier zombies, he had advanced from a 3-star 1 to a 3-star 2. Ha! Power surged within him. He couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, he thought he would be stuck at 3-star 1 for a while. Unexpectedly, a huge experience pack came along. This man, he was squeeze dry. Let him replenish, then squeeze dry again. He had to admit this person was talented. Unfortunately, the person he targeted had encountered him. If it were in another city or province, he would definitely sweep through everything. How can he be so strong? Is he a god? Xiao Shiran, Xiao Qing, and the others sitting on the ground gazed reverently at Lin Bai's back. He Yun and her companions were already exaggeratedly strong, making them feel they could only look up. The gap between them was like a chasm, but Lin Bai's strength was crushing compared to He Yun. In their hearts, Lin Bei was almost indistinguishable from a god. Is this the strength of being ranked first in the world? Like to show off? Why did you stop showing off? Do you see? This is the strength of my good brother. You don't even have the qualification to let him go all out. He Yun proudly declared while slicing through hundreds of zombies. Hee. Li Hai smiled bitterly, reclining on the sofa as he looked at the clouds in the sky. I truly apologize, Lord Lin Bei, for not allowing you to enjoy yourself. Although his 100,000 zombie army still had about 50,000 left, the defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Those women were like they had taken stimulants, each of them seemingly having endless strength. No matter how they erupted, their physical conditions always remained at their peak. The surrounding space was still tightly sealed. He knew that Lin Bei would never let him have a way out. If he were the victorious one, he would never let Lin Bei go either. Letting a tiger return to the mountain is a great taboo. Lord Lin Bei, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, let me live. I just want to survive. Really, I just want to live. The plump woman who had been beaten up by many crawled forward, dragging her broken legs and pleading for mercy. Lin Bei glanced at her. She was no longer human. Even if her legs were broken, she wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Lord Lin Bei, we were wrong. If we had known you were Lin Bei, we would never have listened to that fat pig's instigation. We just want to survive. Please have mercy and let us go. Lord Lin Bei, spare me. As long as you are willing, from now on you will be my master. I will do whatever you say. Please, just don't kill me. Master, I also recognize you as my master. Don't kill me. The remaining girls who had eaten zombie flesh crawled to him, kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Bei was curious about what they were thinking. They wanted to survive after becoming like this. If there were attachments, that would be one thing, but in the apocalypse, living without attachments and dignity, was that really living? Ignoring these women, he turned his gaze to Li Hai across from him. Any last words? Gazing at the white clouds, Li Hai's eyes remained utterly calm. No last words, but I do have a wish. It shouldn't be too much for you. I wonder if you'd be willing. Let's hear it. These 4 girls became half human, half corpse because of my manipulation. They just wanted to survive in this apocalypse. The attack on Xiao Xi's team was also my order. In the end, it was all my greed. They had no choice. Let my death be enough and give them a way out. They pose no threat to you. Li Hai pulled the women beside him closer. No, Hai, if we die, we die together. If we die, we die together. That's right. You gave us hope and something to live for in this apocalypse. If you die, what meaning is there for us to live on alone? We won't let you go by yourself. As soon as Li Hai finished speaking, the 3 women quickly declared their stance. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at Rian the Great standing aside. 3 had spoken up, 1 remained silent. Li Hai was thinking of them even at death's door, yet Lu Rian didn't even say a word, not even something to make him happy. I'm sorry, but I want to live. Lu Rian was silent for a long time before speaking to Li Hai. Li Hai was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It's fine. He continued, Lin Bei, Lu Rian is just a woman. Spare her life, and she won't cause any trouble. This wish isn't much to ask, is it? Can you do it? Lu Rian narrowed her eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. Agreed. As expected of the world's #1 Lin Bei. You truly have vision. I thought you might be like some petty man who would humiliate me after victory. You are strong, so strong that I have no power to resist. Falling into your hands is no grievance. Among the many people I've fought, and even those I will fight in the future, you are the one with the most cunning mind. It's just a pity you ran into me. Lin Bei spoke from the heart. Truly he did admire this Li Hai somewhat. If he were a woman, he would have considered taking him under his wing. What did it matter if he was a corpse man? In the end, evolution led to the same destination. Li Hai laughed. Yeah, what a pity he ran into this cheater. Really. With the luxurious setup in his divine might space aside from Lin Bai's team, who in the current world could stand against him. Yet of all people, he had to run into this cheater. Damn heavens. Why didn't you give me a cheat? I'm so clever. I broke through again. I'm at 2-star rank 5 now. Ha ha, this feels so good, so good. Xiao Yan slowed down the killing, leave some for Wanan. There are enough zombies here, let her catch up first. Okay. Amidst the He Yun, Jiang Yulin, Wanan, and Xiao Xia were slaughtering wildly. As for Jiang Xiyu, with her spatial ability, at level 3, she no longer needed a blade to destroy ordinary zombies. With a mere thought, spatial compression could crush a horde of zombies. Frequently, using her ability also helped her level up faster. Li Hai turned his head to look. You're really lucky. Your women are all very strong. But my luck isn't too bad, either, having these 3 little fools willing to die with me. Go ahead. Wait a moment. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry to act. Li Hai was puzzled. Was there something else? Soon after, the 100,000-strong zombie horde was nearly cleared by the 5 women. He Yun hopped over to him, hands behind her back, tilting her head with a grin. Good brother, I'm at 2-star rank 7 now. How about that? Am I amazing? Praise me, what? Hearing this, Li Hai, who had already accepted his death, was shocked once again. This he and she was only at 2-star rank 7. And she only reached 2-star rank 7 after killing all these zombies. No way. When she first started fighting, he thought Hyun had already stepped into the 3rd rank. After all, she was among the top 5 globally. To possess such terrifying combat power at just 2-star rank, what would happen if she entered the 3rd rank? My little Yun is the best. Lin Bei affectionately rubbed her head. Hyun hugged him thoroughly, enjoying them. Don't ask. Her body wasn't dirty at all. Thanks to Jiang Ye's top-tier bond bonus and the double learning ability boost during the 3 days of torrential rain, Jiang Yu not only developed a new way to use internal energy, but also taught it to all of them. It formed an invisible armor on the boat's surface, enhancing defense and blocking filth. This was why Lin Bei dared to fight in close quarters without a weapon. Truly, space crushing and beheading with a blade were far less satisfying than fists. Punching flesh was the way of a real man. Xiao Bei, I've caught up. Like the other sisters, I'm at 2-star rank 7 too. Wanan came to his side to report, also having fallen so far behind with the help of the other sisters, she had finally caught up. Shiyu and the others had been so good. What a... Li Hai was startled again. These women were all only at 2nd rank. Damn. Even his calm, death-facing heart was now churning with stormy waves. Not only that, his 100,000-strong zombie army had annihilated by 5 2nd-rank women. If they were at 3rd rank, he'd feel better. But they were only at 2nd rank. No, wait. Forget everything else. His own evolution level was still at 2-star rank 8. These women were cheaters too, weren't they? Fine, a bunch of cheaters. Why weren't there Jiang Yu, Shiyu, and Xiao Xie returned to his side one after another. Lin Bei glanced over. Everyone was at 2-star rank 8. Good. This Li Hai had truly delivered an incredible gift. Lin Bei cleared his throat and said to the women beside him, say thank you to him. Li Hai, thank you. Thank my damn it. Wait, so this is what you were waiting for. Fine. Thank you, kind sir. Jiang Yu shortened her spear and tucked it behind her waist, offering the first genuine thanks. This wave had greatly shortened their development time. Thank you. You're a good person. Shiyu and Wanan politely expressed their gratitude. Thank you, little brother. I apologize for mocking you earlier. Thank you, you're really a good person. Hyun stuck out her tongue. What a wonderful pre-meal exercise. Although I don't know your name, thank you anyway. You helped clear my team and let me level up several times. Thank you, stranger. Xiao Xie also offered her thanks. A barrage of gratitude left Li Hai feeling tight-chested. Seriously. My original plan was to force you to eat zombie meat. I came here to kidnap Xiao Xie. What the hell do you mean by handing out good person cards to me one after another? Damn it. Each one of them thanked him so sincerely and earnestly that it nearly made him cough up blood. He understood. These people were genuinely grateful to him. Seriously, after killing so many zombies, they were overjoyed. They didn't care about his original purpose at all, but he found it utterly nauseating. Xiao Xie thanking him made sense. Those girls who ate the zombie meat made their own choices, no one forced them. Today, they could eat zombie meat to survive today, and tomorrow they could betray those beside them to survive. As for the girls who were forced to eat the zombie meat, honestly, if they truly had good intentions, even after becoming half human, half corpse, they could have told Xiao Xie. But they were selfish. They wanted to live. They found it too comfortable after becoming zombies. If even one of them had been willing to sacrifice herself, they would have been exposed long ago. But not only did they not expose themselves, they dragged others down. That is human nature. If they can't have it good, they don't want anyone else to have it good either. Now that the thanks are done, it's time to send you on your way. Lin Bai's smile faded. Not to be deliberately unpleasant, but because he genuinely wanted to express his gratitude. Li Hai shook his head with a wry smile. This man was rather peculiar. Come on. Perhaps death was a new beginning. A flash of blade. The heads of Li Hai and the 3 women beside him flew into the air. Having no personal grudge, there was no need to torment them before death. A swift end was his final thanks for the bounty of experience they had delivered. You promised him you'd spare my life, Lu Rian hurriedly said as she watched Lin Bei take the lives of Li Hai and the others. Lin Bei turned to look at her. Such groveling was beneath the title of the Rian Emperor. Don't be foolish. I don't kill women. Lu Rian was speechless. She glanced at the headless bodies of the 3 women beside Li Hai, then back at Lin Bei. Bro, do you even hear what you're saying? You're blatantly lying through your teeth. I'm afraid the moment I turn my back, you'll blast me flying with a shotgun. Come on, show me your ability. Lin Bei waved his hand, and an oversized sofa materialized behind him where he and the women sat down. Rian's heart leaped with joy. He was interested in her ability. She quickly began to explain, my ability is called Charging SS Strength. Any object I touch I can infuse with energy. Once charged, unless the container is damaged, I can make it explode whenever I want. She was actually Shrank, but deliberately claimed SS rank to increase her chances of survival. As she spoke, she began to demonstrate. She thrust her hands into her pockets, and when she withdrew them, 8 stones were wedged between her fingers. She hurled them with force. Explode. Bang, bang, bang. At her command, 10 ordinary stones erupted in violent explosions, each small pebble unleashing a force comparable to high explosives. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Not bad. Quite interesting. Then she knocked an arrow and drew her bow. Whooshed. A long arrow embedded itself in a distant concrete wall and detonated fiercely, blasting straight through it. After the demonstration, she declared, I, Lu Rian, swear to the heavens that from this day forward I will be Lord Lin Bai's most loyal servant. I will do whatever you command without a second thought. Why do you want to live? Lin Bei asked. Why die when you can live? Rian replied. Fair enough. Lin Bei ceased to dwell on it and turned to Wanan beside him. Well, do you like her ability? To be honest, if Xiu hadn't possessed the spatial ability, he would have stripped Li Hai's ability for Wanan. But a team didn't need 3 spatial ability users. Personally, he preferred a powerful AoE ability. At these words, Rian's pupils contracted. There were 2 possibilities. 1, Lin Bei would make her the woman's dog. 2, he would strip her ability and gift it to her. The second was absurd. But the apocalypse had arrived. What absurdity couldn't happen? I don't really like it. Feels not particularly useful. I want to see more, Wanan said. Alright, if you don't like it, just say so. No problem. Finding an ability is a big deal. Take your time. Rian breathed a sigh of relief. But inwardly she was astounded. This Lin Bei truly had the power to strip others' abilities. No wonder the women around him were so formidable. He must have given them excellent abilities. Kemui. His gaze sharpened. Lu Rian was absorbed into his Kemui dimension. He hadn't spared her because of his promise to Li Hai. He was keeping her in the dimension until he had more dismantling tools to extract her ability. He had asked. Xiu and the others could acquire a second ability without side effects, and that ability could be shared with him. Then he stored Li Hai's corpse as well. Abilities could be stripped within 10 minutes of death. For now, finding Wanan's first ability was the top priority. After these tasks, Lin Bei turned to the group of women kneeling on the ground. Those who had eaten the zombie flesh had undergone a visible transformation. Their skin had taken on a zombie-like pallor, and the blood from the fat woman's wounds had turned black. Lord Lin Bei, we pose no threat to you whatsoever. Please just let us go like you'd release a fart. Seeing his gaze, the women began to beg again. They'll give you a task: throw all the corpses into this wormhole and clean this place up. If you satisfy me, I'll let you go. Honestly, I have no interest in your lives. As he spoke, a massive spatial wormhole opened on the ground. Of course, you can choose not to believe me and jump in to escape, if you're not afraid of being caught or falling to your death. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared before the sofa laden with oversized platters of food. Time to chow down. Hiyun couldn't contain her excitement. She grabbed a rice cooker liner and began piling ribs into it, her little mouth stuffed roundly. Eat slowly, no one's going to steal it from you. Xiu shook her head with a smile, pulling out a portion of ribs from her spatial bag and dumping them into Hiyun's rice cooker. After days of eating so much meat, she still craved it. Can't help it. It's too delicious, plus I'm starving. I've been burning so much energy. With her mouth full of rice, Hiyun grabbed a large egg tart and stuffed it in. Recovery pills could restore stamina, but not hunger. 100,000 zombies. The 5 of them had slain 100,000 zombies. The physical drain was immense. Their stomachs had long been growling. Assorted meats, ribs, and vegetables. Plus snacks. Egg tarts. Steak. Sausages. And fried rice. So lavish. Xiao Xie was eating with them for the first time. She had always eaten well, but what was her usual fare compared to this? Feast. Feast wildly. Imitating Hiyun, she grabbed a rice cooker liner and began devouring the food. Such tender fresh greens. Wow, and my favorite cauliflower. How long has it been? Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A large round table appeared beside them, also laden with dishes. Apart from them, there were people like Xiao Shiran, those who were part of his prospective harem. No, his women, not many, just 10. No matter. He didn't need a large number. He could recruit more later. Among these 10, 5 had untarnished bonds. He would pick those 5 out first and assign the others different tasks. With more people, someone needed to handle logistics. They didn't need to cook, but cleaning was still required. The air was thick with the stench of zombies, but they had long grown accustomed to it. 50 or 60 women who had eaten zombie meat worked diligently. They only needed to push the corpses into the wormhole, which was flush with the ground, making cleanup swift. To survive, they worked with remarkable fervor. Lin Bei, what do you plan to do with these people? Will you kill them all? Xiao Xie asked with a pang of conscience. Regardless, they had followed her for a long time. There was a trace of reluctance. But even if he killed them, it was fine. In the apocalypse, one must be ruthless when necessary. She was just asking. Keep them for now locked in my divine power space. If this situation arises again, someone has to deal with the zombies on the ground, and using our own people is too time-consuming. Lin Bei took a sip of iced beer and continued. In the future, if we encounter troublesome evolvers, throw them into the divine power space for them to gnaw on. As their levels rise, we can harvest the benefits. Plus, I can stock up on more batteries and have them ride stationary bikes into space to generate electricity. Zombies don't need food or rest. They can ride 24 hours a day. Think of how much power we'd save preventing a power shortage during continuous bad weather. What do you think? Isn't my idea brilliant? Shall see a 9. Because it's so brilliant it's over the top. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would have to work 100 years before leaving, and even then he'd leave peacefully. Attributes. Owner Lin Bei, level 3rd, order 2 stars. Storage space 1000 cubic meters. Ability space SS grade LV 3 passive space backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength grade LV 3 quadruple. Physique grade LV 2 triple. Speed 390. Strength 395 4. Spirit 390. Physique 393. Pet Silver Moon 2nd order 3 stars. Items returning strength pill 1st grade, healing pill 2nd grade, SS grade, steak top tier, honey glazed sausage, top tier, golden fried rice top tier, giant egg, tart disassembler 1. Collection members Jiang Shiyu 2nd order 7 stars, space LV3. Heyun 2nd order 7 stars, strength LV3, quadruple amplification. Lin Wanan 2nd order 7 stars. Jiang Yu 2nd order 7 stars, physique LV3, quadruple amplification, global benefits charisma 2, strength 5, martial talent 2, food resources quintuple return. Little Silver Moon used to be the highest leveled, but now she's the lowest. It couldn't be helped if following him was just too comfortable. She never got a chance to fight, just now she was tasked with protecting Xiao Shiran and the others from being caught in the crossfire. Little Moon, your mommies are all at 2nd order 7 stars, and you're only at 3 stars. You need to work harder. I know, let me finish eating first, Little Silver Moon lay on the table devouring her food. They chatted as they ate. The meal lasted a full hour. Afterward, everyone lay contentedly on the sofa, holding iced milk tea as a finishing touch. In that hour the girls had pushed all 100,000 zombies into the spatial wormhole. To speed them up he opened several more. They were all evolvers, so their work efficiency couldn't be judged by pre-apocalyptic standards. Now they were using high-pressure water hoses to wash the bloodstains off the ground. Lin Bei propped his legs on the table, closed his eyes, and held Xia and Wanan on either side, enjoying the leisurely post-meal time. Davey, how about we slip away while we have a moment? Xiao Xia whispered in his ear. Slip away for what? What do you think? Xiao Xia rolled her eyes. Naturally, to make me your woman. I heard from Shiyu and the others that once I become your woman, I'll gain a power boost. I want to get stronger. She had been so envious earlier. Lin Wanan, who had no ability, was now like a war goddess. If she could gain a quintuple power boost combined with the enhancement from lightning stimulating her body, her strength would multiply several times over. No rush, I'm in a rush. Let's take a nap first. At your age, can you even sleep? I'm young, I can fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. My sleep quality is superb. Screw the nap. Come on. Xiao Xia climbed on top of him, startling Shiyu and the others. Lin Bai's closed eyes snapped open. Hey sis, we're still outside. Was she that impatient? What's the matter? They're all women. Let's do it tonight. Seeing that Lin Bei had no intention, Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes. She craved power too much. After witnessing Jiang Yu and the others' might, she couldn't wait another minute. She whispered in his ear, Old man Lin, I want you to help this immortal cultivate. Oh well, fine. He snapped his fingers, and the two vanished. The process didn't matter, the result was what counted. Collection successful. Successfully collected a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a small exquisite gift. Clear spirit pills 10 3rd grade, clears all negative effects for those below 4th order. System space storage increased to 100 cubic meters. Innocent bond 1, it received a small exquisite gift. Food sublimation. All food rewarded by the system has its quality sublimated 100-fold. For example, eating 1 is equivalent to eating 100. Note: future food obtained will be automatically sublimated. Innate stocking Saint physique bond 1. Top tier police beauty bond activated all members. Shooting talent with guns 2. Gourmet bond 1. Fitness enthusiast bond 1. Detected that Xiao Xia possesses the lightning ability SS grade. This ability has been copied to the owner. Scion, I've made it. Haha, I've made it. Taoist master. 1st order gives 1st grade. 2nd order gives 2nd grade. 3rd order gives 3rd grade. So the grade of pills depends on my level. Clear spirit pills might come in handy. Why can you spark with electricity too? Turn it off. Turn it off now. 2 hours later, Lin Bei returned outside. Shiyu and the others were lying on the sofa taking a nap. Forget a nap, even sleeping for 2 or 3 days straight would be fine. Li Hai's presence gave them several days of leisure. He returned just as they were waking up. Good brother, what do you say? Want to go kill zombies with us this afternoon? Heyun asked, still half asleep, lying on his lap. No, I need to go out and recruit some people. A women's legion with just over a dozen members can hardly be called a women's legion. How could he possibly complain about having too high a power multiplier? Though his combat prowess was godlike now, this was still the early stages of the apocalypse. It had only been about 10 days. Really, there were probably still many people outside who hadn't killed a zombie. At this point he could still find plenty of innocent bonds. Push it back 10 or 15 days, no, even a few days, and it would be hard to find them. simply because countless teams had already started recruiting everywhere. In the current situation, they'd take anyone, even those who hadn't killed a zombie. It was a team game. Strength in numbers. The higher the level, the lower the reward for killing ordinary zombies. So low it was infuriating, but it was perfect for helping newcomers grow quickly. Good brother, will go with you. Summer heat, am super sweet, fine. Having Shiyu, Jiangyu, and CS stay was enough. Lin Bei looked at Shiyu and Jiangyu. While I'm gone, you two keep an eye on things. Though nothing unexpected would happen, it was still worth reminding them. MMHM, he stood up and stretched. What a busy and fulfilling day it had been non-stop from morning till now. Lord Lin Bei, are you satisfied with this place? A few dozen zombie girls huddled together and asked timidly. They had cleaned the place spotless. Every inch of the floor had been carefully scrubbed. It's all right. Since you're satisfied, can we leave now? Lin Bei flashed a pure smile. Of course you can just walk into my divine power space. Damn you, you liar. Men's mouths are full of sweet lies. Inside the divine might space, a group of girls cursed loudly, the place pitch black, without any light source. Safe. Damn safe. But what use was safety here? It was pitch black. Without a phone one would have no sense of time, and even with a phone the battery wouldn't last long. Done wrapping up. Let's go. Lin Bei led Hiyun away. Shiyu and the others were already seasoned survivors. They didn't need his instructions. Good brother, where are we going to recruit people at? Hiyun asked, clearing approaching zombies as she walked beside him. Back to our neighborhood. The neighborhood? Hiyun blinked her big eyes, then thought of something, and said excitedly, the 3-year period is up. The neighborhood, War God returns. A few kilometers was nothing for them now. Chatting, they arrived quickly. Oh, everyone's this fast. Several buses were parked at the neighborhood entrance, not from the same group, as the names on their bodies differed. Cloud Mist Sect. Immortal Cloud Sect. Azure Cloud Gate. Soul Hall. Zombie Slayers Alliance. Alright. Everyone was naming themselves like this, huh? Good brother, let's think of a name too. Then when we meet enemies I can announce our title. Hiyun hugged his arm and said, sure, I've actually wanted to give our team a name for a while, but I have trouble naming things, so I never got around to it. Okay, when we get back tonight, we'll brainstorm with the sisters. We need a nice name, absolutely unique, and a bit domineering, not like these overused ones. Chatting, they walked into the neighborhood. Don't miss out. The Soul Hall officially established at 9 a.m. today, gathering talents from all lands. Let us, under the leadership of Hall Master Lin Bei, become the world's premier sect. Lin Bei. I'm the Soul Halls now. Everyone don't listen to the Soul Hall elders bragging. The world's #1 Lin Bei is right here. Konohagakure is the organization he truly founded. Where leaves dance, fire burns eternal. Konoha welcomes all to join, and under the leadership of Hokage Lin Bei, we'll carve out our own territory in this apocalypse. And now I'm a Hokage. Folks, those people are imposters. Immortal Cloud Sect is the real sect founded by the world's #1 Lin Bei. If anyone doubts, I, Lin Bei of Immortal Cloud Sect, am here to welcome challenges. In the neighborhood square, tables were set up, each surrounded by a dozen or so people calling out. In front of the tables were the neighborhood survivors, quite a crowd, roughly over 1,000. Less than a week since the apocalypse erupted. Shiyu and Hiyun had already cleared over 90% of the zombies in this large residential area. The survival rate was high, which was why he chose this as his first stop. Handsome guy and lady want to join the Soul Hall. Couples get half rent and free utilities. Just pay a daily fee of 100 credits for food. Tempting, right? Act now. Join the Soul Hall while it's on the rise, and you'll both be future elders. A guy saw them returning from outside and scampered over to invite them. It's the apocalypse and you're still charging rent. Ridiculous. Our Immortal Cloud Sect's base is a 5-star hotel. Join us and I promise you a luxurious room with no rent or utility fees. Plus, the Immortal Cloud Sect has a professional SBA area with dozens of skilled technicians. For weary single guys, they can enjoy top-tier massages, solving your loneliness with care. Love rises with the clock. The clock never stops, but the passion remains calm. The Immortal Cloud Sect people countered the Soul Hall. Exactly, it's the apocalypse. Charging rent is too much. 100 credits could buy so much food. Right in the apocalypse, who cares where you stay? For that alone I'd die to join the Immortal Cloud Sect. Whoa, they have masseuses. I'm joining the Immortal Cloud Sect. Me too. Count me in. Baby, listen, I'm not going for the masseuses. I just want to see if the Immortal Cloud Sect really doesn't charge. The crowd echoed the Immortal Cloud Sect's words. Credits meant food, showing their value. Among all the recruiting groups, only one charged fees, so naturally people followed the lead to complain. The Immortal Cloud Sect people smiled. Good. This was a good start. People have herd mentality. The mere mention of professional masseuses made many guys unable to refuse. Men understand men best. The Soul Hall people also smiled. Good. The atmosphere was heating up. Clearing his throat, he said, we'll be upfront about charging rent, but this rent is like a membership fee. A team's development relies on everyone's contributions. The Soul Hall acts with integrity, charging 100 credits daily, no extra fees. This fee supports our people. The Soul Hall has staff for daily cleaning, laundry, and cooking. We also have a professional masseuse team. Whether you prefer innocent schoolgirls, spicy babes, young matrons, or mature elegant andies, everything is available. We also have breeding specialists. The membership fee is specifically for supporting these people. Think about it. Does the Immortal Cloud sect really mean they want charge credits? With such great benefits, do you believe they want charge? If they're serving you without killing zombies, how will they get food? Before the apocalypse, everyone must have looked for jobs. Some good-sounding jobs claim you need nothing, but once you're in they ask for all sorts of fees saying how can you be so stingy? So many people wish they could join. Back then you could just walk away. But now, once you step into Immortal Cloud sect's territory, you won't have a choice. You'll pay obediently, or they'll find ways to make you pay. Hearing this, many pause to think. Well said. Such great benefits without charging credits. Impossible. Anyone who's been through society knows there are too many scams out there. Often the better the offer, the more likely it's a trap. The Soul Hall elder made a valid point. It's not the upfront fees that scare us. It's the endless charges later. Again, the Soul Hall is on the rise. Those who join now are eligible to become elders. Being a Soul Hall elder carries prestige when you announce yourself, especially since our Hall Master is the world's #1 Lin Bei. I choose to join the Soul Hall. I was born to be a Soul Hall elder. Fellow Taoist, same here. Good brother, you left alone a few times before. Did you secretly go build the Soul Hall? Ian hugged his arm, teasing him deliberately. Why do these people keep impersonating others? Come on, who else would they impersonate? You're the world's #1. You cleared the 10th level, though anyone who's tried knows how hard it is. Everyone knows how terrifyingly strong you are. If I were a random person, I'd want to join a team with you. True. Lin Bei shrugged. Whatever. Let them use his name. Honestly, out of over 1,000 people, how many really believed those teams were his? Everyone knew the score. Ladies and gentlemen, our Leaf Village offers the same benefits as the Soul Hall. Everyone is welcome to join. Ladies and gentlemen, our Qingyun sect. The 5 factions each boasted about themselves. Lin Bei, accompanied by Yun, unhurriedly approached the Soul Hall's table. With a wave of his hand, he produced a table, a sofa, and a loudspeaker. Clearing his throat, he announced, recruiting now, recruiting now. Ladies, I'm recruiting too. Men, look away. I'm only recruiting women, only women. As his voice fell, countless gazes turned toward him. While ordinary recruitment was unremarkable, the stipulation of recruiting only women piqued their interest. Hey buddy, what kind of team are you running? What are your conditions? What's your capital? What makes you think you can recruit only women? Recruiting only women in the apocalypse. Huh. Everyone knew exactly what he was up to. Because my name is Lin Bei. The crowd fell silent. Then they burst into laughter. Alright, another Lin Bei shows up. Those who impersonate Lin Bei at least bring a crowd, but you've only got one girl with you. Not a shred of the world's #1's presence. Do you really take us for fools? Exactly. Lin Bei is the world's #1, you know. Do you think a powerhouse ranked first globally would personally come to recruit or form a squad? He'd definitely be a lone wolf. You recruiters just borrow someone else's name. You probably haven't even cracked the top 1,000 on the trial steal. All day long you people come up with these flashy tricks. Lin Bei, an elder from the Soul Hall beside him, spoke up. Brother, forget about recruiting with just 2 people. You won't find anyone. Don't think about forming your own team. Join the Soul Hall instead. You must have spatial storage abilities, right? He'll put it bluntly. If you join, you and your girlfriend will both be Soul Hall elders, enjoying all benefits without paying any guild fees. I really am Lin Bei. Brother, stop messing around. Lin Bei is the master of our Soul Hall. Don't impersonate him, it's a bit pathetic. Before he could speak, someone from the Celestial Cloud sect chimed in. You are the pathetic one. Lin Bei is the master of our Celestial Cloud sect. He's sitting right here. He'll say it again. We support exposing fakes, but those who want to challenge him better think twice. Our master Lin Bei is the world's #1. We won't be responsible if you get killed in the process. Damn it. That line again. Many wanted to try but dared not. Lin Bei looked over. He saw a man lounging lazily on a sofa behind the Celestial Cloud sect's table, somewhat handsome, exuding supporting exposure of fakes was fine. But words were useless, actions were needed. Lin Bei, he really is Lin Bei. I know him. Before the apocalypse, he delivered takeout to me. I remembered him because he was very handsome. His name really is Lin Bei. He was Lin Bei even before the apocalypse. Suddenly, a young woman squeezed out from the crowd, rushed to his table, and shouted while leaning on it with one hand. And, have you all really forgotten? On the day the power went out, a man with 2 women wiped out all the zombies in our neighborhood. That was him. One of those women is the one beside him now. Don't you remember? They are our neighborhood's war gods. At these words, everyone looked over again, their eyes fixed on Lin Bei, and he filled with surprise and shock. The more they looked, the more familiar they seemed. Since they were strangers at first, far away that day, and had changed clothes, it was normal not to recognize them immediately. Prompted by the woman, they looked more and more alike. It's him. Our hero, the neighborhood war god. Without him, we wouldn't even dare to leave the building. It really is him. Wait, is his name really Lin Bei? He was like a war god days ago. Could he really be that Lin Bei, the world's #1? I know him too. I don't know about the rest. I didn't see him clear the neighborhood zombies, but I really know his name is Lin Bei. When he delivered takeout to me before I tried to flirt with him, but he ignored me. He's even more handsome now. I want him. Gnashing teeth. Lin Bei. Miss, please restrain yourself. Good. Things had become much simpler. Lin Bei looked toward the Celestial Cloud Sect's territory. Lin Bei of the Celestial Cloud Sect am starting to expose fakes. Get ready. Holy crap, he's actually doing it. Holy crap, he's really starting the expose. See, only true powerhouses are fearless. He must be the real Lin Bei. Those imposters are just betting no one dares to act. Hearing this, the Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei broke into a cold sweat. Though he was putting on a cool pose, he heard everything. Days ago, a man with 2 women cleared the zombies in this large neighborhood. Plus his name really was Lin Bei. It was likely true. He might be the real Lin Bei. Seriously, he's actually coming. He saw the Lin Bei on the sofa extend a hand toward him. His heart tightened. Just as he tried to stand, a chilling horror struck him. He couldn't move. His body seemed locked by invisible shackles. Lin Bei slowly closed his hand. A piercing scream like a stuck pig spread. The Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei's body visibly caved inward. He struggled desperately to push back, his face turning purple. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds of breaking bones rang out in succession. The man's body shrank by half. Flesh split open and white bone spurs jutted out from his muscles, making everyone's skin crawl. It was bloody, but that wasn't the worst. Such scenes were common in the apocalypse. What truly horrified them was Lin Bei's terrifying power. With just a distant grasp, he had reduced a second-tier powerhouse to this state. They didn't know the exact level of the Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei, but since he dared to impersonate Lin Bei and accept challenges, his strength couldn't be too weak. At least second tier. The Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei collapsed to the ground, screaming incessantly. The excruciating pain nearly broke him. He shouted, I was wrong, I was wrong. Am not Lin Bei, am not Lin Bei. He'll never do it again, never. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. 2 green pills appeared beside the Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei. Give these to him. They'll heal his injuries. He did this to save trouble, to show these people his power while demonstrating that he possessed many miraculous pills. This would greatly aid his recruitment efforts. The others from the Celestial Cloud Sect hadn't yet recovered from their shock. Wait, had they really run into the real Lin Bei? The world was so vast. Could it really be such a coincidence? Damn it, stop gawking like a Mongolian yurt. Hurry up and feed me. Or do you want to usurp my position and let me die in agony? The man cursed loudly. It was the first time in his life he had felt such pain, heart-wrenching pain. Boss here. Others quickly stuffed the 2 pills from the ground into his mouth. The man swallowed, and then a shocking scene unfolded once more. His shattered body began to heal at a visible rate. His entire being was enveloped in a faint green glow. Broken bones automatically reconnected and healed, torn muscles and skin did the same. Within a few breaths, not a single wound remained on his body. Holy crap, this is incredible. The Celestial Cloud Sect's Lin Bei touched his body in disbelief, jumped up and down a few times, and threw a couple of punches. This medicine is amazing. My hand had a minor issue, and it's completely fixed now. Holy crap, what kind of miraculous divine medicine is this? He was that badly injured, and it healed instantly. Is this the kind of resource the world's #1 powerhouse has? I want to join. I want to join too. Don't fight me for it. They'll bear his children. The terrifying strength coupled with miraculous pills instantly ignited a frenzy, and everyone surged toward him with desperate fervor. They had witnessed it with their own eyes, and there was no way it could be staged. Clinging to this powerful leg would secure their future for life. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. There were too many people. Even the men were coming. With a flick of his hand, he produced a long sword, and with a wave the sword aura carved a deep trench into the ground. I said only women are being recruited. If there are still men here within 1 minute, don't blame me for not warning you. Bro, take me in. I can do anything, you'll work hard, I can endure any hardship. Bro, I can endure hardship too. Facing the pleas of many men, Lin Bei didn't spare them a glance, returning to the sofa to wait out the minute. His silence made many men retreat, quietly stepping aside, without daring to utter a word. Such a powerhouse was beyond their reach to provoke. If they accidentally displeased him, they wouldn't even know how they died. With just over 10 seconds left, no men remained before him, unwilling to give up. No, that was impossible. They had all seen Lin Bei's actions earlier, ruthless and merciless. They knew well that in this apocalypse their lives were like ants in the eyes of the world's #1, taken or spared at a whim. Good. All women line up in a single file. Among the over 1,000 people, the male-to-female ratio was 7-3, with 300 to nearly 400 women. Oh, familiar face. The first woman seemed somewhat recognizable. He remembered her interesting younger brother. He glanced toward the men's side. Where's your brother? I recall you had a rebellious brother, but I don't. The woman's expression darkened, her voice low with sorrow. He died with several men to protect me from being violated. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and shrugged. A norm of the apocalypse. You pass. Go over there. His eyes were like a ruler prioritizing those untainted by worldly bonds, then discerning good from evil through those bonds. Poor character was useless. Of course superior abilities were top priority, but unfortunately most were a motley collection of trash abilities, and even those were pitifully low level. Oh, an old acquaintance. After reviewing over a dozen, he met another familiar face. None other than the human hardware softening engineer from the rooftop earlier. Hello handsome, long time no see. Chun Jia also recognized Lin Bei, forcing an awkward smile. Just days ago he had grown to a level she could only look up to, and she still remembered calling him not a real man. Go back. You didn't pass. Why oi? Chun Jia slammed the table, then suddenly realized her rudeness, and quickly put on a pitiful expression, using a sweet playful voice like a southern girl. Big brother, I can do anything, please take me in. Really anything? Lin Bei asked with a smile. A chance. Of course. Chun Jia blurted out. Then can you leave? Leave? Chun Jia frowned in confusion. She prided herself on knowing all sorts of tricks. What kind of special game was leave? Yes. Whatever it was, Shed claimed she could. Then please walk over there, and don't waste my time. Thank you. Chun Jia's face darkened. Was he mocking her? If this place didn't want her, another would. Pass. If you didn't pass, don't be discouraged. Several other places nearby are recruiting. They'll definitely need your professional massage skills. Keep going, keep pushing, and use your techniques to create your own legend. Next. Lin Bei selected them one by one, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even before the apocalypse, finding someone untainted was difficult, let alone after. There were some, over a dozen, but far too few compared to his expectations. Counting the 5 from the base, his plan for today was to gather 50. He couldn't help but marvel at his luck when he went to the hospital. 10, a full 10. Honestly, sometimes he wondered if his luck was too good, almost as if it were deliberately arranged. Half an hour later, he finished screening the 300-plus women, selecting 15 untouched, and the remaining 35 were beautiful wives and young matrons, all of a honest and steady nature. Cleaning, washing clothes, farming. 35 would be enough. With the recruitment done, Lin Bei didn't want to linger. He was still 30 short of his ideal 50 and needed to visit more neighborhoods. First he would send these women back. Phew, that formidable figure is finally gone, as Lin Bei left. The recruiters from the 5 factions collectively sighed in relief, almost certain that this man was Lin Bei. They had been terrified that he might be angry at them for impersonating him. After sending the 50 women back to the base, Lin Bei led He-Yun to the next neighborhood. Damn. 0. Those men deserve to die. Oh, good character 5. 1. Time ticked by and Lin Bei visited many neighborhoods, finally gathering 50 team members under the fiery clouds of dusk. The rankings on the trial steel also changed. 1. Lin Bei China Progress Level 11, a 0%. 2. Jiang Yu China Progress Level 10, I 50%. 3. Baiwen China Progress Level 10, 5%. 4. Amelia Pound Potato Kingdom Progress Level 10, 1%. 5. Clara Oswood Potato Kingdom Progress Level 10, 0.95%. He-Yun and Liu Yi were pushed out of the top 5. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. There were still many talented individuals. Reaching the 10th level on the first day required not only formidable abilities, but also exceptional endurance. Just over 10 days into the apocalypse, physical ability users had an edge since many others' powers hadn't matured, yet though it wasn't absolute. Heading back. This place of this scene. Have I been here before? As Lin Bei passed an elementary school, a strong sense of familiarity struck him. Strange. Could deja vu occur even in the apocalypse? Returning to the police station, Lin Bei gathered everyone. The 50 untouched women stood in neat rows of 5 by 10, while the matrons formed 3 by 5 rows. He briefly explained their future tasks and distributed pills to enhance their strength. He also checked their bodies. No other reason. It increased their trust in him. Research suggested that under such circumstances women often developed inexplicable feelings. 50 people. 5 squads of 10. The squad leaders were Xiao Qing Xiao Bai, Wang Qi Xiao Xiao Bai, and Xiao Shiran, chosen from those he was more familiar with. Preparations were complete. Now he just had to wait for the harvest. Debate, shouldn't we try the Trial Steel's multiplayer mode? There's still over an hour until the midnight ranking rewards. We have plenty of time to go in and take first place easily. Xiao Xia now, with 6 times the strength boost, was brimming with confidence, her combat power reaching a terrifying level. To be honest, he really wasn't keen on the team mode. Having played various games, he knew team rankings often yielded mediocre rewards, but what if there was something good? Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Let's go. Time to grind. Lin Bei, Shiyu, He-Yun, Jiang Yuan, and Shiyu arrived together in the white space of the Trial Steel. No need to worry about the outside. Silver Moon was there. His mind was linked with Silver Moon. If anything happened outside, they could withdraw at any time. Please create a name for your team. Great, as zero frame start. We need to come up with a team name. What should it be? Lin Bei turned to ask the women beside him. How about Cosmic Spiral, Thunderbolt, Flash, Super Invincible Team? He-Yun said excitedly. She had thought about it all afternoon. There was absolutely no way anyone else would have the same name. Lin Bei was stunned. He shouldn't have expected anything from her. That name was even worse than his idea, Thunderbolt Blazing Wolf Team. Seriously, with all the novels and movies out there, all the good team names were already taken. Had spent the whole afternoon recruiting and brainstorming names. Finally, he had compromised too. Had just copy a name he liked. A team name. Sure, you frowned deeply, her pretty brows knitting together. She was also terrible at naming things. Tentatively, she suggested, how about the mysterious and unfathomable team? Lin Bei curled his lip. He turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had chosen a long spear as her weapon. Caressing the shaft without looking up, she said, the core values very much team. Great. Very spirited. How can you say that team name with such a straight face? The sudden twist caught Lin Bei completely off guard. Hold back your laughter. Next. He looked at Wan In. A slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as she slowly spoke the name she had just thought of, the determined to oppose you team. Good game, baby. Next. Xiaoshi Yu listened to their team names and couldn't help but complain, what a bunch of nonsense. A name is our image, our face. How can we choose such ridiculous names? Oh, Lin Bei became interested and asked expectantly, tell me, what name did you come up with? Sister is the queen. What do you think? Isn't it domineering? Xiaoshi Yu looked as if it were only natural. Since they were all family, there was no need for embarrassment. She knew the name she thought of was a bit silly, but she really couldn't think of a good one. Black Rose, Ionia, Supreme Hall. Those were too cliché. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. Lin Bei slapped his forehead. Seriously, he shouldn't have expected anything from her. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. The names his wives thought of were even more abstract than his own. Forget it. Whatever. It was just a code name. No need to agonize over it. They could change it later if they thought of something better. Innate Limitless. Innate Limitless, please confirm your team name. Confirmed. Please select a battle scenario. Plain. Innate Limitless team member count 6. Please select your respective weapons. Once selection is complete, please mentally recite, start as team leader Lin Bei, to begin. Choose your weapons. With a thought, a long sword appeared in Lin Bei's hand. Among common weapons like the spear, sword, and blade, he still preferred the sword. Jiang Yu had already made her choice, the long spear. Sure, you chose the sword. Wan In did too. As girls, they preferred the appearance of the sword. They had used blades before simply because there was no other choice. In Jiang Ye's home, almost all the cold weapons her late father forged were blades. To his slight surprise, Xiaoshi Yu also chose the sword. Didn't you like using the whip? No, I don't. It's just that the lightning-imbued whip was more convenient to use. Hian was different too. She chose a large hammer. Hian hoisted the large hammer onto her shoulder, rubbing her philtrum with her index finger. It's better inside. The weapons have real heft. The blades outside feel too light. I'm afraid to grip them tightly, worried I might crush them. Lin Bei agreed. A craftsman must sharpen his tools to do his work. They needed to find a way to get some new weapons. The blades Jiang Ye's father made were indeed top-notch, but they were utterly inadequate in the face of the apocalypse's full-scale evolution. Sometimes he feared he might shatter the blade with a single forceful grip. The same went for Jiang Yu. Her collapsible spear had broken several times already. Everyone ready. Ori. Ahem, start. Swoosh. The scene instantly shifted. The 6 of them appeared on an endless plain facing a dense horde of zombies. Team mode, first stage, zombie count 10000. Zombie grade. All were at the peak of human limits. Mixed in were quite a few first-tier several-star zombies. To them, even second-tier zombies were just like ordinary ones. Don't forget, we can't use recovery pills here. Don't use that trick Jiang Yu taught you, Lin Bei reminded them. Since they were here, they should try their best to aim for first place. We know. Against these zombies, I don't even feel like using my lightning enhancement, Xiaoshi Yu said, gripping her sword as she walked forward with her sisters. Like them, she had a 6-fold strength boost. This terrifying power combined with her weapon was enough to crush everything in the current apocalypse. 10,000 zombies, a small-scale horde. She really didn't take it seriously. 10,000 zombies, 6 people. They cleared them all in a few minutes. With their 6-fold strength, they were unstoppable. Second stage, 20,000. A breeze. Third stage, 30,000. Easy. Fourth stage, 40,000. 10th stage, 100,000. Tired. Let it all end. Lin Bei and the women leaned together, sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Their bodies were drenched in sweat from head to toe. Even with their 6-fold strength boost, they were still overwhelmed by the terrifying numbers. From stages 1 to 9, that was 450,000 zombies. By the 4th and 5th stages, they had already started to struggle a little, but it was still manageable. However, the 6th and 7th stages became difficult. The numbers surged dramatically. The pressure was immense. But as high-level evolvers, their stamina recovery speed was terrifying. They took turns creating rest opportunities for each other. Even the brief intervals between stages were enough for them to catch their breath and recover. The 8th and 9th stages. Truly, they endured them by sheer willpower. How much did they endure? Lin Bei's arms were now completely numb. All his strength had been drained. It wasn't just him, as Shiryu and the others were the same. Even Shiryu and the others had been scratched by the zombies. The virus wouldn't infect them inside here, but they would be injured and their condition would decline. I regret it. Why is this damned hammer so heavy? Hee-Yun wailed, hugging her large hammer. It was satisfying to kill with at first, but as she went on, something felt wrong. The damn hammer got heavier and heavier until now she couldn't even move it. 9 stages cleared. That should be enough. Xiao Shiyu lay down carelessly on the ground. I don't want to move. Not even a single bit. There are only a few minutes left anyway, let's just withdraw directly. I don't want to move either. I'm tired. Let it all end. Even Shiryu, who was always strong and never complained, chose to give up. Continuing to the 10th stage was pointless. As they were now, they'd be lucky to kill 100 of them. End the trial. Withdraw. The moment the 100,000 zombies of the 10th stage spawned, Lin Bei mentally recited the command. He hadn't wanted to come in the first place. Back outside, they were fully restored. Oh, what a relief. He checked the time. There were still over 10 minutes until midnight. They would soon know what the reward for team mode was. If it was just points, he would decisively give up. There was no way he was going in again. It was purely suffering for no reason. At 11:59 and 50 seconds. 12 o'clock sharp. GD. His position in the single-player mode remained unshaken at first place. Although the team mode consisted of only 6 members, his innate boundless squad led with a commanding 0% progress at the 10th level. This was also related to their rank. Truly, all were at the 2nd rank and 7 stars in absolute pinnacle among the world's evolutions. Moreover, each person possessed at least a 6-fold power boost. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but thank Lin Bei for the experience gift package once again. The rewards for the Path of Trials have been distributed based on rankings. All humans are requested to confirm and enhance their strength promptly. As this is the first reward distribution, all rewards have triggered a guaranteed critical hit, and the gifts for both single-player and team modes have been upgraded. Future rewards will undergo random critical hit upgrades. The same prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Soon, a new exclusive prompt appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. Yesterday, your ranking in single-player mode was 1st place. You have received points 1-0. Weapon clay grade earth tier lower grade. Upon use, can determine the weapon's appearance based on your inner thoughts. Note, for the convenience of distinguishing among humans, weapon grades are divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow tiers from highest to lowest. 1. Rejuvenation pill 3rd grade 10. Note, for those below the 4th tier, and excluding the 4th tier, 1 pill can fully restore consumed stamina and ability points. Healing pill 3rd grade 5. Note, for those below the 4th tier, and excluding the 4th tier, 1 pill can treat severe injuries. These rewards, they were quite watery. Rejuvenation pills, 10 of them. Healing pills, 5 of them. Although his rejuvenation pills were only 1st grade, their quantity was virtually limitless. Just 10 pills. Who did they think they were looking down on? This was too stingy. As for the 3rd grade healing pills, there were only 5. Wait. Damn. I'm an idiot. He suddenly realized that the rewards from the trial steal essentially upgraded his rejuvenation pills from 1st grade to 3rd grade, and his healing pills from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, didn't they? Holy shit. Feels great. Quantity doesn't matter. What matters is having them. How satisfying. Now he was finally at ease. He no longer had to grab a handful and stuff them into his mouth to recover stamina. Taking them one by one was much more. Yesterday, your team, Innate Boundless, secured the 1st place throne in team mode. You have received 100 million points to be distributed by the team leader, and each member will receive Rejuvenation Pill 3rd grade 3, Healing Pill 3rd grade 3. As expected, the team reward was a huge mess. 100 million points sounded like a lot, but even 100 billion points would be utterly useless to him. Still, it was somewhat useful. It could be used to support the group he had just recruited. Lin Bei glanced at the stone steel outside. Among the top 10, apart from him in 1st place, the rewards obtained by positions 2 through 10 were essentially the same. They all received Mystic Tier middle grade weapon clay, with the only differences lying in the pills and points. Not bad. Jiang Yu and Hee-Yun both obtained weapon mud. The only blemish was that Shiryu won in, and Shiyu's rankings were pushed out of the top 100, so they didn't get any. While if I'd known the first day's rewards would be this good, I wouldn't have challenged the trial so early in the morning. So infuriating, so annoying. If I could do it over, I'd definitely make it into the top 10. Shiryu pouted in frustration. Same here. Wanan echoed. Her ranking had been abysmally low to begin with, and after the late-night surge of challengers, she couldn't even be found on the trial steal. Xiao Shiyu's name was also nowhere to be seen. How infuriating. Shiyu was just as exasperated as Shiryu, and Wan In consumed by regret, profound regret. Even if she stormed into the top 10 tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. The first day's reward had a critical multiplier, and who knew when the next such opportunity would strike. With a swoosh, a lump of grayish-white mud and a vial of pills materialized before Hee-Yun, Jiang Yu, and Lin Bei. The weapon mud was only the size of a fist, while the pills were stored in labeled bottles to avoid confusion. Lin Bei picked up the weapon mud. Instantly, a profound insight dawned upon him. The mud in his palm shifted and morphed according to his will. A long spear, a sword, a halberd, a flying guillotine. Anything he could imagine it could become. Could it make a 40-meter blade? Holy shit. It actually could. Wow, dear brother, yours got so big. Hee-Yun gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Such a small thing could expand this much. It can get even bigger. 50 meters. Wow, even bigger. Hee-Yun's eyes sparkled. Never mind. Just a thought. A 40-meter blade was truly too absurd. Its weight changed with his whim, a remarkably thoughtful feature. He let it shrink, gradually shaping it into the form of a sword. The divine demon sword. The fusion of the demon-suppressing sword and the demonic sword. Its edge gleamed with a biting frost. Lin Bei took an ordinary blade forged by Jiang Ye's father and struck it against the divine demon sword. Unsurprisingly, the mundane weapon was effortlessly sheared in two. He let the sword fall vertically, and the entire blade sank into the concrete floor, as if into tofu. Beyond its sharpness, its weight played a role. He couldn't tell exactly how heavy it was, but with his current strength it felt just right, slightly on the heavy side. Once its form was finalized, it could no longer be altered. After one more level up, it would feel perfectly balanced. How exhilarating. This was undoubtedly the supreme, divine weapon of the world. Who would have thought the Trial Steel's rewards could be so splendid? With this sword, he would become even more invincible. But even without this sword, he could still annihilate his enemies. He replicated a scabbard to match. Invincible. Confirmed. With his mental affirmation, his first divine demon sword was born. Nearby, He Yun and Jiang Ye's weapons were also taking shape. Jiang Yu naturally chose a spear, just like before, extendable from 1.8 meters to a short 60 centimeters. As for He Yun, her weapon was the same massive hammer as before. Ha ha ha. Having obtained her ideal weapon, He Yun laughed with pure joy. She dropped the hammer to the ground, and upon impact it cratered the floor, sending a web of cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Holy crap, Xiao Yun, how heavy is your hammer? Shiryu was astonished. She stepped forward, grabbed the handle, and tried to lift it, but even with her exaggerated strength, she couldn't budge it. Sister Yu, how could you possibly lift this? Even I struggle with it a bit. My strength ability is at level 3 with a 4-fold multiplier. I'm 4 times stronger than you. He Yun said with a proud sniff. Making it heavier now. As she leveled up, it would feel lighter, allowing her to use it for a long time. Who knew when the next weapon mud would appear? Plus the weight helped train her strength, pushing her ability toward level 4. If someone gets hit by this hammer, what would happen, eh? Shiryu shuddered at the mere thought of such a scene. Of course, under my heaven-shaking hammer, all beings are equal. He Yun picked up the hammer and swung it a few times. Shiryu, Jiang Yu, and Xiao Shiyu watched with bated breath, their scalps tingling. If it slipped from her grasp and struck someone, they wouldn't even have time to take a healing pill. It would be an instant feast. A low hum filled the air. Jiang Ye's weapon had taken its final form, her delicate hand trembled on the shaft, and the unified Oni and centimeter spear vibrated the tip, flashing a razor-bright chill under the cold moonlight. This spear. Invincible. She stroked the shaft, unable to summon a more exquisite word for its perfection. Truly the spear of her dreams. I envy them. Sure, yes, eyes brimmed with longing. Two dear sisters and her own man had acquired the weapons they cherished. If she lacked the means, it would be one thing, but now she was powerful enough to claw into the top 10. I envy them too. Same here. For sure, the weapon itself mattered little, yet for Jiang Yu and He Yun, a superior armament conferred enormous advantages. No exaggeration, after upgrading weapons, their combat capabilities had at least increased by 50%. It grows late. Let's go inside. Lin Bei tucked He Yun's weapon into his spatial pack. The hammer was heavy and awkward to carry. Once inside, he broke into a smile. My darlings, let's play a game. What games? The game's called the King's Delight. Lin Bei produced a ribbon and blindfolded himself. My beloveds, do not run out of this room. Whoever I catch first, he. They had worked hard all day. Enjoyment was deserved. Music played, dancers swayed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a cacophony of outrage erupted over a ranking list. What the hell? I'm second with so many people. What nonsense is first place? Only 6 people. Why? Did the Lin Bei make a mistake? Progress at the 10th stage, 0%. 6 people killed 450,000 zombies. Are you kidding me? Boss, the Lin Bei must be wrong. How could our hundreds of brothers be outdone by 6 people? We still have LVE and you 2 great commanders and so many second-tier fighters. Our progress was only at 50% of the 9th stage. It must be a mistake. Damn it, it must be a mistake. But was it really? They knew in their hearts that a Lin Bei capable of measuring such feats would hardly err. Their protests were little more than self-comfort. They refused to admit that an entire base could be outmatched by 6 people. This is absurd. How can 6 people be so outrageous? Our Tieshua Junchuan is second, our average Danyao grade is only second rank, a whole tier below first. Damn those 6. Clad in combat gear, LVE clenched her fists. We thought the first place was secure, but at the last moment that Tianxing Wuji team surged ahead and cost us dearly. What sort of superpowers did those 6 possess to slay 450,000 zombies in an hour? It bordered on the unbelievable. Even standing on the ground and drawing strength continuously, I could not withstand them. Good heavens. Who are the members of Tianxing Wuji? 6 people had claimed first in team mode. Sadly, the ranking revealed only the team name, member count, and location, no details. Those 6 must surely rank among the single-player top 10. This is ridiculous, truly ridiculous. 6 people splitting 100 million points. What a windfall in provisions. Luckily the Danyao are dispensed per head. If the reward were a massive lot of pills for a leader to divide, those 6 would skyrocket in rank. They are outrageous. Countless people and factions looked on with envy. Rewards, both solo and team. Republic, they resented themselves for not having labored harder. Once rewards were revealed, the gap between people would only widen. The strong would soar. The weak would grovel. In the base, a dancer intoned, her waist like a slender willow, a turn of the head dances the fool's dream. With full rouge the show begins. Having exhausted the game, Lin Bei held He-Yun close, listening to the music and admiring Shi-Yu and the others in gauzy, ancient dresses as they danced. Don't ask why he wasn't atop He-Yun. An athlete's live dancing was too beautiful for him to imagine. This was life. In another age he would have been a heedless ruler. My king, are you satisfied with my dance? Very satisfied, extremely so. Well done, a reward given. The next day at noon, Lin Bei yawned as he stepped out of the building. What a wasted morning. Having busied herself all morning, Xiao Shiran approached him and reported, Lord Lin Bei, I have arranged matters as you instructed. 35 sisters have their assignments. They were divided into 4 teams, 3 teams of 10 and 1 team of 5. 2 of the 10-person teams would patrol the base and maintain hygiene. A 1 10-person team would go out to slay zombies and level up. The 3 10-person squads would rotate to both secure the base and avoid falling behind in levels. There was also a 5-person squad. They were not eager to risk killing zombies to level up, but they were all first-rank 2-star evolvers. I first assigned them to clear a patch of wasteland and plant seeds of fruits and vegetables exchanged from the thrillingly, then I will take them out to raise their levels. She drew a breath and continued. 50 combatants, including myself, are split into 5 groups. I Xiaoqing Xiaobai Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai are the captains. They are rampaging near the police station to level up. The Danyao the Lord provided have been evenly distributed. With those Danyao, it will not be long. We will make the Lord see results. Xiao Shiran waited expectantly for praise. All morning she had executed Lin Bai's instructions flawlessly, even she felt a swell of satisfaction. There was no fatigue in her gaze, only reverence. Anyone would revere him. At first, from her sister's words, she thought Lin Bei merely a flirt, but after witnessing his actions last night, she truly understood. 5 women were too few. Far too few. A man of his caliber, so strong and so handsome, deserved many women. Yesterday he brought back so many girls and had not touched a single one. Instead he endowed them with resources to grow. With a single gesture, he gifted 10,000 Huilidin pills. She had been dumbfounded. Though the pills were first rank, the sheer number was staggering. For reference, the first day's critical reward for the thrillingly top rank was only 10 third-rank pills. Taken together, she found it impossible not to adore him. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Bei said perfunctorily. It is no hardship. This is my duty. To serve Lord Lin Bei is my greatest honor, Xiao Shiran blurted. Lin Bai's arrival had not only purged the toxic elements in her team, it had given her a chance to soar. She had no innate superpower, but her sister Xiao Xie had told her last afternoon that Lin Bei was a hidden cultivator. Becoming his woman would allow dual cultivation and thus increase her strength. 6-fold. Xiao Xie's power had increased 6 times. For comparison, He-Yun's level 3 strength superpower only yielded 4-fold. To be his woman was equivalent to gaining a level 5 strength superpower. Moreover, Xiao Xie secretly revealed that before she joined Shi-Yu and the others had only enjoyed a 5-fold boost. After her joining, the entire group rose to 6-fold. That meant, if Xiao Shiran became one of his women, she would gain 7-fold strength. As Xiaoqing Xiaobai Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai joined in turn, the multiplier would climb 8-fold, 9-fold, 10-fold, 11-fold. If dozens of those women all joined, just the thought made her body tremble with excitement. It had been more than 10 days since the apocalypse. All evolvers deeply understood one truth: this was not the age of mere evolution, but the age of superpowers. The most important point: